It has been a minute, but we are back. ZP here with Jake, and it's time to clock in for our first Rivals night shift. And, you know, I'm on the right now. You're on the left. It's all good, Jake. We are back, though, once again.
It's good to be back, you know, delivering some top tier Marvel Rivals content, especially, you know, in the off season from Ignite. You know, teams have been waiting, I think, to get into some action, show what they're doing at the top level right now. And there's ZP pointing the right way. The classic icon flip looking at me. I appreciate that. I appreciate the attention there. But yeah, I'm just excited to see what the teams have this week. You know, it's great to come back and get some Marvel Rivals action cooking.
Now, for those who are wondering what in the world is going on, if you haven't seen any of the broadcasts that this production crew and town crew have put on here in the rival scene, well, we got you covered. It's pretty straightforward. We get some of the best in EU and NA facing off week after week. And, you know, overall here, bracket's going to look pretty familiar. Kicking things off here with EU, where Qadsiah is going to be taking on Chopped, two of the most promising teams right now in EU. I think firmly you could call them top 8 right now, Jake. And the prize, should they win in the challenger match, they get to go up against the best of the best. They may be looking for a sponsor once again, but Team 1, the champion of the Ignite mid-season finals, and the team to beat in Marvel Rivals, period.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got the top 2 teams here, Team 1 and Envy, representing their respective regions. So definitely pretty stiff competition in the money match. But luckily, thanks to our sponsors, we're able to throw down that nice prize pool here for both these matches. And all the fans in chat, you can check out just the best teams of the best, right? We don't have a bunch of, you know, like slop, you know, guaranteed win BO3s. You got to watch a bunch of teams get stopped. No, you're always going to see good matches here on Project Night Shift. That's what we're all about. And hopefully we can bring that in this particular event.
Yep. Also, some people may be wondering, it's like, what in the world? Dreamland? I was told it'd be 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves had something come up. They will likely be here next week, but this week had to be an IOU. But Dreamland, of course, up and coming NNA, and you know, we'll see how they fare against FlyQuest later in the day. So either way, still get to see an exciting story. But all of this would not be possible without the help of our sponsors. Of course, we have linked up once again with Intel, and yeah, we got a few cool things to talk to you about, not the least of which is a tournament going on this weekend here. Our partnership with Asus and Intel, CS tournament that's going on, our CS Night Shift on this very channel. You can see it this week for EU. Last week, we completed our NA portion, and EU, of course, looks to be even more exciting.
Yeah, it's great to see, you know, some of the sponsors coming together, putting on this cool event. We got a zany show match on day 2 as well, bringing some TF2 maps into Counter-Strike. Completely crazy, but last week it was super fun to watch. You know, like the CS and the TF2 players, you know, auto B-hopping around the map and, you know, flying in with ops, grabbing flags. And, you know, for me as an OG fan of TF2, that's like a fun little event we have going on during the tournament. But then also getting some legitimate good CS action, right? CS, I think, just such an iconic title. It's always great to be able to put on a tournament for that community, and once again, you know, to be able to do that this weekend on this very channel. Hope to see you guys there.
And of course, the other thing Intel has done, of course, is partnered with MSI, who's bringing you this Rivals show directly and also giving you a chance to win some free stuff. Intel giving you the option with MSI to get a brand new MSI claw. Type !MSI in the chat to get the link. But basically, you can create your own gameplay clips from Marvel Rivals or just vote on clips that others have created, and you'll get your chance to win an MSI claw for free. That giveaway, of course, is now up and running. Part of Intel Gamer Days. Just a lot of cool stuff going on this month, Jake.
Yeah, definitely a good time to hop in, get in on the action. But soon we'll be able to move in, get into those draft phases. I know you guys are really waiting for that Marvel Rivals competitive action here on the night shift. And this is our first Marvel Rivals night shift too. So while we've been running a few other shows on a few other games, Deadlock and CS, under this brand, it's cool to be able to bring it now to Marvel Rivals and continue to expand that family of tournaments we've been putting together.
Yeah, and of course, we'll get in the rosters here in just a second, but it's going to be interesting. It's been a little bit since we've casted some of these teams. Chopped, of course, is going to be one of the newer teams on the block, kind of a remix of new faces. And, you stop and think about how things have evolved back in, the Rivals Fight Night era, and some of the teams we saw there, Jake, where you'd have instances where, Berber Patapim kind of came out of nowhere and suddenly became one of the top teams in the region. But overall, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, I saw Milk Boy in chat earlier. I think Finzi said, I'm putting receipts here on the broadcast. Finzi said 10 gifted. What was it? It was Maluki wins or Milk Boy? We got a Finzi classic, pledging some subs. A lot of people grabbing founders badges in the chat. By the way, we got our sub button, of course, up for this channel. So appreciate anything y'all can do to support. Grab those founders badges. We're going to be around for a long time under this banner, whether it's Rivals, CS, Deadlock. We're doing lots of different shows here. So be sure to check it out. Grab the founders badge. All the support does allow us to put this together. But of course, the opponents, Qadsiah, they are going to maybe I would think they're a little bit the favorites, but maybe Chopped have something to say about that. They might be up and coming, but I feel like Rivals is still such a young game. There's a lot of room for maybe up and coming players to make these upsets and to show that maybe they're the more competitive team despite being younger.
I think Rivals in general is definitely going to be one of those games where you just see a lot of turnover in the beginning. I mean, heck, even though I don't think it's going to happen again, and I'm not just saying this because Finzi is in chat, VP got upset heading into the Ignite LAN. And I just think that anytime a game is brand new, you're going to get a certain level of volatility that you're going to see in the scene. And it makes every match like this pretty exciting, even right now where, we're towards the end of season 3, season 4 soon to be coming in, which is going to, of course, come with new heroes to be played. And also, of course, new shifts to the meta, shifts to team ups and, all the rest. You still get to see what teams are made of at the very end of the season, because a lot of the fundamentals that you hone towards the end of this season, they're going to carry with you into the next.
Yeah, I'm also just curious to see what the meta is, as teams shift around, try different things. I think that the asymmetric ban format does lead to some potentially interesting outcomes. As I was thinking, okay, this ban format would maybe lead to a lot of mirror matches, a lot of consistency, but we saw some teams with different takes, even as far as the grand finals at Ignite. So, it shows that there's still more to be figured out, especially with the new ban system. And I mean, not that new anymore, but really the teams have continued to dig deeper and deeper and show different strategies, especially with some of the new characters in the cast. Phoenix coming to mind as this actually potentially really powerful duelist that has maybe shaken up what was a little bit staid and consistent, where a lot of people were playing kind of the same small set of duelists. It's nice to see that expanding a little bit, teams having different approaches. Triple res team up now no longer really being a factor. Different teams maybe going back to the fundamentals on the strategist role, right? We're seeing a little bit more of that Luna classic. I mean, I feel like that's a combo that doesn't need a team up, right? It's just always going to be good. Like double Luna ult is always going to be ridiculous for the stall potential, for the sustain. So definitely going to be some of those key roles for our strategists to fill here in maybe all of our matches today.
Yeah, it's kind of funny with Rivals, where the more things change, the more some things stay the same. And I mean, realistically, unless you were to hit Luna's ult with a metaphorical nuke, or just change how Loki's ult works, I feel like that combo in particular is always going to be really good. Maybe if the meta were to change to where you had really high burst available on command that could easily take people out consistently through the support ults in a way that was very repeatable, like just not relying on things like things like Namor or otherwise, stuff where it's like, oh, the Hela now just can charge up in like insta one shot. That's not a thing, but if it was a thing, maybe it would change the meta. But the way the game's currently played, you're never gonna feel bad with something like Loki Luna.
Yeah, we also, I think, do see a bit of variety on Vanguards these days. I think some teams have been going for, adding mobility to the Vanguard lineup with the Venom. Other teams want like a cap and so different prioritization of how much do you want to disrupt the enemy backline and play for that high mobility style versus how much do you want to just play front to back. And I mean, teams have had a bit of downtime too. So I'm honestly expecting, as much as, it's been not that long since we've seen some of the Ignite competition going, there's a very real possibility teams are going to continue to show different things, different strategies, different looks, or maybe take Night Shift as an opportunity to experiment, right? And show us some of the new things they've been cooking and see how they actually work stacked up against the other best competition in the region.
So for those just tuning in, we're just waiting to get into our first map draft. Shouldn't be too much longer, and we'll get things underway. Of course, it's going to be a best of 5 into a best of 5, or a first to 3 if you really want to get technical, because you can't have draws. It's not super common, but they do exist. So, technically first to 3. But
the first to 3 is a classic nomenclature. You gotta be sharp on that. Everyone else thinks it's a BO5, but as a true connoisseur knows the possibility of repeated draws and map types to make that mathematically unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I think you always have to just acknowledge the possibilities so the karma doesn't come back and bite you. Where, as a caster, sometimes you think, oh, this will be a quick series. And then you think, okay, it's going to go to 4. It'll go to 5. But then you realize, like, long before then, you've played, something like a Convergence and you've had a draw. And it's like, uh-oh, this actually is going far longer than I might.
You do love to see a map 6 in a quote, best of 5. That's when you know that the series is getting real spicy to getting real interesting. It looks like we've got our draft rolling already, though. Great to see it. Qadsiah chopped, taking the mirror bands. See where the prio is here. Looks like Qadsiah take out. Interesting choices, actually. The Loki. Go ahead.
Yeah,
ZP.
Loki. Yeah, I was gonna say Loki gang banned on one side, Torch gang banned on the other. So already not necessarily being mirror bands that you might have expected coming on in. Where I mean, one of the big questions is. Do you want to play Torch while the other team doesn't get to play Torch, or how do you want to approach that aspect? But also, interestingly enough, here, as you look at it, both teams going to decide, okay, we protect Luna, but in this case, one side isn't going to be able to run the Loki with Luna.
And the priority for Qadsiah seems to be denying the Psylocke, which honestly is a hero that, especially in the low ulti fights, I feel like Psylocke just has incredible playmaking potential. So some of your opening fights, especially on domination, I see the value of a Psylocke that, okay, yeah, it's not going to be necessarily the best when you're trading big support ultis, but really powerful at like raw tank DPS, really great at initiating and maybe sniping some backliners, especially on the more chaotic domination maps where you can kind of hit from multiple angles. So, and they're protecting their own Psylocke as well. So they're guaranteeing they're going to have that mismatch. Qadsiah really wants to bring out the Psylocke, and they don't want to see it on the other side of the field.
Of course, it's towards the end of the draft you get a little bit more differentiation between the teams and what you're going to protect and ban. The beginning of the draft, it's where it's a little bit more standardized. In this case, both teams saying, hey, at a minimum, we both want to play Luna. But you're going to get the Phoenix ban coming on in towards the end, which, makes a bit of sense here, Jake. Phoenix, not every time a new hero gets added, it's instantly used in play, but Phoenix, certainly one of the heroes that did just instantly get heavily used within the meta.
It looks like for the most part, it's a pretty similar draft. I wonder if there's going to be a Loki ban here to finish, maybe? Okay, no. It's going to be the Emma Frost ban. So curious to see if Emma Frost ends up playing a key part here. But with the Phoenix on the field, like maybe you would. I sort of like the vision of the Emma Frost, right? Having that deployable shield could make you really good at denying those angles, moving through chokes, and potentially sometimes getting on top of Phoenix. And that ulti for Phoenix can also be used as a sort of survivability ulti. So you might think, okay, you don't want Emma Frost to be blocking that, focusing you down. You could be kind of vulnerable if you're caught and unable to ult. So different teams, different perspectives a little bit as far as what they want to go for on this opening domination map. But likely to see a Phoenix versus Psylocke matchup, which I feel like could really go either way, although I kind of like to be this. I'd rather be the Psylocke team, right? On Krackoa, I'd rather be that team that wants to hit aggressively, that wants to dive in and make moves, where the Phoenix team, I suspect, is going to try and play a little bit more slowly and centrally around Phoenix, keep her alive, keep her dealing damage. If you just, ward off those dives and stay alive, you're probably looking to be favored in a longer fight.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, Phoenix also forces some positioning changes out of the other team too. You don't want to be too stacked up. And also, one of the few heroes in the game where you can really have expressive skill display. Again, kind of the same mold as you get from Hela, where it's like, you think back to some of the earlier iconic Marvel Rivals play where it's like, hey, the Hela's just taking over the game. Well, Phoenix also gets a decent amount of that energy. But Jake, we are kicking things off here. Strange Portal being opened here by Kaya to kick things off.
It looks like Chop's going to hold on to their potential Strange Portal for later in the round. I wonder if Kai's actually going to play Strange. Almost certainly not, right? Going to come out on like a faster duelist. Maybe it could be the Strange, but
it could be.
Looks like they just value that early position. And it's going to be Cloak and Dagger as well used. So they really are playing. Okay, Strange is coming out. So they are going to roll out here and try and just take this brawl on point with the triple tank setup.
Yeah, Kaya is favored playing Strange a little bit more than the norm relative to some other teams. So it's not too surprising to me as we get kicked off here, but already. Take a look here on the outskirts. You just got Captain America here in the back, creating a little bit of space where, Cap just doing the usual thing of drawing aggro while the rest of the team looking for things on the other side. Tuesday gonna be first of all, though. The Phoenix threat already gone. Qadsiah off to a good start.
Yeah, Ballas finding that opener there on the side, like looking to continue to play this. And I love how Strange is so defensive, really just keeping the strategist alive, keeping the cap off of his backline so they can continue to focus forward. And that, you know, that matchup seems to have really worked out. Even though Cap held a lot of aggro for a while there, the strategists for the most part were just pumping heals into the front line and letting Strange be the one to worry about that backliner. So, you know, typically we see this Jeff Cap setup used to try and put a ton of flanking pressure. And I kind of liked his vision from Qadsiah to play the Strange and just kind of mark that in a potential 2-for-1 engagement.
I think teams have just gotten a bit cleaner over time and dealing with some of the Cap Jeff pressure, where before it was just, you have to sort of as a team figure out, okay, what is our prioritization going to be in dealing with this? But you deal with this enough times where it's been months now, Jake, eventually you get a lot better at actually dealing with that sort of pressure.
Yeah, Ultron ripping the ult, putting a lot of damage down, allowing Chop to get a little bit of point pressure, which is nice in these long drawn out fights. He's going to have to stay on that for Qadsiah to deny the flip. Cloak and Dagger gets low. Lindstrom, though, forced to use that support ult.
Yeah, Luna ult coming out just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, DRP out here. Meteor M looking blocked by the Emma shield. Great Emma shield right in its face. Meanwhile, Vertigo
Jeff
feeling a little bit hungry right now. Dinner time, and no, not only does he get the eat, just gets immediately stomped right on after. Qadsiah looking very solid so far.
Yeah, smooth moves from Lindstrom there, just steps away from that Jeff ult. Jeff gets punished pretty heavily, so great coordination from Qadsiah here. The triple tank setup so far paying dividends. They're able to endure and just kind of block everything, especially that Meteor M, right? That is one of those key threats. We talked about the possibility of bursting through strategist ultimates, and Meteor M is kind of one of the best ways to do that right now in Rival. So Emma Frost quick on the trigger there, able to Milkboy, able to completely stuff that one. And Chop, they don't really have much ultimates to speak of for the retake. DRP going to go over to the Strange and set themselves up with a portal, but ultimate advantage for Qadsiah here. They're in to wrap up this first map of domination.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Qadsiah, I'd love to go in the next round with even more ults in the bank. Maybe looking towards Kyle right now to see, okay, just land a good Strange, I'll put this one away. Chopped, looking for the way back in the point. Time starting to tick on down. Lindstrom, early pick on the Beetle. Strange ult gonna come over and end the fall through instantly there, and just a very clean round from Qadsiah, Jake.
Yeah, I have Agamotto getting some pretty big value there from Qadsiah, who looks very comfortable on the Strange. So the triple tank setup prevails in round one. Ballas carrying heavy work here on the Psylocke, but he's doing enough. He's finding those key pickups that he needs to especially start off that first fight. Now, onto the second domination map, but I don't think Chopped have really carried much of an ultimate bank into this one. They've got a couple, but really, there's not a huge edge numbers-wise going into map 2, and that tends to be sort of a little bit of a consolation prize if you lose that first round of domination, but not really much of that in the tank here for Chopped. I guess they have a little bit of advantage across the entire board, but yeah, especially with the swap to Wolverine, giving up some of that.
Now, also, I mean, you think about ult economies heading into this very first part of the round, the fact that you have Cloak and just immediately open up with Eternal Bond, and also even the build towards Luna is quite good. I mean, you can just kind of power through here off the power of your strategist ults alone on the first point. So realistically speaking, not only is Chopped down to around here, Jake, I think it's super unlikely that this first fight goes well for them.
And we'll see if the Jeff cap fares a little bit better maybe in this one. Okay, they are going to drop it here, going back to that Loki Luna, the classic. I mean, to be fair, they protected this combo. They wanted this, right? Like, this is key to their setup. But Qadsiah, once again, starting with a TP, but TPing straight into the enemy team, kind of risky on this opener. They're hoping to maybe catch somebody off who's isolated, somebody they can maybe just burst off jumping through the TP.
And then in lieu of that, just get directly on the point. I do think you do see teams look for the Strange portal ambushes, but a little bit of a kidnap going on. Wolverine dropping in, Crazy Kitty, looking for it in the beginning. Qadsiah, though, able to back off, heal. Still holding on to both strategist ults. Haven't popped any of them here just yet. See Qadsiah moving forward a little bit, trying to zone off, and Ballas gets to the back, gets the early pick. And with the strategist down, Chopped is already against the wall.
Oh, this is rough. The cap ult, though, is sustaining pretty well. And we're taking a lot of damage, but they're getting a ton of value from that. So Maluka is going to just rip that Cloak and Dagger ult, put that effective field on the ground, and I just don't think Chopped, they don't have the manpower. Down one, down two now. Ballas just continues to pick off players around the edges, still holding on to that Butterfly Dance ultimate as well. So another great opener from Qadsiah. Ultimate's committed as well for Chopped. That's a painful start.
I think the problem for Chop too is that when you look at the neutral end of things, nothing has really gone well for them. If you're going to pick Phoenix, you're hoping that you're going to be able to get a pick in the neutral before ults are actually engaged, or some form of advantage there. But okay, as I say that, Tuesday heard me, Jake. With the setup from Crazy Kitty, able to take down Tilt at the beginning. Chop now at a one-man advantage. able to take down Milk Boy right on after. So the doors are open for Chopped, and they have a lot in the bank too, should they take the point after.
Yeah, great patience there. Even holding on to a lot of the key ultimates. Qadsiah kind of threw good money after bad. They're trying to chase in, trying to get some counter kills and turn it around. At Chopped, not only do they hold the line, but they crucially hold on to a lot of these key ultimates that would have been easy to waste in that scenario. So a pretty quick recap here. Chopped up to 50%. And I feel like that one fight has kind of flipped this round on its head, right? Holding on to a big bank of ultimates. Groot coming up on an ultimate of his own could be a little bit problematic for this comp from Qadsiah, where they want to play pretty grouped up. They could be really vulnerable to a big combo from Groot.
Also, you get the nice defensive positioning on the Phoenix for 2Z, more opportunities to look for pickoffs, play better angles. I mean, everything is looking really nice from Chopped here, from the ult economy to the positioning edge that they're going to have. Now, Qadsiah, meanwhile, you're kind of clutching on the fact of going, okay, maybe we get a big Meteor M. Maybe Kaz is able to, find IVAC about the right point, but if you don't find something neutral, this is going to be a very long, drawn-out fight. Crazy Kitty, though, went in, nearly died for it, had the passive pop immediately, so Qadsiah getting a few key resources out of Chopped at the beginning.
And Group looking for damage. I mean, Qadsiah doing a pretty good job stepping up, right? Phoenix putting on a lot of pressure, but the healing is really good from Cloak and Dagger. Paulus opens with the Butterfly Dance, forces the first strategist ultimate of the fight. Qadsiah still holding on to a couple key ultimates of their own, so it looks like they're going to have a little bit of an edge. And the Meteor M from Chop, though, takes out Maluka, removes a key factor in this fight. Lindstrom going to go all in.
Okay, gonna drop the Agamotto, hits 2. Crazy Kitty and Beetle, though, able to stay alive. The Loki clone ult coming on in. Chopped looking very healthy here so far. Strangling Prison, good to go here from Beetle. Doesn't even use it here though, Jake. The cleanup was there. The strategist ult cycling, really good for Chopped. Now Qadsiah, we kind of set the stage when we saw them take it with a ult bank that was reasonably full, and they don't really have much time left to get a good fight in this round.
And Wolverine has really been feasting this round, right? Like into this heavy tanking setup. As you see, Qadsiah are going to step away, tilt. Is he going to go over to the Winter Soldier, try to maybe grab Wolverine out of his combos, maybe deny some of those kidnaps? But now you're up against Groot Wolverine ults. This is a devastating combo, and you don't have a strategist ult to mitigate it.
And you have Kai on the swap here, going to Captain America for what could be a longer fight. Take a look at Crazy Kitty. Last stand good to go. Strangling Prison, though, dropped by Beetle. Fall through instantly there. 3 down before the fight really even gets going. So Beetle shuts down the final fight, brings us to round 3.
Yeah, great retake there from Chop. Great hold of the line from Qadsiah's aggression. And we are going to be tied up here going to the final, what will be the decisive round here of domination on the Grove. Now, both teams have that opportunity, though, to make some adjustments, see if they want to change their approach here. For Qadsiah, it was a pretty big swap, right? Going over to the double duelist. They feel like they really need to react. I think especially with Groot Wolverine, right? Like this is that devastating combo, especially dealing with some of the heavy tanking setup. So I like that Chump made that mid-round adjustment. It paid dividends. And that's the type of setup where you really value the Loki Luna, right? You have such a strong front line. You're so good at like holding that position and charging up strategist ultimates. And then you just have the double Luna ult back to back. So challenging to deal with Wolverine when he's essentially unkillable in those Luna ults. And he's really good at just standing in the thick of the fight and doing massive damage.
Yeah, and I mean, the Wolverine clearly had enough pressure that Kaz said, okay, I actually don't want to continue playing Strange into this. I'd rather go Cap. And yeah, I mean, Qadsiah now having to be the one to swap as you head into the ultimate round here on map 1. So, Chopped, they were able to make good adjustments. Qadsiah, we'll see what their adjustments are going to look like. And this time around, Jake, relatively even at the start of the round.
Big Strange portal in. Wolverine's going deep, but the team's a little bit slipped behind him, but maybe it doesn't matter. The Wolverine is just huge here from Crazy Kitty. The surprise opener and wins the fight and immediately onto the Winter Soldier. I love that, right? Making use of the Wolverine ultimate on a map that frankly isn't that good for Wolverine, right? A lot of open space, a lot of distance to cross. You can kind of fall back and deal with that melee threat a lot more easily. But I love that they basically cheese a nice mid-fight win with that ultimate and now come back on a stronger setup that really fits the map better. Great gameplay from Chopped.
I think also, too, it's just, hey, you have the portal there. You have the option of going back and swapping off the Wolverine if you don't love the idea of the Wolverine versus Qadsiah changing up their tank lineup. So the lineup changing, continuing to go back and forth between the teams. We'll see if Qadsiah can make the Cap Jeff work, where now under the gun, looking to retake, and Ballas shows up again with the early pick onto the Loki. And second time that we've seen Ballas do this in this map alone, just very clean use of Psylocke in the neutral.
Yeah, he's just always there when you need him, right? Finding that pick and really takes the wind out of the sails. Chop would have loved to run up the scoreboard here, but another factor about this map, right, is it's kind of hard to play the front-to-back style. There's a lot of flanking opportunities. It's a really comfortable map for somebody like Silac to get into the backline. So I really think this Phoenix, Tuzi, is going to be under massive pressure. He's going to be hit from all sides, going to have to constantly be marking flankers. The team has to be really aware of where the threats are coming from, because stepping up on the point when you're surrounded just seems a little bit unrealistic.
Okay, going to be looking to apply more pressure, get chopped out of their comfort zone as they're looking to set up. It's going to force out the Luna ult pretty early into the fight, so Chop sees the pressure comes in, has to drop Luna ult, and Tuzi and Song Inferno up into the air, looking, dropping down. Not too much about anything there at the beginning. Qadsiah could drop Luna on their own, and here comes Tilt. Jeff, again, all sorts of hungry mid-fight. See where Jeff's going to bring it. Well, Jeff goes nowhere. Indigestion and then some. Both teams, though, down one. Crazy K going to fall 5-on-5 as the fight starts developing. Sonic Seduction from Milk Boy. Trying to put this over the top here for Qadsiah. It's looking good here so far, Jake.
It's a bloodbath, though. Both teams dropping players, trying to duel this out in the clutch. Ballas is a little bit low. Cap trying to put that pressure, trying to deal with some of these strategies. We're keeping each other alive, and it's Ballas who comes up with the first pick of this strap. Crazy Kitty going down. Ballas maybe can continue to kind of put that pressure on. Cap under pressure as well. Couldn't quite get the strategy support he needed. Phoenix finds one and makes this still a potentially winnable fight, but all this time the clock is ticking up for Qadsiah. They're getting closer and closer to the round finish, so Chopped need to win this fight. They need to get this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Chopped is still in it, but as you rightly mentioned, this has been a long fight where it's nearly over. Qadsiah, just now, if they win the fight, they're going to win the map, so Chopped all in. Another Insong Inferno, gonna be good to go. Look at other important ults coming up. They're still ways away from both Loki and Luna. All Chopped would kind of like to delay this a little bit more. Just stay around, wait for strategist ults, and use that to open up the game. But it's been a long drawn process, but Tuzi connects! Takes out Ballas when Ballas was looking to make a play. Now Chopped, they have a window of opportunity. ZRP, Meteor M doesn't connect though.
Yeah, the ultimate's on the ground here. Cloak and Dagger is forcing a bit of a response. The copied Luna Snow ultimate from the Loki also doing damage, and Phoenix just up in the front line, right? Making maximum use of that strategist ultimate, putting maximum pressure on. Linston, though, responds with a much later Luna ult. Chop still has a couple of key tools they can continue to engage as they bring back with the Luna ult of their own. So Qadsiah has bought a lot of time, though. Ballas should be back to the fight soon.
Also going to be back in. Ensong Inferno popped. We're looking right now, looking at where to go.
Trying to wait out the cap
Action going to be dropping them all. Qadsiah dropping every ult in the world while Tuzi was up in the sky. And so far, both teams still reasonably healthy, but Tuzi into the backline doing damage. Ballas, though, with the follow-through on the other end. Milk Boy on top. Chop now down two. Qadsiah turning this fight to their advantage, and all the while still in control.
Yeah, great fight from a Qadsiah there, right? Tilt and Maluka did a massive job there, keeping each other alive. The triple strategy setup, right? Keeping each other alive through that Phoenix that was just doing maximum DPS in the backline, was hitting absolutely everything. There's nothing more you could do as Tuzi, but the strategists were just too ready for that, too ready to respond and answer, and they did just that. So a big flanking map, a lot of casts, a lot of opening picks from Ballas there, really carrying, I think, on the Psylocke.
Yeah, I mean, Ballas would be the person I would point to there, because I think when you look at things that define a good Rivals team, number one, I think, would be just, do you have good ult economy? Are you actually managing your ults in an effective way? But also, what about the fights you win without ults even being involved? How are you getting picks in the neutral? How are you making the other team disproportionately use their resources? And there's nothing better for Ballas to repeatedly get first opening picks onto the Loki and Mash over and over again. I mean, that put Qadsiah in a wonderful spot. It's how they got control on the final round. And once they got control of the final round, Jake, they weren't necessarily playing for eliminations from that point out. They were just more than happy to delay and just stall things out to the point that Chopped only had one good fight towards the very end to try and bring things back.
Yeah, I also put a lot of credit on Kaya for especially that opening round on the Strange. I think was like really aware of the threats that Chopped were trying to bring, right? Trying to flank with the Cap and the Jeff and put that side pressure on. And I think that was something that Qadsiah anticipated. They were strategically ready for, and Kaya really was able to punish. And then now later, it's a complete role reversal, right? They're the ones on the Cap, Jeff. They're the ones pushing the flanks, putting the pressure on, and Chopped couldn't quite deal with it as efficiently. So for me, that was kind of the difference maker there on domination. But still, just the opening map of the series, and I think Chop showed that they've got a lot of fight in them as we get deeper into the series. I'd be surprised if we don't go to 4 or 5 maps here.
Yeah, and also, I mean, never forget in Rivals that while your games on domination may be a little bit crazier, a little bit more dependent on mechanical skill, once you get into the other game modes, that's where as a team you can bring it to whichever convergence or convoy map you want, or if you want to, you could go to another domination again. But if you have pocket strategies in tow, now's the time that you can rely on those if you're a team like Chopped, and bring out Qadsiah to your home turf, so to speak.
Yeah, it is that loser map pick format. So Chopped are going to have the advantage here to bring it to arguably their best map. I mean, that's what I would say you always want to do in a series like this, right? Strike back hard and fast. If you go down 0-2, things start to look bleak, right? So you do want to invest here in this next map pick, really show us something, or hopefully something that the other team isn't quite ready for. Where I feel like the way I read this first map of the series, felt like Qadsiah maybe knows their opponent here, maybe has some familiarity with the way they want to play or their approach from the ban phase, and they really were well equipped to respond to it. But the adaptations and counter adaptations throughout the series also, point to me that this could be more difficult to call maybe than some of our series we've seen before, where one team runs away with it. I think we're going to continue to see that dance of trying to constantly one up your opponent, catch them up. I like the Chop's opening play of that round 3 with the teleported Wolverine all immediately into the hero swap. It was a really nice, efficient opener.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you notice, especially as you get into the annals of how some of the games in the Ignite mid-season tournament went. Players have just gotten a lot better of using strange portals for their ambush factor on top of their general utility of get to point faster. Now it's get to point faster, but also have you considered just dropping a portal on someone and instantly eliminating them? I mean, one of the things you saw a lot with Phoenix coming into play too is that, historically you'd have teams really grouped up before you got to the point. Just, naturally everyone's all coming out at the same time. Well, at the very beginning, when Phoenix came out, you would sometimes get a strange portal dropped on your head and everyone be grouped up for Phoenix shenanigans, and that never ends well.
Yeah, right. Dealing with those AoE splashes from Phoenix can be problematic. I think there was the nice response from somebody like a Psylocke, though, is you're more or less, it's very rare when you're actually next to your team and really worried about those AoE explosions. So stylistically, that could be a good matchup for Boss to continue to play deeper into the series. Kaya found some big Eye of Agamottos, which honestly an ultimate that feels like recently we see teams be really good at dealing with, and it becomes, I think, pretty hard for Stranges to land that high impact ulti. So finding a couple kills, getting a decisive team fight off the back of it, you're feeling pretty good about that as Kaya.
I feel like there's movement tells eventually in hero shooters when you know someone is specifically looking for an ult. Even if they try and play it off like, oh, I'm just being normal, you just kind of naturally pick out the tells of, oh, they're going to go for it. And you go up against that enough times, Jake, and it just becomes second nature of people just having that instinctive reaction of, hold up, the Strange is going in for Eye of Agamotto. Everyone split up.
Yeah, Wolverine. I mean, Jeff's also, by the way, Jeff ults have been on the struggle bus here. Like we just haven't seen a lot of Jeffs getting countered here. We get one off the map though, right? Like getting one, I feel like is and just living is good for Jeff ult. Because I feel like we see a lot of Jeff ults just getting immediately focus fired and killed just for the fact of Jeff having to come into that risky position to get the value from the ultimate. So it's been interesting to see that evolution as I think teams have become more and more aware of the threat that Jeff poses, right? They do take him really seriously and can honestly respond pretty aggressively. Looks like it's going to be Central Park here, the pick for Chopped. So taking us to a convergence map, I like that for them, given that they showed they wanted to play the Phoenix, the Loki. They showed that they want to play maybe a little bit more of a front to back, straightforward trading style that plays a little bit more on positioning rather than individual mechanics or, smaller groups, which I think convergence plays exactly towards that style.
Well, particularly Central Park 2. I mean, even before Phoenix was in the game, this was always a map that you would see teams go hell on, even if they weren't going hell on other maps. There's just a lot of really good angles, good sight lines to make that sort of style of play work pretty effectively, and also, of course, works pretty well with Phoenix. But as we get into the draft, that also means if you know what Chopped is going for, Qadsiah could also make some adjustments of their own and be like, maybe we don't let you play the Phoenix. But the thing about the Ignite draft system is that usually there's some picks that you consider to be really high tier meta-wise, so targeting something that you don't think is at that high level, something along the lines of, say, a Torch or a Loki, still strategically, it's rough to do, and teams will, later on, they'll protect the things that they feel like are their more pocket picks, so you have to really use your judgment on where you want to use that first ban on.
Yeah, I wonder if there's value to things like a Luna ban maybe pretty early on in the draft phase. We see a lot of Torch bans, which makes sense. Torch is pretty powerful, but honestly, we didn't see the most of it, right? I think there was an opportunity maybe for Qadsiah to protect the torch. But I think, cryoed the Psylocke in that slot. So, I think that to me, especially with a lot of strong duelists showing up right now, right? You're thinking about Psylocke, thinking about Phoenix, and even Winter Soldier, right? Maybe Wolverine. There's a lot of options on the duelist category where I'm not sure what's the replacement really for the Luna Snow. I mean, you could argue Mantis, but I do think that Luna Ultimate is pretty unique in terms of being able to just sustain through it. Feels like everything. It feels like just no one is dying in the Luna ult.
We heard about 50% of that. Jake right now taking a quick little trip underwater. So we went through that. But no, I mean, look, the point about ult Gummy, very much true. But while we wait here for a moment, wait, Puckett saying move the camera. Oh, okay. No. Puckett, the camera's fine where it is right now. I know what you're looking for. Maybe later, Puckett. But big shouts to all those in the chat. Of course, Puckett right now off on a journey. He's explaining in chat, dad duty, as it were. But, maybe back next week. But, in honor of Puckett, gotta shout out all the support coming in here. Also, Finzi saying maybe VP will show up next week. Better be VP showing up next week, Finzi. It's just not the same without you.
Come on, it would be just an affront to be. Hopefully, I'm out of the deep ocean now, but hopefully it would be an affront to not have VP back in night shift. Get him back on board. Of course, they were our old team. They won so many tournaments that we casted that we were running previously under our old brand. So you got to expect an invite coming for an OG. Like that's basis. I want to see a better result from VP. Frankly, I think a lot of people would have said like, hey, like we all wanted to see this team on land, and I think they're going to be maybe showing us something a little bit different, a little bit more exciting in the future.
I think the problem VP had, though, is that VP was too darn successful for a really long period of time where they just had the target on their back where any team was doing prep, Jake. Who was the number one model that they were looking at in EU? It was VP. I mean, you know how that works from your times being a pro gamer where, if you're not on top, the team that you're looking at, the team you're emulating, you're studying, it's the team in the number one spot. And sometimes that can be kind of bad for the number one team if you're in that spot for too long. And, VP, though, they have really good coaching. They have a really flexible team. If any team would bounce back, I think it would be them.
Sure. I think in Rivals, it's just there's very much a chess match element to Rivals of like some of the ultimates are just so powerful. It's not really a matter of mechanically outplaying them. It's about a strategy, a team understanding, like a perspective on the game, more so in a lot of these big key team fights that decide a lot of games than it is about potentially like you're dueling, your outplay in like a 1v1. We just don't see that much of it in Rivals. See a couple opportunities here and there for people to get a cheeky pick, but for the most part, I think the team play is that element which is more vulnerable to study, right? Is more vulnerable to teams, scouting you out, knowing exactly how you play, preparing for you.
Well, draft is underway again, and Jake, kind of more the same that we saw back on Krackoa. Both teams going to see the torch out of play. Loki gone for Qadsiah. We'll see if Qadsiah responds in kind. Obviously, last time around, they actually played quite well against the Loki Luna comp, but instead they decide, no, we just don't want to deal with the Psylocke.
Yeah, Valiant. So like now Chopped has an opportunity to maybe attack some of these key characters. They're going to take out the Emma Frost, which at least mitigates some of the threat from the Psylocke, right? It like eliminates some of those combos. And Emma Frost, I think, was pretty strong for Qadsiah in the opening map.
Yeah, I mean, the Emma did all sorts of work. I mean, the biggest part there where you think about the interactions of Vanguard v Vanguard play, there's no better moment for an Emma player to just raise your shield and block Meteor M. It is one of the most game-changing plays that you can have, and I mean, part of it is why Emma is valued. Beyond the fact that she provides like enormous amounts of spacing and zone control, she also is one of the better heroes that you can have if you know the other team is going to be running Magneto.
So it looks like teams have pretty similar perspective, and still the value on grabbing the Psylocke for Qadsiah. They say, boss, he doesn't need the team up. He doesn't need any additional enabling or strategic play. He's just that good on the Psylocke, which I tend to kind of agree with. A lot of those key fights where we're talking about, oh, it's up in the air. This is a moment for a player to pop off. Ballas was there on the Psylocke delivering time after time, and that gets them the map win. So, the mismatch Phoenix could be a little bit more of a factor, though, on Central Park, to your point earlier, ZP, where, I think that the more front-to-back nature of it, maybe this is a map that's a little bit more difficult for Psylocke to find those angles, to squeak in through the flanks and actually have success in finding those backline pickoffs.
Yeah, that being said, if given what we saw from Ballas in the last map, would not be betting against Ballas still finding the pickoffs. I mean, look, Psylocke is just one of those heroes where, again, a common theme in hero shooters, if you have a character that has really high mobility, really high reward for being accurate with your abilities, sometimes you can do the impossible. And the impossible in this instance, just getting clean pickoffs onto key strategists. If you're able to do that repeatedly, well, you're doing a huge favor to the rest of your team because you just win fights before they even begin.
I also think it's interesting that Qadsiah just doesn't really respect the Loki Luna here, right? They've been like, Chopped has been first banned in the Loki, right? They get it right out of there immediately. Like they really want to feature it in a lot of their lineups. Qadsiah, it seems like, just has a completely different take on the meta. They're like, no, we're just not going to play Loki. You can have him. We don't care. We have opportunities to ban him. We're not going to prio that. Instead, they're going to make the flexibility work, right? And I'm curious to see what the approach is here on Convergence, especially on Central Park, where the Jeff flanking style, I mean, it'd be surprising to see it, but it looks like they are going to go for it. Maybe just speeding out a spawn. We'll see if Luki swaps.
I'll take a look at it. It looks like Jeff is going to be staying, being best friends with Kaya into the back line. We'll see how the Chopped defense pans out right now. And Qadsiah not wasting any time, just immediately diving on Kaya. Already going to have the Venom Shield burned out. Chopped just rotating back a little bit in response to early pressure. Able to find Jeff, takes it down, and Beetle making his presence known.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to just hard jump the Groot there, but that's kind of a wild play. I mean, 850 health. You've got the Loki. It's so powerful at saving those instantly focused targets. So, I mean, it was a little bit scary. Beetle actually did get pretty low, but with MASH on the quick response from Loki, they're just able to completely deny the burst. And it feels like when you commit that hard on a Vanguard and you're not able to get a kill, you're not able to put the fight off, you're trying to out a gap. So, Qadsiah, go for the gamble. It doesn't pay off this time.
Alrighty, next attack in play. 1 minute burned off the clock. Qadsiah going to the well once more, but of course, as mentioned, quite a few swaps coming in. Kaya onto the Captain America. We got Tilt onto the Ultron here, so triple strategist coming on in from Qadsiah, a different look. And in terms of damage, just saying, you know what, boss? We have faith in you to go to the back, get things done. With a little bit of aerial support here from Tilt. Ultron ult coming out early, throwing in the drones.
Yeah, Meteor M just completely stuffed. I didn't even see what happened to it. Ballas somehow finds an opening kill, and now he's deep into the backline, waiting out this Luna ult. I mean, this is going to be a problem. You have the Luna ult, you're not worried about it for a moment. The Meteor M right into the face there. Takes down a second. Crazy Kitty falls as well, and the copied Luna ult. I mean, this is why Qadsiah aren't respecting this combo. They're playing it in the moment, in the fights. We talked about maybe, oh, you just can't kill through Luna ult, but clearly Qadsiah have found the way.
Also, that's brutal for Chop, too. They throw in the prison into the Kraken impact towards the very end and just get absolutely nothing. Qadsiah a step ahead on their ult cycling and going to be a step ahead on the map here in all likelihood. Just need to clean up the last few members here, get the convoy moving. Ratatoskar should be moving here in just a moment, but Chopped actually staying alive, getting a reasonable reset right now, moving on forward, looking for any form of getting a pickup, but yeah, they step off the point, so it's kind of for naught.
Yeah, like, it is the one thing you can't do in that fight, right? Trying to clutch, trying to make the hold. Once you give up the spawn, it's all for nothing there. So, pretty big mistake from Chopped. I mean, I guess it'd still be better, even if you're going to lose the fight, at least to die on point, right? At least to go for the clutch. But that's the pressure Qadsiah are putting on, right? They just didn't have anyone to step up in that moment. And I think that's probably the hardest part of the map for Ballas, right? It's like the most choky, the most difficult to flank on. He still finds an opener there, and now has a lot more room to work with here on the payload base.
And you mentioned that, Dance of the Butterfly, moving over, isolation onto 2Z. 2Z immediately getting cut down where they stand, in Ballas adding on a few more. Just excellence coming in here on the Psylocke, and, you know, for Chopped, it's kind of like a prize fire that just got hit with a haymaker here, Jake. They look staggered.
Yeah, man, Ballas with the Luna buff up, he's just Thanos. He just keeps snapping players out of this lobby and opening up fights, and so far, the answers just have been lacking for Chop. Jeff on the flank, pulling some aggro. But the ultimate from Maluka also allows a continued frontline pressure from Qadsiah. They're just ignoring Jeff. They're charging into the front line, absolutely wiping Chop off the board. Off to a huge start now with, I mean, this is looking like you're going to be capped. You're going to have like 5 minutes going into the final phase.
Yeah, the amount of time that Qadsiah has is unreal, and I mean, you look at where Chopped is at right now. Okay, your Jeff and Cap are still alive and like vaguely in position, trying to draw a little bit of tension their way. Vertigo, is this gonna be the Jeff fault to get something done? Picks up two from above, but the follow through from Milkboy is there. A Meteor M dropped directly on the Jeff's head. Even with the Jeff gets the connection. The punish stops Jeff from getting anything done, and now Qadsiah looking quite good here as they look to put the second point away. Although, as I say that, Milfoy gets caught. Maybe an opportunity, but look at Balas into the back here once more, Jake. Deadly stuff, but is getting checked a little bit by Tuzi.
Yeah, Jeff, lucky to get out with his life there from a duel with Balas, who just tries to desperately slip away. It's not enough. Jeff comes back for the revenge, and big clutch kills from Chop here in the final moments of the checkpoint allow them to stabilize, allow them to clean up these attackers. And now they've kind of snatched victory back on this defense. Now they have a real shot at making the hold here. The clock is running a bit lower, so the flanking, the last minute touches were good for Chop, despite what looked like a rout by Qadsiah.
All right, Qadsiah. We'll see how this next fight goes. I mean, ult-wise, not a bad spot to be in. I think, realistically, they're still going to have to wait out MASH on the Luna ult, but we'll see where it goes. Tilt trying to open things up here with the Ultron ult. Ultron v Ultron, War of the Robots up in the sky. Neither team going to suffer any losses here just yet. Well, as I said that, never mind. Balas goes down, the biggest loss of all. And you look at the S key holding right now, Jake. The absolute S key holding coming in for Qadsiah after Balas goes down.
I mean, that's really your strat, right, for Qadsiah. They're really relying on Balas to be a key damage dealer. I actually think it's the right choice. Like, I think going for an aggressive fight without him is a huge mistake. You end up feeding a lot of ultimate charge. Crazy Kitty over the top, just pumping damage on Ultron, though, making the walk up just a little bit more difficult. Both teams with a lot of ultimates, and this could be final fight territory for Qadsiah, right? You know, a lot of ultimates on the field. This fight could really go long and get into that overtime phase. So I think both teams know there's a lot on the line here as an opening cap ult by Qadsiah.
Yeah, I mean, Kai's going to go in for it, draw attention, try and create the opportunity for Balas to go to the back, drop the dance of the butterfly. Chop, meanwhile, they're going to pop Luna ult. They're going to move forward. Tuzi's finding Lindstrom in the middle of it. A great pickup from Tuzi, and it's just Chopped moving on forward. However, you got Qadsiah dropping strategy ults of their own. And here comes Tilt, another Ultron ult built on up, looking for a pickoff. Chop so far, though, dealing with it quite well. Vertigo, mid-Jeff ult. Not sure if he was able to devour one. Didn't look like it. Meteor M from afar. Not going to connect to anything. Balas, can you be the hero that turned this around? You still got the dance of the butterfly. Good to go. You're waiting for your opportunity. Chopped, burning the rest of their bank. And down goes Balas, caught by DRP.
Great focus by DRP, takes out the biggest threat, and now the cap ult from Beetle should be the final nail in the coffin. Qadsiah, they're out of the support ultimate. They have to somehow dance, stay alive from this cap ult. You see Magneto cannot get off the point, and he knows he's staying on it to the death, but two players already dropped for Qadsiah. Chop making the hold here at the end of second point, snatching back what looked like a really tough map of Central Park, showing why they brought us here. Still have to take it better on their own offense, but very winnable position to make that hold. Chop setting themselves up to tie up this series.
Man, oh man, there was a point there, Jake, where our commentary is along the lines of this is one of the quickest second points I've ever seen from Qadsiah. And that was true. And Chopped snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat. Not only did they re-solidify on the second point, which would have been great just to buy more time, they actually just complete the hold on seconds. So that is a ridiculous turn of events.
Yeah, big hold for them, and a couple of nice kills by a few different players. I think Jeff took out Balas once, DRP grabbed him another time. I think they're really putting a lot of focus fire on this Psylocke. They've allowed Qadsiah to get the Psylocke, right? They have the power to ban it out if they want to just, you know, not have it on the server, not have it be a threat. But I think it's a big statement to be able to win a map against Balas Psylocke and just really attack some of his confidence on the hero. I don't think that he's going to be dissuaded from continuing to play it, continuing to pick it, but it really does give you a bit of an advantage in the ban phase if you're willing to let that Psylocke through and just win in your gameplay instead. And I think maybe that Emma Frost ban contributes a little bit to being able to respond.
Also, shout outs to those subbing in the chat as Puckett drops the 5 gifted. Puckett first had to explore the territory and just wondered, it's like, do we have subs on this channel yet? Puckett drops a single sub, and that was just the prelude to the big drop from Puckett. Thank you, of course, Puckett. Often a regular here at the night shift. Not here today, but likely next week. Jake, though, we're getting into it.
Yeah, let's see what the opening push comes out. The Hulk is here. Hey, this is a little bit wild. Are they just going to throw the Wolverine in and go back? Yeah, he is just going to just help the rollout for the Wolverine and come back on the cab a little bit more normal. Whoa, Kaya caught up on the flank. Caught in a rough position there. Maybe was he pulled off the high ground by Wolverine? I didn't quite see it, but Qadsiah have to make a clutch happen here. But they do find the counter kill, and on the strategist, I think that's probably the best possible counter kill. So maybe they can make this hold after all. Yeah, not bad at all for Qadsiah. With Beetle going down right after, Chopped. This
attack a little bit rough. I mean, they've already gotten 33% of the point, but that may be where it ends. You take a look, all the cleanup happening to the back line, but also if you're chopped, you know, if you're able to get a few pickoff kills here, get some spawns coming back in, maybe start getting momentum hang your way. Phoenix Ult not really amounting to much there, just immediately shot.
Yeah,
But
great focus fire dealing with the Phoenix ult. Chasing to the back line, though. You see Strange trying to get aggro. And Magneto just doesn't have the health to stay alive. So in the chaos, Chop managed to scrap it back despite a couple counter kills from Qadsiah. The chaos favoring that team with the closer spawns. You see Winter Soldier just diving onto the point, getting a desperate stall. But hey, nice clutch from Chop there. I think a lot of teams, after losing those 2 counter kills, could have fallen apart, but they just, the raw deathmatching from Chop there is what fights it right back and allows them to get onto the payload. And it feels like this map could be a foregone conclusion for Chopped, right? I mean, 5 minutes to just push to the end of second. This would be a huge hold from Qadsiah if they were able to secure it.
Chopped has a lot of time. Qadsiah also, though, had a lot of time the last round. The question is, can you do an even fuller hold if you are Qadsiah here? It's going to be difficult. You're kind of running into a little bit of an ult disadvantage. We'll see how this one goes. Crazy Kitty, though, coming in with the Ultron ult, trying to put things away. Round and round, both teams go here. Maluka, look at their point of view, and looking at Ballas. Can Ballas be the one to shorten things down? And no, instead, Tuzi was on Ballas duty. Takes down Ballas early. Chopped on the way forward. They're burning the entire bank here, Jake. Milk Boy drop the meteor around, trying to find something. He does! That's a double for Milk Boy. And that may be enough to give Qadsiah a little bit of breathing room here, but still a tough fight.
Yeah, Beetle gonna rip the cap ult, trying to clutch. It's kind of a risky call at this phase in the map, right? You have a lot of time to reset if you want to, but instead they're just gonna keep this scrap going. They do have a couple of kills, right? So there's a possibility here. However, the cap from Kaya putting a little bit of pressure on the backline, but it's Magneto who ends up falling. Milkboy, after the big double, goes down, and without that key frontline Vanguard, it's gonna be a lot harder to hold point. Qadsiah trying to stall, trying to give up a bit of cart time, maybe come back in for that last second touch.
And maybe Jeff time here. If you're Qadsiah, you're looking for a hero. It wasn't Ballas. The Dance of the Butterfly doesn't connect. But can it be Jeff? You're near a ledge. You're feeling pretty hungry. You're looking for it. It's Jeff on Jeff, swallowing, hopping over the other way. No, tilt, taken down. Not quite able to make it to the ledge. And now you're down to Jeff. You're down in ult. Qadsiah struggling for options here as Chopped is looking to even up the series. Beetle taking down Maluka. And if Chopped is able to just get a little bit more, it's going to be over. Ballas, we'll see if he can be the hero once more, Jake.
That's too much to ask. This big cleanup, but somehow Milk Boy, he's the hero in this moment, striking back with a couple of counter kills. And remember, Qadsiah, their spawn is a lot closer here. They're not giving this one up. Magneto deep into the backline was trying to close out this fight. Instead, I think he's going to be the one getting focused down. A lot of heals from the strategist, though, keeping him online. But yeah, he is just dead to rights, too close to that Qadsiah position. So Milk Boy, the hero the team needed in a moment of massive pressure. I mean, Beetle found those 2 openers. I thought this map was wrapped up.
I mean, I gotta tell you, if we had to call MVP right now, if it was for Qadsiah, MVP would be Milk Boy. As good as Ballas has looked, the stability that Qadsiah has been getting from Milk Boy when they need it most is ridiculous. And now you look at the ult situation. Qadsiah, they're in a way better spot here, Jake. Suddenly, the impossible hold doesn't seem so impossible with only 2.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit scary now for Chopped, right? Now they have a big bank of ultimates, all 6 to work with, but Qadsiah are going to go first, getting aggressive. They do have card control with a quick flank by Beetle, but now both teams just brawling it out on the point. This is going to be a big exchange of ultimates.
Meteor M versus Meteor M. Which Magneto do you fear? Maybe DRP, maybe Milk Boy. DRP, a little bit more fearsome. Gets 1-0. Dance the Butterfly coming from Ballas. Ballas, though, hitting a whole lot of people, which is not what you want. You want more of isolation here in the moment. Can Ballas find something vertical, able to take down Tilt? Jeff v. Jeff. Qadsiah on the ropes right now. Not much more room to give here on the convoy. Chopped, feeling victory perhaps in their sights. Lindstrom gonna go down. Crazy Kitty on the fall through. Tuzi as well. And Jake, this is feeling like the series is about to be evened up.
Yeah, just a little bit too much burden there for Qadsiah to make the hold. It was a nice attempt. They really did bring this one down to the wire, but ultimately Chopped, they just kept regrouping, kept hitting harder and harder, and finally with that massive bank of ultimates, they're able to close out. And I think that DRP finding the Meteor M, right? You know, I think Milkboy kind of thrown down the gauntlet on Magneto in this map, and DRP was able to respond. Without that crucial opener with the Magneto, I don't know that that fight goes as well for the attackers. So Chopped, happy to get that one over the line. Definitely a little bit too close for comfort, but hey, series is 1-1. This is anybody's game.
Things I think you got to give credit to here, Jake, more than anything else. The Chopped defense on second point was phenomenal. Qadsiah's defense under normal circumstances would have been considered to be quite good. The problem was that the standard set by Chopped in the first round was that of perfection, of not giving up the point at all. So Qadsiah falling a little bit short of those standards. And as a result, series evened up 1-1, which, we always love ourselves a little bit of parity here in Rivals, Jake. And you think about both these teams, their position in MRC, both on opposite ends of the upper bracket semifinals right now, checks out.
We'll have to see who ends up closing out. They both want their chance there at Team One, right? I mean, I think that's part of the prize here, right? Is being able to challenge a team like Team One, a team with a huge victory, recently on their docket. You want to show that, hey, we can compete against the best in the world. I'd say especially for a team like Chop that has a little bit more to prove here, right? That wants to show that they can hang at this tippity top. And I mean, hey, taking a win, being able to deal with Bodiless Psylocke, that's already a pretty impressive map here to be able to grab.
It felt like there was more respect towards Bodiless Psylocke on the second map, where, yeah, you could argue part of it is that you just have more room to flank and be a menace on Psylocke in a domination map as opposed to a convergence map. But I do think part of it is that Chop just kind of realized, hey, look, we can't actually let Bodiless beat us. Also, a little bit may have just been the comp change that they went with 2. They weren't running with the Loki the way they were before. So the ideal targets for Bodiless may be a little bit less than it was in the previous map. But either way, adjustments were made by Chopped. Bodiless did not run away with it. And so much as Milk Boy wanted to save things at times, it just was not enough to hold off Chopped.
Yeah, I also got to give some credit to Crazy Kitty on the Ultron. Really nice stuff, man. Like getting some nice fights, the great mobility to dodge some of the counter engages. Like Bodiless is going to be constantly hunting you down on Ultron this game. So the fact that Crazy Kitty is able to actually win that duel a couple times, right? Get a couple of those key trades and start to pump damage of his own ends up being, I think, a pretty decisive factor there, especially with that a little bit more open air mobility on the second phase of the map. But once again, the advantage for Qadsiah here, even though it is tied 1-1, is that now it's going to be, even if we do go to map 5, right, it's going to be 2 Qadsiah picks to 1 pick of Chopped. If Chopped are going to bring this series back and get the win, they need to win at some point on a Qadsiah map pick. And up next, it's going to be Burn It T'Challa, Domination. And I mean, we see this from a lot of teams, right? A lot of teams are just like, we will win on all domination maps. And that is a viable strategy. That is a viable strategy. If you have insane DM and you're just going to like take those brawls on domination, hey, come here and show us what you got, baby. That's what Night Shift's about.
Oh, I mean, it's the old hero shooter classic, which, by the way, they can absolutely lean into here, Jake, because if you win the first domination and then you lose the next map, you can bring it to another domination. And then you could lose the next map and you can bring it to another domination. So you do have the ability to just be ultimate one tricks on domination. You don't usually see a ton of teams go for that, but if you're Qadsiah, you looked really good back on map 1. You feel like it's going to be the same case as you go to Burn It T'Challa. Why not go for it again? And I think part of this is just enabling Bodiless to have the maximum potential on the Psylocke.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, right? You've been picking Psylocke every map. You're really wanting, this is your calling card strategy for Qadsiah. You want to play toward maps where there's a lot of different flank angles you can hit from multiple sides. Actually, my favorite look so far from Qadsiah has been when they get the Cap and the Jeff and the Psylocke, right? So it's not just one major threat on the flank, it's multiple hitting you from all sides, right? That's the moment when you're putting all that pressure on from different angles where the strategists can't keep up, right? They're just not healing the right target for a second or two, and then those picks become achievable, become viable, even on the strategists themselves, ideally when you're playing that heavy flanker style. And Qadsiah have shown they're amazing at putting on that level of pressure and also at continuing to hold the front line despite relatively lower resources there. I think that's been, we saw Milk Boy coming up with a ton of kills on Magneto. Not easy to do when you're running a setup that is more emphasizing the flank pressure, right? To be that solo tank kind of holding the front line without as much help is, I think, a big ask. It's something that Milk Boy's been able to deliver so far in the series.
Also, chat, we hear the requests to get in on the predictions. We are working out behind the scenes. Hopefully it will be up soon. Hey, with the delay, it could be up before I even say this. One way or another, trying to get someone on it. Can't guarantee when it'll be up, but we understand the need. Also,
the people love their Gamba. They want to they want to risk that, bet the house on Qadsiah right now, on the channel points house.
No one even has many channel points. The channel is brand new. Like, you have to, like, no one has equity in their channel points right now.
This is how you make some channel points, EP. This is how you make some channel points. You bet the house. You bet the kids' school lunches. I hope you're not paying for school lunches points, man. Channel points.
I got 80 channel points. They're burning a hole through my hands. Like, let me predict who's going to win. Okay, I think we just got the prediction started. So we're good. It's up there, and now if you reverse engineer it, you can actually see just how long the stream delay is. But yeah, I mean, overall, excited to see what happens as we go in the Burn T'Challa, and especially if there's a change up from Chopped. I mean, they already saw the game plan from Qadsiah back on Krackoa. Krackoa and T'Challa, both pretty different maps in terms of how you play. I mean, Krackoa, you know, when Torch is allowed to be played, which isn't that often nowadays, you know, arguably one of the best Torch maps in the entire game. You know, even if right now it feels like every map is a Torch map, it's especially good in Krackoa, so you do have a little bit of change in what is good and bad as you go from map to map.
I also think Burn T'Challa is an amazing Psylocke map in particular, right? This is pretty telegraphed for me from Qadsiah. It's like, doesn't take a genius. Ball hasn't played Psylocke all series. They pick a really good domination Psylocke map, right? To me, that you know, 1 + 1 = 2 there. But I also think Chopped have the opportunity to opening ban Psylocke, and like, you might give up the Torch. That is potentially a big risk. But I wonder if that's sort of worth it to just throw Qadsiah off, right? To test them. How comfortable are you on a Torch comp? Are you willing to play a comp that's a little bit more front to back and more in Chopped's wheelhouse? I do think at some point in the series, I mean, maybe you just deal with the Ballas Psylocke, but you know, even on Central Park, right? I think Ballas did have his moments. He did find those connections despite not having necessarily the best angles to work with.
I think part of it just may become from the idea of going, okay, well, we also don't want Tilt to play what Tilt is good at. And, you know, you look at MRC, I think it's been Tilt on like an enormous amount of Torch when it is available, because it's a little bit different in the MRC bans because it's using global bans there. So you're actually more likely to get Torch come through than ASIM bans, because at the least there, if Torch goes through, both teams get it, and you don't have to be the team that's left without the Torch, as you are in the ASIM ban mode, which is used for Ignite and also Rivals Night Shift.
Once again, so no changes for the openers from Qadsiah. I mean, I think they're just pretty happy to get rid of the Torch. I think the Torch would fit so well with Chopped style that you just can't allow it with how good it is in the meta right now. With it being sort of the way Chopped already wants to play, it's pretty scary. I do think Chopped is the team that could maybe call that bluff, but they're not going to do it this time. Maybe you will still get another ban, right? If you do want to block that Psylocke out, I kind of would like to see it, especially given the phase here for Qadsiah. Like, they have a lot of bans, but it's going to be a while till they get their next Protect.
It's always a tension, though, of where do you want to use the bans. For example, for Chopped, I think last time they got rid of the Emma. It's sort of, what do you fear more? The good power coming in from strategists and vanguards, or the power coming in from duelists? Well, you know, unanimously meta-wise, there's a pretty wide agreement of like, oh wow, Torch too strong. But after that, you do get more into the realm of, well, maybe we want to focus this more on your vanguards and your strategists, which so far has seemingly been the case. Qadsiah, though, saying, even though we love running the Psylocke, we don't really want to see you run the Psylocke.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they just think it's a really powerful tool, one that they don't necessarily want to have turned against them. But I love this adaptation from Chopped. They're going to take it out on a map where I think it would have been a huge problem for them. And I'm also just excited because I want to see what else Ballas can play. Like, if you're this good at Psylocke, believe me, like, your next best hero is probably also pretty sick. But I wonder what's going to be the strategic adjustment for Qadsiah.
I would guess Phoenix. Actually, I think it'll be Ballas going in on the Phoenix, or at least that's been played in some of the other games. I mean, I remember as, you know, taking a look, it's like, okay, I could see you've made changes since the last time I've casted you. Was the hero pool looking at? And I mean, Ballas is playing everything from like Phoenix to Rocket at one point when they were doing a, you know, triple tank, or rather triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup, Punisher, Hela. So I mean, Ballas's pool is actually quite deep.
Yeah, do you grab the Phoenix Protect here? Because I feel like historically, if you don't, then okay, you are going to be tanking the ban. But they value the Mantis instead, just feeling like they really want to get that strategist lineup really solid on this map. Maybe feeling like the Cloak and Dagger won't be as effective here, since, you know, Burn T'Challa, some of these maps are, I think, a little bit more open, a little bit harder to get those like choke points completely stuffed with a Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Like everywhere you want it to be in the fight, some of those like wider open rooms, I could see that vision, but that is going to cost them. It's going to mean that once again, right, it's this mismatched oh, actually no, wait, the mismatched Phoenix.
Yeah, it's mismatched Phoenix because one team can play Phoenix, the other team cannot. So Qadsiah, by deciding that, hey, we want to protect the Mantis at the very end, it, as you correctly called out, it does cost them the ability to play Phoenix here, which I think they probably would have played were it available. But on the same note, I think Ballas's hero pool is pretty versatile. So, you know, as we head in near the Burn T'Challa, it could easily be interchanged here with something like a Hela. or, you know, Punisher or Bucky. We'll see how it goes. I feel like versatility may not be a concern for Ballas, even though the Psylocke did just look absolutely unreal when Ballas was able to play it.
We'll have to see how it all breaks down. It's a tie series. This is a pivotal moment right here in the middle of the series where it's not game point for anyone, but you do take a huge edge, as you can see. If you secure this one, you just take this attitude of like, hey, we might lose map 4, but we're just going to win every domination, right? Mentally, you have that edge going into the rest of the series, knowing that you have authority. Whereas a Chop Snatch a win here, I think they really do take the tempo back and are going to be pretty favored to go on for a win and a chance at that money match against Team 1.
The Kings, as it were, the true champions of Marvel Rivals, at least for now. When you win the biggest tournament, the first LAN tournament in Rivals history, you know, it comes with some accolades, but not wasting any time. Both teams getting right into it. We're seeing the difference between both setups. It's actually Ballas here on the Star-Lord. So again, playing a hero, Jake, that is going to be more on the flanks and being a menace from the side.
I do think you do get a lot of enabling from the Mantis Luna as a Star-Lord, right? It's a pretty sick combo. Using those Rocket Raccoon rocket boots for Magneto to jump to the high ground, contest a little bit, but not able to do too much. And it's actually Kaya who finds the opener. The flanking is good. Qadsiah double committing with the flanking vanguards. And I mean, DRP's like, he's just shooting at nothing, right? There's no one matching him in the front line. And instead, these heavy flank hits, Qadsiah has doubled down on this super aggressive dive style. And this is a fantastic map for it as well.
I mean, everything Qadsiah is running here is just, it's triple strategist with Ballas on the Star-Lord and Kaya and Milk Boy going in. Like, that's the entire setup to this comp is go in. Where even from a defensive posture, as soon as Chopped is at an area where they feel like, hey, we could dive in, they're going to be diving in. You know, look at Jake right now. The decision has been made. They're going in.
I mean, and Jeff in the backline, he could do some real damage from back here. Right now, just supporting, keeping that cap alive. Crazy Kitty has already dealt with Maluka, so this dive maybe being responded to, Chopped a little bit more ready for it this time. The Winter Soldier able to mitigate some of that threat, and yeah, Tilt wasn't even really able to get active from that deep flanking position. Qadsiah could go for a pretty heavy stall here. It seems like they are going to commit ultimates. They are in control of the point, so there's sort of, you know, being willing to just delay things out as a winning play here.
And the delay, I mean, has some benefits. You're going to get the Galactic Legend up, and you got Jeff feeling a little bit hungry, so hungry you devour your own Star-Lord for a moment. Tilt, though, goes down, not able to make it over to the ledge. And again, kind of the trend of the day here, Jake, is that Jeff ult's not the highest success rate.
And I wonder if Qadsiah didn't pull the trigger a little bit early on that opening dive, right? Chopped were all in that little hallway, which actually I think is kind of nice for them, right? You can kind of keep the divers in front of you. You're not getting surrounded and hit from all angles. I'd kind of rather see Qadsiah maybe wait a little bit longer, let a point contest come in, and then really try and force that dive when the enemy's a bit more exposed. But props to Chop for instantly falling back, instantly working together to deal with those divers and clean up that initial burst, which is really the most dangerous moment for this Qadsiah comp.
I think one of the nice upsides here about the Qadsiah comp is that when it comes to the recontest, they don't have to worry about a ton of setup. They simply get to set the tone and dive on in. Milk Boy already feasting up and over, but gonna be forced out. Luna ult, though, comes out as a result of that, so not the worst trade here for Qadsiah, Jake. They just wait out the Luna ult after the quick engage. And Galactic Legend now gonna be used. Ballas looking for anything to get here. Meteor, I'm gonna be forced out in turn. Beetle is able to take down Milk Boy on the outskirts, so up one is Chopped. They're dealing with this engage quite well.
Yeah, and I like that they move into this side room here where they're a little bit less exposed to the Star-Lord flanks, and they're just working together as a group, traversing the map, chasing down some of these more exposed divers, and Tilt hasn't really been able to get those big connections on the backline as the Jeff. Chopped staying together, staying strong, enduring the dives, and they're headed towards a round one victory, which, I mean, this is a big map. We talked about the stakes for it in this series. Chop could really take the tempo back if they're able to continue weathering the storm.
So Chopped, they're going to have potentially Prison into Impact heading into the next fight. Qadsiah looking pretty darn drained overall here. I mean, you're hoping to get something neutral, but they're not running a comp that's that great at getting neutral picks here either, Jake.
Yeah, the C&D ultimate and the Groot ultimate, both of them are going to be problems. C&D really is such a powerful defensive tool, and already just Kaya goes down. They just can't really hold on, and they're forced to come contest the point without ultimates. This is the weakness of the dive style, right? When you're the team forced to fight in an expected location and an expected time, this Chopped roster is just so strong at taking those front-to-back trades.
You know, I guess Chop just wanted to be sure at the end, and they decided, hey, we're going to throw in the Kraken Impact, make sure we get the point. I actually feel like they were so far ahead with the early neutral picks that they could have saved that for the next round, but kind of debating the amount of riches. Like, do you want $2 million or, you know, $1.5 million? Maybe the 1.5 million, but you're still pretty happy and rich all the same.
Yeah, the responses from Chop, the adaptation after the first fight. Once again, we've seen this from them. Like, they've been quick on the uptake of like, okay, something's not working. There's some problem. They make that adaptation fast, which is honestly not something I would have really expected for a team with less experience, right? I would have said, okay, maybe they're going to be the team that might struggle to do that. So this is a great sign for Chopped and I think their future. For Qadsiah, they really need to double down, right? This is a key map, right? This is still your map pick. There's still a lot of openness, but there's been a little bit of a strategic adjustment, a little bit less all in on the dives, the Ultron giving a little bit more poke, a little bit more of a patient game style. But honestly, I mean, there's not much better than Groot in terms of like wanting to take these frontline tank trades and just keep the pressure on the front line. Groot Magneto is a classic style, and Qadsiah are still going to have, I think, a little bit of trouble just getting through that wall.
They have to get through a lot of barriers here in the sense of things they need to overcome to win this round. And first up is Beetle, where you know the aura that's coming off the Groot at this point, where the Groot is just way ahead of the team. You know the Groot is going to have ult up and is just looking for the opportunity. But hey, if you can get the free pick on the K and the neutral, you would love that even more. But you see Qadsiah, they're pretty well aware that the prison is on deck. And I mean, it's just affecting how they're positioning here too a little bit, Jake. You have to respect it.
And he's holding on to that ironwood wall, right? Waiting for somebody to step up a little bit too close on the point, and it's putting a lot of pressure on Qadsiah. Just have to rip a strategist ultimate just to really keep this in contest. Chop respond with a better later cloak and dagger ultimate. Now Groot charging forward. They really want to end this one, but Qadsiah, despite the strategist ultimate, they're still finding a kill through it. So Chop dominating here on this second round.
Yeah, you get the quick pick off and the follow through just happening. I mean, also the sort of comp where when you lose one, the rest likely to fall unless you got something big out of it. Oh, the stagger here, Jake. This is huge.
Oh, no. Yeah, every second of delay, right? It really starts to count up and becomes kind of a problem for you. I like that it's sort of an advanced play here on the domination game time, stalling out some of your opponents once you have cap control. Another good sign from Chomp that they're really in tune with the strategic aspects of the game. And this is a map where once you take point control, forward holding at this choke point can present some problems. You see Qadsiah sent a player deep in through the flank, though. Maybe they're going to be able to provide some of that disruption and open up these gates.
All right. Qadsiah backs against the wall. A rough start to the round. If they lose this round, going to be down in the series. Take a look at Kai right now in the back. All good to go. Just being disruptive. Milkboy coming out the Psionic Seduction. Not thinking too much here. Chopped really good on the disengage here, Jake, where even as Qadsiah is trying to set this up, Chopped just more than willing to back up, give up a little bit of space, but not give up the point in turn.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's enough. Ballas does find that nose opener. We talked about Ballas. What else is he going to play on this map? Now the Winter Soldier. Finding an opener is big, and the Cloak and Dagger essentially wasted from Chopped. It probably will buy enough time for DRP to get back into the fight, but Qadsiah want to strike before that happens.
I mean, ideally, you get in and do critical damage before DRP is able to rejoin, but this is going to delay things even more. Chopped with the Luna ult. This gives DRP time to get back in, and when DRP gets back in, Meteor M's going to be good to go. Qadsiah, they know this. They pop the Ultron ult. They're looking for anything, but DRP, he's back. Meteor M, it got blown up. It got immediately burst on down. And now, Kraken Impact in here from Ballas, looking for anything. Gonna find it. DRP down. Back to spawn once more. Kraken Impact reset. Into the backline, Ballas chipping away the Chopped backline, and is this going to be Qadsiah finally flicking the point? They're very close, Jake.
Yeah, Ballas, the one was enough to execute. There was a nice blind, though, from Vertigo to deny that follow-up from the Winter Soldier. Good movements as well by the strategist, but this is a long road back here for Qadsiah, right? This is back against the wall. You give up the point again, it's looking dire on this domination map. So for Qadsiah, they need to get this win. They need to fight back and bring this to a round 3 if they want to keep control of the series. See if Ballas can find another opening pick. Ultimate's relatively low. This one's going to be more on that deathmatch aspect where Qadsiah, now they have a bit more room to work with and breathe, hitting from multiple sides as Chop try to walk out and step to that point.
Beetle right now looking for the opportunity for the prison, and Mash goes down. Maluka able to land the shot off the Mantis. Really big pickoff here for Qadsiah as they need every bit of time to camp. But Crazy Kitty able to equalize both teams. Rather, Maluka goes down again, I should should say. Tilt. Ultron ult gonna be dropped here on the point. Looking for a little bit of extra burst damage.
Big
Able to find
damage.
one. Beetle is dead. Beetle not able to find anything off the prison. Qadsiah, a huge fight here, Jake. A fight they need to win. And now they have a real opportunity in the victory.
Yeah, it ends up being a little bit expensive though, right? Having to deploy that Ultron ultimate as well as the cap. So despite that, Chop deployed the Groot ultimate of their own. They're a little bit far from some of these other key responses. And you do have this Mantis ultimate to deal with the Winter Soldier. So this is going to be a bit of a tough fight for Chop. The one downside of their strategy is they don't have a very fast way to play as a hold on, pulled in deep. Somehow the connection on the Ballast, the opening pick on the counter Winter Soldier there, that gets Chop right into this fight.
Massive play from Crazy Kitty. Kraken Impact, good to go. If you want to add on a little bit extra, Qadsiah, you know they're down 1. Chop, though, deciding to play this a little bit slower here so far. Luca, Soul Resurgence going to be dropped. Chop, though, investing Luna ult at the same time. And for now, just focusing on point control. Qadsiah getting forced back. But Qadsiah, they're going to be back up to 6 here in a moment, Jake. They're going to pop Luna all their own. Lindstrom's going to go back in. Qadsiah, they're back up to 6. Tuzi going for the fire. Instead, DRP off the meteor realm takes down Lindstrom. As this goes on,
that's crushing, right? Qadsiah, they were fully reliant on that. Now the Groot ultimate is going to be backbreaking Qadsiah. The Meteor M hit onto their Strategist ultimate. DRP just single-handedly closes that fight out. And it's a desperation TP from Lindstrom, but there's not really anyone to come through this. This is really unlikely. You're still fighting at completely full strength, and Chop body block the portal as well. They don't even let it get into a crazy OT. And Chopped have done exactly what I said would be so difficult. They've snatched the win here, getting the edge in the series up to 1. And now Qadsiah, in order to win this series, they're not only going to have to win the next map of their choice, but they're also going to have to win the 5th map where Chopped is going to have that edge. So they've really snatched that back for Chopped.
yeah, and Chop 2 started off a little bit rough. They lost map number 1. Now putting on 2 maps in a row. This one, Qadsiah's pick. So yeah, we kind of talked about the idea of, hey, you have a little bit of home field advantage for Qadsiah. That's gone now. Qadsiah, they do get the next map pick, but should they win, Chopped gets to choose where to go to for the final map. The ball will be in their court. So pretty decisive for Chopped, taking Qadsiah's map pick advantage away from them here now. And I gotta say, Jake, again, interesting storyline. Qadsiah, they've been around for a long time. Chopped, you know, you do have some familiar faces that have been around for a while, such as Tuzi, but, you know, a new reformulation, as it were, and one that's looking quite promising. Things to watch out for as Ignite Stage 2 is going to be kicking off later this month.
Yeah, and against a dive team as good as Qadsiah, for both of the Chop strategists to be on 2 deaths only is I think, a really strong sign on that map, right? That they just, generally when you play these high dive setups, you really do want to burst down strategists early. You want to take out the legs from under the opponent's composition, and then, you know, the rest of the team should fall by the wayside. But the strategists were really aware of those potential threats, and they responded very nicely, especially, you know, basically after that opening fight. From there on out, it was all Chopped, right? They were in full control for most of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think the word that we've used a lot here today, which is very much to me the story of the day, at least for Chopped, is adaptation. They made some changes to their bands coming into this map here, Jake. They decided we're not going to let Ballast beat us here on the Psylocke, and honestly, worked out very, very well.
And it feels like the Star-Lord, right? In the past, the Star-Lord, you would have been, you know, pretty comfortable going to a Star-Lord setup if you wanted to play dive. But, you know, without that triple res team up, I feel like it wasn't quite as consistent, where Psylocke just has such an immense amount of burst damage, right? Crucially, just popping somebody before they're really able to respond. Star-Lord's damage is a little bit more slow and, you know, damage over time effects, which is a little bit more easier for these top-tier strategists to heal through and stay alive. So, Qadsiah nearly fighting that round back, but in the end, not enough. Chopped snatched that one, and I'm curious to see where Qadsiah take us now. Do you double down, triple down even on domination, or do you try to change things up and maybe throw a counter adaptation in?
I think if there's any adaptation I'd like to see, just knowing what Ballast is good at, I wouldn't mind to see a world where you prioritize your draft a little bit differently and make sure that if you're not getting the Psylocke, you at least get the Phoenix. I do think if you had Ballast able to play the Phoenix there as opposed to being put on the Star-Lord, and, you know, you don't necessarily use the triple strategist, it may have gone differently. But we are going to be taking a break here in a moment. But before we do, of course, we have to thank our sponsors here today, Intel and MSI, where they also want to thank you by giving you free stuff, specifically the brand new MSI Claw. Powered by Intel processors inside, you can create clips from your own Rivals gameplay or vote on clips that others have made Just look at !MSI in the chat, follow the link, and you too can win your MSI claw for free. But Jake, we gotta go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if Chopped can continue their journey and get that match against Team 1 later in the day.
We are back here with the Rivals Night Shift #1, putting in the overtime to bring you all this top tier action we have coming your way. And top tier is exactly what they're seeing. I know you're out there wondering, this doesn't sound like ZP. This doesn't sound like Jake's, because it's Jason Kappen here, finally coming in after my matches Rivals I was finishing off earlier on today. But with Qadsiah up against Chopped, I think it has been quite surprising for the fans out there to see Chopped put up such a big fight here, taking the last 2 maps in a row, Jake. Kind of ridiculous play out of this team.
Yeah, more than a fight. Now it's Qadsiah who's got to fight for their lives. I would have called them the favorite going into this, but this is, I think, a statement, potentially a statement victory for Chopped. If they're able to come out over the top, they could be matching up against Qadsiah in the near future in some of the Ignite matches. So this is a win that I think both teams want to get to put their mark on the series.
And I was saying, ZP, you know, before we get into this, talking with Avast, who will be coming on later on for North America to join Uber. It's such a great opportunity for these teams to get this experience, this like kind of live experience outside of scrims where there's cameras on you, people are watching, and there's money on the line. Considering we do have this drought of events from Ignite over towards the next season kicking off very soon, I think Chopped have kind of started to make it a name for themselves. And I kind of wanted to, you know, get your opinion on who's been the real standout players on their side so far. For me, looking at Beetle on the Groot last map was kind of ridiculous with just the aura you were talking about, able to just walk head first into the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it would be more the strategist play that we've been seeing out of, well, and Vanguards too, from Chopped, because the reality is that anytime you have these big disengages that they've been doing, where they've been really playing well against Qadsiah, especially when Qadsiah came in on the absolute just ultra hard dive, you're only getting away from the ultra hard dive if you have both your Vanguards and strategists making good plays to get people out safely, because it's so easy for someone to just get immediately picked off. So the support play has actually been out of this world for me, just as a cohesive unit is where I'm at.
You know, I can support that myself. Support's always the unsung heroes, but definitely coming out supreme here in Rivals. But we're going to be heading over to Convoy for the very first time tonight. I know you guys were talking a lot about, for Qadsiah's side, the fact if you win that first map, you can always go back over to Domination. But they have switched things up, and I want to get your thoughts going into this on how they might approach it.
You know, I think Idrisil Path is sort of a surprising choice for me, because often I think this map is played in a very front to back style with a lot of like poking and you know, trading at like sort of set key corners on the map where like this is where the defenders are going to make their stand. You know that the attackers are going to come from one direction. We've seen a little bit of shenanigans on this map where, you know, sometimes people like strange portal some of their flankers into the back line and then try and, you know, hit from multiple angles. And maybe that's the way Qadsiah want to approach this, but it is a surprising pick for me since stylistically it signals a bit of a change at this point in the series.
Yeah, CP, what's your thoughts?
I think there's also a world where this could be a quick map. Idrisil Path, now that, by the way, we're comfortable saying the name, you know, some of the very first Rival shows we put on, we were just like, the Path. We didn't really want to attack the name.
I respect that.
Like, we're just like, yeah, we're moving to the Path. But, you know, now we're okay saying the full name. But also, it's a map that at times is characterized by the fact that you're not guaranteed to get first point. Marvel Rivals really does have a lot of variety in the sense of maps have different points that you may just get full held on. You know, the right to complete the full map, not guaranteed. And, you know, on Idrisil Path, we really do see first point holds come through quite often. And the way that Chopped has been playing, just frankly, fantastic defense, I would say it's almost like 50-50 if Qadsiah is even able to get through first point here. And it's not because Qadsiah is necessarily bad or anything like that. It's more so the fact that Chopped has proven to be a very good defensive team, and this is a map that is also very good in first point. The counterfactual, though, this was Qadsiah's map pick, so surely they have to be somewhat comfortable with it, including the first point.
I mean, if you're talking about Chopped, you talk about defense, thinking back to Central Park, holding them on that second point. You guys were talking about this could be easy for Qadsiah, having over 5 minutes of time to play with here, but their defense has come up massive. When I look at Qadsiah's side, one big change we did have in that last map alone was that Ballas wasn't allowed to play Psylocke anymore. He had to flex between Star-Lord and Winter Soldier. And I'm kind of wondering, Jake, as we do head into the draft, is that going to be another focused target yet again here at Chopped?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him continue to ban it, right? With the, honestly, Ballas, he had a decent map. He, like, stats-wise was pretty good on that next map, but I think the team they've really adapted to play around the Psylocke. They're clearly prioring it high, and they're probably very comfortable in that team strat. So whether Ballas can hang on the other duelists, I don't even think is a question. It's just a matter of, does the team overall have that same synergy with a different option, with a different tempo that's brought by somebody like a Star-Lord? And, you know, maybe the team ups aren't quite there, the strategy isn't quite there. I do think Qadsiah needs to change something in terms of a hero draft pick. If it's just like sort of the same dive style that they were trying to run on the last map, I'll be a little bit worried for them.
Well,
Same
we
next
did talk
protect.
a lot about Loki. I remember you guys were talking with Chop. They're really prioritizing ban out the Loki, where I could see they're going for the Human Torch instead. Did we see much effect out of these changes, or are we going to need to see Qadsiah maybe change some things up here at some point? Was Loki ever a threat in these last couple of maps?
I think I focus less on the Loki here and more on the idea for Qadsiah. Like, I think damage-wise, if the Psylocke gets banned again, I think that where they may have gone astray in the last map was going out of their way to protect the Mantis. I think protecting the Phoenix may have been a little bit better for them. I didn't love where that put them damage-wise, where, I mean, look, I think they do like running the triple strategist or even variants of like triple Vanguard, triple strategist, depending on the map, but I don't know if it actually served them well in the last map relative to just saying, hey, protect the Phoenix, run something closer to a mirror in the situation. But Phoenix ban coming in here from Qadsiah. So that is a bit of a shift. Tuzi not going to be able to play it this time around.
I almost would have rather seen Qadsiah follow up with a protect on a Phoenix of their own, right? Like they could have flipped the script and been that team with the uncountered, unmatched Phoenix. Instead, they value the Emma Frost, who is a strong Vanguard, right? But like, you know, you are missing that Psylocke team up. And to me, this strikes me as a map that's maybe not quite the best Emma Frost map, with it being so front to back heavy poke oriented. I think options like Groot and Magneto that Chopped have been running pretty much all series are quite good.
Oh, we do have the draft finishing off here, and looks pretty similar on both sides, with the Luna and the Emma Frost both being locked in and protected from both of them. I mean, it comes down to this right now. I could see they've got their backs on the rope. They need to survive this one to take it into a fifth and final, or potentially final map of the series, to move on to play against the #1 team, I almost want to say, in the world, with Team 1 just kind of waiting, just licking their chops, saying, you know, are we going to get our 1K pretty easily here? But I have to give a lot of credit to Chop. The Twitch chat, they've been all, fully in favor of Qadsiah. But we'll see if things are going to change. So we're going to send it on over to our casters. Our 4th map of the series. Will it be our final map? Only time will tell. Take it away, ZP and Jake.
All right, Jake, we're heading on into the path, and full mirror match on the picks and protects there this time around, or rather the protects and bans, I should say. And we'll see if that ends up being a mirror match in the game itself. Take a look at what Qadsiah is bringing out here with Kea showing the Groot. Jake, it may just be mirrors all the way down.
Yeah, classic setup from Qadsiah here on the defense. It's going to be triple tank, triple strategist, which we don't see actually that much of anymore. But, you know, maybe this is that pocket strat. We've seen them run, you know, extra strategy or extra Vanguards previously. I think they had Balas that time on the Psylocke on domination, but they're definitely comfortable switching it up in terms of roles. Chop's going a little bit more conventional. I actually think the Moon Knight Groot is an amazing combo against a heavy tanking setup. That Groot ultimate into the Moon Knight, it's a bad time to be a Vanguard.
You don't love it. You wonder why Khonshu is just smiting you with the Forest at the same time. But yeah, I mean, Qadsiah coming out the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. This is something that they've run in recent memory. They like running it on first points. And I think the strategy here is simple, Jake, is that even if you lose, you're burning a lot of time off the clock. You lose well with the strategy when you lose, generally speaking. It's hard to just get decisively pulled off the point.
And an early hand to Khonshu puts some damage down. Groot traded off the field, but the res brings the defender back. So Qadsiah continuing to hold on here, just stifling this offense. And Chop, even the hand of Khonshu, you know, basically wasted there, right? Like, not able to really get more than one kill. You really are hoping for a bigger clearance with a combo from that ultimate. Now they're going to be a little bit off sync. Qadsiah has taken some of the wind out of the sails of Chopped here, and so far holding strong.
BRB, double take down Kea, and there's not going to be a BRB this time around, so definitive one-player advantage here from Chopped, which is really big against triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Into the back we go, Crazy Kitty with the Omega Hurricane looking to bring things on through. The res, though, as you say, coming on in from Balas on the Adam Warlock. Very, very nice. Keeps Qadsiah in the fight, and I mean, this is a very survivable comp, Jake.
Yeah, the spawn game setup is good, but there's the hand of Khonshu combo with the Groot ultimate. Tuzi had no problem charging that one back up again, getting it online a second time before the Groot combo comes in. And that's the power of that ulti combo, right? Like, your strategist ultimates just aren't going to do enough to deal with it. You've already used that mass res from the Adam Warlock. Now Qadsiah are going to bring out Kaya onto the Strange, teleport back in for one last delay fight. But, you know, it's like you said, in a way, the strategy has already worked. 2 minutes off the clock. If they can win a fight here, there really is a chance for a full hold. So Chopped need to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, Qadsiah has plenty of tools that turn this fight in their favor. They open up the seduction out of the Strange portal into the rocket ult, And the real firepower behind this is going to be Tilt with the Meteor M, potentially, as things get a little bit wound down here. Has to watch out for the Emma shield, but otherwise, Tilt. We'll see if he has what it takes to get Qadsiah up and over the hump here in this fight. Tuzi nearly going down. Here comes Meteor M. Tilt looking for it, looking, waiting, drops it on end. Milk Boy able to finish off DRP post Meteor M, and it's good enough for Qadsiah to start retaking control.
Yeah, and that might just be enough. 3 down, Chop. They're going to be sent back to the spawn on a reset. And now just a minute and change to work with on the clock. You are coming back up on that Gru ultimate, the Strangling Prison, plus the Hand of Khonshu together. I wonder what the answer is going to be for Qadsiah. The Invisible Woman ult, I just don't think it's good enough. So Ballas is going to need to be able to charge that mass res. I think that's kind of the only way you're clutching this one out. But it's not necessarily easy to win the fight out after you get mass res in a compromised position.
I mean, ideally, you get the Rocket BRB down and not too many people get caught. It's not a massive ult if you can avoid it, but Kaya goes down immediately. The BRB wasn't up. Does not appear to be the case, so it's going to be on Ballas. They're waiting for Ballas. They're completely waiting for the Warlock res.
He's under pressure.
See him down. He's not going to get it. Ballas gets caught. No Warlock, at least right now, to save the day. May have the self-res still in tow. I think, is that what's being chased down over there? Perhaps. Ballas goes all the way back to
He's able to
spawn,
use it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Venom could maybe get a touch here, but there's just no hope, right, to actually win a fight. He's going to delay for a little bit, but yeah, I don't think he's really going to take that very seriously. Probably just wants to do what he can, take the reset. Maybe that stalls enough. It's bought a little bit of time. A couple players coming in, but they're just falling as fast as they come in. The mass res, though, bringing them back into the fight. They have to keep this cart in contest. It's not easy.
The Rebirth's used. They get down Tuzi. Ballas creating some opportunity here. Milk Boy with the Psylocke Seduction. Hold the phone. Qadsiah might have turned this into a successful recontest. Crazy continue, though. Omega Hurricane into the back, trying to blow Qadsiah away. Desperately trying to keep this in contest. Ballas, though, with another and another. Ballas continues to go wild on the Warlock, from resing to turning into his own deliverer of doom. That is a first point hold for Qadsiah.
Wow, snatching it back. I thought Chopped had that one locked in. The Venom stall just enough. The mass res coming in just in time to get players back up into the fight and continuing to brawl out from there. Ballas continuing to show that flexibility. And it's like we said, right? The risk on Idrisil Path, that full hold potential is very real. That clutch full hold, and all the time, think back to the beginning of the round, all the time they could see a ran off the clock, holding that early setup. Chopped kind of struggling to break that initial hold, really did pay dividends in terms of securing the full hold. That being said, Chopped has the opportunity to do it right back, right? They did get that cart all the way to like the last meter of first point, so they really do have a chance to get a full hold of their own.
That would be wild, but not unprecedented to have a full hold versus full hold. But, you know, I'm glad some things just don't seem to change in Rivals, where you call out trends because, you know, they're trends for a reason. And going into this is said, you know what? Could be a first point hold here on Idrisil Path. And Jake, it is a first point hold. But the victor yet to be decided. We just know that one way or another, it's going to be a quick one. Either Chopped have an even better defense and they move on to play against Team 1, the current champions in Marvel Rivals, or Qadsiah force a map 5. And what a way to christen our first shift if that's the way we go.
And they're very much going to run a similar strategy, essentially the same idea. So let's see what Qadsiah do. I mean, like, clearly they are familiar with the strategy themselves. How are they going to attack into it? Is it going to be a similar perspective, right? Playing around those Moon Knight ultimates.
All right. Qadsiah here on the attack. Chopped also responding with an incredibly durable setup. So this one may take a while, but as I say that, Milk Boy says no, not gonna take a while at all. The focus fire's there. Beetle immediately goes down, maybe brought back up by the BRB, but the flood is not stopping. One crack in the dam is all it takes. And Qadsiah starts adding on elimination after elimination, and this is much more decisive than what we saw from Chopped on their attack.
Yeah, Chopped is going to be, you know, they're going to have to not only get a retake, although DRP is up on the strange, so it looks like they're going to try and just run back exactly the same strategy that Qadsiah played. They're teleporting this time, though, up onto the high ground, giving them a nice mission. Big pull from Everfrost, though, brings players down to the low ground, splitting the formation from this Chopped defense.
Chopped right now looking staggered. Khonshu being dropped all over from Tilt. Not quite going to hit its mark, but Chopped giving up more ground. 3 minutes still here to go for Qadsiah. Plenty of time. Taking a look at Kaya. Has a Strangling Prison set to go. Eyeing up where to throw the roots, where to get things going. Visible boundary In from Qadsiah. It's boundary for boundary. No one's seeing much, but Kaio's able to take down Kitty at the beginning. Gets the DRB charge out. And with the wall, more focus fire coming on in. Qadsiah with great positioning here so far. The prism was already used. The follow through is here, Jake, and Qadsiah getting real close to forcing a map 5.
Qadsiah playing so aggressive into this heavy Vanguard setup, right? You might have a lot of heals, you might have a lot of tankiness, but what you don't have is much damage, and I feel like Qadsiah are kind of calling that bluff, just charging into the center of the formation, willing to fight into Strategist ultimates, into Vanguard ultimates, and that ends up being enough for them. Chopped on a desperation retake, now on the Venom, but still 2 minutes on the clock for Qadsiah. Tilt is coming up on another hand of Khonshu. That's really what I'm watching for here. He can get that hand of Khonshu up to zone people off the cart. That could be the finish they need.
The Sonic Seduction is huge. Milk Boy just sees Chopped coming in, stares him on down. They can't resist what Milk Boy is selling, and that is a decisive first point take from Qadsiah. It's gonna bring us to a map 5.
Yeah, and Qadsiah with the pocket strat, right? The cheeky counterplay, really understanding how to take that fight. I felt like, you know, even watching Chopped on the setup, right? Like the Rocket was like looking at where to place his, you know, his BRB, which it seems like a small thing, right? But for a top team, if you've really played the strat, if you're super comfortable with it in the past, you would have all those things practiced. So I think Chopped was kind of trying to make that game time adaptation, trying to respond to the cheese with a counter cheese of their own. But Qadsiah with the better experience, the better read, the pocket pick ends up paying dividends. However, Chopped for their win on map 3, right? It's now going to be Chopped's map pick for the decisive map of the series for map 5, which gives them a decent chance to close this one out. The way Qadsiah are playing, though, I don't think they're going to make it easy.
That was a very decisive map 4, I have to say, for sure. And if you were ever to call out a specific player on Qadsiah's side, I mean, everyone's talking about Milk Boy in chat, sorry, but Kaya with the hold, with the delaying that final take on the first push here out of Chopped was phenomenal to see, to buy time for Balance to get in and get the team going. And that's what I can see we kind of expected out of them. And then we saw they obviously chose Convoy here to make sure that they're confident, they feel like they can take Idrisil Path, and they definitely did for sure. But, you know, looking at this in particular, is there a certain player on either side you were looking at? I could see in particular, as I mentioned, Kaya, Ballas as well. Was there anyone that kind of stood out beyond those two, or maybe it was just those two you really had your eyes on here, Jake?
I mean, all series long, Milk Boy has been really impressing me, right, on the Vanguard front. Just consistency across very different team styles, right? Whether they're playing this like super heavy tanking setup, whether they want to put him on a more conventional Magneto role, just being that core frontliner while the rest of the team looks for more flanks. He's been producing tons of pickoffs, tons of opening kills. Not typically what we expect from the Vanguards, right? For the Vanguard, it's more like, okay, do your job, hold your position, you know, use your skills properly. But when you're finding those big meteor M's, when you're finding those big burst kills from Magneto, that tends to just put you over the top, and I think is a key difference maker in the series.
Yeah, maybe it's an upgrade from Milk Boy over to Milk Command here. But if you look at the other side for Chopped, I mean, they obviously had a decent first hold on that first push that came in when they were on the attack. They were very strong in the beginning. What about them was a little bit lacking in this last map, though?
I feel like you could actually feel Chopped, just them being a bit out of their comfort zone based on how the draft went. I mean, 2Z, look, you have a player as mechanically good as 2Z, and you go, well, now you got to play the Moon Knight, where Moon Knight is more so, okay, are you hitting your ults in conjunction with your team? You're not making the hero plays you would if you were on something like a Phoenix or a Hela. And I think this entire game, to me, I think Qadsiah kind of won in draft. And you might go, how'd they win in that, where it was a mirror between the Ban Protects? I just think the Ban Protect mirror seemed to favor Qadsiah a little bit more, and just not giving Chopped things that they were particularly using to high effect, like the Phoenix or the rest of the series, seemed to go really to their advantage. So I feel like if you're Qadsiah, you're really happy with how the draft went, and you just do not change anything as you go into the next Ban Protect phase.
One thing you guys mentioned was talk about maybe protecting a Phoenix going into this to make 2Z put him on something he's a little bit more comfortable on. Is that something maybe we should look to see going into a map 5, Jake?
Well, I don't know how much we can take away strategically from Idrisil Path, because I think this is actually kind of the only map where this is really like a super strong viable strategy. I think it kind of comes from how that right where the cart spawns is so choky, and if you have this super heavy tanking setup that doesn't really care about the, you know, having a bunch of open angles on it, then they can really hold like 3 good fights that we saw there just on the first point. I think a lot of maps,
you just can't really do that, right? A lot of conflict maps, there's just not really that third realistic place to get a fight. And when you're only going to take 2 fights, I'm not sure the like tanking and just sitting on the cart stalling the clock is really that good. I think the third fight really does tip the scales in favor of it. So, and especially with the fact that Chopped has map pick here, I think they'd be wise to maybe avoid tanking that matchup again, because it's clear that Qadsiah, are really comfortable in it.
Yeah, and ZP, you talked about Qadsiah winning when it came to the draft. Does this come down to maybe like flexibility of the players on both squads and like what they can play and what they're going to be able to excel at, or is what you were saying maybe more team oriented around the picks?
I mean, I think it's a little bit column A, a little bit column B. I think when you look at the ban pick phases that have been going on over the course of the series, Chopped, I think, rightly identified, hey, we can't really let Ballas play what Ballas is really good at. Particularly, they started getting rid of the Psylocke while also making sure there was no Phoenix in play. And while they went to a map where they could run more of a cheese strategy, I also think part and parcel of that was making sure that you got Tuzi off the Phoenix at the same time, where you started realizing, okay, Tuzi's also a threat. Tuzi's been able to play their comfort pick this entire way through. Let's hit that a little bit more effectively. So I think even if you go to a map here that is likely not to be too favorable to running, triple strategist, triple vanguard, I think for Qadsiah, you still go to the idea of like, okay, maybe we just mirror the ban protects and we just feel we can adapt a little bit better than you. And we're also going to take away good stuff from 2Z in the same way that you've been, relentlessly harassing Ballas all night.
Well, I mean, this is a perfect way to start off the Rivals Night Shift for sure, going into a 5 map right off the bat. But we're going back to Domination. We're going over to Celestial Husk. And we can see in the past here, I mean, Chopped, even though they did, equalize things at 1-1 when it came to this mode in particular, they still were able to hold on pretty well in that initial get-go, but they only got stronger as the series has gone on here. Jake, going into this with Chopped picking it up. Are you kind of favoring Chopped in this situation?
I do think, the way they approached the ban pick phase was great on Burn and T'Challa, and maybe they just think, you know what, hey, we're actually going to become the superior domination team as long as we have this better approach to the ban protect phase. So for me, Idrisil Path, since Qadsiah had such a different perspective on how to play the map, it wasn't surprising me that they didn't make big adjustments in the ban protect phase. But now, in comparison to map 3, this is a key moment where Qadsiah has to show a different kind of adaptation, right? Last map, they were able to throw something completely off the wall that really threw the series for a loop. Now you're going back to bread and butter map type in domination. It's not going to be some crazy cheese that gets you the win here. You're going to need to have a very solid comp here for domination. And I think Chop just feel like, hey, we've got the answer. We're going to take the Psylocke away from you. And we just don't think you have enough tools to really threaten us with those dive styles without it. And the question is, can Qadsiah call that bluff? Do they actually have more in the tank and a better way to execute on that comp?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is what I'm really enjoying about the asymmetrical draft phase. The fact that you can ban out certain heroes against the opponents, but still be able to play them yourselves. And I think we're kind of seeing teams start to take advantage of that here. And obviously over the course of Rivals, it feels like it's been like a year now. We've seen those adaptations on adaptations, but ZPU said Qadsiah definitely the favorable team in this matchup. Are you still feeling like Qadsiah should be the victor in this going into the 5th map?
Yeah, I mean, I think, in the intro, it's kind of those things where Qadsiah obviously is a team that's been more together as a core for a long period of time. But, as I said in the preface there, is that thinking back to the Fight Night days, right? We saw Berber Patapim kind of come out of nowhere, and it sort of acted as the early warning system to the major tournaments to come thereafter about, oh, wait, this team is really, really good. Like, the team with, the meme logo and everything else. Yeah, actually, they're for real. So one of the cool things here for some of the shows we've been putting on is that we get to kind of take the sneak preview of how good are these teams going to be when things like Ignite that's kicking off again later this month, come into play. So, Chopped with this new, permutation of their players. Look, it's been interesting to watch, and clearly taking Qadsiah to the limit here, they're quite good.
And I think we also can't forget the fact that Team 1 is here waiting by the sidelines. They're watching these matches. And Jake, as we talked about maybe some not inconsistencies, but some weaknesses in both of these rosters. Do you think Team 1 is going to be a team that's going to put forward that knowledge into the draft as well? I mean, look, forcing Psylocke as a ban away, or forcing Phoenix away, depending on who gets through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the advantage, right, of being the team waiting in the money match. That's the advantage you get from being the sitting champion, is you get to kind of scout your opponents as they make their approach. And I would say the other challenge for either of these teams, right, whoever advances between Chopped and Qadsiah, they're going to be facing a very long road today, right? Like you're going to be playing potentially 10 maps today going into that next BO5. So there's a sort of a fatigue factor, which to your point earlier, ZP, about this is that opportunity for teams to get experience. Well, there's no better experience than that, than going to the distance once, maybe twice, multiple times in the same day. That's a key thing that maybe you don't always get in a scrim environment, under pressure, under scrutiny for that long of a time.
Or into the back, initial bans out of both teams. Again, Human Torch and Loki once again being taken out. We're also seeing a Psylocke come into play here as a protect.
Yeah, and I believe that's Chopped protecting the Psylocke here. Qadsiah were the ones that were banning the Psylocke relatively early, even earlier than Chopped at times. So for their protect, do they go, okay, you have protected Psylocke, we're going to protect? No, they decided to protect Luna. So a big difference in approach here, where you have Chop saying, we don't actually need the Luna that much. We would rather have the Psylocke. And that's an interesting take, given Luna's general power as a strategist right now. I mean, a lot of roads all seem to go through Luna.
I mean, Luna has been really top tier, so it's going to be the mismatched Luna against the mismatched Psylocke, and I'm pretty surprised by this. I think Qadsiah maybe don't need to change much more in this draft. It's actually Chopped who's throwing the monkey wrench in the works, despite maybe being in the advantage, given that they won the last domination map.
My dog is barking to come in. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I mean, honestly, of all the reasons to take a quick moment away, that is one of them. Gotta protect the doggos. Whatever they want, you gotta give it to them.
I gotta get him
better
some
us,
camera
frankly.
time. Where's he go? Come here. Come on up. Come on. Yeah, buddy.
I mean, it seems like after that, the draft's pretty straightforward. Oh my goodness.
That's a big dog, by the way. I don't think I saw the dog on stream before. I was expecting like a lap dog.
No.
No, that.
Okay, well, he is in my lap right now. I'll say that, but we'll continue along here. We're not seeing, I was gonna say, we're not seeing any of the Phoenix bans come through, and actually looks like Chop's gonna be going that route here.
Yeah, that Chopped dropping the Phoenix ban, so you're not gonna be seeing it from Qadsiah. So no Psylocke nor Phoenix gonna be played by Ballast this time around. Final Protect coming out here for Chopped, gonna be onto the Emma.
I wouldn't mind like another strategist band coming in from Qadsiah here, like maybe a Cloak and Dagger band if it's not protected, because I think you've really limited the options. It's a cap protect. Like I feel like Qadsiah could just keep adding insult to injury here in terms of you don't have many strategists left to choose from here if you go for a triple strategist band, and that could really pose a problem to the comp from Chop. We'll see if Qadsiah agree, if they have the same read there, but I'm a little worried for Chop with late game strategist adaptations. Yeah, it's going to be the Jeff ban as well. So I'm just curious to see what Chopped have to work with. Is it like Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger? That's not that bad, but it does take away a lot of these top meta choices, especially for domination.
Well, we are about to get into our fifth and final match here of the series. My dog is constantly sniffing at my microphone. I think he wants to do some casting himself. But now that we see, the whole draft phase done and dusted, do you guys have predictions on how you think this is going to go?
It's actually going to be interesting. I just want to see how Chopped is going to make this work sans a Luna. I think that is a risky gamble to take, where in a way, if it was a stat slider, you're just pumping your stat slider all the way towards offense, because yes, you've gotten the Psylocke, one of the most devastating dive heroes in the game, but your ability to deal with just general damage, and especially your ability to cycle ults effectively, it's not as good if you are running something like Invisible Woman into Cloak, as opposed to having a Luna available. So we'll see if this works. I mean, it's either brilliant or it's going to fail horribly, and I don't think there's a lot of in between.
It's going to be great or it's going to be bad. I kind of like that when we go into these matches.
I honestly think Qadsiah have found a really good response here attacking the strategist in the draft, especially the way they drafted. Like, if we are correct and it is something like Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger, the challenges with those strategist ultimates is they're both fixed on the ground, right? Like once you place the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, it's in that spot. It's not going anywhere. Same for Invisible Woman, right? Even more range limited, right? You're committing to that key spot to fight. And when you're running dive duelists like Psylocke and you want to like really get in and chase enemies away, if they just fall back away from your strategist ultimates, like you can't really make use of the strategist ultimate in an aggressive way. So trying to get the retake, like you need the strategist ultimate on point. I think if Chop can achieve that with those strategist ultimates, they can constantly be fighting on the point, constantly be forcing engagements in like a given location. They'll be good. But I think Qadsiah like they're gonna have a big mobility edge in terms of the strategists in this comp, right? Just being able to fall back with the Luna. She brings her strategist ultimate with her. I think that's a difference maker that is gonna make the dive potentially pretty difficult to execute for Chopped. If Chopped win this, though, I'll be incredibly impressed, right? With the ability to adapt and respond to challenges like that, that will definitely speak highly of them. But I think Qadsiah may have just found the edge in the draft phase.
Well, you know what? Jerky in chat is saying that it's cooked. Chop won ban phase, not gonna lie. Chop has Loki, Cloak, and Psylocke. ZP, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, again, we just kind of laid out a lot of the points in regards to it, and I think essentially it's saying we feel like we are going to be able to set the tone with our offense and pick people off because we've valued the Psylocke. It was a trade, essentially. It was trading your Luna for the ability to play Psylocke. And the only way that makes sense is if you are going to leverage Psylocke, especially in the neutral, to get pickoffs before ultimates come into play. I think when you get into like full ult v full ult fights, you're probably not going to beat the team that has Luna while not having Luna. The part where you're going to make the difference here is in the neutral game when ults aren't as high value. Is your Psylocke going to be able to find pickoffs and give you free fights? If the answer to that is yes, you're going to win. If the answer to that is no, you're just going to be pummeled beneath Luna's great dance moves on the other side.
Great dance moves. Yeah, I can understand that. I want to be a little bit PG here with what I was going to say, but maybe it's I turn our attention towards a little bit of a broader question, because obviously, as we've said before, season 3 is going to be ending in just a few weeks' time, which means season 4 is going to be kicking off. I'm just kind of curious, in your guys' eye, looking at the competitive aspect of Rivals rather than the pub aspect, are there any potential changes or nerfs or buffs you would like to see come out, whether it's role-based, whether it's specific hero-based?
Look, I don't know if this is exactly groundbreaking, but I think the Luna Snow ultimate might need a nerf, guys. It's just a small one. Maybe it doesn't last. Like maybe it's like a couple seconds shorter, or it's a little smaller. Just something, you know. That ultimate I think needs a little bit of a look. But it looks like, oh no, we've had Tuzi had an internet drop. So unfortunately, as I'm sure, Chad, you can also read at the bottom of the screen. We'll hopefully be able to get that restored post haste. That's a brutal one to take right here. This is he's the guy under pressure. Tuzi's the one who's gonna have to play this Psylocke and pop off and have a big moment here on map 5. So hopefully they're able to get that all resolved. He's able to get back into the server. But this is, I was gonna say this even before the internet drop. Like this is a test for Tuzi. He's been banned off the Psylocke pretty much all series. I think Qadsiah's pretty consistently been taking that Psylocke away from him. Now he finally gets the chance to play it. But he hasn't had any warm-up on it, right? Like, he's coming in very cold on the Psylocke, a hero that is pretty unique in terms of the movement, the aim mechanics. It looks like Tuzi has just gotten back in, thank God.
Yeah, well, we're kicking things off here. The 5th and final map of the series. Winner goes on to play against Team 1. Who's it going to be? There's only one way to find out.
All right, we're getting into it here, Jake. And, you know, interestingly enough, as you look at what Chopped is playing here, you give up the Luna. You're not able to play the Luna, and on the same note, you're not playing the Psylocke either. You have Tuzi back on the Phoenix. That's a little interesting, but I mean, Ballas finding DRP early.
I think this is a good pick from DRP, or rather from Ballas on DRP. It's a nice opener. Strategically, I actually like this choice from Chopped. I think forcing the Psylocke when you had these strategy ultimates that are like committing into a key location and kind of fighting on it wouldn't have made the most sense here. So I think there's something to be said for the value in this. Qadsiah, though, I mean, honestly, that's huge overperformance from Ballas to somehow pick off Magneto. The Chop strategist just, I think, a little bit asleep at the wheel to let a Vanguard go down who is not really that far forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit surprising, but Ballas making the most of any opportunity that they got. Now, just Qadsiah, a little bit of poke, making Chopped fight for every inch of terrain they try and take towards the point. More than willing to make this a long fight here, Jake, given that they're in control.
And Ballas has an early ultimate up. Both of these Winter Soldier ultimates up. The Kraken impact can be a huge problem. Something strategists have to very much worry about. Copy committed from Chops. If he's going to go for an ultimate. A lot of strategy ultimates already on the field. We'll see if Lindstrom is able to be that difference maker with the Luna Snow.
Plus for Qadsiah, I mean, the main part of Qadsiah, they can back up. They still have Kea able to stay on the point. But here we go. Meteor M up over, was looking to the back of Chopped. Does not connect from tilt. Chopped now with a real opportunity. Qadsiah kind of low on the side. DRP able to find one. And now Qadsiah right now on the back foot. Psylocke seduction coming on in from Beetle, looking to clean things up. Here comes Crazy Kitty up into the sky with the Kraken impact. Not going to commit to the back, instead says, nope, going to back up a little bit, take the safer play. And now Qadsiah doing a great job here, Jake, of delaying this retake.
Yeah, and this cap ult is only adding to that, right? Kaya maybe going to have the last laugh as now Milk Boy rips the Psionic Seduction. You don't have much to deploy for Chop. How do you able to fight your way back into this one? They're standing on the point. They're still holding strong, but they're not able to turn this into a decisive kill. Now Cap into the back line, attacking this Loki. Who's going to respond to this? Actually, it's Ballas who finds Tuzi in the front line trade. The distraction of the strategist pays dividends.
Even with giving up the early picks, Qadsiah was able to delay enough to get back up to a full 6. Ballas comes back into a fight, gets a pick on the Tuzi. It's at 98%, and Chopped is just losing player by player. Vertigo gonna fall. And Jake, this is looking like an incredibly clean round 1 from Qadsiah.
Yeah, the strategist, the comfort really showing through here from Qadsiah. Just no mistakes, very clean performance from them. DRP on the Wolverine, see what he can do, maybe keep this point in contest a little bit longer, but Kaya finds Crazy Kitty, and that's gonna make this a little bit more of a struggle for Chop, already down 1, and Luna Snow ultimate continuing to add on to that. Wolverine pulls one out. Cloak and Dagger, though, a difficult target to stay on top of.
Chopped is just staggering onto the point 1 by 1. You're looking for the miracle here, Jake. It's not likely to happen. You're continually fighting outnumbered, and eventually time runs out. 100-0. Qadsiah, 1 round away from getting to go against the best team in Marvel Rivals, Team 1. And now that I think about it, Jake, they actually do live up to their name. You know, Team 1, the #1 team. Like it all actually fits.
Team 1 waiting in the money match. Right now, it's starting to look like Qadsiah are going to be the team to face them. Chopped, I mean, really struggled. That last round was one of their weakest yet in the series. The pressure pretty high at this moment, especially with the late game swap up in terms of the ban attack from Qadsiah. I mean, Qadsiah just, hey, you're gonna let us ban the Luna. We're just gonna punish you, force you into some really awkward strategist setups that don't synergize as well with the playstyle that Chop are potentially hoping to go for. And despite the super early Psylocke Protect, they're not able to run it. I feel like that's clearly a sign of a decisive win in the ban phase from Qadsiah. Experience paying dividends and showing through.
Exactly the point I was going to make is that I think for the current bans and what's being played, putting Tuzi on to the Phoenix may in fact be the right maneuver. It doesn't mean that there was a mistake made prior to this where you could have played this and probably had the Luna if you just ignored the Psylocke to begin with. And Tilt right now doing a little bit of fishing on the portal.
Yeah, waiting for the point to get a little bit closer to open. Now they come in. Milk Boy pulled a little bit deep. See if he's able to fight his way out of this, but the rest of the team is right behind him. Kaya rips that cap ult. Chop trying to fall back.
Milk Boy, Sonic Seduction, gets open with it, saved it from the end of the last round. Chopped, able to avoid the worst of it, but is zoned off the point. Both teams still fighting tooth and nail. Cloak ult down for Qadsiah, trying to make the most of it before it fades. Looking pretty healthy across the board. Cloak out though, finally going to go away. Tilt, maybe in danger. Tilt super low, somehow able to get out of it and takes down Crazy Kitty in turn. The turnabout is huge for Qadsiah, getting the picks they need. And Jake, with Ballas on the finish, Qadsiah first control in what could be our last round before the money match.
Yeah, Qadsiah came in with the bigger bank after winning basically 100-0 in that first round. And the shutdown on the Kraken Impact is pretty brutal, right? Kraken Impact is one of those ults that can pop off, can be a huge difference maker, but not able to find it. And also kind of like for Qadsiah, the fact that they're not running a Loki kind of helps into that Kraken Impact matchup. You're not really getting those free resets on the Loki clones.
Yeah, I mean, Loki clones have typically been a Bucky's best friend, going, well, I know the clone is here, so I'll just add on to the resets. Not available. Tilt.
Oh, this is getting bad.
That's a really big pick, and Tuzi, or rather Ballas, going in and going, yeah, I'll feast on some Loki clones. I'll get some Kraken Impact resets. I'll take down 3. It's feeling pretty good, all in all. Maybe make it 4 before it's all said and done.
That's the exact opposite of a caster. I wonder if he's gonna be able to keep it up into the next fight. If he goes like max delay. We've seen this previously, like the super long delay on the Kraken Impact. He gets to the reset. Like, the players are gonna be back. He's got a few seconds. Like, they might be able to continue to tempo this ultimate into a second fight. Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, no, not so much. But that's also, I love how we set that up, saying it's like, yeah, Loki could be a Bucky's best friend, and we just saw Exhibit A, Jake.
Yeah, this is tough for Chop, man. And they're going to the Psylocke Tuzi, just saying, hey, you know, we protected it, we went for it. We're gonna have to try and bring it out. Composition feeling a little awkward for Chop. Qadsiah don't want to give Chop any room to work with, right? Any time to adapt would be a huge dividend for them.
And here's the difference maker. Qadsiah via the Luna ult, dancing their way the victory, perhaps diving into Chop. Chop, though, so far looking reasonable. Tilt, though, Eye of Agamotto drops it. It hits nothing, absolutely nothing from that Eye of Agamotto. Chopped able to hide behind the Emma barrier. Not a problem. Here comes Crazy Kitty. Kraken impact. One reset to be had. Tilt out of the fight. Chopped. Fighting for the very life here. They need to get onto the point. 95% to Qadsiah. Reset still up here for Crazy Kitty. Tuzi. Dance of the Butterfly. Psylocke finally out. Sonic Seduction from Milk Boy, though. Maybe the thing to seal the deal for Qadsiah. The Seduction coming out from the other side now, though, from DRP, has Chopped desperately needs to stay on this point. 99% for Qadsiah, but with another 2 pickoffs, Chopped may be on their way to having a small chance, Jake.
They might get a bit of control here. ZP seems like Ball is not interested in taking the retake. Is gonna fall back, has a Kraken impact, but Chopped have gotten, due to the duration of that fight, a couple ultimates to work with. A little bit of a delay on the Winter Soldier. He is just gonna go down in the end, but now Chopped, they've got a long road back on this map, but it's possible. We've seen them make comebacks before. Tuzi onto the Psylocke. Looks pretty good for now.
All right, 99% to 21%. Chopped, Jake, the stake here, they have to win about 3 to 4 fights in a row if they want to keep this alive, force around 3. Qadsiah dropping on in. Wallace has a
already a kill on
but they lose Kaya on intro, and do they still go for it? It looks like the answer is yes, but already getting very low is Wallace, and yeah, it's just one elimination after another. So that one, it's a fail, and kind of a win for Chop too, even beyond the actual fight win there, Jake. The portal not going to be available.
Yeah, and on top of that, you basically just farmed up all your ultimates on Chop. This is really giving you a new lease on life, a new chance to maybe win this round and force this to a final round. We might be going for the absolute max duration series here in our opener in Night Shift #1, presented by Intel and MSI. Qadsiah stepping up to the plate with a big ultimate disadvantage. Now it's really their turn to make a comeback happen.
You gotta look towards Wallace here, and the fact that they got the Luna ult advantage. So Lindstrom, the ult is ready to go. Wallace looking to set the table. DRP getting really low in the neutral. If you could take down the Emma, that would be massive. However, DRP able to get some key heals. Qadsiah dancing around the side, and Wallace finds Tuzi. Massive pick from the gun of Bucky. And op 1 is Qadsiah. Could this be what they need to get into the money match? Chopped needs to stay alive here, down 1. Kraken impact, ready to go from both sides. Crazy Kitty dropping into the back. However, his target still looking pretty darn healthy by comparison. Milk Boy, Psionic Seduction coming on in. Wallace into the sky. Not gonna find anything with his impact either. And Milk Boy, super low post seduction, but gets healed up. The support play on point for Qadsiah with the Eternal Bond. Things getting hot and heavy here. Here comes Beetle with the Freedom Rush. And Chopped gonna buy some extra time here, Jake. 99 to 99.
Butterfly dance could be huge. There's not much left to defend against it. Tuzi finds big connections. Beetle with the follow-up, and the kills are going the way of Chop. The feed all red, and Chopped force us to a final round of domination. This is going down to the wire. ZP looked like Chop were out of gas, out of steam. Tuzi said, you know what, just put me on the Psylocke, bro. Give me the ball. I'm taking over. And onto Celestial Hand, which will decide our entire series, which will tell us who is going to be sent on to that money match. And now both teams feeling the pressure, right? Chop said, okay, you know what, maybe we made some mistakes early, but we made the adaptation. We brought out the Psylocke. It's working.
The ultimate round here in Marvel Rivals, map 5, round 3. It doesn't get any closer than this. Winner gets to go up against the best team in Marvel Rivals in Team 1, the champions of the Ignite Mid-Season Championship. A lot at stake here. And, you know, Jake, the idea, you know, talking about events like Night Shift, it is kind of a super scrim and giving you experience. And there's no better reward than getting to play against the best team in the game, and also one of the main competitive teams in EU that you're gonna have to get through if you want to win the next Ignite stage.
Yeah, this is some cold hard cash. I mean, not mad at that either for either of these teams. A little chance to play under pressure, pick up some cash in that money match. Both of these teams want to make that statement that they're the superior one, but definitely I think fans are going to be awaiting the next time these two teams clash, regardless of how this one turns out.
All right. Both teams contesting onto the point. The portals are out. Crazy Kitty on one side, Wallace on the other.
Oh,
The hook comes on in. However,
Magneto shield protects.
out. Yeah, I mean, the Magneto shield immediately comes out. Makes it a little bit safer. Lindstrom finishes off DRP. DRP was trying to disengage. Doesn't quite happen. Tilt taking advantage of the chaos. They lose Lindstrom in the melee, but Al Qadsiah in a decent pot. But Crazy Kitty.
This is a bloodbath.
Kraken impact picks off 1. Jake, this is still very close.
Absolute bloodbath. Both teams dropping a lot of players, but with lower numbers, it seems like Qadsiah getting the edge onto the point. The cloak and dagger roll is going to be backbreaking. Chopped are going to be cleaned up, sent back to the spawn, and the opening cap is going to go the way of Qadsiah.
So perhaps a little bit of deja vu. Qadsiah with the first control. But this time around, Jake, we know that there will not be another round after this one. One team will move on to the money match. Also set up with the Kraken Impact in this next fight. Love to see an aggressive engage here if it's possible.
On this map, the high ground control is going the way of the attackers here. So Qadsiah kind of content with his triple Vanguard setup to play things low and slow in the back. Just weathering the storm, and Ballas again finds Crazy Kitty. The openers from Ballas have been absolutely disgusting this series, and especially when his team needs him most under pressure here on the ultimate round.
He's been a duelist assassin. First time around, takes down Tuzi. This time around, finds Crazy Kitty. Ballas just giving Qadsiah a lot of time with these picks. It's delaying Chopped. It's costing them fights. Dance the Butterfly coming up from Tuzi, just trying to hit the edges here and not quite going to be successful. Instead, getting caught towards the end. Milk Boy says you're going to go back to spawn for the attempt. Qadsiah dropping in Psionic Seduction and the Luna ult here on top. They need to get a little bit more. Chopped may have an opportunity to turn this fight here. They can stay alive. Kea drops the Eye of Agamotto. Ballas on the fall through, finds Beetle in turn, and Qadsiah make the most out of their ultimates here, Jake, but it is a high price.
Yeah, they expend a lot of ultimates, but so did Chopped, right? Chopped committed pretty heavily on trying to get that retake. And now Qadsiah are going to be cruising towards 99%. Feels like that's almost guaranteed into this next fight. Chopped, you really are relying so much on the Freedom Rush. Qadsiah, their closest ultimate is Cloak and Dagger at 70%, but I like the swap to Wolverine here at the last second. Like, if you're going to go for a Freedom Rush, you might as well go all in. Bring the Wolverine. Just be absolutely swarming into that backline. And Qadsiah, look how passive they are. They're playing very, very defensively here. They're giving up all the space. Will they regret that?
They're using the point as a bit of a resource here. Tuzi into the back. Gonna get forced a little bit away here at the beginning. The zoning from Ballas, really good at checking the power of the Psylocke. If you look at the front of the line here, though, look at Kaya. Trying to make space in the front. Goes a little bit too deep. Crazy Kitty and the Wolverine able to punish the Strange. One of the more natural counters in the game. Chopped up one here when they need it most. We are in overtime, but they have presence on the point, and Crazy Kitty looking to slash a little bit more.
Doesn't have that second life on Wolverine. He's got to be careful, but he's just playing absolutely confident here. The ultimate into the backline, tearing them apart. Crazy Kitty with 3.
Massive last stand from Crazy Kitty. And as you mentioned, Jake, just bouncing on the knife's edge, knows the passive was on cooldown, but still was able to stay alive, land a perfect last stand, and keep Chopped in the fight.
Crazy Kitty throws away the Wolverine, doesn't want to stick on it, just used it for that one shot, like big ultimate for the quick retake. Now, the challenge for Qadsiah, can they retake, right? They've been good holding the point. They've been really solid on the defense, but now it's Chopped's turn to kind of take the positional edge, fight from where they prefer, and look at them up on that high ground, harassing the off angle. Boss is considering, does he want to walk out on the point, or does he want to deal with those flankers? 30% already for Chopped. This round is still winnable.
Chopped has options here. And also, you gotta be thinking about where Tuzi's gonna go. And oh, Mash, able to finish off Tilt. Tilt was a little bit overextended. The punch was there, but Ballas here into the backline, maybe able to equalize. Taking a look, the Cap not quite able to jump away. Now both teams down 1. And if you're Qadsiah, do you move forward here? Both teams are down to Vanguard. It's relatively even. However, Chopped, the ult bank is looking fearsome.
Without the Cap, though, there's a lot less worried about in the backline and the Luna ult. This is what you created this opportunity for in the draft phase, giving Qadsiah some pretty strong pressure onto the point. But they're elected to play this one slow, waiting out the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, trying to really play this one down to the wires. I have a feeling this fight's going to 99.
Yeah, this could be the very last fight. Milk Boy trying to get the advantage with the Psionic Seduction. Chopped playing around it, just backing off again, using the point as a bit of a resource. As we go through, Ballas, Kraken Impact has been ready to go for a long time, just waiting for the right opportunity. Tuzi, though, into the back, dance to the butterfly. Is it going to strike deep?
Ooh.
Looking, it does! Takes down Lindstrom, a key strategist pick into the back. Chopped may be making the comeback here and now, Jake. The Loki ult going to be used. Clone Cloak ult. Eye of Agamotto then, though, strikes 2. Kea able to take down Vertigo as a result. Qadsiah coming in. Here's the last stand, and that could be the last thing Qadsiah sees. Chopped, living up to the name, chopping Qadsiah to bits. Jake, this could be it. Qadsiah fully wiped out, overtime ticking on down. And is it gonna be Chopped? They may be heading to the money match. They are. The portal doesn't come in time.
The underdogs bring it back. Crazy Kitty went over to the Winter Soldier, thought better of it, went back to the Wolverine, and it pays huge returns here. Big ultimates, big fights out of the Wolverine, really punishing that triple Vanguard setup, despite Wolverine being a little bit out of meta. We talked about Chop, their adaptability that they showed throughout this series, and it was no change even on that 5th map, right? Even under massive pressure, they still found those adjustments to clutch it out.
Some ridiculous play coming through. Tuzi took a little bit of time to come online as we're talking about Crazy Kitty playing the Phoenix for the pretty much majority of this match, or majority of this map, I should say. Switching over to Psylocke finally. And the Psylocke pays dividends paired with the Wolverine and Chopped. I don't think a lot of people out there necessarily expect them to take the victory up against Qadsiah, but they get the victory nonetheless. They move on through now to play against Team 1, waiting for their opponent and waiting for their chance to win the $1,000. But what a great game, honestly. I think Ballas in particular, as you guys were pointing out on Qadsiah's side, was doing a phenomenal job of getting a lot of these early picks to give him that early man advantage onto his counterparts. But Chop somehow just come out stronger in the end. And the positional plays you guys mentioned as well, playing from the high ground, playing for positions they wanted to here on this final point. Definitely giving them the edge here, Jake.
I mean, the fact that, you know, a couple of these rounds, they go down to 99-0, facing elimination from the tournament and an ignominious loss, and instead they managed to clutch out and fight it back. There's not many teams, I think, especially newer, younger teams, that can continue to deliver under that kind of scrutiny.
Also, I have to say...
Go ahead, my man. No, you go, my man.
Yeah, for me, I think the part that really shocked me as we went into this was just, I think Qadsiah, this is frustrating to them. I think when they look back at this, there's so many points where they had Chopped on death's door in multiple maps in the series at multiple points. Even here, the last 2 rounds they lost, they were the ones in control. They got to 99% first twice in a row, and they couldn't finish off Chopped. They couldn't put together one good team fight to put it away. And that's the type of thing where you go to VOD review, when you're dealing with your coach after, it just haunts you, because if you have 2 chances at 99-0, you gotta think that you would win at least one of them.
I mean, Crazy Kitty, I think, Jake, probably the person to allow this to happen, especially towards this 3rd and final point. The Wolverine play towards the end, as you guys have already talked about, and I think you're going to see here, is he just pushes them straight back, pushing the hero to the limit, giving them the complete control they needed to get the lockdown on the point. If you were to give an MVP for a particular player on Chopped with how things played out, I'm assuming you're looking towards Crazy Kitty, at least with how he performed in this final map.
Yeah, I mean, this final map, he was huge, but also across the series, right? You brought the Ultron, he brought the Winter Soldier. I mean, the flexibility from Crazy Kitty, I think, was kind of topping the charts here for playing all sorts of different roles, doing all sorts of different things as the team needed, and just the reads, like the adjustments. There were some moments where I felt like, okay, where's the changeup going to be out of Qadsiah? They came into these maps with very strong strategies, but sometimes when they weren't working, there wasn't that willingness to make a last-second game time call, right? Where, think about for Chop, okay, you know what? They're really struggling on round 2. They bring out Tuzi. He's like, all right, I'm going to the side. Like, maybe we thought we weren't going to use it. We're going to use it. We're going to bring it out. You know, Crazy Kitty bringing out the Wolverine as well, feeling maybe I just need to do something a little different here. Like, they kept being willing to make those changes as they were struggling. And I think Qadsiah maybe just a little bit overconfident in the pre-prepared strategies going into it, and that ends up costing them the series.
You know, ZP, we did also talk about when it came to the draft, we did see a very particular ban come through with Luna to being taken out of this one completely. No chance to play Miss Snow, but it didn't really seem to affect Chop too much. Were you expecting Chop to kind of crumble the fact that they weren't able to play such a strong strategist?
I mean, I think when you looked at Chop's position, they were definitely hamstrung quite a bit. I think part of the reason why they fell behind 99-0 twice was the fact that Qadsiah was just able to use Luna ults for better mobility. It was able to leverage that into more eliminations. But just because you don't have Luna doesn't mean you don't have high impact ultimates from the strategist role. It just means that your flexibility in using it is a little bit limited. And in return, you gain Tuzi on the Psylocke, where we were a little bit confused at the beginning, because at the very beginning, they decided not to run the Psylocke at all. But once the Psylocke came into play on the other stages that they thought it was going to be better on, Tuzi did make it work. And I mean, the final play kind of says it all, where it may be easy to focus on Crazy Kitty going in and landing the biggest last stand you've ever seen to end a game. But that doesn't necessarily happen if you don't see Tuzi able to get to the back and get the incredibly key pickoff on the Lindstrom that get a strategist down in the first place.
Well, we talked a lot about Crazy Kitty. We talked a lot about Tuzi, but who is our MVP here of our first series of the day, Jake?
It's going to be Tuzi. We had to give it to him, right? This guy, I mean, he's just been on fire all series long, right? Even in some of the maps they lost, I feel like Tuzi is just hitting everything, right? He's a constant impact player. And honestly, when their back was against the wall, finally, they protected the Psylocke, giving him super high priority, willing to even sacrifice the Luna Snow for that. And Tuzi, he did deliver. Once he came out on the Psylocke, man, it was in those final moments of the series, but they were decisive. And on the Phoenix, man, you are definitely happy to have Phoenix in the meta when you got a player who can handle it like this.
Yeah, as we've seen a lot of these clips here, and I'm assuming you're going to echo a lot of the thoughts out of Jake as well. But I mean, we obviously did see the flexibility in Tuzi in particular, playing a couple of different heroes here. But obviously going up against Team One later on, I feel like we're going to need to see this MVP performance out of him yet again, if not more, to take down the best team.
Yeah, I mean, Team One, they have flexibility in spades, which of course we'll get to when we talk about their roster in the next match. But I think when you look at this here, I do wonder if Qadsiah at times could have played more to strengths that they have, because it's not like Qadsiah couldn't have played a really good Phoenix also. You think about what we saw from Ballas and what Ballas was able to do on Bucky. There's a lot of people, whether rightly or wrongly, will wonder, okay, is Bucky that strong of a pick? Usually you see teams play Bucky when a lot of their key duelists are out of it. We could have seen Ballas also play a strong Phoenix in turn, and I think strategy-wise, Chop put a little bit more faith into their duelists and what they could get done, and Tuzi rewarded that faith with very consistent performances, whether it be on the Phoenix or at the very end on the Psylocke.
I mean, do you think we maybe need to see something a little bit deeper out of him as well later on in their next series? Maybe we need to see another mix-up, maybe a new hero coming through that he hasn't played yet today?
I mean, he's shown already, I think, enough flexibility from my perspective. I think the challenge is going to be in taking on a completely different team in Team One, right? A different beast team that is essentially rank 1 in the world. The world champion is the team you're about to challenge next. So going to a really close opener series and then taking on the world champ, it's not a great feeling, right? Because you're feeling like, oh my God, we just barely eked out a win there. That was so close. That was so intense. You get such an adrenaline dump. And now you're going up against inarguably, I think, a much tougher challenge here in the money match. So I think Team One are going to be salivating. They're going to be excited to get into this one and have some fresh meat.
Some fresh meat indeed.
Fresh meat.
Maybe some, well, hopefully not some Taco Bell, as we learned last night. That's not going to be a good mix-up if you want to be playing some matches, especially when you already had 5 maps played under your belt for Chop. But going into the series, I do want to kind of tease the audience, at least here, ZP. We talk about the positives, the upsides, what Chop is able to put forth here. But I want to hear some negatives. I want to hear, where do you see some weaknesses in what they've shown so far that Team One could put pressure on?
I mean, I think they got exposed a little bit when you look at Idrisil Path. Qadsiah, that is one of the maps where you definitely just saw the experience gap of, we've been a team together longer, our coaches have been working with us longer, and we have pocket strategies in play. And one of those pocket strategies was just completely gumming you up with a triple strategist, triple Vanguard setup. And it worked really, really well. I think when you look at a team like Team One, they're one of the most veteran teams in the entire scene. They are the current champions. They have all that experience in spades, even more so than Qadsiah does. So I think even if on a mechanical level, Chopped has a really good performance, they are likely to stumble somewhat on a strategic level when Team One just goes a little bit deeper into their bag of tricks.
Well, I think we didn't necessarily expect them to take down Qadsiah to get themselves through into our championship match, but that has been done nonetheless. And of course, that will be coming up around the corner. You're not going to want to miss this one. Make sure you guys give some follows here to the channel as well. We're putting all of our Rivals night shift content, not to mention we have some CS content as well, which is going to be happening in just a few days' time. But we're going to head to that break. We're going to get things ready to go here for our next match and our final match of EU before we kick off North America. This is the Rivals night shift presented by MSI and Intel, and we'll see you all in a bit. Chopped has put on the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped Qadsiah out of existence, moving on forward to play in our money match here, a championship match against our previous champions of Team 1, previously known as Rad, who took home $160,000 in the Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. But now it's going to be a true test here for Chopped, if maybe they can get some clout for their name here. I'm Jason Captain, still joined by ZP and Jake as we're underway shortly with our championship match in the Marvel Rivals Night Shift presented by MSI and Intel. And gentlemen, we've already had our first series done and dusted, but I'm getting really excited to see what our reigning champions have to show here, Jake, because honestly, I think all the pressure's on them. I think Chopped have no pressure whatsoever going into the series.
It's a good point, right? For Team 1, right? To live up to the expectations after, you know, being a world champion is one thing. However, I think to get to that point, to become the world champion in the first place, you've endured so much, right? You've conquered so much pressure. And so I won't start to doubt them, I think, until Chopped really get an edge on this series. I think Team 1 are a team that also wants to show out like, hey, look, we're still the best in the world. We're still going to dominate any competition you throw at us, because they're looking to recapture that, you know, getting a sponsor, right? Getting back up and, you know, getting that paycheck in the bag. So I think Team 1, maybe there is a little bit of pressure on them. I just think they can handle it.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown in the past they can handle it, win the $160,000. But for all of you audience who are watching, big shout out to all of you. It's been great to interact with you guys, get to chat with you guys, but of course, bring Rivals Night Shift to you as well. Make sure you guys hit a follow on the channel, because not only do we do Rivals here, we also do Counter-Strike. And speaking of that, we do have coming up this weekend our second edition of our Counter-Strike event, our Invitational, which brings in Azus to join us to bring you some crazy matches over in Europe this time, where previously we had North America, and also a special TF2 show match at the end, though it's not really TF2, but it's kind of TF2, ZP. It's TF2 in CS, but it is amazing to watch.
You know, the TF2 players did beat the CS players at their own game, but it was
Look, I called
TF2
up some hitters from TF2. I called up the shooters out of TF2 to represent competitive TF2, some of the best players in the competitive scene in the last few years.
It wasn't entirely fair. Like, you had one side that actually knew the movement, and then the other side's like, wait, how are they moving so fast? It's like, oh yeah, it's like full B-hop movement. Good luck. It was a bit ridiculous, but it was also very fun.
I mean, if you're grinding TF2 after, what is it, like 20 years of play, you better be damn good at the game, especially with the CS crossover. But before we get into our rosters, I got to remind you guys, once again, we do have a contest going as well for you over in chat. Just type !MSI, and you have a chance to win a brand new MSI Claw, which is powered by Intel. You can create clips from your own Rivals gameplay, or vote on clips that others have submitted for your chance to win one of these bad boys. So make sure you guys check that out, because right after I'm done talking, we get in the game, I'm heading over there, even though I don't think I'm legally allowed to win. But you know what? You guys can win. I don't think any of us on the show can win, but if you do win, you can send it my way and say that I won. But we're going to head into taking a look at our reigning champions, our dominating team in Rivals. It is going to be Team 1 here, taking a look at their roster, taking a look at their lineup here in ZP, you know, looking at all of these players they have got going on. Is there any in particular going to stand out to you, or any particular that will stand out in their performance being needed in this next series?
I mean, when I think of people that are heart and soul of the team, it's still hard to think of anyone else other than Naga, where, I mean, while this team, they're the complete package. They have great vanguards, great strategists, great duelists, but whenever they need the key play coming in from a duelist, regardless of meta, going all the way back to the days where you'd see Naga on nothing but Namor, you know, Naga, to me, I definitely have a soft spot, but also because I cast Naga a whole lot in other games over the course of time, so it's a familiar face at this point. Also, the person that doesn't stand out to me is going to be Sestroid, where we just found out a little bit ago that Sestroid will not be on the team from the sounds of it, so, or at least is not playing today. One of the two won't be seeing Sestroid today. Simple as that.
I always think the vanguards when I think about this team. I think Rajaro and Trust Me have a really natural synergy when they play together, and then the backline as well. 5-5, bro.
I just got snapped
Live
out
on
of
stream. Live on stream. Thanos snap, but low on Crook as well in the backline. I think like this is a team that has such a solid tank and backline core that you really get to see the duelists shine. They really get a lot of freedom, and they have such a good base from which to play. And flexibility has also never been a problem that I've seen for this team. They can really handle a ton of different styles, a ton of different comps. So, somebody like Melio, I think, can also be a pop-off. And I don't think I've seen Jerky playing with this team before, so I'm excited to see what he particularly brings.
You're talking about the Vanguard core, and I kind of think about their opponents with Chopped. There wasn't necessarily like a certain player on the Vanguard role that really stood out to me. It was more about their duelists. It was more about Doozy and Crazy Kitty and how they would perform. So I'm kind of curious, is there a mismatch in terms of the caliber of Vanguard players for this team against Team One?
I will say,
could be.
Beetle and DRP had their moments, but I think if you think about name value and like experience at the top level, it's obviously going to be Team One that you give the edge to. And I think as a lesser experienced player, as an upcoming player, it's easier to pop off on Duelist and to kind of show that mechanically you're super strong and look really good. But then as a Vanguard, I think your accomplishments build a little bit more slowly. People want to see that consistency over like a long period of time in a lot of different metas.
Go ahead, ZP. I know you had thoughts about this. Let's hear it.
I tend to agree on that. What Jake says, brother, like you get the impressions over time where I think about stories on the NA side of things, right? Where the old 100 Thieves tank line, where it's just like, oh man, like they're just ridiculous on Groot, or players like Krasmang, where it's just like, oh dear God, like this is actually maybe the Groot GOAT that you've been seeing. That being said, even though we weren't really calling out the Vanguards of Chopped a whole lot, it doesn't mean that they weren't doing as much work. It just means that maybe the Magneto ults weren't as flashy. That being said, the ults coming in, or rather not the ults, but the Vanguard play coming in from Team One, usually very flashy. So on paper, or at least the eye test, you would feel like Team One does kind of have an edge in their frontline play.
Yeah, I mean, I think edge all around is something we're going to have to look at and consider when it comes to Team One. I mean, beating NV 4-2, who will be playing actually later on over in North America, as they're the defending champions. They're looking to defend their own titles, being second best team in the world. But going into this, obviously, the Vanguards are the space creators, and we're going to be going back to Celestial Husk one more time, as we just had Chop take the victory there in the full series, going to the full 5 maps. They're going to have their chance against Team One, but I do kind of wonder with the mismatches that may be coming through, maybe the draft is an avenue for Chopped or likewise Team One to really put some punishment out, because we did see a lot of success when it came to Phoenix and, of course, Psylocke being picked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the challenge for Chopped here is you've really shown your hand, right? As a team, you've shown a lot of the different styles, like a lot of the, Team One had the opportunity to watch this whole series. They have the opportunity, scouting-wise, to be really prepared going into this matchup, and that's the edge you get as champion here in Night Shift. You get to kind of defend your throne, defend your crown. Other teams have all the week beforehand to scout against you and prepare, but then in that challenger match, you've got to show your best, especially when a team like Qadsiah puts you to such a test where you really go the distance. You show not only your best heroes, but your preferred map picks, the way you want to play, your approach to the draft. So Team One has every advantage in terms of strategy at this moment. You'd think they'd be able to take that, combine it with their experience, and put on a real show here. But Chopped, they've been tenacious in rough spots before, and so I won't count them out either.
So ZP, interesting enough, we do see Chop once again banning out the Loki, and they picked Loki quite consistently for MASH. I just want to get your opinion on how that actually worked out for him.
I think it worked out pretty well on the whole. Now, I'm curious what they're going to do in the first protect. For a brief moment, they were deciding, hey, maybe we want to protect the Torch, but instead no, we're going to play it safe. We're going to protect the Luna. And the interesting part about Team One is that, the versatility of their DPS line is so high that, it's almost a, darned if you do, darned if you don't situation where it's like, yeah, you could just open up with the Torch ban, but, Melio is just going the shift and you're still not going to have any issues. So I think there's a world for Chop that focusing on bans targeting more on the strategist end in the beginning may make a little bit more sense than just hurting the overall options that Team One has available.
I mean, what Team One's cooking, man. Team One is cooking something fierce right now because they're prioring Mantis over Luna in terms of the protect. So a third team that we've seen today and a third completely different perspective on the meta, on which strategists in particular are the best, are the most important to have in your lineup. So, I mean, this is pretty striking to see this deep into Season 3, teams really diverging in terms of what they think is the meta, what they think is the best. And Adam Warlock Mantis, a classic setup, but kind of a surprising one to see at a Team One.
We are continue on through here as well. I am kind of curious, as you mentioned, Jake, like we have seen quite a deep pool out of Chop so far. I mean, they've been kind of forced to play that deep pool depending on the specific bans that have been going their way, but a Jeff ban going to be coming through as their last ban, and then obviously going into their protect. I mean, Phoenix is something that's going to stand out to me because again, that was really the only Phoenix play we saw and was so successful. But it looks like they're hovering over that Psylocke.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think maybe like the way Psylocke was so important for their final map for being able to clutch it out. Maybe they feel like, okay, we want to kind of change direction this series. And that also could be a nice little edge strategically. Like if you think Team One spent a lot of that series thinking about how to approach this, well, if you're able to pivot in the final map and kind of go in a different direction in the money match, maybe that takes away some of the preparation edge. Maybe Team One kind of wasted their time in terms of the prep. But I think Team One just is sort of completely on their own page in terms of the way they think about the game right now, giving Mantis first ban, first protect prio.
You know, ZP, I kind of like this actually, because I like seeing a team that knows they're better and has the confidence to prove they're better by playing the game they want to and not playing down to a team. Not necessarily saying Chop is a much worse team or anything like that, but I like to see that Team One, they're taking control and playing the game they want to play and not necessarily adapting a strategy of, okay, well, you had a good Psylocke on Celestial Husk before. They're going to let it through. They're not worried about it. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think not worrying about it is the right idea. I was talking with Fate a little bit before and just saying like, wow, okay, I didn't realize like you guys had to requalify again because of the team rules, because they qualified for Ignite as Team One, and then they got picked up by Rad in the middle of the tournament. And then they left Rad, like their contract ran out, but the slot goes to the team. So they had to requalify. It's like, okay, that'd be stressful. And Faye was just like, nah, we were having fun, was the actual response. So, Team One, of course, they requalified without an issue. And, we've seen less of them as of late because they haven't been participating in MRCs. So we get a look at how Team One is approaching things. And already, Jake, it's pretty vastly different than what we saw in the last series.
Yeah, and I mean, Chop kind of getting everything that you would think they would want, right? The Human Torch and the Psylocke. Team One, they're back to the bread and butter for them with Naga on the Namor, but interesting to see that they have this completely different perspective going for the Hulk Namor setup.
Yeah, Hulk Namor, still a reasonable setup, running with the triple strategist to back it on up. And, realistically, it puts a lot of pressure on Naga to make things happen as your main duelist in this sort of setup. And yeah, I mean, you get the backup from Jerky on the strategist too. You can argue Ultron is like half a duelist within that range, but for now, trust me, just jumping around the back line looking for opportunities. But while he's looking for opportunities, Tuesday's the one that hits first blood, able to take down Jerky, and it's Team One in a tougher spot on this first point.
Yeah, and I mean, trust me, he's been doing a lot, creating a lot of space and time, a lot of cap pressure for Team One though, despite the pick, and they're still fighting quite strong. Getting that opening flip, trust me, just pulling so much aggro, buying time for Naga to just pump up that damage, farming a lot of pressure here. Crazy Kitty strikes back, but it's Jerky getting the cleanup here on this Ultron, another hero that really does pump a lot of DPS from range. And looks like, trust me, the distraction antics on the Hulk are really working. Chop just isn't able to put down the damage they're hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how that panned out too. I mean, Chopped had the 6-on-5 for quite a while, but they just weren't able to do anything with it. Part was disruption that you're getting from Trust Me on the Hulk. So, if you're Tuesday, and some level, it's like, man, I even got the first elimination and everything. But Chopped coming back over to the point, gonna have plenty of options available in this fight, Jake.
Yeah, high ground control right now. Taken by Chopped, able to get a bit of pressure. Butterfly Dance comes out, forces the response at a level 1 Crook. Luna coming with the ult, but Crazy Kitty's down. You're lacking a lot of your DPS without that Human Torch.
Naga is just going absolutely wilder. Yeah, Naga gets picked off towards the very end by Tuesday, but not before Naga takes down 2, including getting rid of the torch. And there's only so much a Psylocke is going to be able to do on her lonesome here. And overall, Team One, they're happy with this fight. Even if it turns into a bit of a brawl, they're in full control. Their progress is going up. And it's on Chop to try and, regroup and go in. Supernova coming in from Crazy Kitty, but Naga comes back to the fray, takes down Tuesday, gets a little bit of quick revenge.
And Team One doing a great job holding on to point. Despite playing such a high mobility, low durability comp, they're keeping point control in a pretty contested fight, even with Human Torch kind of popping everything to get that flip. So far, Rajaro has been able to just hang on by the skin of his teeth. That whale from Namor just barely saved from the perfect timing Invisible Woman ult. Team One responds in kind though, and they're gonna get all the way up to 99. Chop need to clutch this one out.
I mean, Chopped is able to get one elimination, so it's a reasonable start here, but we've already seen from Team One, they're good at delaying when they need to. Trust me though, this time, getting really focused down. Gonna get knocked back in the puny banner, Rajaro down. So the front line for Team One getting decimated. Chopped gets the reflip, and Team One though gets plenty of time here, Jake, to figure out how to come back in.
And Chopped, I mean, this has been a winning formula for them in the past, but I still don't think going down 99-0 is a good thing. I mean, this is still a long road back for them. They're going to have to win a few difficult fights. Luckily, Team 1 did expend pretty heavily, so they're coming back in with Mantis and Ultron ults, but it's not exactly the decisive bank you would want for a retake.
All right. Into the next fight. Taking a look at Jerky right now. Ultron bots ready to go. Wait, Naga does it again. Naga just finds Tuzi in the neutral from the beginning. And just like that, you have way less of a duelist threat to worry about. You get to open in on the 6v5. And look at all the space that Team 1's able to take here on the opening 2 with that pick. DRP, Meteor M looking to equalize, throws it over, nearly connects. It looked good, but not quite. Jerky, meanwhile, Ultron ult out, finds Vertigo, and gets a little bit more.
Yeah, the follow-up is huge here. The pressure, I mean, and the fact that Naga's just able to brush off Tuzi on the Psylocke so consistently has been amazing for them. The mobility, the verticality on this map really looking great for Team 1 and a very comfortable setup for them. Last second touch here, Torch forced to come in. He's probably going to die for it. Yeah, he does get traded out. So even though the portal is in, Team 1 fighting with advantage, up 2 now, and they should be able to close out this first round. Chop still trying to teleport back in and keep this in contest, but they're just dropping the Namor, surrounding them completely with those monster spawns.
Just standard stuff from Naga in a lot of these fights here, Jake, where even if it's not on camera, you just kind of look over the top, you're like, okay, both teams are trading out, and oh yeah, Naga got a pick. And that just kept happening repeatedly, where everything seems fine. It's like, waiting for the next wave of ults, and oh, Naga got a pick. And that's a sort of consistency that Team 1, I feel like, gets out of all their players to an extent, where people just overperform. And, for Chop, they didn't get as many even fights as, I feel like they would have gotten against a team like Qadsiah.
And also, the matchup for Psylocke is pretty rough into Namor, right? Like, there's not really a good target to go on here, in terms of the Psylocke being able to assassinate somebody with all the mobility, with the triple strategist able to kind of peel each other. And Ultron, while he's a strategist, he does pretty massive damage. It's not like Team 1 are really hurting for that frontline pressure. I'm wondering if Psylocke is the best choice for Tuzi here. I wonder if you wouldn't want to bring out something a little bit more capable at clearing those monstro spawns.
I think that's a fair point. Just the idea of, do you want to be running the Psylocke into the Namor? Is that really your best option? And you think about what was banned here going in, the Phoenix is still available. If Tuzi wanted to swap off to the other hero that we've seen Tuzi on throughout the course of the day here so far. But taking a look here at the Naga point of view, the horn ready to be blown, the whale ready to be summoned. Crazy Kitty, though, one burning up here at the start. Supernova going to be used. Setting the pacing here at the start of the fight. Fate responding to the fire with a little bit of invisible boundary, but it's not enough. This time, Chopped identify the problem. They get rid of Naga early. And Crazy Kitty, room to work with. Up 2 is Chopped. A much better beginning so far.
Yeah, now without Naga to defend, Tuzi's able to get into the backline, do some more damage, some more work, and a really decisive opener. And ultimate-wise, it was a 2-for-1 or a 2-for-2, actually. So, ultimate-wise, a neutral trade for Chopped, and the fact that they're able to win like that, I think Naga just wasn't expecting to get bursted through the invisible woman ult. Didn't think that they had the firepower, but Chopped called the bluff. And now let's see, Naga maybe struggling to get in as easily on this map.
You think about how it went down, that they quite literally had the firepower with Crazy Kitty being the one adding most of it. But a little bit of water versus fire matchup here on the left-hand side, as much as, Trident is water. There's water fueling it. But the horn is ready to be blown. And Team 1, Jake, really taking their time positionally here, hoping to get something in the neutral perhaps before going in.
Magneto ult denying pretty much all of that neutral poke. Not going to be any counter kills. We'll see if Ultron now can come in. There's no Magneto to block him. Invisible Woman ult, though, should be able to keep people alive, be able to mostly mitigate the Hulk in the back. And meanwhile, it's Chop, both duelists finding kills of their own. This fight's over before it's even begun.
Ultron ult ended, and so did Jerky immediately after. Tuzi was just able to get the proper positioning, get the immediate pick off right after, and Chopped has been looking very good so far. And, you think about the stakes coming into this here, Jake. This is the best team in the world, per recent results. The most recent LAN champion, and Chopped has taken the fight to them. Yeah, it's just one round right now that's been looking good, but this is still has to be turning a few heads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what Chopped wanted out of a tournament like this, right? The chance to show up against a really strong team. Supernova, they've been so many of these from Crazy Kitty. He's got another one online, just pumping these fire tornadoes in. But the kill from level 1 Crook, able to trade onto Tuzi. Winning that backline trade against the Psylocke is a big swing for Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, the Uno reverse card getting pulled on Tuzi into the back. Team 1, they get an advantage. Naga been holding on to this whale for a long period of time. I mean, I've heard about saving the whales, but not like this. You gotta let this whale free. Naga, under pressure, able to stay alive within the bounds of the invisible boundary. Crook again with a pickoff, just terrorizing the duelists of Chopped. Meteor M in from DRP, looking to try and bring this fight back. Away it goes, and no, not quite going to connect. Still under pressure all the way. Jerky bringing the Ultron pressure via the bots. And while no pickoffs happen, Chopped is still running for dear life. At 99% Team 1, they drop the whale. No fall through after the whale. Freedom Rush still in progress. Both teams down one.
Okay, no, level 1 Crook, you'd think this should be backbreaking. There's not much left to defend against. Invisible Woman ult is already deployed on the point. Player advantage, though, going back and forth. Both teams trading pickoffs, but the flip comes in for Team 1. Chop just a little bit low on the resources. That was expensive for Team 1, though. Not only did they have to use their ults, they also had to come out on the Strange for the portal, so Jerky's going to be a little bit slow into this next fight on the Ultron.
Team 1 still looking for the staggers, still looking on the chase down, and maybe gone a little bit too deep. They lose Rajal, they lose Fate. This could be disastrous. Jerky's able to get one to equalize, and Naga getting hit from all ends, ends up falling, and I think Team 1 may have dug a little bit too deep there, Jake.
Yeah, they were desperate, right? With a high mobility comp, you got to chase and find those kills at every opportunity. Now, trust me, stalling out the point, he still has control, but even the Monster Hulk, right, able to be focused down. The focus fire is good. But the support, hold on, they're keeping him alive. Invisible Woman ult as well, keeping, trust me, in that Hulk form, just barely by inches, by just a couple points of HP. Crazy Kitty stunned, exiled onto the low ground, still wants to keep casting those flame tornadoes, but it might just be too much. Team 1 running out of gas, and with flames covering the point, there's not much they can do in the retake.
This Kitty is looking absolutely ridiculous. Finally goes down the Jerky, but not before doing some serious damage. DRP over and in. Wait, yeah, Naga able to take down Mash post whale. Team 1 being gritty. This is a Team 1 special to win when you've already lost. We may be seeing it here again. Level 1 Crook on the fall through along with Naga. Jerky with the Ultron bots coming on in. Overtime stalled out. Team 1 back in control of the point, and that is a retake that very few teams would have been able to pull off.
I mean, these clutch 1v1s from Crook and Jerky just keep flipping the script when you think it's all over. So Chopped has to regroup. This is a moment where it would be easy to crumble. They do have, I think, a pretty solid bank of ultimates. They should be favored on this retake, but Team 1 have tools to work with, and they've made mountains out of molehills before. So low, Vertigo can't go down. You need this Invisible Woman ult. Okay, just barely dodges enough poke to reset.
Team 1 again making Chopped pay for every inch they take here. 80% to 99%, likely heading into final fight here on the round. Naga on the prowl, looking at the poke here on the Namor. Into the backline goes Tuzi, dance to the butterfly, trying to isolate to get that one special pick, not quite able to find it. Invisible boundary meanwhile down, where Tuzi's gonna go for a little bit of refuge, R&R, needing to heal back up. Team 1, meanwhile, take a look at where they're at. They're close to a boundary of their own at 72%. Naga going the whale in turn. Trust me, went down though. They're down one in the front line. And now how long can they delay that invisible boundary? Now looking actually very far away. And Naga, you have the horn. Do you blow it here and now? You're under pressure. You pop the bubble. Tuzi able to take down Fate. And with Crook going down, this is looking like a round 3 here, Jake.
Yeah, Chopped able to get this one back, but Team 1 did not make it easy. Trust me, gonna do some desperation retakes, but surely not the 1v6. Just making some space, buying some time on the Venom. As I say, maybe the TP. Okay, I don't even think the TP is online here for Team 1. And so Chopped equalize on our opening domination map, pretending a potentially close series. But it all comes down to this. It all comes down to Celestial Hand, which is where Chopped was able to clutch out last time.
You see the theming going on this map here, Jake. The first time we've been casting the map, not playing, but casting. Everything is Celestial. The husk, the hand, everything. Like, it's just part of the branding at this point.
What is a Celestial Hand?
I mean,
don't think too much about it, I guess. Okay,
I think in that instance, that's my best guess as we go about it. But yeah, ultimate round already kicking off. Jake, you never know what quite to expect when you've been on break for a while, but I do wonder if this is just going to be the preview of the rest of the series, where this is going to 3, the most rounds you can go to. Is this going to be a series that ends up going to 5 maps, the most maps you could go to in our format? I guess we'll have to see.
I also think these asymmetric bans are really going to evolve through the series, because these two teams have had completely like 180 different ideas about what to play, right? There's basically no overlap. I guess they're both playing Invisible Woman. I mean, this is a really wild compositional difference, and so I think that's going to really shift as the series continues. Team One playing this one a little bit more slow and safe, kind of just holding position, trying to create opportunities for Ultron, but the Flame Tornadoes from Crazy Kitty already clearing out this front line.
Crazy Kitty's gotten a lot of mileage off the Supernovas here so far. Meteor M, long-range shot, not quite going to connect. Both teams still in good spot, but Beetle actually quite low for Chopped here. Crazy Kitty trying to buy a little bit more time with the zoning here off the torch. Chopped diving on in via Luna ult, trying to take the pressure now to Team One, and the pressure is successful. Just took a little bit of dancing from Tuzi.
Great pickoffs from Chopped, and Tuzi doesn't overextend, right? They're able to back off and cap. I think Team One fell back really nicely there, minimized their losses. And by the way, I mean, this is the sort of downside of the Hulk, right? Every time you get a lost fight, this Hulk is like minus 5 to 10 seconds of being stalled. And, you know, oh man, they're doing everything to him to really just slow down the reset. And like, that's plus 10%, right? I mean, for Team One, it's like they can walk up, and yeah, Hulk has a pretty fast walk back from spawn, but this is definitely going to cost you, especially on a map that's so clock heavy like Domination.
You know, I just got reminded of history's past as I was thinking about things here, where, you know, QAD was one of the teams that, you know, in the past was also favored and ran in the Berber Patapim on their ascension. And, you know, people were always like, oh, did QAD play bad? And then they quickly realized it was Berber Patapim playing well. I do wonder if we're seeing some of this here for Chopped with their performance against Team One here so far, but going to back on out for now. Team One taking a long time on this attack, but it may pay off, Jake, with Naga able to take down who I think has been threat number 1 in Crazy Kitty.
Yeah, definitely. This Human Torch, you've got to respond to him, but fighting inside this Invisible Woman barrier, so far so good, but it's just not enough. Team One pile on the pressure, and it just overwhelms that strategist ultimate. Now, Cap ult should be able to get a pretty decent stall. I mean, pretty hard to focus fire Cap down when he's high mobility and getting all that heal and bonus health. But in the end, as the smoke clears, you know, they're looking at a pretty nice retake without too many expensive ults used. Team One in a good position to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Ult-wise, decent advantage, and we know just how long you can fight for control. So even though you look at it and go, oh man, 74% to 8%, that seems pretty bad. It's pretty within the realm of being able to make a comeback. Really, they just need to win 2 fights in a row, and that'll be that.
Jerky going to go over to the Adam Warlock as well. Maybe valuing some of that defensive utility, trying to run it back here. But DRP already finds the pickoff. Adam Warlock struggled, just couldn't stay alive in that fight.
Massive early pickoff here from Chop. Team One on the back foot yet again. They have the boundary, the bring back up, and Jerky has the self-res, so it's not as bad as it could be, but it gives up so much positioning to Chopped on the point. Chop, though, getting pretty low in turn. Boundary getting dropped by here by Fate as they try and fall through, but instead it's Tuzi able to weave through, get the dance of the butterfly in, get another pickoff, keep Team One on the back foot, and Tuzi's not done yet. Gets Naga towards the very end, and this is going to be a retake likely here from Chopped, and not much time for Team One left to recontest.
There's been a couple moments here where the dance floor from MASH has been amazing. Not only do they pop it and you know, stabilize the position, but they just charge in with everybody, absolutely abandoning, throwing caution to the wind, and just running through Team One. And that's sort of the downside of the Hulk, right? You don't really have a particularly strong frontline defensive holder. You have a lot of mobility, but when you just get run over by strategist ultimates, you're in a tough spot if you don't have ults to respond with.
Team One running out of time, 95% for Chopped. They do have tools coming on in here. They can blow the horn. They can go for the Karmic Rebirth. We'll see how this one begins. We're in overtime, but Team One likely going to take this a little bit slow. Solar Surgeons, though, invested. Meteor M out from DRP, off to the side, not quite going to hit. Naga being a little bit anti-air with the Tridents. Gets Torch to go away. Now turning his focus. Invisible Boundary going to be dropped. Horn already used. Team One getting forced back. Wow, their ults have been burned here, Jake. Same for Chop, but here comes Crazy Kitty. The Supernova a little bit later. This could be huge, but not if 2 people go down. Team One able to dive in before the Supernova really hits its mark.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty doing some damage, but the fight just doesn't last long enough to make use of it. And the invisible boundary forced crucially off of the objective. So Team 1 are able to just stack, grab the cap, and yeah, you might be alive in that invisible boundary, but you're not holding on to the point. Now Team 1 in position to potentially close out domination. Chopped have one last chance to really get back in and retake that. And I think a lot of pressure's on Mash to bridge the gap towards this Luna ultimate. Team 1 need to shut down that Luna.
Beetle opening up here with the Freedom Rush. Chop need a little bit of room, and Crazy Kitty's able to find it. The early pick on the Crook, giving Chopped again a window of opportunity. Not done yet. Able to get on the Jerky
That's
into the
res.
back. But yeah, the Karmic Rebirth, it comes back up. Still Team 1 with the opportunities here. Naga gonna try and put this away. Looking for opportunities here in the back. Looking for the anti-air, but the cover is there. Team 1 still forced a bit back. Here comes Susie, dance to the butterfly. Will it strike deep? Into the back line he goes. Not quite able to get the isolation. Having the back up, half HP. Team 1 though still on the back foot here, Jake. Still thrown back, and Tuzi assassinates Fate where he stands.
Yeah, they're forced to fall back from Mash's dance floor, and it's right into the hands of Tuzi. Eventually, he's shut down by the whale from Naga, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Naga needs a huge clutch fight here to keep this one going. Level 1 Crook, hold on with that Mantis ultimate. Fate coming back in with the TP. This is down to a scrap, and we know how good Team 1 are in these positions. Chopped want to hold on. They want to be able to close out and open up this series with a map win, but Naga just won't go down.
Team 1 trying to hold on 99-99. It is map 1 of our grand final, and it is ridiculous here so far. Trust me. Gonna pop the Super Hulk over and in. We'll see how long the delay is going to be. Invisible boundary just about to fade here from Chop. Team 1 going to have an opportunity here in a moment. Psionic seduction in here from Rajaro, looking for it. Naga will take down 2Z in the midst of the seduction, but Trust Me is down. DRP goes a little bit deeper, takes down Jerky. Chopped up 1 right now, make it 2. Crook goes down as DRP goes on a rampage into the back line of Team 1. Team 1 bleeding out bit by bit. Naga won the last one around, but there's just not the support anymore. Rajaro, final one on the point, final one to delay, but it's Chopped who lead the way and take map 1 from the defending champions.
Huge victory from Chopped, right? They came into this series as a huge underdog, and to win our opening map is a great statement, especially to be a team that wins a domination map. That being said, I don't think this is one of those scenarios where you can just confidently pick domination over and over again in the series. I mean, that was way too close to call, but Crazy Kitty on the Human Torch, I think you really got to be thinking about whether you want to let this combo through for Chopped. I feel like you gave them such a potent setup with Invisible Woman and Human Torch, and Crazy Kitty just ran with it. 34k damage. I mean, that is a monster performance.
Chop just cooking Team 1 here in this first map of the series. And considering how things started off being down 99-0 in the very first get-go of this one, the first point, they come back in the next 2 and take it. And I feel like we saw some amazing adaptations out of Chopped in particular. Trust Me was such a nuisance when it came to him on the Hulk. Thinking back to the first point, just jumping into the back lines, constantly harass as much as possible. Then we saw the adaptation come through onto the second point. They're able to focus him down. And more importantly, Crazy Kitty was able to survive against the Naga onslaught out of Namor. So ridiculous play to both teams overall. But what is it about Chop, man? They get pushed to the brink of a loss, and they bounce back and take the first map of the series against the best team in the world. ZP, this is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, they keep doing it against multiple teams. I mean, Qadsiah wasn't able to put them away when they started out multiple rounds at 99-0, and Team 1, they started out ahead. They got the first round, and again, Chopped finds a way to go back in. That being said, as we get to the highlights here, I do wonder how much of this was on the mechanical end and Chopped just having good adaptations, and the other part wondering is Team 1's read on the meta right now where it should be. I mean, some comfort heroes for sure with Naga on the Namor, but giving up Torch is kind of one of those things. I mean, look, they've done it before, but it did feel like it came back to bite them pretty darn hard here when you looked at the general value Crazy Kitty was getting on the average Supernova.
I also feel like from Team 1's perspective, right? Like, I understand you're protecting the Mantis because it really fits in well with his style. Level 1 Crook is great at executing it. But do you necessarily need to ban it away from Chop? Like, I don't know that Chop would really want to play the Mantis in the first place. I feel like they're really happy to have Torch and Invisible Woman. That's like a great combo for you to run. It exactly fits your style. So maybe they could still be banning the Torch and still, for the most part, getting the setup they want from the pick ban.
I mean, I think, beyond the setups with my, expertise on this game, I have to say, one thing I have to credit for to Chop, taking a look at how they played was just kind of handling Trust Me and adapting to not allowing Namor, played by Naga, to be so effective and so annoying. I mean, you think back to the start of this game here, Crazy Kitty and Tuzi, they were constantly being assassinated by Naga. And then that kind of disappeared, and that's where the bounce back really came through, whether it was an adaptation out of Chop protecting them better or positional play was better. Team 1 struggled to be as effective in point 2 and 3 to eliminate the two big damage dealers on the opposing side. But I mean, Chop thing for them is, you get the first map, that's great. It's still a best of 5. You still have 2 more to win if you want to take down the champions. And Team 1, they've been tried and tested playing consistently against the best teams in the world. They're going to adapt on you here, and maybe it'll come into the draft, as you guys mentioned before, as it will be going to the Hall of Jalia convergence map here for the first time in the series. ZP, what's your initial thoughts going into this?
Initial thoughts are, I think if any team could pretty wildly change up what sort of they're playing in the pick ban, it would be Team 1. I don't necessarily think they are hard committed to running, the Namor Hulk team up the way they were before. I think they could change up and it'd be absolutely fine, or they could change up the strategy and take away the torch and be like, okay, that was a little bit too effective. Why don't you prove that you can beat us without the torch? So I think while this looked really good for Chopped in map 1, I'm not convinced until we see what happens in map 2, particularly if Team 1 is able to hit them with some pretty serious adjustments in the pick ban phase.
And I think that's a really good point he makes, Jake, because this is the first time we have seen, I mean, obviously just being one series played here at the Rivals Night Shift, but we never saw Hulk being played. We never saw Namor being played. And we talked about in the first drafting phase that Team 1 just kind of maybe their read on the meta is maybe what the true meta could become. I do wonder, I mean, we know they are a definitely tried and tested team. They can easily adapt their style to play more of the meta that we've seen Chop bring to the table. I feel like it's up to them to like win or lose the series at this point if they want to make those adaptations themselves.
Absolutely. You know, I think Hall of Jolly is a great pick as well, because Hall of Jolly it's a tricky map, man. Like there's some of these attacks, like this first point attack, brutal. We talked about the potential for a first hold. I feel like Hall of Jolly, you see a lot of full holds on first point. It is a really rough spot on attack. But sometimes the defense just crumbles. Sometimes like a cheeky, strange portal from the offense sets them up perfectly. Maybe they have a better read on the meta or a counter combo. But in general, this is a spot where you can really like set the tone with a crushing defense and take the momentum out of the series for Chop. So I understand, and I like the pick from Team 1. And as much as you can have some adjustments from Team 1 ban-wise, like maybe they get the Human Torch out, I feel like Chop could also really think about breaking up the Hulk-Namor combo. I think take Naga off the Namor. I mean, he's good on the other characters, but that's such a comfortable setup for them. It also kind of mitigates your Psylocke pressure pretty well. I feel like maybe getting rid of that Namor would be a good way to strike back at Team 1's comfort pick.
Don't give LeBron the ball, ZP, right?
Yeah, I love how that phrase is just like now applicable across many games, including, where it began in basketball of, hey, don't give LeBron the ball. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a good analogy because Rivals, even though things have like evolved over time and, you generally have more respect to the the meta picks, there is something to be said about a team that is relying on their comfort picks, where a player is just out there that elevates a hero beyond what it normally is, beyond what, other people are usually playing, and you go, no, you don't get to play that thing. So that's always an option that you have in this setup. And I am curious to see how it goes here. Also, don't forget, going into this, it is Team 1's map pick. And, to go back to your point, Jake, where you mentioned, Idrisil Path, Chopped had real sort of trouble taking first against an experienced team. Well, you have that same case here, where Team 1 has now brought them to a map with a really first holdable point, and Team 1 is a team with way more experience.
I mean, think back to Central Park up against QAD, right? We Chopped, they got a first point hold. We were talking, or you guys were talking about how we could see QAD get themselves like a 5-minute finish, or with 5 minutes on the clock left, but they held on the first point. To be fair, I think they got held as well thereafter. But we know Chop can put up good defense when it comes to convergence, but it comes down to Team 1 being a completely different beast here. What do you see the initial bans coming through already off the bat here, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, already a couple changes on the opener. Team 1 attacking immediately the strategist backline, just eliminating probably the strongest combo right now in the Loki Luna. Once again, protecting the Mantis. Maybe they should be like, okay, maybe it was the Luna that was the key attribute. And I gotta say, some of those Luna ults from MASH were pretty devastating for Team 1, right? Some of the times that they really, the fight was contentious, but ultimately Team 1 gets cleared, were on the back of MASH's massive ultimates. Chopped, of course, protect the Mantis for themselves this time, so they're gonna be able to even the playing field on that front.
do get a bit of a point of difference here. The Ultron going to get banned from Team 1, deciding, like, even if we like to play it, we don't want to see you play it by any means, coming in with the Protect on the Warlock for themselves. So making sure that they get their preferred strategist line here. I mean, you take a look at this, and certainly it feels like it's going to be something along the line of triple strategist again for Team 1. At least that's what it feels like they're at least angling towards having the possibility to do.
Yeah, the Atom Protect is surprising though, right? Because if you really think Ultron's, you don't want to deal with the Ultron, you think it's really strong, wouldn't you want to create the imbalance and protect it for yourself here? But they're not going to be banned on the other side. Chop's prioing getting that Venom off the field, which, you know, we know how good Trust Me is on some of these like ultra high mobility flanking vanguards. And I think honestly, this is an amazing Venom map with some pretty insane like cross map swings you can do.
You know, interesting enough as well with the Protect on Psylocke, I was maybe expecting the Human Torch for Crazy Kitty once again, because you guys talked so much about how impactful he was playing that hero in particular, but we need to see the final one come through as well. The band not going to be hitting it whatsoever. So going to be interesting to see how things might play out here. Chopped not going to be able to play the Human Torch as we did see it being taken away. But on the other side, I mean, Team 1, definitely an opportunity. But looking at the picks, or not the picks, the draft, the Protects and the bans here, ignoring, if you covered the team names on your screen, who would you kind of favor at the moment?
If you cover the team names on your screen, that one's hard. I mean, I would say arguably I still kind of like the Team 1 draft more, just because I think Luna is that good and they have the ability to play Luna, and not so much for Chopped. But we'll see. I mean, as was shown in the last series, you can win without Luna. It just requires a little bit more forethought and planning. However, Hall of Jalia is also a map where I think, generally speaking, you need a little bit more mobility, especially on the attack. So not having the option to run something like Luna can be problematic.
Actually, I think they both banned Luna.
But they both banned. Okay, yeah.
This one, yeah. I think that was the adjustment from Team 1 to take it up, but they didn't protect it early either, right? So they ultimately still got banned, just went out a little bit later. You know, so trust me, I mean, they're still going to get the Naga Hulk combo. I think this is a great, Naga Hulk and the Namor Hulk combo, which is, I think, a great setup on this map where the monster spawns can be like up on these high grounds, really awkward to clear. But also, I love the response from Chop to go for the Phoenix plus Torch. I was talking about this, right? The ability to just clear monster spawns, play front to back. I wonder, how is Jerky going to fare up against the hit scan pressure that Phoenix brings?
And we saw just how deadly 2Z can be in the last series. So, yeah, I mean, I think that is a fair shout-out and a fair thing to look at as we get started here. And, you know, the poking pressure pretty intense between Torch and Phoenix. You know, fiery to say the least, both in actuality and pun. Team 1, though, for now, they're kind of bending back a little bit, Jake, here, not getting poked down too much. And, you know, just having to deal with the monster spawns on entry is actually slowing down Chopped quite a bit.
Yeah, and you see a lot of spam pressure on Crazy Kitty, making it a little bit more difficult for him to get the damage out that he wants. They're clearing out these monster spawns, but they're not really able to make forward progress yet. So both teams just charging up ultimates. Beetle in the backline, though, does get stunned down. Level 1 Crook has the follow-up as well. So great Mantis play, cleans up Beetle, and the attackers probably gonna have to reset.
As soon as you lose the distraction from your Captain America when you're running the sort of comp, you actually do just have to reset, because you just notice the difference in attention where everyone now gets to look at the front line, and it's not really a situation you want to be in. So Chopped is gonna have to go for the full reset here. And, you know, Jake, we're talking about first point holds. We're already down almost 2 minutes, and it's only been one fight.
And I'm kind of wondering about the efficacy of Captain America into a triple strategist setup. Yeah, it's an Ultron, right? But it's not necessarily the easiest strategist for you to harass in the backline. I'm wondering if like a Groot could be a little bit stronger. But they're going to open with C&D to close the gap onto the point, start putting that cap pressure on.
Team 1 going to respond to the Eternal Bond with an invisible boundary. Sonic Seduction out. DRP looking for a big play up Meteor Ram. Not quite going to find it, but just able to take down Naga right after. Naga a little bit wounded. Big pickoff here from Chopped. Now up 6v5. Can they seal the deal? Jerky, meanwhile, trying to bring it back the other way with the Ultron ult. Not quite able to find what they want. Solar Surgeon soon to fade. Naga gonna have the whale up here in a moment. But Supernova over and in. Crazy Kitty heating on up. 2 picks here so far. And Team 1 slowly losing control of this first point. The odds of first point hold here, Jake, pretty much going to the wayside.
Yeah, and the AoE pressure on the cap, man, like some of these choke points are going to be so rough to walk through up against Phoenix Torch, man. These are arguably like the 2 most dominant duelists in the meta.
And oh man, TP as well, deep into the back line, trying to catch more players who are escaping. But it looks like Team One was just content to take that reset on cart. But now that you've got things rolling, I mean, I think you're feeling pretty good right now for Chop.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big risks that Chopped had going into this map was the idea of getting first held, especially with the experience Team One has, but they were able to handle it just fine. Now Team One, we'll see how they're able to set up here. I don't think the defensive setup is quite as good on second as it is on first, but if they're able to win this first fight, they're still going to be able to set up in a way that makes things pretty rough for Chopped. So Chopped want the momentum to keep on going forward, and trust me right now, just trying to be a distraction. Freedom Rush going to come out here from Chop though, and Chop diving on deep. Crazy Kitty able to take down Fate, just follows Captain America's lead, and it works out beautifully.
Hey, they might not have the Luna dance floor, but they're just replicating that same success off the back of the cap. And I was questioning the cap, but the value in the old fights seems clear, where these ultimate trades have looked really good for Chopped. As good as Team One is in the neutral and the poking phase, I don't know that same success has been borne out when it comes to these big banks of ultimates. And think about Torch plus Phoenix. It's so hard to come retake this cart. There's going to be massive pressure on your vanguards.
Here we go. Meteor M out from DRP. Drops it into the void, but the rest super in favor of Chopped. Blink and you miss it. Team One falling by the wayside. Chopped just in every shot and more here, Jake, and they speed run through second.
Yeah, Chopped is just on a tear here. Team One. I mean, we talked about maybe the experience advantage, maybe taking them to a map where Chopped would be a little bit weaker, but if that was the intent, it's completely failed. Chopped are running through them here, and it's up to Team One, who are pretty much your world champion squad here, and they're falling flat here. It looks like there's a new kid on the block, and Chopped are ready to take over.
I mean, even if this were to go against Chopped, they've made an impression here so far, and it's only 1.5 maps. Crazy Kitty, Supernova, going to be used. Each one so far has been intensely deadly. Team One looking to handle this one a little bit better, courtesy of the Soul Resurgence. Moving back out to reclaim a little bit of space. Naga poking here on the Namor. Whale in reserve, just got to blow the horn. Team One waiting for the opportunity.
Oh,
however, Phoenix ult. Getting ready to go, just searching for where to go. Up, over, here she comes. Fall through, not necessarily gonna be there. And in fact, Tusi just getting taken down on the way out. However, with Fate being down, 5-on-5, Chop still trying to make something happen after the boundary.
Team One are trying to get greedy, right? They're trying to win these fights with a minimal ult commitment, but things end up getting kind of expensive, right? They're running pretty low. It's just Rojaro and Naga hanging on to ultimates. 2:30 on the clock, meaning that Chop kind of comfortably take the reset. Here they come with the cap ult. No obvious response to this. They're getting overwhelmed. Maybe Naga with the whale, but no kills yet.
Whale comes out, and Chopped still feeling absolutely fine. Freedom Rush, soon the fade. Crazy Kitty, close to building up another Supernova. Things getting a little bit chaotic. Team One split to the winds right now. Beetle finds Jerky in the split. The one-on-one between the Torch and Mantis. Not great for the Mantis under any circumstances. Crazy Kitty, Supernova good to go, and heats right back up. Pops it as soon as he can. Moving on forward, and things getting too hot to handle now for Team One. Chopped continuing to push them back and about to get some serious progress on the convoy.
That flame tornado was massive, but it wasn't quite enough, and Fate was able to get the ultimate online. So Team One are holding on well. Super deep Cloak and Dagger ultimate from Mash, who's diving deep into the back line. They force out level 1 Crook. That's the last ultimate in the tank for Team One, although Naga close to that next Horned Proteus. Chop continuing to put that pressure on. They have the Invisible Woman boundary, but Mash is down, so are they going to continue to fight this close to the enemy spawn? Looks like they will with that invisible boundary.
Lose Rojaro. Naga, though, just barely got saved by the strategist line. Tuzi goes a little bit too deep, and now Team One, they have an opportunity to switch this back the other way. Naga holding on to the Horde. Trust me, not really much to remove him from the Chop side until Chop gets back up to full, and Trust me just says, no, I'm going to continue the walk forward. And Team One, they get to restabilize here, Jake, and only a minute remains for Chopped.
Only 60 seconds left.
Still a very good offense already. You're kind of just trying to get anything extra. I mean, getting the cart through the choke point would be already a massive offense, one that would put you in a great spot to be up 2-0 in the series. That being said, I don't know that making any more progress is that realistic. Team One, maybe they've weathered the storm. They've got a big bank of ultimates. So Chopper going to go for kind of a trickier rotate, trying to slip in the side and starting with the Capel to get aggressive. But Team One have everything they need to respond.
Beetle yelling out for freedom, and Jerky is the one that pays the price. The Chopped able to get 2 off the early opening. They just follow Beetle's lead. And now Team 1 gonna have to try and turn this back around, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. Crazy Kitty up to the top. Supernova good to go. Trust Me is able to take off Tuzi. It's a start, but the momentum of the fight still more in favor of Chopped. DRP also could put it away. Meteor M set to go. As DRP comes back over and in, but with Nash going down, Fate is the savior here, Jake. Big pickoffs from Fate on the cloak. And now with 2 seconds left, the tables have turned. Chopped can't keep this going.
Score is
They get held, but I mean, all right, 2 points, almost 90 meters. This is, I think, a winning push for Chopped. I feel like they have the edge here. I mean, Qadsiah for me is such a strong, or rather, Bernard Shaw is such a strong. Wait, no, this is Qadsiah. Oh my God, I'm losing it. It's such a strong defender's favored map, right? It's like that you can hold on first. I feel like the end of second can be problematic. I mean, it wasn't this time, right? Both of those went pretty quick for the attackers, but in general, I feel like you have a lot of win conditions now for Chopped, a lot of chances to close this one out. For Team 1, they should be, in theory, a team that's really good on the offense with how much they like to play these heavy poke, high mobility styles that I think tend to be pretty strong on attack. But nonetheless, it's just a tough place to do it.
Well, this is going to be interesting as we head into the swap sides here, see what Team 1 is going to bring here on their attack. If they change things up or decide, yep, we still want to run the Namor even on the attack. Obviously, you don't quite know until the spawn doors open, but realistically, Jake, it doesn't really feel like Team 1 is going to be changing up too much here as they look to start their attack.
I mean, I do think Namor, like, it's actually kind of fine on attack. It's sort of a different role, like, rather than marking flankers and clearing out backlines, you're really just pumping a bunch of damage in the front line. And Naga, you know, this guy, he's pretty much always top of the damage leaderboard when it comes to playing the Namor. It seems like clockwork. You put him on this hero, especially you give him the Hulk team up, he's going to be topping that stat.
Team 1, 4 minutes to go. Quite a long way. They don't quite have to full cap the map, but it's pretty darn close. So the offense has to be pretty decisive here for Team 1. A little bit of walking over the fire as they look to set up. Of course, Qadsiah, one of the most difficult first points to get set up on the defender advantage quite high. But, you know, as you mentioned, it's a frontline Namor, and the damage coming in so far, pretty impressive. However, Chopped returning the poke damage, getting Team 1 low in turn, but Naga finally connects, gets Tuzi early, and the frontline Namor, Jake, it's done its job.
Yeah, Jerky on the Adam Warlock really kept everyone up with that soul link. Now, Chopped trying to fight back, but losing one of your damage dealers, it's hard to put that counter pressure on. The strategy, the triple strat is really starting to overwhelm in terms of stability on point, and Fate doesn't want to let off the gas at all, charging forward into this defender-controlled area. Level 1 Cook able to find Crazy Kitty, and the retake would be desperate. You're still going to go for it as Chopped, right? Still going to run the clock as you can. Maybe with that invisible boundary could buy you time to get back into this, especially with Trust Me knocked into banner point.
Visible boundary buys them entry back onto point. Team 1 going to answer with the Solar Surgeons towards the end of the boundary. And now Team 1, other ults coming back up, particularly Naga. Ray the blow the horn here once more. Rajaro, he'll just walk forward, find Mash. However, the response is coming on in from Beetle. Meteor M takes down Jerky, forces out the self-res. And Chopped making this somewhat reasonable. Rajaro, though, it's had enough. Meteor M looking for the finish, drops it towards the side, doesn't connect. And Chopped has turned this into a bit of a scrappy fight now, Jake.
Yeah, and with the portal back in, I dare say I think Chopped are doing it, right? They're trying to bring this one back. Jerky coming out with a strange of his own, trying to double down and all in. So both teams putting a very heavy commitment on this. I mean, this is the first fight. It's just turned into an absolute scrap, running the clock down all the way to 2 minutes. And now Jerky on the strange, it's a little awkward. I don't know if you should really keep this. He's back to Adam Warlock, but I think he gave up an ultimate charge for that.
Jake, wild idea where we may be going. With only a minute 45 left, what if Chopped pulls the first point hold, the Uno reverse? It may be more likely than you think. Crazy Kitty, a great early angle here. Able to force some defensive cooldowns out, still has the angle. Team 1 needs to get an early pickoff off this dive, and the Torch just able to dive into the invisible boundary. Not bad positioning here at all. Backs up the rest of the team. The damage outgoing into Team 1 quite significant here. Close to getting a pick. The Eye of Akamoto comes on in, stuns 2, and the fall through's there.
Mash went over to the Strange just to come back, right? Just to clutch that fight out, but comes up huge with a back-breaking Eye of Agamotto. Now Team 1, 1 minute on the clock, only a couple ultimates coming up for this final fight. Chopped has quite a few tools to work with. What are Team 1 gonna do, man? Backs against the wall, but this is a world champion squad. I feel like you never give up on them. Oh my god, I mean, Human Torch on this position, this is insane. You don't have a flying hero. How do you deal with this? You're just gonna let him continue to free cast on your backline?
He's draining your time bank by existing. You just have to constantly pay for every inch of terrain that you're actually getting. And once more, is this going to be enough? The Supernova is active. Meteor M used by Rojaro to buy a little bit more terrain for Team 1. They're able to walk forward, back onto the point once more. Trust me, though, getting super low. The focus fire from Chops coming on in. The Eternal Bond is there. They're trying to focus through. While the Bond is up, is Team 1. The Horde comes out. It doesn't do the damage they're looking for. Rojaro is down.
Ooh.
Massive in from Beetle. The Meteor M seals the deal. And this is looking like a first point hold against Team 1.
The God Res?
Wait. The rest. No, wait.
But
Hold
I don't know if it's enough. It's so many players back into the fight. Chop, they did lose a Magneto for that one, so the God Res is actually potentially making this one possible. Mash, the Eye of Agamotto. Bruce Banner can't even be bursted down, though he's in the Cloak and Dagger roll. Crazy Kitty hoping against hope to clean this one out, but another invisible Foundry on the point. Maybe enough to stabilize. Mash is back into the engagement on the Strange. And that was looking pretty scary. Jerky on the Spider-Man, though, surely won't be able to clutch this one out.
You would not expect that. Another Supernova certainly should seal the deal here. Fire tornadoes all the way through. The first point hold is real, and Chopped is one map away from beating the reigning world champions here in the rival scene. If you had told me this at the start of the day, Jake, I would not have believed it. But here we are, Chopped, looking better than anyone was willing to give them credit for.
Look, it's a young game. There's always opportunity for young players to come in and make their mark, and few have done it as explosively as Crazy Kitty here is today, man. Looking insane on the Torch. I feel like Team 1, I mean, you just can't let this guy have Torch again. He's just double MVP'd you back-to-back, 32K. He's topping the lobby by 10,000 damage on Human Torch. This is not balanced, man. You can't let him have this.
What did I tell you, boys? I never doubted Chopped in the 3-0 win over against Team 1. Obviously, still one to go, but I think you guys hit the nail on the head. Who expected Chopped to come out cooking like this, taking the world champions to a potential final map in this series? And I think, as we pointed out in the last series up against Qadsiah, Crazy Kitty and Tuzi have been putting in work. Obviously, Crazy Kitty we're focused on a lot when it comes to the Human Torch, but this double flyer has been putting in some serious work. And a first point hold after the momentum they had on the attack, I didn't think was necessarily in the cards here, ZP.
No, not at all. I mean, that, especially in Team 1, where usually you don't see them get held on first. They're usually pretty resilient. They're hard to put down, but Chopped has just been playing out of their minds. But again, I do wonder how much of this is the meta read that we're seeing from Team 1, where Team 1 has come in, they've decided we want to prioritize the Namor team up. We want to give Naga the keys to the car, as it were. But you cannot deny the massive impact that we've been seeing from Crazy Kitty on the Torch. I think it's finally time to put the fire out, get the ban in, and at least make Chopped beat you with something else for the rest of the way forward.
All the ocean's waters could not put out the Human Torch, as we saw with the Namor pick out of Naga there. I mean, Jake, I think we have to see those adaptations coming forward as well. But I want to kind of pick your brain on your thoughts about the way Team 1 are approaching this. Because again, they pretty much ran the exact same comp they ran in the previous map with a completely different game mode. And obviously going into Ignite Season 2, we're going to be on Season 4 patch. There's going to be some big changes coming through. So I do wonder, is there a world where they're potentially holding back some strats for the fact that they have to re-qualify back into Ignite yet again?
I mean, maybe Team 1 is that's like the hopium copium argument here is like, okay, Team 1, they're not showing us their strongest look. They're holding something back. But, you know, I think for a lot of these teams, it's a tall order to just like, you know, take a loss on the chin and like still just not pick the best comps, not come in and show your strongest look here. I think, you know, to sit here on the championship, yeah, it's $1,000, but you know, week after week, it starts to add up. And so for a lot of these teams, you know, in theory, you can hide strats, but I feel like in practice, it's better to just win everything. Be the team that is unstoppable, that other teams are scared to go up against. For me, that's worth more than any strat you're holding back in the strat book, especially in Marvel Rivals where, okay, yeah, you're going to bring out the strat and then
the next game they're going to just attack you with hero bands, and you won't necessarily be able to play it. So I think hiding strats is a little bit more suspect in this format in terms of like the value of it. And so I tend to think that Chopped are actually just putting on a huge show for us. That being said, I really want to see Team 1 ban the torch away. I mean, we've seen Crazy Kitty be great on a ton of heroes, but plus 10k damage, that's not normal, man. That's crazy. It's like 50% more damage than the next most in the server. That's unreal.
I thought you were used to doing over 10k damage than the rest of everyone else on your team, Jake, but it's so simple, ZP. Just win everything. And honestly, I think it has some merit to that, especially when you're talking about trying to fight to be picked up by an organization as well, to represent, you know, salary on the line, extra prize earnings as well. But looking at Team 1 and how they played this one out, sticking relatively similar with what they played in map 1, what changes would you like to see? Like what hero changes would you like to see in particular, if we're going to ignore the whole banning Human Torch? Because I think that's quite obvious now.
I mean, beyond that, I just think you're such an experienced team. You could run the mirror at this point. Like I do. It's one of those weird things where normally it's running the mirror doesn't work out well oftentimes in esports because the other team has spent more time practicing it and you're basically fighting them in their turf. So the swap oftentimes can be pretty perilous. However, again, with Team 1's pedigree, I think they can make it work. Also, you know, people in chat mentioning, like, yes, you have the obvious player now where, like, Melio hasn't been playing, and Melio is, like, absolutely ridiculous for Team 1. I don't know the backstory with Melio in regards to, you know, it's temporary or not. Like, we were told Melio's on the roster, but Jerky's playing here today. So there's all sorts of reasons as why it could be. That's why I haven't focused on that too much as a story. But, you know, regardless, it's still 5 out of 6 members of the Team 1 squad you've usually seen. So to me, I think the story still goes a little bit deeper than just the Melio for Jerky change here so far.
And for me is, you might be the Ignite champion, but you might not be the Night Shift champion. That's what it's all about here in my eyes, because that is the real trophy to be won as we're moving over onto Hell's Heaven with domination on the cards once again. Now, Jake, thinking back to when we were on Celestial Husk, obviously it was a very strong start for Team 1. I think they 99-0 the first point, or 100% 0 the first point. But then there was that slow comeback out of Chopped, and it was the adaptation of the dives, I would say, out of this Hulk that really, well, one of the ways that they're able to bounce back into it.
And you know, the resilience from Chopped has blown me away across this whole day, right? They take a lot of stiff beatings today. Like a lot of rounds are just, they're getting worked, right? It's looking like, I'm like, this is over. They're falling apart. They're crumbling. And then they can come in game time and be like, no, actually, all right, we're trying a different approach. Maybe it's a hero swap from one of our flexible players. Maybe our team approach is going to be a little bit different. We're going to use our ultimates differently. Like, they're able to find those within the map. And that's something that you really can't teach. Like, that's an incredibly good sign, I think, for orgs thinking about like teams to sign. I gotta say, that's one of the few things that no amount of resources you give to a team is gonna make those players more adaptable, more ready to make a quick swap up in the game time and completely change their perspective, change the way they're approaching the game, and actually do that quick enough to turn things around and get the win. And so that's the type of thing where if you're scouting players, you want to, you know, bring a team into the fold. I'd say that's one of the most valuable attributes.
It's about that hunger, ZP2, and considering Team 1 have been at the top of the tables before Chop, they want to prove to the world they have what it takes to be our Ignite champion coming up in Season 2. But as we get into the draft once again, we talk so much about Human Torch. We got to see a ban coming through. Is there a world where we potentially could see a Protect come out of Chop, thinking that ban might come out?
I think at this point, it would make sense, but also there's been no insight as Team 1 looking at the ban, so maybe they just protect the Mantis here once again. If I'm Chopped at this point, I actually think that may be a little bit greedy, but okay, they're going to go and they're going to protect the Mantis. I would like to see Team 1 at this point drop a ban onto the Torch. Like, please, okay, thank you. It's been done. Team 1 may lose this next map, but they won't lose it to Crazy Kitty on the Human Torch, and that is at least an upgrade strategically from where they've been.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's definitely good. I'm surprised to see the Mantis ban, frankly, or Mantis Protect. I would have rather seen Luna be prioritized in terms of protection and you know, keeping them in. But let's just see if different perspectives. At least Torch off the field is like you make Crazy Kitty show you something different. We know he can play other characters. We've seen him look great in the Ultron. We've seen him look great on the Wolverine. You know, on the Bucky, he's got depth as a player. But the way the series has gone, you have to make him show you something new.
We are seeing was that a Psylocke being banned away too by Team 1, and that was one of the protects that we consistently would see out of Chop coming into the last protect of the drafting phase. So we're definitely seeing the adaptations come through. out of Team One. And honestly, I'm kind of happy to see it, because to see the the reigning champions go down 3-0 would be, I think, a massive letdown for themselves, for the fans, and of course for us here on the show. But the adaptations that we wanted are coming through here, ZP.
I have an update. There is a substitution. Melio is in and Jerky is out. So we are back to the full championship roster here for Team One. So that's why I didn't want to speculate, because there's a lot of reason why teams would mess around and people are just like, where's Melio? Did Melio quit? Was there issues? It's like, I don't know. I'm just going to go with the roster that we're seeing right now, and we'll see from there. But Melio is back in from the sounds of things. So, maybe that also explains some of the changes in the draft, where Chopped kind of looked at us like, yeah, we kind of have to get rid of Torch. We definitely don't want to deal with Melio on that character.
You're also getting the Psylocke mismatch for Team One, right? They're not only bringing Melio in, but they're giving him an unmirrored Psylocke. So it's a great way to come into the series for a player who's so strong on that hero. And I think that's, coming into Hell's Heaven as well, a very strong Psylocke map. So you really set up Melio for success in all ways, except for we're 0-2. If you lose this map, it's over. So for Melio, maximum pressure, but strategically, in theory, a good setup.
Well, Hell's Heaven might be just renamed Hell's Kitchen at this point, as Chopped are now one map away from closing out this series and becoming our very first here Rivals Night Shift champions, brought to you and presented by Intel and MSI. Well, gentlemen, I think it is time to head into what could be the final match of EU. ZP and Jake, take it away.
Jake, I actually like this from Team One, where a lot of teams, when we talk to them behind the scenes, they kind of see, productions like ours as a super scrim, right? Where they get to try things out. And with Jerky being new to the team and Team One, feeling pretty good about their overall, progress on the world stage, today could have been an idea of like, all right, Jerky, we're going to give you, some of the best experience you can get, short of a real match, and we'll see how it goes. But now that they're facing elimination, they go, it was a good day, Jerky, but we're going to bring in Melio here and, give Chop the what we're known for.
Yeah, give him the full treatment, but at the same time, I think it's oversimplifying this to just blame it on one player. It's just
no, and
it's never the case. And I still think Jerky had a pretty solid series. I don't think that it's like he was the problem here. And I think for Team One, sure, if you can run it back from here, you're feeling pretty good. But there's a very real world where Chop just closed out the series 3-0. Crazy Kitty, yeah, he's forced off the torch onto Ultron, but I don't think that's a weak hero for him.
Both teams trading up blows here in the neutral, and Melio striking first. Psylocke's back. Off to the back line, gets the first pick. Rajaro on the fall through, right on after. 2 down from Chopped. And Team One looking fearsome with this different draft here into Hell's Heaven. The reset coming out here from Tuesday. So first control, the way of Team One.
I will say the challenge for Chopped is answering the Psylocke here. This is a map where, we've seen how good Psylocke is all day today. It feels like teams have been fighting over the Psylocke. Other heroes have been getting higher ban and protect prio like Torch and Luna, but the Psylocke has been so often the one that slips through and ends up making a huge difference. So Chopped, we've seen them answer it actually before, right? We've seen them deal with some of these heavier dive styles, but Team One have a more balanced, flexible setup here, right? They're not all in on the dive, but Crazy Kitty gets right back on the board.
However, the return is there from Melio, gets Vertigo in the back, so elimination for elimination, and Rajaro just tagging along. Where Melio goes, so goes Rajaro, piercing through the back line of Chopped, and Chopped again find themselves down 1 and on the back foot once more. 45% the way of Team One, and Chopped against the Psylocke here, Jake. Now Team One has changed up their compositions. They're getting a lot more trouble in the neutral before ults even come into play.
Yeah, and the Mantis, we'll see if it's able to get a little bit more done as the series progresses, but, giving that Luna advantage, I don't like that, letting Team One have the matchup. You won that matchup on the opening map of the series.
Ultron ult going to be forced out here, Crazy Kitty, forcing Team One to go back a bit. Team One still nursing a really, really big ult bank here. Only Freedom Rush and Dance of Butterfly used. The rest of it is still available. It's on Chopped to move on out, make something happen, and trust me right now, just being back and forth on the Captain America, handling things well, but oh man, Tuesday,
nice burst on the Melio.
Yeah, deals with the Psylocke this time around, and Chopped, a little bit of an opportunity here.
The Phoenix ults traded back and forth. Chopped staying in this one, 5-on-5 here. Player numbers getting a little bit low, but Team One are pretty low on ultimates. Crook wasn't able to get the Luna ultimate off in that fight, and Tuesday is cleaning house now.
I mean, we've seen Chop in this position so many times, right? Down 99-0, but we've also seen you get, feels like, more wins than not from this position. So Team 1, don't let off the gas at all. You need to be able to lock in a quick map win, get some momentum going in this series, because you're going to have to beat back-to-back Chop map picks, even if you're able to win on Hell's Heaven.
It's going to be a long mountain to climb, or a tall mountain to climb, I should say. I don't think mountains are typically long. I mean, maybe it's a big mountain range, but yeah, it's not really how the phrase goes.
Kilimanjaro is a long mountain. Oh, looks like we got to pause. Okay.
1,000
ping for Mash. That's not good. You don't play 1,000 ping.
It's a lot of
That's
ping.
a good moment for the pauses. This is a manner pause, a mannered moment. Pausing, safely between fights, not like a brutally contentious spot where everyone's trading skills. It looks like he's back in action.
Okay, man, I thought my grammar was going weird there. Okay, we are ready again. When you're locked in on the game, it actually takes away some of the brain power for other things like speech. But that's how you know that Mash is ready to play. Chopped. Have to take control of this for quite a while. Multiple fights in a row need to be won. Team 1, we'll see how they set this up. They got the Luna ult in reserve, but Melio again, Jake, the early pickoff. Melio just continually working the backline of Chopped.
Yeah, and Chop struggling now under the scrutiny of this meta combo here at the Phoenix. And the Psylocke really chipping them to pieces. Strategy ultimates have to come through, but the focus fire is good from Team 1. They're able to find a couple kills. Look to be closing out this opening round here on Hell's Heaven. Crazy Kitty sent packing on the Ultron. Better off probably just saving that ultimate for next round. I think this one is done and dusted. Chop just trying to charge what they can, going on deeper into the map. But right now, the adaptations look very good for Team 1. They're running a very different style with a different set of band protects, and that's put them in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and I think, the kind of add on to the point you were saying before, and I mean, maybe it was part of it, you're bringing on a different player for different specialization, but the big thing to me is not so much the swap from Jerky to Melio as much as the different draft look coming in from Team 1. And yeah, I mean, the things could be linked one and the same, but I do think Team 1 just going to what's a more traditional meta comp here has worked wonders for them. And the biggest difference by far has just been the fact that they're not as reliant on ults to win fights. They've been winning a lot of these fights off fundamentals, off just Melio, for example, getting to the back and getting picks on Psylocke, Rajaro just working seamlessly in tandem. It's been another dimension of Team 1's gameplay here. And, you compare this to the first domination map we played, realistically, it's like night and day.
Yeah, and I also think, Trust Me on the cap is a little bit more of a conventional style. I love just the value of the cap ult as an additional sustain tool is so good for me right now in the current meta in Marvel Rivals. I like this a lot more than the Hulk. As good as that Namor team up is, I just ultimately think the Freedom Rush gives so much value to your teammates. It really is hard to go without. And Team 1, I mean, they're nearly on 5 ultimates. We'll see if early pickups can come in for Chop, but this is a tough fight.
They're going to get the early pickoffs. You'd be looking maybe more for Crazy Kitty and early Ultron ult. The ult's going to be popped. See if the fall through's going to be there, but instead Melio says, extermination, I'll exterminate you. Goes in, cuts down Crazy Kitty mid-ult, and just like that, the stage has been set. I mean, yeah, you're going to go for the Inferno here from Tuzi, but what are you really going to set on fire? Not the greatest time to ult, I would say.
Yeah, just using it for survivability, trying to sustain a little bit deeper into the fight. But yeah, the punish is brutal. I mean, losing Crazy Kitty that quick, Melio instant punish onto the Ultron ult, it just shuts it down. And Team 1, full control, great tempo of ultimates here, not overspending when they have the advantage. That puts them in a nice spot to potentially close out this domination. And I mean, talk about the way to come in off the bench, right? Coming in cold and getting up so many of these opening picks from Melio. Exactly what he needs to put on the board to get a solid win here, especially against the Ultron, who's kind of vulnerable to getting flanked and punished by a Psylocke.
Melio, Dance of the Butterfly, ready to go, where Melio is at their most deadly. Sound seduction onto the point where Jaro just clearing out a bit of space. Melio still creeping into the back, looking for the opportunity. Chop though! Crook goes down early. 1 for 1 here so far between Naga and Tuzi. Tuzi though, able to take down Naga towards the end. Looking for more here. In onto the cloak, gets a little bit low, gets the health pack. Nice positioning from Tuzi. Finishes out that one and Chopped close to the retake.
Man, Tuzi's on beast mode right now. He's really putting the team on his back here in this really contentious map 3. doesn't want to allow this series to go deeper. He knows the risk that if Team 1 starts getting momentum going, things could really turn around. And so being able to hold that fight back so dominantly, cleaning up the backline, I think it's a great spot to be. I think if they can keep playing around this Phoenix, really put Tuzi in a position to succeed, that could be a challenging question for Team 1 to answer.
Team 1, still a decent amount of time. Chopped loses first control at 26% here so far. Tuzi just using the Phoenix's mobility here in the back, looking for the opportunity, gets the burst down, not quite able to finish off the elimination, but it's awfully close. Melio,
the flip.
super low, but yeah, you're right, they get the flip in the meanwhile. Team 1 objective focused, and Melio was able to turn things around on to DRP, and just like that, Team 1 flipped things around. It was a really nice opening from Chopped. I mean, clearly, Tuzi nearly got the pick off, Jake, but nearly was not enough.
I actually like, though, that Chop, they don't try to recommit ultimates once they lose the point. I think that would have been really bad. They would have fallen really far behind. So instead, they lose actually really quickly, and that's going to give them a good shot at the retake here with a nice bank of ultimates. It's not an ideal position. You would have rather had a much longer fight with point control. Don't get me wrong, but I think they quickly cut their losses, and now they're going to be back into this point with a decent chance.
They open things up here with the Ultra on ult. Crazy Kitty, though, you look at the health bars of Team 1. Not too much is done here at the beginning. And Song Inferno diving on. The rest of Chopped looking to fall up here. Meteor M dropped by DRP. Does not connect. Team 1 using both strategist ults here in the middle. They kind of layer them a little bit. But for now, everyone's alive. Naga off the Phoenix. Able to get down onto Mash. And Naga following through right on after. Naga with 2 here so far. Naga's been a little bit quiet in this round. Finally coming to life here on the Phoenix.
Tuzi needs more, though. 1 is not going to be enough. The Dance of the Butterfly on point is going to cut down DRP, but Beetle finds 1. Trades continue to come in. Tuzi finds another, but it costs him his life. Chop have to stagger back into this one. The fancy footwork from Crazy Kitty, not enough, but the Strange DP is going to bring, looks like a reinforcement for both teams. Melio would love to cut them off and does burst that strategist. That's a crucial pickup to find. Melio just dancing in and out of this fight, finding so many opportunities.
I mean, the portal has given Chopped a little bit more life and a reasonable chance of a contest here, but step number 1, kill the Melio. Deal with Melio. Crazy Kitty goes on down. Melio back into the fight. Finish off the last little cleanup onto the Strange. And Team 1 getting the last bits of cleanup they need. That's going to be the round. That is the map. And it's a clapback here, Jake. Going to force a map 4. Team 1 not quite done yet.
Tall mountain ahead, though, ZP. Right, you're gonna have to win back-to-back Chopped map picks, and I think also with the strength that Melio just showed here, I'd be a little surprised if he's gonna get to play much more Psylocke in this series. I feel like you know, as good as he is, he came in hot. I feel like Chop can answer right back in the ban protect phase. They can also send us to maps where maybe he'll struggle to be as consistently effective. But I think this is a strong showing for Team 1 that they're like, hey, look, you know what? We took some L's and we're going to clap back with a very different look. This is some of the depth you have in the team. Some of the reason why you would want to bring more players on and have more different flexibility looks is because you can kind of go either way with this. You could start off a series one way and then bring a new player in and take things in a completely different direction. So in theory, I think this will make Team 1 a much stronger team over the long haul. For Chop, though, now the question is, I mean, I don't even think it's much of a question. We know they're good at adapting. We've seen it. We've seen them adapt so many times today. The question is, what are they going to do? What is the change up they're going to make? Almost for certain, we're going to see something new here in this next map.
I mean, it kind of felt like their first true challenge against Team 1. We got to see some more meta picks, I guess what we should call it. Seeing the Psylocke come through, not seeing the Namor anymore, not seeing the Hulk as well. They're up against a proper challenge, and Melio coming through massively, coming in for his first time here in the series, but the impact he had was unquestioned. Constant pickoffs in the back line. The Psylocke was doing wonders, and now you have to think, as you guys were talking about, Chopped, do you need to take away the Psylocke from Team 1 here? Because I think from what we saw here alone, it's almost a necessity.
Yeah, realistically speaking, when you have this level of performance where you got maybe half your fights as real fights because the other half, Melio, got to the back and picked someone off. And it wasn't just Melio. I mean, it was the team-ups happening with Rajaro at the same time where Melio would time the dive in, Rajaro would be in there right after, and the 1-2 combo was pretty deadly. I think it was like 4 or 5 separate occasions where you'd see Melio, first pick, no ults used, and about 3 seconds later, Rajaro in on top. So the synergy that was coming in from those two in particular was just crippling Chopped. in fight after fight. So moving forward, you've got to do something to interrupt that. You don't want to deal with that again.
But I think as well, Jake, looking at Tuzi, had some great individual plays. We saw one there just a few seconds ago, taking down, I believe it was 3 players. But in my opinion, looking at for Chop here, Crazy Kitty just did not have anywhere near the same level of impact here on Ultron that he previously did on Human Torch, which can be expected. But I do wonder, in your opinion, do they need to find him a hero that he can have a similar effect in these matches?
I think I'd rather have him on something a little bit more explosive than the Ultron, where Ultron, I see the theory behind it, right? Having the triple strategist look, I think it can be pretty good, and Ultron has, you know, a lot more damage than you would think of traditionally on a strategist. It really is more of a hybrid role for a duelist, but based on the way they've been playing this series so far, I kind of like a more traditional look for them. I would also love to see, you know, bringing the Psylocke back into the fold for you know, either or both teams, or maybe banning it out. It feels like a couple of those 3 are going to get through, right? Between the Psylocke, between the Human Torch, and the Phoenix. Like, you can't quite get rid of all of them. Another factor, though, for Chop is I'm really surprised they protected the Mantis this game. Like, I just feel like the Luna looks better in every way. I feel like they've looked amazing with the Luna all day. So I kind of want to see them go back to that. Like, stick to the Luna. It's still amazing. Even if you don't have necessarily the combo or like a Loki for the copy, like, Luna is still great.
Well, ZP, we did see them play without Luna in their first series in that final map, and it's come down to how can they deal with what's going forward. The upside for them, they do have a short break to get things ready to go before we head into our 4th map of the series, but it's still currently chopped up 2-1 so far in our money match here in the Rivals Night Shift presented by MSI and Intel. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll be back in just a few to continue this cracker of a series.
against the world.
You are nothing! You are nothing!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're all going to be blessed not only with a great series here, but the esports caster of the year in whatever year that was, with Uber coming up a little bit later on today, joined by Avast for the North American matches. I hope that went through. I don't know if it actually did or not, but Uber said he loves me, and you know what? I love you too, Uber. And I love what we've seen so far in this series with Chop going 2-1 against Team One, our defending global champions, but not necessarily Rivals Night Shift champions, presented by MSI and Intel. And gentlemen, we're about to hop into our fourth map of the series. I think we're all in agreement that we never expected Chop to be off to such a strong start, but now their first challenge has come to them in the form of Melio on Psylocke and ZP. They've had to deal now with not being able to play Human Torch. They have to deal with Melio and Psylocke. We have to see those changes come through now into this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like cold water into face with Chopped, where not only did they have to adapt their own strategy after Team One had enough, Team One came in with a right hook, and that right hook was Melio on the Psylocke. So changes to the draft are coming. I think the best call out of Jake there was the idea of like, yeah, it was a pretty good game of Psylocke. Shame he's not going to be able to play it again going into these next games, which I think is pretty likely. I think you take the Psylocke out of Melio's hands after what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I would say for Chopped, it would have been so hard for them to come into that ban protect series phase and actually like have a good ban protect, given that Team One just pulled a complete 180 on you. Now going into Krackoa, you're gonna have two bites at the apple. So you're gonna have two chances to try out a different strategy, you know, sort of draft and pick wise in terms of dealing with Melio. I will say for Melio, he's still an amazing player. You could take him with the side, like it's not like he's going to be like weak or vulnerable, but it is going to be a little bit harder for him to, I think, to have that same level of impact where Psylocke, just such an explosive character. I also wonder, is it something that Chop want to get for themselves on the board, right? Do they not just want to deny the Psylocke, but maybe even create a mismatch? Phoenix, though, I suspect is probably here to stay. Maybe Phoenix is another target with both. I mean, it was going blow for blow, but both Naga and Tuzi were getting huge clips onto the Phoenix. So that could be another thing you have to consider. I mean, there's so many powerful heroes right now in Rivals. Not easy to get through this ban protect phase.
Yeah, and ZP, maybe there's a world now. We looked at strategists being protected so early on here, especially for Chopped, going for Mantis quite consistently. I was to say, do they potentially try to protect a Human Torch? But we do see it banned out right off the bat here out of Team One. They don't want to chance it a single time here the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think they had enough of a cat on fire just crushing them over the first two maps. You know, if you can't count on the Lord of the Ocean to put out the fire, you actually have to appeal to the one above all. In this case, the one who is putting down the bans before the game starts. That is the only thing you can do at this point, and it makes all the sense in the world. Team One bans coming out. The interesting thing here, to me, Jake, is that it's very duelist focused, saying to Chopped, yo, you can decide to go wherever you want on the strategist or Vanguard end.
Yeah, I also think, you know, both teams getting the Luna and so they're both securing that backline. Psylocke ban seems pretty obvious here from Chopped. You know, I was wondering if Team One would take that opportunity with the first protect to pry out the Psylocke, but maybe they're more worried about the fact of just Luna, how potent she can be in enabling those front-facing dives. They are going to take off the Magneto here, which is an interesting choice. Maybe Magneto, without the Magneto, maybe it's going to be a little bit harder to deal with the Phoenix flanking and putting a lot of pressure on you.
Well, we are seeing the Psylocke ban come through, so Melio not going to be able to play her this time around. So now we just see the adaptation go towards Team One, and how are they going to make Melio effective, or as effective as we've seen previously? But as you guys have already mentioned, Melio, a very seasoned player. He's going to know exactly what to do here. And with the Phoenix being secured and protected for Team One, we kind of can already see the angle they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, expect to see Melio coming in here on the Phoenix is what I would expect coming in. And yeah, I mean, Phoenix versus Phoenix. In a way, this is kind of what I wanted to see Qadsiah pull out versus Chop, because that entire series, they just decided, no, we're okay with our top duelist not necessarily getting some of their better heroes. We're going to try and like eke out the difference on the Vanguard and strategist end. And you know, I'm not convinced that was the best decision, but I mean, there's probably very good reasonings behind it. In this case, Team One, it feels like, is playing it very straight into the point because, well, they don't have a margin for error anymore. If they lose another map, they lose the $1,000 and title of champion here on Rivals Night Shift.
Which we know is the most important title in Rivals period, because I don't see the esports cast of the year of 20, whatever it was, casting Ignite. I see him casting Rivals Night Shift. So he said he's going to make me some cookies, if you guys didn't hear that on stream. And you know what? I could use some cookies because this is going to be a very sweet match indeed. Let's throw it back to our commentators to drop us into Krackoa once more today. It is Jake and ZP once again.
I gotta tell you, Jake, as much as I'm enjoying this EU final right now, some of the banter, not only from the players, but even the talent right now, NA is gonna be a wild ride. I am looking forward to it. But as we kick things off here, get an idea of like who's going to be on what end. Okay, that's right. This is another thing Team One has done, where they've decided, okay, they're gonna put Melio on the Warlock and Naga still onto the Phoenix. So Naga, you get to stand Phoenix. Melio, see what you got here on the Warlock. A more classical Team One setup. You go back far enough back, Jake. There was a point where Team One was deciding, yeah, I know we're gonna run triple strategist a bunch.
Yeah, and Chopped is also going to go with the Jeff Cap setup, so really maybe trying to flank and put a lot of that pressure on. Right now, both Caps just throwing fisticuffs at one another. Melio and the Adam Warlock, I mean, it could be really powerful, but sometimes Adam can be a bit tough on domination, right? Where you can be flanked and hit from all sides. It's hard to keep that front to back. I like this rotation, though, from Team One, taking that wide angle on point. But speaking of the devil, man, Melio already down. The hit is in. Chopped 3 kills on the board.
Yeah, to your prediction, Melio did, in fact, get flanked from front to back there. So, yeah, even with the self-res, that's just way too decisive. The flank was far too good from Chopped, and it's going to be Chopped with first control.
I mean, the advantage of the Emma Frost, right, is in some of these big ult fights, the Psionic Seduction, right, it can kind of mitigate some of the ability to get ults off, makes things really awkward. But, man, in the neutral trades, like, Chopped can hit so hard. If Jeff and Cap are flanking and, you know, Venom comes in for a big hit, Crazy Kitty can add some damage. They are so much poke damage, so much pressure if they can properly hit from all sides.
Team One, maybe going to take a little bit more time here on the setup. They do have point to give, as it were. 31%, not quite in the danger zone here. As I say that, DRP just able to walk forward, finds Fate early on. Beetle with the follow-through immediately after. With 2 down, Team One, it's just a reset again here. And Jake, I mean, Chopped, we talk about Chopped making adjustments. It feels like the adjustments have been working here so far.
I feel like chiefly what I saw in that draft phase was they really stabilized things. They were like, look, let's just make this much more straightforward. And yeah, the teams have a little bit of a different read, but the ban phase was very much the same, right? Only a minor difference in terms of which Vanguard was ban prio for the other squad, you know? So I really think it's good value for Chopped, and they're very confident clearly in their skills. They don't need to create a strategic mismatch. They're just outplaying.
They also have 6 ults going into this fight, so they're going to open things up with Ultron and the bots. Following up with the Unsung Inferno right on after. Team One trying to endure. In fact, they do. Naga getting way more off his Inferno. Melio with 1 to clear the air. And Chopped, despite having a way better ult bank at the beginning is not gone in their favor. Freedom Rush here towards the end. Beetle trying to save it. It may end up working. Melio goes on down. Jeff ult over and grabs Luna. Tasty little snack off over to the ledge. And away we go.
Bye-bye. But is it enough? I mean, the kills are still coming in. Team One have had to make this pretty expensive, right? They've deployed a lot of ultimates. Melio, oh, I think he just died casting Karmic Revival. Ultimate canceled. Hold on. Chopped snatching this one back, and they're fighting really well with low numbers. DRP even has that ultimate. And Venom could be a problem, could really eat up these tanks. He's being a little... Okay, he's not even going to hold it on for the next round. Just wants to clear this one out, especially with, trust me, popping his own cap ult. This one isn't going to be easy to close out.
Look, if you have Team One on the ropes and you're potentially 1 round away, you try and burn everything you can to finish off the round. And even with burning it, Jake, it's not enough. We see Team One able to just get off the portal, make their final stand here, and it is a good one. However, if you're Chopped, you are over the moon at how this first attack has gone here so far. All you need to do is win 1 fight, and you will have Team One on match point. The world champions potentially about to be defeated if Chopped plays their cards right.
And Chopped has this Ultron ultimate to initiate the fight, but sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to actually get full value out of it. So you could see Team One trying to just really put pressure on the walk-up, make it awkward for Chopped to deploy this ultimate, but already they've earned a pretty decent amount of space. Oh, and look at that damage. He's pumping into the back line.
Crazy Kitty hoping to convert that into a kill. Very close to getting down, trust me. The support, though, there for Team One. Psionic Seduction coming out from Rajaro in response. Team One burning their bank in turn. Tuzi goes down after the Soul Resurgence. And Naga, bit of Phoenix here versus Ultron. Gonna take it in the end. Team One solidifying here on the point.
Still, economy-wise, I mean, you have a long time to build back into this round. And in the end, it's a 2-for-1 ult trade. So I think Chopped should be pretty comfortable with that one. Beetle, though, super low, really doesn't want to go down on Cap right now, right? The team doesn't have that much time to work. It looks like he's grabbing a bunch of packs. Team's got to put some point pressure on, though, make it a little bit awkward for Team 1 to go on that chase.
I think a key here for Chopped, get Melio out of the fight early if you can. The Karmic Revival going to be ready to go here soon. Ensong Inferno popped early here from Naga, dives over. Chopped, able to withstand. Back out a little bit. Tuzi in danger. Has to pop the Ensong Inferno as a defensive here. Gonna need heals immediately after landing. Gets the heals right away. Vertigo feeling a little bit hungry on the Jeff. Moving in and around. Who's gonna get devoured? Moves in, grabs Cap, and immediately spits him out. Didn't like the taste of freedom there, Jake.
Yeah, good call to immediately spit him out, just prioritizing his own life, so he's still going to be into this fight. You're popping the cap ult from Team 1. It's 99.99. Beetle, do you want to double down into this? The answer is yes. He's going to pop the cap ult of his own, but a player advantage for Team 1 means they're probably favored to close this one out. Beetle with a little bit of a better cap ult. Maybe a counter kill could equalize this situation. He's doing what he can, but the strategists from Team 1 keeping each other alive.
They're close to getting Ultron out. Crazy Kitty actually could turn this fight 100%. Gotta pop it and dead. Oh, just immediately sniped out. But also even more tragic, Jake, lost the ult, hit the button and went down before anything came out, and they don't get to carry the ult over into the next round.
That round was looking so good for Chopped. It was really looking like they had stifled the momentum, but the adjustments come in. Team 1 make the comeback, close it out. And now the doubt starts to creep in for Chopped. A couple ultimates shut down. Economy is actually pretty advantaged for Team 1. And you got to think, man, a Team 1 win this map. Yeah, they might have lost 2 matches. That was a long time ago, right? The series might be 2-2, but the tempo is so much in their favor. Team 1, man, if they can close out this one, they are looking amazing to finish off this series and really put Chopped in the rearview mirror.
You know, I think I know why 100 Thieves couldn't play this week. I think iRemix was doing a little bit of moonlighting, and they've given Team 1 the secrets of the legendary iRemix reverse sweep, deep in the Rivals lore. Never forget. That's probably not the reason, but it is fun to think, because Team 1 now feeling pretty optimistic momentum-wise, where it's so funny how the one round, Jake, changes the entire perception, where if Chopped had won, we talk about how Chopped may be about to take it all, but Team 1, now it's more so they win this round and they're feeling good. Portal out, an immediate pickoff. Fate just gets abducted.
Yeah, where'd he go, man? Just absolutely gone. And now Chop trying to move forward, trying to get some more kills. Cap, trust me, taking a pretty big risk, stepping up, going toe-to-toe. Ensong Inferno dives in, clears out a lot here, but it's not enough for actual eliminations from Naga. They're gonna need to keep committing ultimates, and it looks like it's going to be Team 1 taking the fight win, but an expensive one. Chopped, I think, fought that really well, considering how big of an ult disadvantage they had.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Team 1 needed to burn a few more resources there, given how that started, where, as you say, Fate, where'd he go? And when you lose a Luna that early, that's generally a pretty tough start to a fight. So, Chopped, losing first control to Team 1, but prospects as they move forward. Maybe look at a Tuzi, Ensong Inferno nearly built. A little bit longer on the strategist side of things here, though, Jake, as they wait for Mash.
Yeah, flank right now, being attacked by the Jeffs. Capped under a lot of pressure, trust me. Has to maybe fall back to the team here. But DRP in turn getting low. Both teams spending a lot of emphasis pressuring the opponent flank tank. Tuzi, though, is taking a really aggressive wide angle. He's not being dealt with. Pumps damage in. Trades are 1-for-1, though.
Mash went down super early in the fight. Melio with 2 towards the very end. It's actually very back and forth. I mean, it started with Crazy Kitty with the pickoff on the Ultron ult, but Melio has just been a force of nature in this fight. Pickoff after pickoff here on the Atom, and it kind of put this out of reach for Chopped, it feels like.
Oh, a couple kills, though. If Jeff can get them off the map, they're trying desperately to get rid of the Jeff, and they do. Okay, the team focus fire is good from Team 1. You know the combos are crazy right there.
I got a new idea, Jake. We're gonna call the Jeff ult the Last Supper, because every time that Jake has been eating for most of the day, it's the last thing they eat before they die.
Yeah, we'll have to see it there. Able to close it out with the Jeff, who's kind of struggled in this map. I feel like the Adam Warlock has been getting the better of a lot of these trades. Ensong Inferno comes in. Yeah, it's not enough. Level 1 Crook with the Mantis ultimate is just stabilizing through all of this. And Team 1 making mincemeat out of Chop. They've really run out of steam, so it would seem. Struggling to get into this. Maybe they're gonna have like one last bite at the apple with a strange portal, but it's gonna be really desperate, and it's starting to look rough. I mean, we're going to game 5, but Team 1 has been racking them up so fast.
They don't even have the ults you want from the opening here. They got to keep Crazy Kitty alive to get to the Ultron ult. Was nearly sniped on down. And Melio finds DRP in the neutral. No ults required. Team 1 get the pickoffs they need largely off the back of Melio and this Adam Warlock. And what could have been disaster after 1 round ends up being a windfall after 2. Team 1 takes map 4 and puts us to a definitive map 5. Jake, back-to-back, map 5 to map 5. What a way to kick off EU.
Yeah, right. Going to 10 here in our first night shift back on Rivals. Naga with a nice MVP performance here on the Phoenix. Huge show of force from him, looking amazing on the more core meta hero. We knew how good he was on the Namor, no surprises there, but I think it's big that he can come out on the Phoenix showing just as much strength, if not more. And I mean, this was a beatdown, right? The first 2 maps, Chop won, but they were extremely competitive. It was down to the wire every time. The last 2 have not been that close. It has been pretty much all Team 1, right? There's maybe a round has been close, but overall, the maps have been much more one-sided. And I think for Team 1's perspective, they got to feel like map 5, it doesn't really matter what Chop picked. They're just going to win it.
I mean, it came down to as well, Team 1 looking like a team who's taking this a bit more seriously as well, considering what they were actually picking coming through. And honestly, Chop, barring the first initial take they had, getting up to 99%, it looks like they were consistently running up against an immovable object and they could just not make them budge. Team 1 were just a stalwart on those points time and time again. And ZP, I can't even think of a single player. I mean, Melio obviously had a decent game, Naga as well, but I feel like the entire team played extremely well from Team 1 there. There wasn't one superstar in my eyes.
You're not a championship winning team if you can't play at that level. I don't think you get many championship teams in esports in general where you could just look at it and be like, yeah, you know, it was really only like these 2 players that did everything and everyone else was just support. You need it from everyone on your team, especially in a hero shooter where every single role is contributing quite a bit to the team fights. And look, Team 1, when they're operating at peak, they're getting it from every single role, every single player. And you kind of saw it on display here where even after round 1 nearly went against them, not only do they bring it back, but they look basically unstoppable on round 2.
Is there a world, Jake, that this has actually been the game plan of Team 1 the entire time of just getting more time here on Rivals Night Shift?
Look, I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily caring about more time on broadcast, but I think there is value for them in developing more players and having more strategic depth. But I also just feel like what a tour de force from Melio to come in with the team's backs against the wall with some very competitive maps that were really, you're struggling, you couldn't get those wins. And now to just come in cold off the bench and put up, I would say he's MVP the last 2 maps. I feel like if they win this, he's just gonna be the MVP because he just came in off the bench and completely turned this series around. I mean, it's never just one player, right? It is always a team effort, but it's hard not to acknowledge the significance that Melio has had in terms of changing the momentum of a series that was going against him.
Would you still say that even with Team 1 putting forth a more legitimate composition in terms of the heroes they're playing?
I would. Going in on it, like, yes, they changed up strategy, but I think also changing up the strategy relies on the fact that, you know, when you make roster changes like this, you're trying to expand your depth. They have a certain play style that they want to play with Jerky, that they want to refine and make into a real big force for them going forward. And then they have a play style that they want to run with Melio. But when you look at the raw stats of it, in the end, of all of Team 1, the only player in Team 1 that's going to be potentially 3-0 with no map losses whatsoever is going to be Melio. And to me, that does scream MVP.
Yeah, screams star power for them as well. And you're seeing the impact of what he can do. I mean, even that last game, if you're talking about Human Torch in one of our earlier matches having 10K more with Crazy Kitty, Naga had that here, 10K more than the rest of his team and the rest of his opponents on the other side, really putting forth a strong performance and getting the damage done. And now you have to look towards, again, Chop, like I have to look towards the draft coming through. Is Phoenix something you take away? Is Human Torch something you try to protect early on if they allow that to go through? I think securing heroes that you know can carry for Crazy Kitty is definitely an important factor for them as they take their eyes towards the 5th and final match of the series.
I mean, for Melio, though, from a flexibility standpoint, I think that's like to pick 2 heroes for a duelist to play that are actually reasonable, right? And Psylocke and Adam Warlock, for me, are like
the complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Not only is Adam Warlock not a duelist, it's a strategist, right? Yeah, you do a lot of damage, you are aim heavy, and so yeah, there's a reason a lot of duelists do play Adam Warlock, but playstyle is opposite, right? A lot of times you're like baiting the team on Adam Warlock, you're trying to be the last one alive to get a huge res off. Like, yes, the aim is duelist centric, but it's a different kind of aim as well. You're playing mostly in the back line, you're sniping people from long range, trying to get those quick burst kills, where Psylocke is hitting from the flanks, trying to be tricky, trying to find people in individual engagements. And for Milio to be just dominating on both of those roles, map to map, back to back, it does beg the question of why you would ever take this guy out of the server. Like, he's just putting on a huge show for us, and it looks to me like he can play everything. So I do think this puts a lot of pressure on somebody like Jerky to be trying to fill the shoes as big as Melio's are clearly from this series.
I mean, Jake, in particular, like you played on professional level in multiple games. How hard is that to see or to find in a player who has that kind of versatility that they can swap up mid-series and be as successful every single time?
I feel like that does tend to be a marker of the very, very best players, right? The very, very best players, they go beyond a niche or like an idea of specialization, and they can, some of those players, you could like put them on Vanguard and they're still going to have a good game. And that's when you know somebody just not only is amazing at the game and super talented, but they also just have a read, a feeling, a sense of how to play that doesn't necessarily, I don't know if you can necessarily replicate from practicing. Like, it's a tough, a bitter pill to swallow, but if you could just come out and play these, 180 opposite styles, it feels like, what can't you do? What composition aren't you going to be the best choice for? And so for Team 1, going into this final map, I mean, the one hope for Chopped is it's like, okay, you have one last chance, and we've seen them be good at adapting before. You've got one last chance to throw a curveball to change something up in the ban phase. And I think they've done it with, focusing this time on the Emma Frost. Whether it works, we'll have to see, but they've changed something, and I honestly applaud them for that.
I mean, ZP Chopped have shown that they're very willing to change things up, whether it comes to the draft or whether it comes to how they play things out. But with the beating in these last two maps that they've had, I feel like some drastic changes have to come forward, because what they were able to pull off in this last game just did not work out. But at least we're seeing, as Jake mentioned, a change up here in the draft. Is there maybe a change up in another Protect that we might see come out?
I think right here, by going with the early Emma ban and then protecting Emma, I do wonder, this is Araco, this is one of the maps where you can run triple Vanguard, triple Strategist at the very beginning. Chopped did run it back in the last series on map 4, back on Idrisil Path. It didn't work out for them. It was played a little bit better by Qadsiah. But in this case, you could run with it, invest in that sort of comp here at the beginning, and hope that you just win essentially off first point. Meanwhile, Team 1, clearly they've decided under no circumstances do we want to lose to a Torch after what happened in maps 1 and 2. That's just how it is. And, they use the luxury of their first ban to ensure that wouldn't be the case.
I mean, Jake, they focus on Psylocke and Torch to be taken away. So they really kind of limit what we could see out of Chopped, and at the same time kind of control Crazy Kitty, who was so successful in the Torch before.
And it looks like Chopped have been completely focused on Vanguards as far as their protects and most of their bans, right? They sent 5 total at Vanguards. They've guaranteed themselves a mismatch on both the Emma and the Magneto. They're going to have to work without the Luna, though. And I'm curious to see how that pans out. But I like the idea that they've gone to Araco, and this is a 180 in terms of the ban phase, right? We've seen them go really heavy on strategists today. We've seen them go heavy on duelists. And now for the first time, they've created a double mismatch on the Vanguard role. So the Magneto and Emma Frost combo is pretty sick, right? It allows the Vanguards to really take control and be really aggressive, really set the tempo of the fight. But that's a tall order when it comes to going against Team 1. These are a very experienced roster, and Rajaro and Trust Me are also insane Vanguard players. I don't think they're going to be easy to push around in the server.
Well, ZP and Jake, I cannot believe we went the full 5 in both series of the day, but EU is starting things off strong here for the Rivals Night Shift, presented by MSI and Intel, and it's the perfect way to finish things off to crown our very first champion. Take it away.
Jake, my theory was correct. They are all in on first point. Look at what Chopped is playing here. They're coming out with triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. And I mean, it makes sense from the draft. They were targeting Vanguards. They didn't want Team 1 to have any ability to play the mirror here. But if first point goes against them, I'm not sure they have a way back in.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this is a map that is pretty choked out, and I do see the possibility to, really stall the card out. But how realistic is that against Torch and Phoenix? I mean, ridiculous AoE damage can come in. Tuzi, though, does shut down the Torch. It's at the cost of Vertigo's life, and Tuzi is also traded back.
I think between the two teams, you're really happy to get trades if you're team one in the situation. Because the power of triple strategist, triple vanguard is when everyone is alive, it's really hard to get anyone down. But once one brick crumbles, the rest of the wall is often soon to follow. So for team one, I actually think this is a pretty reasonable start. But remember, the name of the game here for Chopped, they just want to delay here, Jake. At the very least, if they give up the first point, they want to drain the clock as much as possible. It's just how this composition works.
Man, right now, the Emma Magneto and Strange are holding pretty strong despite losing a couple tools. These Vanguards are actually pretty capable fighting forces of their own, able to go toe-to-toe with some of these duelists. That being said, Phoenix starting to overwhelm in the flank. Magneto not getting enough resources from the strategist. Invisible barrier boundary, rather, does come down, keeping this one in contest, keeping the cart stalled out. And so, yes, Chopped, it looks like it is going against them, but, I mean, hey, clock down almost 2 minutes. You're feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, I mean, the time end of this has been quite good. The problem is, have they gotten enough? But hey, you got the Karmic Revival, more coming back up. The Revival doesn't appear to be punished here, at least not in the way that Team 1 would have liked. Everyone able to get away from the Revival, not immediately thrown back in the spawn. So Vertigo lands a good Revival. More time about to be burned off the clock. Even with Rojaro taking down Vertigo towards the end, Chopped is going to just stall out even more. 2 minutes off, and you look at the convoy progress right now, Jake. It's barely walked.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream, right? The key question, though, is can you get 3 fights? They did get a bit of push there on the offense, so I want to see Chopped regroup as quickly as possible. A late death on match is going to make that a little bit more difficult, but I need to see them get in and stall the cart pretty early, maybe on this corner. To that end, it looks like they've got the Strange Portal to accomplish it, so I think they may achieve their objective. This is a key fight, though. If you're able to get a fight win or at least a lot of time off the clock, your strategy starts to work. Vertigo already finding an opener is a great way to start.
Yeah, the early opener, super good. Vagamo, though, comes out and hits 2. This Chopped can't get the fall through. They got Melio right on after, and that may be enough. Invisible Boundary in from Chopped right after to stabilize the situation, make Team 1 retreat. Team 1 already a bit wounded from how this began. Naga, a little bit back and forth. Tuesday able to finish off Naga towards the end. And Jake, we are down to the final minute. Chopped bet their entire draft on this composition, and it may be paying off.
Yeah, it looks good right now. I mean, getting a hold here would be a great way to start off this final map. And yeah, you know, Team 1, they've been making the comeback in this series, but they really only they didn't have any maps to lose anymore, right? You're not able, you get cheesed one time, the series is done. Here's Rojaro ripping that Freedom Rush. See if that's able to get them into the fight. The heavy tanking setup from Chop holding strong for now.
Losing Crook hurts. It is a trade at the very least. Both teams down 1. Crazy Kitty keeping up space, but as this goes on, Team 1 taking down players in the outskirts. The convoy moving forward. Trust me, saying it's not quick enough. Drops the feast, gets Crazy Kitty towards the end. The Venom gang, a little bit of extra room here, but Jake, look at the time. It is nearly in the overtime, and I think Chop does get one more fight as long as they don't get staggered too hard here.
Oh, Adam died, and Adam doesn't have a res there. Yeah, so that's actually, they're actually, I don't think they will.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, yeah.
Super desperate if they go for the touch. That was pretty awkwardly played. Vertigo, I think he had the suffers earlier. Could have gone for the mass res. They tried to regroup, but not able to achieve it in this fight. And now getting a little bit more progress, getting some momentum going. Things are getting a little scary. I think you're right that as good as this map is for the triple tanking setup, the more momentum you get on the offense, the better it gets for you.
Also, it's generally the best on the first point. You have more room to work with as the map goes forward, and we're about to see that here from Naga. A little bit more room to fly here on the torch. Over, finds Crazy Kitty, and I can't overemphasize what Chopped is playing. If you're down any of your members, your ability to do the stall, your ability to be difficult to kill, it just kind of goes by the wayside.
Yeah, you really rely on stacking that AoE utility, tanking up through everything. I also like the swap away from the Phoenix, so into the Torch plus Psylocke. So you have one duelist hunting down strategists, and the other doing massive AoE damage on this grouped up setup. Big Eye of Agamotto from Crazy Kitty, though, once again finding impact, this time on the Strange, and Chop baiting the enemies into close quarters, fighting back strong.
Dance the Butterfly in here from Melio, trying to get it focused on one. Tuzi, though, with the Ultron ult. Pops it, finds one, and okay, Team 1 getting a little bit discombobulated here. Chop, reasonable recontest, back up to full strength. Only a minute 15 left. So Team 1 is still working at a pretty big time deficit just because of how long the first point took.
Team 1's also continuing to pour ultimates into this despite being down. Now Naga over to the Wolverine. I mean, conventionally a pretty good pick against these heavy tanking setups, has already found one.
Well, Crazy Kitty getting picked up towards the end. Team 1 now is a better engage. Goes in up one, Rajaro, Freedom Rush. Not much further here in the second point as Naga gets that back, finds DRP. The Vanguards getting sliced apart by the Wolverine of Naga. And that should be the second point. And it'll also get Team 1 a little bit further ahead on the time bank. Not quite as in the hole as they were after the first point.
Yeah, and the mass res got shut down for Chopped. I feel like Vertigo's struggling on this Adam Warlock. Now that Melio's on the Psylocke, he's just being cut down. He's not able to find these impact reses. Crazy Kitty's going to go over to the Phoenix, so they want to switch back to Orman now. It's Tuesday on the Phoenix, Crazy Kitty on the Bucky, so they go more conventional for this third point, recognizing the wide open space. But Naga already has ultimate. Maybe the damage has been done.
Last stand going to be on the menu here. Bon Appetit, says Naga, immediately opens with it, and it's enough. They end up with 2 between Naga and Rajaro. 2 opening picks for Team 1, and the follow through is there as Naga just gets the whole W and have himself a grand old time.
Yeah, and even holds on to that extra life. Car's been rolling forward this whole time. So Team 1, despite a slow start on the map and some potentially difficult fights, it's been Chopped who's really lost steam here deep into the map. And this is a very strong defensive map. Even getting it this far is already, I think, a nice win for Team 1.
Melio looking to add on to the pain, dance to the butterfly. How deep will it cut? This time, not very deep at all. Cursey level on Crook, Solar Surgeon's going to make that a little bit more durable. Chopped, Crazy Kitty, Kraken Impact, good to go, drops it. There's one, trust me down. Going for another, over. This is going to be another reset, gets close, and not quite. But still, the pickoffs, decent enough here for Chopped.
Nice pull by Vertigo to make sure Naga can't get out of that one. I wonder if he's going to stay on the Wolverine. Wouldn't be surprised to see a swap coming in here. Yeah, it is going to be, okay, the Phoenix on the respawn. But, I mean, you've already done so much damage. 125 meters push. Chopped, you absolutely have to make this hold. This is such a good map for defenders. I think letting this much go is already pretty rough. Team 1 would love to get the finish. Ultimate-wise, that would be pretty tough.
Ooh, and that helps. Crazy Kitty picked off early. Fate and a little bit of DPS from the back on the Luna. Fate of both worlds going to be dropped. Meteor M out in turn from DRP and takes down Fate. The Fate of Fate was back into spawn, dancing or no. DRP not a fan. And now things get a little bit more serious. Still with opportunity is Team 1 with freedom. Still being felt as Rajaro goes forward. Melio looking for the opportunity. Looks to this guy for Crazy Kitty. And still getting choke slammed. Beetle finding a little bit of purchase in overtime, starting to tick on down. Chopped may be able to prevent the full cap.
That's a big find from Beetle, right? Melio was just a couple percentage off of that Dance of the Butterfly. Big ultimates being dumped by Chopped. They need to close this one out here and now. Level 1 Crook ultimate now is out. So Team 1 just fighting with the HP that they have. Not much of a strategist ultimate to stabilize this one. Crazy Kitty back on the Star-Lord, close to that Galactic Legend. Could be a problem, and the C9 comes in. Not much of a fight left for Team 1. I mean, maybe they could have touched with the Dance of the Butterfly, stalled it out a little longer, but in the end, I think Chopped were doing the work to stabilize. But such a long road ahead on the offense. Team 1, I think they have everything they need to close out this series and make the reverse sweep happen.
The stage is set. The stakes are known. If Chopped is able to complete the map, they will be your new champions here on Rivals Night Shift. However, if Team 1 is able to prevent that full completion, if they are able to have a better defense, in which case they will retain their status as champions, the first champions in full of Rivals Night Shift #1. So nice and easy. The stakes are clear, Jake. We'll see which team delivers here when it's all on the line.
I like that Chopped went with the cheese here, you know, going with the wild strat and you know, this triple tank setup. It didn't get exactly the results they were hoping for. They would have loved for at first hold, but I think you needed to do something wild given the way the series had turned against you and how well Team 1 have been executing. You had to really change things up on them. But Team 1 now were the squad that made the adaptations, right? They brought out the Wolverine, they brought out the Psylocke, made the adjustments, and ultimately were able to get it through. Now Chopped on the offense, I don't see that heavy taking setup really working on the offense, and so they're going to go with something a little bit more conventional. Crazy Kitty's Wolverine, though, we haven't seen it much this series, but in the opening match, the challenger match of the day, the Wolverine was pretty impactful. Oh my God, he just pulled off the map. Oh my, Crazy Kitty sends Cap packing. Get absolutely destroyed, Captain America.
That was a chaos dunk. He just got dunked into outer space, is what just happened there. You know, more accurately into the core of the earth, given where we're at. But either way, Crazy Kitty definitely playing some serious ball and just slicing it up at the end. What an opening for Chopped, where I kind of feel like Wolverine should be the mascot for this team. I mean, it makes thematic sense.
Naga comes out ahead there of the Phoenix one-on-one. Had a little bit of help there from the strategist. Card continues to roll forward, though, so I don't know that victory is going to be too meaningful. Team 1 can stall the cart a little bit here, though. They'd be happy to. And look at that, Melio up on the flank, getting a lot done to the Adam Warlock, but he took a risky position and got cleaned up by DRP as well. So Chopped getting the better of that scrap.
Really big right now from Chopped, keeping momentum up. Naga trying to slow it on down with the Ensong Inferno. Team 1 looking to slow this down in any way possible, but step number 1, don't let Crazy Kitty do what he wants. Again, another snatch. This is gonna be enough to take down Rojaro. Still on the pursuit, has the last stand, drops it over, it's huge! Gets another 2. Crazy Kitty's Wolverine is looking to be on fire.
Yeah, looks like the support ultimates, so strategist ultimates are keeping Team 1 in the fight. They are going to delay through it. However, they have to immediately deploy the strategist ultimates. They don't have much of a fight back, so Chop holding on to the ultimates, having the better deployment. Wolverine swept twice in the flight, but now he's awake and ready to deal massive damage on the card inside the invisible boundary, just fearlessly clearing out these vanguards. The res can come in from Melio. It's been well positioned time and time again, getting a lot of res impact, but they just aren't able to really turn things around on the front line unless Wolverine is just eating them alive.
Crazy Kitty, right place, right time, claws, cutting down all opposition. Point 1 taken by Chopped, and it is a much quicker time than what Team 1 was able to get 1 round to go. If the objective is to full complete the map, to take down the defending champions, Chopped is on schedule.
Hey man, if Crazy Kitty keeps this up, man, this could very well be Chopped actually closing this one out. The Heartbreaker shutting down that reverse sweep that Team 1 took so long to slowly engineer here as we are on map 5. And I mean, that he also farmed Crazy Kitty a ton more ultimate, almost has that next last stand here coming up in this engagement, which you don't really have a response to as Team 1. You don't really have much you can do about it.
There we go. Team 1 looking for any way to stall this out. What answers do they have for Crazy Kitty? Oh my. The last stand's ready to go. Tuesday was able to take down Trusty immediately, and Crazy Kitty still hasn't even used his greatest weapon. Goes on forward. Last stand picks up 2. It's another 2-for-1 special. Into the back. Another dive. Another catch. Crazy Kitty is going absolutely wild right now, Jake.
He's absolutely feasting there. A beautiful last stand, catches the vulnerable backliners. They also bursted down the venom of all targets before the fight even really got going. And so Chopped, we've seen them so many times in these rough situations where it feels like everything's against them. It feels like they've already lost. And that seems to be when they're at their strongest. That's where they find the most of these clutch opportunities. Trust me, risky touch on the cart, trying to get some greedy stall off. DRP, though, getting marked in the backline on Venom and dealt with. So Team 1, 5-on-5, both teams deploying, committing heavily into this.
Team 1, big swaps too, putting Rojaro onto the thing. Ensong Inferno on to the convoy. Team 1 dancing right now with Crook, but the dance is soon to fail. Chopped, meanwhile, about to have Psyoc Seduction in play, but also this Kitty, who's a little bit wild, a little bit crazy, a little bit the MVP for Chopped here at the moment. Just continuing to get value in the melee. The claws keep on swinging here, Jake, and Team 1 getting put to the edge. Rojaro finally falling, and Team 1
Crazy Kitty with 2?
No, it's just nothing but Crazy Kitty.
A couple seconds for the second life as well. He's getting healed up as well. He's gonna have all of his skills online. Chasing Psylocke out of the fight. Trust me, has to pop that freedom charge, but I don't even know if Cap can really stand toe-to-toe with a Wolverine who's just dicing him up on cart right now. Now, it's Melio under question. Stun onto this Wolverine. They're putting everything on him, trying to slow him down, but I don't think they're able to deal with him. Team 1 crumbling. No one's able to answer this Wolverine. He's getting every resource for the team, and there's good reason for that. Even has that second life proc, but it's enough to get the second cap.
I've never seen a hero doing this much while also being so invisible. I just feel like Crazy Kitty just gets to walk around and slice anything that's around. Team 1's trying to win the fight by focusing on anything but the Wolverine, it feels like right now, Jake, and I'm not sure that's the right call, and they're running out of time to stop this train that is heading directly into Championship Station.
Think about the bans, right? Okay, Melio getting a couple kills back. That should be a nice stabilization victory for Team 1. But for Crazy Kitty, there's no Emma Frost to chokeslam you. There's no Magneto to bubble your targets. So these Vanguards mismatches you've created have really opened the door for Crazy Kitty to walk through. And he's come crashing through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. He's just getting absolutely wild here.
Man, oh man, 2.5 minutes, and we could have a new champion. Chopped. The time is on their side. Next fight underway. Gonna open up with the Eternal Bond. Naga looking to slow it down. Endsong Inferno on and around the convoy. Fate getting ready to pop an Eternal Bond of their own as soon as the dance ends up finishing. Crazy Kitty, though, getting into action here once again. Another 2, and has the final, or last stand, still available here, Jake, for what could be the final fight, for what could be the championship fight.
They've got powerful ultimates, and not only the last name, but the invisible boundary from this invisible woman has been huge, right? Just fighting on the objective. If you're able to get the card to those last few meters, drop the invisible boundary, Wolverine, he's just unkillable. You just don't have control for this guy. He even has the second life follow-up. Is it being proc just yet? And another openers, 2 openers for Chop. They're gonna get this down to the final meters without even deploying the ultis.
This is unreal. We are about to see the verge of a new champion led by the wildest Wolverine play you're ever going to see here in EU. Chopped, living up to the name. Crazy Kitty moving on in. The last stand has been used. Clobbering time over and in. They'll slow down the Wolverine for a moment. Dance the Butterfly in from Melio, looking to cut down Chopped where they stand, showing that slicing can cut both ways. But it may be a small reprieve here, Jake, because Chopped still has 1 minute to try and take this championship away from Team 1.
I think the stun from the thing actually canceled that last stand out of Crazy Kitty, so he did lose the ultimate, wasn't able to really get value out of it in the fight. That being said, you're right, ZP. With this amount of time left on the clock, there's still a chance to build up another cycle of ultimates. Team 1, they have to manage things perfectly. Yes, you have the cap hold advantage, but do you want to deploy it here or wait for the last fight?
It's all come down to this. Naga finds one in neutral. Could turn up the heat of the Supernova, but doesn't even need it. A very decisive fight, but arguably, Jake, a little bit too decisive. This gives Chopped another crack at things before it's all said and done. Final fight on the way. Both teams a very good chance of taking it.
Yeah, Crook, he really needs to build up this Luna Snow ultimate. No strategist ultimates coming into this fight is a very scary spot to be. DRP is going to get this touch, absolutely no problem. Team 1 fighting off the cart, trying to dive forward, attacking Tuji on this Phoenix, but the strategist support is there. They're not able to get that opening pick. No, there it is. Melio's the one to get it secured.
Tuzi is down. Chop needs help. They're going to be fighting 5v6. Do they have what it takes to turn this one back around? Chokeslam onto the cap. Trust me. Down. 5 on 5. Chop to make it happen. Eternal Bond dropped all over the convoy. Crazy Kitty. Last stand soon to go in 5%. You've been the hero this entire map. Can you do it one more time to put Chopped over the top? Crazy Kitty, last stand used. Did he get anything? It's looking like no. Meanwhile, Melio coming in from the back, Dance of the Butterfly. Could turn things the other way as Team 1 looks to hold on. Both teams
Tuji
still up and in it. Tuji gets a big pick on the Naga. Is there going to be more? Here comes Melio. Could it be the equalizer? The Dance of the Butterfly into the back. No, not quite able to find what they want. Chopped. Working on advantage, 6 on 5. So little left to go. They just need a little bit more. And here we go. In on the convoy. Crazy Kitty continuing to chop. DRP's able to get one. Right now, looking for the thing. Rajaro in super deep trouble. About to go down. Still alive for just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer here on the payload. It just needs a little bit more. Have they done it? Chopped. Nearly there. Melio takes down Vertigo. And this is going back and wild. Trust me, a little bit more delay, Jake. This is absolute madness. Team 1 on the verge of falling. As trust me, just staying alive. But he's buying so much time here, Jake. This actually could get Team 1 back in.
Last stand available now. Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine needs to find something. DRP strikes onto Fate. The Crazy Kitty does find one, but level 1 Crook still has the dance floor, right? Still able to stall things out yet deeper into the fight. Another invisible boundary as well coming down for Chop, keeping them in the fight. Naga coming over the top of the Flame Tornado. Is that enough to close this one out? Our Team 1 holding on. So many ultimates pop from both sides. We're down to the absolute wire. DRP finds another, the Venom. Hero in this critical final engagement. No time left to get off the cart.
Vertigo!
You have to stay on.
Vertical able to get another here from Chopped. Now Beetle, a little bit of freedom back onto the tree. It is back and forth, spawn for spawn. Crazy Kitty, Star-Lord swap, able to find Naga. Team 1 find bit by bit, and that could be it. Chopped They are your new champion here on Rivals Night Shift. They take down Team 1, stave off the reverse sweep, and show that we got a new player here in Europe. That is incredible.
Oh my God, what a way to close it out too. What a way to open Night Shift Marvel Rivals, man. Our first shift back on Marvel Rivals, and we get some absolute cinema. 2 5-map bangers back to back. And Chopped, man, they put their name on the map. They have laid claim. For Team 1, I think they're going to want another bite at the apple. They're going to want that rematch, but Chopped get to wear the crown for now. And I think, honestly, the level of versatility, the level of dynamism and refusal to give up that this team has showed really impressed me today. And I think there's probably a lot of sponsors out there who might feel the same.
I mean, you're looking at the logo of Chopped, and I think that's Crazy Kitty himself pulling off an insane play on the Wolverine, not once, but twice today. Think of their initial match of the day. He comes up big in the very final point of game 1 in map 5 and is able to carry his team through. Does it yet again here on the Wolverine, another time, and taking on the best team in the world. I think that's a great thing to add to your resume, not to mention being the Rivals Night Shift champions presented by Intel and MSI. A ridiculous final map of the series, and I don't think there's any doubt in our minds, guys, of who the MVP of this has to be.
Come on now. Be realistic. Yeah. Be realistic. I will say, I think DRP had some great moments, like in that last 30 seconds. That's where, everything goes to hell, man. Your comms, everyone's screaming, like everyone's trying to make it. He found a couple key strategist pickups in those moments that I think started to turn the tide in their favor. So I want to give him that shout out of being someone to pop up in that last beautiful moment that somebody had to perform. He did it. But of course, across that map, man, Wolverine was just tearing it up. Crazy Kitty, whether it's the Wolverine, whether it's the Human Torch, he was a lightning rod for the team in this series.
I mean, he's the LeBron to me now, ZP. Get him the ball, man. Get him Human Torch. Get him Wolverine in this situation. But to be fair, Jake did, mention the way they went around the draft to really allow the Wolverine to excel was definitely a pivotal point of unleashing the kitty.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting too, because I feel like the main point of their draft was more to just secure first point. It wasn't necessarily to have the upside of the Wolverine, but it does inherently have the upside of the Wolverine if you force the other team into a Vanguard matchup where you have less tools that generally you'd want to use to interrupt a Wolverine's game style. So they went for the, what I would call kind of a heavy macro style and just taking advantage of a triple Vanguard, triple strategist comp to burn off the clock. But hey, it gave them all sorts of options to run the Wolverine. And what more could you say? They ran with it, and they lived up to the name Chopped with some adamantium claws.
Yeah, I didn't realize, when they're talking about Chop, not talking about steel, they're talking about adamantium claws, man. Like ridiculous stuff over the course of the entire series. And he definitely wasn't the person we're focused on when it came to MVP in the initial series off the day. But as we can see here, his initial plays on Human Torch was ridiculous to really start the things off strong. Obviously, Jake, we have to keep in mind, Team 1 did run some very unique heroes, I think we should say, that we haven't seen across the entire day. Thinking back to the Hulk, thinking back to the Namor as well. I do wonder if they started playing with Melio off the get-go, would we have seen Chop still take this series?
Look, it's inarguable that this could have been a very different series if Team 1 had taken a different strategic approach. But irrespective of that, I still think you've got to credit Chop for just being able to close out on map 5, right? Like being able to have had such a 2 straight map losses. It really feels like things are going against them. They've played 10 maps today, and still they're the ones to come out ahead in that incredibly scrappy clutch fight. That was insane too. I don't know how he did that, flying across the map to dunk the cap and having the wherewithal to land at the perfect spot to throw him off the edge.
Yeah. Also, I have to say here, let's not forget back on map 4 that Chopped did nearly take the first round. Yes, they kind of fell apart in the second round, but if they win the first round, there's some avenues where they just end this in 4. We don't have the Wolverine Masterclass that defined map 5, which really is to say is that Chopped played this close all series long. And yeah, people are going to point to the roster and be like, well, was that
It's time to clock back in here to the Rivals Night Shift presented by MSI and Intel. And if you guys missed out on the first half of the show, well, you missed out on a massive upset. Chop taking down the #1 team in the world of Team 1. And now Envy going to be shaking in their boots, waiting for their chance to defend their title as the #2 team with the North American Night Shift kicking off. Jason Kappen joined by the handsome gentleman for the very first time for me actually working with this man, Avast, and the massive forehead man of Uber. Avast, how you doing?
I'm good. The International Film Festival's happening outside. We're chilling. We're having a good time. I'm a little mucusy. There's some allergies in the air, perhaps, but it's not going to impact us. But luckily, at the end of the day, I think I can just be distracted. We can distract other people with Mitch's massive forehead. So they're not going to pay attention to me.
I honestly think if like I was shot from this side, it wouldn't look nearly as bad, right? But this side is struggling. So I'm trying to bring this back, you know what I'm saying? But we'll see.
I can't really talk too much smack because if I tilt my head down, you're going to see a little bit of a start of a bald spot here. There might be a trip to Turkey at some point in my life. There's also a trip into what we're doing here at the Rivals Night Shift. It is a best of the best in each region going head to head against themselves until we do have a champion who will be reinvited back the next week. And as I mentioned before, we did have Chop take the match up against Team 1 to be crowned the best team, of course, here in Rivals. But we do have the North American portion of the show ready to kick off. Now, if you guys saw our initial post over on Twitter, we had 100 Thieves playing, not Dreamland, but 100 Thieves unfortunately had to back away, and Dreamland stepped up here for their chance to take on FlyQuest to advance on through to our $1,000 money match thereafter with Envy. But Mitch, we can go back to your forehead. No, yeah, so maybe a trip to Turkey for me somewhat in the future, but also another trip coming up this weekend. We have our CS show. If you guys haven't noticed here on Project Night Shift on our channel, we do not only Marvel Rivals, we also have some CS. We have our Asus Invitational presented by Asus and Intel with Night Shift, where we have four of the best teams, or four teams from Europe going head to head to see who can crown themselves the lion's share of the $10,000 plus in an interesting and a very cool show match on the final day of TF2 CS Hybrid. I know Jake was a big fan of this Avast, and it was amazing to see this last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, any mention of TF2 in current era is always nice, especially when it's not just like hitting like the annoying fandom online in particular. It's like actually interesting components. I mean, people, when we posted the shorts, they're loving it. They're like, how do we play this game mode? So it's actually pretty fun to watch in Counter-Strike, which obviously is, I think, pretty exciting to see that going on.
Yeah, any new addition to CS makes it even cooler as well. But Mitch, we're about to head into our first match in North America. Take a look at our roster for Dreamland. Obviously, catching up with what happened over in Ignite. Seeing how the meta's kind of evolved from there with 2 weeks until Season 4 kicks off as well. Who knows what's going to happen in just those 2 weeks of time. But our Dreamland roster here, taking a look at how this one might play out. I think we've seen a lot of emphasis over in Europe on Vanguards and Strategists, obviously, but we did have a shining light with Duel. Seen a lot of Human Torch come through, a lot of Psylocke, a lot of Phoenix as well, which we see Chime as his signature hero.
Yeah, I think coming out of Ignite, you probably saw those regions probably clash, for the first time kind of ever. So coming out of that, I'm curious to see how much is this sort of osmosis across. And obviously Europe were, successful that tournament, but Envy gave a great fight there to rat in that final game. Now, this Dreamland team will be in Ignite starting later on this month. They're competing in MRC right now and doing pretty well from that upper bracket, and they've already qualified for Ignite via one of the open qualifiers. So what I love about what we do here at Night Shift is we do want to feature those up-and-coming teams in the Challenger slots, and I think Dreamland absolutely encapsulate that. If you're a fan of certain other arena shooters, you might be familiar with Chime, who's competed at a high level in other games before. But I'm looking forward to see how this plays out. A lot of people may be coming in wondering, how the game will change, in heading into Season 4, and a lot, right? Especially Luna Snow is going to get targeted fairly heavily with the reduction of the duration of her Fate of Both Worlds. So a number of buffs and nerfs as well coming through. But for now, we're still here in Season 3. We're still in that same meta game. So if you've been keeping up rather with anything happening in the MRC, even I caught some of those games, you'll be familiar with it. But of course, we do use the Ignite ban structure, which is a little bit more interesting in my opinion. So we'll get into that if you're unfamiliar. This Dreamland team, to circle back, definitely challenges, definitely less tested than their opponents today. But I'm hoping to see something akin to what we got in EU, Jason. We ended up with a banger couple of series.
I mean, that's the way I want to kick off the Rivals Night Shift here. But I am curious what will happen up against their opponents. We'll take a look at FlyQuest and their roster they're bringing to the table here yet again. And Avast, I almost want to pick your brain talking about the differences potentially we might see of EU against North America, because in so many other games, there's always a different meta within a meta, and there's always different priorities when it comes to certain heroes. But I'm curious, will we potentially see any big change-ups when it comes to the North American side of the night shift?
Notice how he said he almost wants to took my brain. He's like, doesn't quite.
I heard it's massive, and I'm scared to get near it.
He's gonna force himself to. I mean, overall, yes. I think there have been some differences in the regions. There's always been kind of I think some very big changes between the styles, especially when you look at, like, for example, like if you look at Team 1, which was formerly Rad, of course. But I do think for FlyQuest, this team has been a little bit more static in terms of how they played in the past. They've always played like a variety of different comps. I don't think their style has changed too much in particular. Where they've, felt, even with some of the changes that happened to their roster and from the competitive side, they've always been a team that's played a lot of different compositions, really relied in particular on like vision and energy and sometimes in light when they were playing to come play the Spider-Man, to played some very dive-centric comps. They loved playing Jeff back when Jeff was a super big part of the meta. It's really just for FlyQuest, I think they're a very flexible team. And I think they've been at times almost atypical compared to some of the North American rosters, because really some of the only rosters that felt the same level of flexibility are some of those other like top rosters. So sometimes it's a little tough to compare them to like Europe and see like, oh, look at the differences in playstyle when they kind of play everything really to a degree.
Yeah. They did more so in the past with Light sort of departing this team. I'm curious. Obviously, he was more the dive duelist sort of coded player. Curious to see if that's still something that FlyQuest have in the back pocket. See less of it right now, right? Obviously, the game definitely favoring those more mid-range duelists, with Phoenix being as strong as she is. Psylocke obviously still being highly impactful, and even plenty of Winter Soldier getting mixed in here. So, we enjoyed the Spider-Man shenanigans. We got a lot of it, on Night Shift in the past, or at least in a previous iteration of this show. But I don't know if that is going to be where FlyQuest bread is buttered anymore.
What's your thoughts, actually, Mitch, when it comes to flexibility on a team, if I can get my words out? Do you favor a team that has the ability to flex the different heroes, but not necessarily play them as like a one-trick pony would, or in terms of like how skillful it can be? Because I feel like what we saw with like the Torch, or Human Torch, and the Wolverine out of our last series, they can have massive impacts on these games.
Generally, I'm more interested in and players that can flex across roles than across different heroes. I think we saw that, pretty clearly showed like a duelist being able to flex over to the Adam Warlock, especially making use of the current team up with Luna Snow, which is really nice if you're in these kind of brawly comps, is really good. That was something Melio for Team 1 is able to do. And it's also something we've seen from this FlyQuest team, right? Like get a third Vanguard in there, for example. And if NA is taking any cues from EU right now, and something that will be targeted pretty heavily through the ban phase, is like the possibility for those triple strategist compositions, or perhaps they'll try to sort of deny them then and there. Go to Krackoa to start things off, though. So it's going to be fun to head back there. It's been a hot minute since we've covered some Marvel Rivals. I haven't cast any in a hot minute. I don't know about you, Advast, so can't wait to shake off the rust.
Not particularly. I mean, we're just doing our own thing. The only interactions we've had is with Dustin Bowerman, with Dogman the Instigator. So that's really been all we've had compared.
Wait. How is he the? Where did he get?
He's the Instigator. You don't know Dustin? I mean, Dustin. I think you said he was watching right now, Mr. Dogman, and he was sitting there on our co-streams for Rivals for the Ignite tournament, and being like, he's just calling out some players for cheating. We'll see. So I call him the Instigator now, but it has been a bit of Krackoa. Obviously, we start with domination, right? So it's going to be pretty fun to see these squads, and I think this is a really good first test. And typically, when we go into that first map and we go to domination as our first map of the series, is especially for a team like Dreamland, where FlyQuest, they have a very storied history. Obviously, a lot of these players for Dreamland do too, but do they have the the momentum, the skill set essentially to keep pace with these very top level rivals teams, where the fighting and just overall fight pace is so high at the top level?
And we did see a lot of momentum be the determining factor in a lot of these matches. Over in Europe, we saw teams plenty of times, whether it was Qadsiah or it was Chop, be able to get themselves a 99-0 initially to get things off with, but then that momentum was immediately switched on into a quick 2-0 thereafter. But we start things off with a double Mantis ban actually coming through out of both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's a look at the triple strategist setup. Obviously, Mantis right now has a really powerful team up with Groot, for example. You notice that Groot has slipped through this pick ban phase for the time being. But Phoenix and Emma Frost being banned away here by Dreamland, with the Lunar Snow being preserved, at least for FlyQuest. Not a surprise. That's definitely a signature pick of Cooper-tastics. Someone who, if you don't say nice things about him frequently, you'll hear about it in the chat. So make sure, guys, you put your hands up, Cooper-tastic.
Please praise Cooper-tastic.
Was that a Human Torch Protect? Oh my god.
That is in fact a Human Torch Protect. And I mean, Luna Snow Stain, obviously protect for both these squads. And sometimes we talked about that triple strategist comp, and it has changed a bit if you haven't tuned in for a while and didn't watch Ignite and things like that. I mean, the res comp doesn't exist anymore. There's no more res. We don't have that ability anymore. We don't have that triple res comp that used to exist.
Yeah.
But there is still plenty of triple strategists that can occur, and also with, as Mitch and Jason were talking about earlier, a lot of flyer comps. So having Luna have the Snowflake, have that ability to heal while out of LOS and healing other people, just very, very powerful currently. And okay, it seems like it'll be a Doctor Strange Protect. So, and with the Ultron ban, to me, when I look at that for Dreamland, I'm like, they really don't, they want to remove some of that flyer power here for FlyQuest.
Uncontested? This is going to be, yeah, an uncontested pick of the Human Torch, Jason. So that's something I'm pretty curious about. The Ultron was banned away from FlyQuest, though. Again, it's another really effective flex in those triple strategist compositions. And like Jake was saying, I think on the EU show, it's a little harder than you otherwise would think, and kind of turns fights on their head with that Rage of Ultron.
I mean, already such a massive difference compared to EU. I mean, we didn't have a single Doctor Strange Protect whatsoever. Also not seeing Psylocke being touched here, whether it's a Protect or a ban, is already an indicator of how these regions maybe value her as a hero going into this series. But speaking of going into it, our first map of the series, Krackoa, going to be kicking things off between these two amazing teams, Dreamland going up against FlyQuest for their chance to play against Envy. We're going to throw it to our commentators to kick this one off. Uber and Avast, take it away.
Yeah, boy! And unlike your casters on E who didn't know what chopped meant, me and Avast spend too much time on TikTok, so don't worry. Throw all the Zoomer memes at us that you have at your disposal. Now, this FlyQuest comp, I mean, someone like Vision we didn't really get to touch on too much, I think, coming into this. This is a kind of a classic look for them, one we've seen for months and months. Obviously, you know, you still have to respect them more, still pretty punishing in a lot of these chokes, and I think the fact that we see energy on the Human Torch is a little bit scary for Dreamland, and it's a question of how they should counter that. Chime can answer that airborne threat with the Phoenix, very powerful, but still, I would be a little scared.
Yeah, really putting a lot of emphasis there on Stinkers and Chime to kind of keep that contest. It's FlyQuest. Get a little bit of early point control. Obviously, point not unlocked just yet with the portal being used. As you see, Mace just going to be going for the poke, waiting to set up. Chuckles likely looking to come on in on the Tendril, try to find one of those squishies, but it's going to be a little hard here with the find the squishy, especially when you have to worry about Spark Chief potentially putting you in the lockdown.
Master of Madness has good chip damage here on Vest for the time being, and Chuckles is straight into the backline, attempts at least to make use of that cellular corrosion on the Lunar Snow and is sunned out instantly. So Cooper, good response there, being able to get that freeze up. So far, FlyQuest with priority in terms of positioning, but look at them have to fold back a little bit more here. Grouped up, of course, right around now. Hulk, Spark Chief. Again, no Hulk on the side of Dreamland to speak of, so that extra bit of mobility should go a long way. Energy, though, does get picked off. The Psylocke gets some value here, and it's going to have to be an answer from FlyQuest sooner rather than later.
I mean, in FlyQuest, they do not have it sooner or later. It's going to be none at all because that's just losing all the space there. And Stinkers called out a little bit earlier about, okay, they need to be one watching and marking those flyers. They did a great job there. The pressure coming out from Chuckles. Make sure that just FlyQuest really not in a position to get anything with their flyers, right? Because you're playing those double flyer comps. You need that space to poke. You need that space to make sure you're getting the damage. And now they're just making swaps. Energy going to the Wolverine here. So to have some more options to just like bust through the tanks a bit, engage a little bit more aggressively with the bubbles, with the bullet from Vest, from Spark Chief.
What's Energy looking for now on this Wolverine? That is a heck of a feral leap. Already showing some acrobatics. If it is an end song, Inferno straight over the top, and Energy gets slapped on down. That's a hard hit, but still has the regenerative healing factor available. So even if the healing wasn't there, you'd still be able to go the work. Slowly, tentatively just starting to build out that rage in the front line. Jibbery, what a good catch. Loki, of course, going to be able to slip away. And yet again, cellular corrosion catches on a Koopa-tastic. He doesn't have the freeze this time to keep him alive. Now we're into the part of the fight though, where Energy's looking a little bit more dangerous. And so a Fate of Both Worlds is going to have to be employed to keep this Wolverine at bay. FlyQuest, to a degree, looking to disengage away from this, but they're already 58% behind. Good catch on Chime.
Yeah, and I think with that pick and no ults available here for Dreamland, that's definitely going to be into the fight here. FlyQuest, they have the man advantage. The Wolverine here, especially when they're just a touch contest the point scenario, he's just going to burn through you. And with no bulwarks available, you know, no bubbles at all, this is just going to be Dreamland slowly losing this point. We're going to get to probably like 73, yeah, 73%. So not bad at all. They are going to have to worry about, you know, the Hornet Proteus plus the last stand available for Energy is... See Spark Chief, he's loaded up his Wolverine cannon. He's loaded him up. Let's see it. Come on, let's see the fastball. Can they? I'm getting the heat meter, the stadium pulse right now. Can we hear the fastball?
Make some noise on the Jumbotrons. Flashing. Here we go, straight on in. Energy gets what he came for. Mace is going to be dragged out of formation. And that was pretty short-lived for the Doctor Strange. And a perfect opening here for FlyQuest. Now, of course, last stand active for Energy should have required it. The cross above the head denotes the availability of that extra healing factor. It's like 300 overshield, I think, he threw at full rage. So it's pretty huge in a pinch. And here it is, Dance of the Butterfly now being used by Stinkers, but an invisible boundary will answer this basically entirely. Even a monstrous spawn left behind to tickle this Psylocke, and eventually heads are going to get turned towards that backline direction. There's an rather a Meteor M, excuse me, in play, and Song Inferno drops down, but Vision has the Cocoon at just the right time, and with the Fate of Both Worlds in play, FlyQuest are going to let all that run off their back.
And this is going to get really hard for Dreamland because now with FlyQuest controlling the point here, they're still holding on to the last stand as well. This Wolverine combined with the hole, combined with also the Magneto, you have so much sustain here. And with Mace being on Doctor Strange, you don't have any bubbles, right? You can't peel, you can't sustain, you can't save someone from the pick if they're going to get caught. So a lot of this hoping that the stuns are going to happen from Chime, going to happen from Valentina. Because if you're not getting the stuns, or even forcing out the crystals there from Loki, if you're not getting those cooldowns out at a time, especially when you don't have shields available, Wolverine's going to eat you alive.
Now, there is going to be a copied Fate of Both Worlds available for Jibbery here, should it be required. So Dreamland do have what they need. Eye of Agamotto at the ready. Energy, good catch here on Chuckles. Pretty disruptive for the Venom. He wants to be able to play from the rafters and get set up. Here's the Eye of Agamotto coming on down. What's the catch from Mace? It's good. Zelos down to the Maelstrom of Madness follow-up. And Dreamland get in when FlyQuest are in a bit of a trough in terms of some of those power ultimates.
And I still think for FlyQuest, like, yeah, okay, we have to recontest, we have to come back here and touch this point, but you're relatively fast, you have some time, and look at 3 ults. 3 ults available. Biggest problem currently is that they're going to have to worry about Chuckles and Stinkers potentially just burning through one person. A lot of pressure here onto the backline for FlyQuest to make sure they all make it to the point. They don't go down early when there's no strategist ult available yet. If they don't have the available world, they don't have the invisible boundary. So for Dreamland, it's all about the engage here, Mitch.
Spark Chief gets to the point. Energy thrown on in. Hulk Smash at the ready. Should it be required? And I'm going to assume it will. Zelos and Cooper already down. It's a backline destroyed by Dreamland. Before the fight can even get started here for FlyQuest, they're in trouble. But Jibbery has fallen. Dreamland also suffering in the same vein, but they have their Lunar Snow in play. That's the end of Hulk Smash. Spark Chief now can only really stall for a moment, but it is rather short-lived. It should be a Dreamland take here now. Cooper-tastic, obviously having switched over, has a chance for a portal. And again, it's a bit of a weird composition. They're going to be working with Hornet Proteus, at least at the ready for Vision now as Cooper drops in onto the point to make a bit of space. And Dreamland make the correct choice to disengage, play the high ground, and get ready to come back in when required. Right in the face of Jibbery there is Cooper-tastic, but didn't have enough dark magic charge for the Maelstrom of Madness. And Invisible Boundary Drawn will buy a little bit of space for FlyQuest, but they're perpetually down in terms of those player numbers. And as that healing aura fades, so does Spark Chief's vivacity.
Really, really well played there from Dreamland. I mean, they were playing into a composition where they don't have cleanses for the Wolverine, and you have to deal with all that engage, that initiation, and they needed to have a really clean engage in that last fight, knowing they were potentially down in some ults, and they did exactly that. I mean, Chuckles engaged, they went in with Stinkers. It was perfect to get those early picks. I mean, Vision was essentially gone for the entirety of those last couple fights. Just immediately bursted down. Really good position as well from Jibbery. Make sure to play those off angles too, because then you have to commit when you're already down players to try to hunt down the Loki. So Dreamland playing their comp really, really excellently. And I mean, Vision, I mean, not even getting the chance to pop that Hornet Proteus at all. That's how hard they targeted him.
Yeah. That I just think the Psylocke pressure towards the backline is always going to be a problem. And an overlooked fact about Ensong Inferno is that it knocks off Overshield in a pinch, which is it destroys shields, I think, in general, which I believe includes
and summons
barrier.
Gets rid of summons too. So
right.
All the summons are getting taken out too when they pop that into the Moor.
And that applies to, like, you know, Vision, who on the Winter Soldier now is, you know, going to get like Overshield every time he hits those abilities, as well as reloads for roster stern. So it's got a fair bit of utility alongside also being a pretty good escape, because you regen health when you're up there, if I'm not mistaken. So FlyQuest, not the start that we're hoping for, but now Winter Soldier into the fold. Vision has shown us some ferocious performances on this particular hero, and Dreamland have done a very good job at isolating Zelos and Cooper-tastic. They need to stay alive.
Wait, actually incredibly good Snowflake there too. Hits that, and there's the engaged Vision. Immediately bursts down off of that. What a find there from Valentina, hitting the freeze. And just setting up the rest of the engage where they just immediately commit there, knowing they have the ult advantage too, because FlyQuest has made some swaps. So a little bit in the disadvantage regardless there for FlyQuest, but a little style points. Give them some style points there, Valentina.
Yeah, I'm going to call that Dance of the Infernal Butterfly. That was both of the Duelist ultimates just thrown at FlyQuest instantly. And that's also owing, I think, to that extended stagger we saw at the end of the last round, where FlyQuest contested. They allowed Dreamland to continue to build up some more of those ultimates and then go from there. Spark Chief, I mean, I think this is one of the most important, use cases of Ensong Inferno is denying that freedom charge overshield given out to people, but it's only for a moment. So FlyQuest will have to, or rather, it'll have to be capitalization there from Dreamland. Best nice catch out there on Stinkers. Mad Cannon getting some value here. Spark Chief already ready to go on with the ultimate and definitely gets away from the stun of the Phoenix. Now Energy in supernova form is starting to canvas the point with flames and a double back here from Spark Chief, who really has to be everywhere at once. Now though, diving the backline, and it's a fate of both worlds in play for Dreamland.
Meteor M taking down Jibbery just bursting through. One of the only things that can do it is now the cleanup happens. The FlyQuest had to commit a decent amount. I mean, even had to commit the God of Mischief as well with the copy, but finally getting the flip here, 56% for Dreamland, and this is great for Dreamland. I mean, the tempo's in their favor. They got the first cap. They built more. They burnt more ults, and now they get to walk into this fight. I mean, sure, Spark Chief holding on to the rush here gives you a little bit of sustain, kind of working as a strategy ult, but it's not a lot to worry about in terms of pick power. So a ton of pressure again here onto Vision, right? To find a hook, maybe set up a good Kraken impact post some of those strategy ults coming out, especially Fated with Worlds, as Dreamland just going for the long rotate.
Yeah, and we're seeing my Loki get banned so often in EU. It is this combo, of course. Still Fate of both worlds. Time still very powerful. Energy very, very low there. Vision, I don't even really connected that Kraken impact. Still, he's going to dive headlong into the fray, because why wouldn't you? But a Fate of both worlds means there's no chance that any of the damage he's doing is going to be able to stick. Now with that Vision, FlyQuest running with 5, make it 4. His energy is cut down, and apparently Psylocke still has the moves to get up into the skybox and get rid of that Human Torch. Dreamland looking very, very good right now, and they have been warmed up, playing through MRC, playing through those crucial matches. They've definitely come into this game ready to throw down, whereas FlyQuest are taking some time to come alive.
Yeah, and I think overall, you got to look to Stinkers a bit here, and just look at the engages combined with Chuckles, and having the Phoenix too, where you're getting the sparks, you're able to just get extra Satans. Okay, Mace, the damage engage. They just immediately kill the backline there for FlyQuest.
And frankly, it's happening with alarming frequency over the course of Krackoa thus far. Dreamland have got themselves to 85%, and they are in good shape. Feast of the Abyss, a copied Fate of both worlds at the ready. A world is their oyster. Gonna have to be a TP for Energy, who switched off the Human Torch. That's the position the FlyQuest are in right now. So, playing with that extra Vanguard, will it give them the staying power they need to at least flip this point back? Mace gets a little overwhelmed early on here. Nice regeneration domain, rather, those who offer that invulnerability. And here's the Eye of Agamotto, mostly shielded off there by Energy, who's still very much in the fray. But that's the fate of both worlds for Jiveri, active now, and Chime has an Ensong Inferno to leverage. Vest with a Meteor M, looking for the Lunar Snow, and kited around the corner, but Valentine Eve still goes down. Jiveri, the other Lunar Snow, will eventually pop out of that duplicate form and have to fight as Loki again, but the damage might already been done. FlyQuest are in shambles. Vision picked off yet again. Energy built an Eye of Agamotto, but never had a chance to make use of it. Dreamland up with 4 here. Player advantage by 1. Spark Chief going low, has to dash off the point, and now Stinkers is going to help with that cleanup duty. Dreamland looking very, very good out of the gates here. FlyQuest kind of staggering out of this round.
And they are going to have the late God of Bishop copy recruiter tasks. They come up post-freeze on Chuckles, so they're going to have some time to contest, but they've just burnt the ult into like 2 players. I mean, the rest of Dreamland just left, right? They had players down, so kind of a wasted ult, honestly. I didn't feel like the pressure was there for them to pop it, and now Dreamland can just pop late. They can pop up with the strategy ult, and this is looking really good here for Dreamland for post-fight as long as Seer stay up.
Yeah, at least Zelos, though, had a Fate of both worlds at the same time, so that's 2 real, authentic Lunar Snow ultimates going off at the same time. Now again, in the front line, Mace definitely getting a lot of scrutiny here, and Energy has to dump altitude very, very quickly. It's getting tough out there for Vest, but of course, extra durability available with that Feast of the Abyss. Dance of the Butterfly, though, is going to work, and Vision is down yet again. The Winter Soldier can't take a break. It's Hot Boy Summer all the time out there, apparently. And Dreamland come back in to match those Lunar Ultimates and eventually outlast.
And the ult tempo there from Dreamland, so good. I mean, and also just their overall tempo beyond that. The dives, constantly punishing the backline. Didn't feel like FlyQuest ever had that huge advantage, especially when you went into the second round there. Like Krackoa, they didn't have the space. Nothing was working out for them. Thinkers here on the, I mean, obviously very well deserved, ignoring the incredible promotional content.
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm sure it was relevant.
It's relevant. You know what? What's important here, what's really important here is that those are some good beach skins, you know? Who doesn't love a beach episode?
I'm all about I'm all about the beach arc, the little OVA, like midway through the series of my favorite anime, you know, where we let our hair down a little bit. But Dreamland have had that bun, I'm not gonna carry on with that one. I'm not gonna carry on with that one.
You know, you brought up a
First
good point I never
class
thought about though, Uber, is that there is always a beach episode in any anime you ever watch out there.
Yeah, it's required.
Yeah.
The fan service must flow, and
I was gonna
the
say that
faucet
I
does
brought
not
the
turn
point
off
first,
in
but-
Marvel Rivals.
You know, that's fine.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, Uber. It was a Vast that brought this up, so
Thank you.
you're very right. I was just distracted as well.
That's okay.
But a great first match to kick things off with, and if I were to ask you guys like right off the bat, I thought FlyQuest would have been the team favored so far in this matchup, but obviously Dreamland with a very strong start.
I do think that like we're at a point here in Marvel Rivals esports where like there's just a lot of space for these like hungry teams to come up, and Dreamland have been really grinding right now. So competing in MRC, which is obviously, you know, the in-client sort of tournament, which is pretty grueling. It's like a lot of back-to-back matches. And they've already qualified for Ignite, right? So we are going to at least get to see what this team is capable of doing. FlyQuest, though, you know, already sort of having qualified for Ignite, maybe a little bit less to play for in the interim. And yeah, they've obviously had a roster change with Light departing, and that means that they maybe don't have that third duelist that can step in. But I wouldn't attribute this situation to that. The composition to me that FlyQuest are playing feels kind of classic. You know what I mean? Like reminiscent of what we saw from them sort of months ago. Whereas we've noticed teams leaning in more different directions, and you know, not to say that we're adopting triple strategies here. That's more of an EU thing by the looks of things. But Dreamland, you know, coming with a couple of different looks and Loki not being banned can create some pretty degenerate scenarios.
You know, one thing we saw quite a bit was Stinkers here in particular able to just invade the backline and constantly pick up these initial kills that really hamstrung FlyQuest time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that Psylocke has been a kind of a staple for the meta for a long time. She's come in and out of it, you know, depending on the situation, depending on what's happened. And I do think that was a pretty big difference here, was how well Stinkers played on the Psylocke and just making sure that they took the space. They kept making sure they had to turn around, and then they had late Dance of the Butterfly to pop when they forced out all the ults, right? Especially for those OT situations in comparison. But yeah, I think Mitch brought up a really good point, is that we are in a bit of a flux portion right now. We're in between the Season 4 patch. So we look at FlyQuest like, yeah, we should expect them potentially, you know, have a bit of a head-to-head favorite here. But also there's a lot being figured out currently. So maybe everyone's just kind of feeling out where they're going to be at the meta, because this isn't really going to be the meta that's going to happen as you get into some of the later tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're only 2 weeks away until Season 4 kicks off as well. So we're going to see some massive changes coming in there. But one thing I do like to see when I talk about any team in any esport is that drive, is that hunger to look to continue to improve. I mean, we saw over in EU as well, Team 1, obviously looking fantastic as a team, but maybe letting their foot off the gas after winning $160,000 over in Ignite. But we're already be heading into Idrisil Path here coming up next, our first convoy of the day here in North America. What's your initial thoughts going into this, Mitch?
Yeah, so in Europe at least, we've definitely seen teams favoring the Rocket Raccoon a bit more than normal, right? He actually has like the team up for Rocket right now is with Penny Parker and with Star-Lord, so not always you know, other heroes that you want to bring in, but BRB is still very powerful, especially his defenders, allows you to maintain tempo after having a player picked off. And so if you take a trade, it feels like you don't have spawn disadvantage, which is pretty important in the early stages of those fights. I think that the Lunar Snow takeaway from Dreamland is interesting. That now denies the double fate of both worlds. It might force them to lean into like a Invisible Woman setup there, or even Mantis. We've sort of briefly discussed the team up potential there. This is a good Groot map. Very, very common to see that come out here. It really ratchets him up to 11, I think, when you can get the Mantis in the comp.
And he's already good. He's already really, really good to begin with, right? Like, I mean, Groot has been just one of the vanguards that has been very omnipresent and meta defining, really, and team defining. So when you have that team up, it's very, very powerful. Okay, this time we're looking through this, and I'm seeing that Lunar Snow, shockingly enough, still on the table, but Dreamland actually looking like they want to, I mean, or rather I should say FlyQuest looking like they want to protect the Mantis. Am I understanding these bans right? Because like our top, it's been a while since we've seen this UI. So our top is Dreamland,
FlyQuest is
correct?
Top.
Is FlyQuest top? FlyQuest is top. Okay.
Wait, no.
I thought, because I'm seeing the blue bar at the bottom. So I'm assuming
FlyQuest
right.
is top, and
okay, good. Yeah.
Dreamland's bottom.
Okay. I'm gonna trust
it's the
Jason.
outline of the box. Yeah, it's the outline of the box is the problem, because Dreamland has a red outline, but it has the blue strip at the bottom.
Yes.
That's the hub. I think FlyQuest is top. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trusting Jason, and if he's wrong, we can blame him.
That's fine. I'm all for it.
When we get into the match there. But overall,
Look,
I mean, looking at that,
yeah.
it's a lot of Luna Snow, it's a lot of Emma Frost, which is something that we still to be expected, because it's been a very, very popular matchup. Luna's been pretty meta defining still. Emma obviously really good for your front lines. You're able to set up very powerful engages, just sustain a lot of that, and also stop dives with the grab. So it makes a lot of sense if you're playing to a very dive heavy team.
Yeah, I think like a grab on like a Psylocke or something similar is pretty devastating. And at this level, like I see those grabs catch far more frequently than you sort of would otherwise expect. So Psylocke Protect for me tells me that Stinkers has one gear at the moment, and that's where they're trying to stick to. But Lunar Snow Protector for Koopatastic. I think Vess is the Emma Frost player, if I'm not mistaken. But we're gonna see that in just a moment. And yeah, Dreamland. I want to see how they want to work alongside this Manus. It's giving Groot. I'm not gonna lie. Again, when you empower Groot, you get that extra healing like radius when the wall, like you get an extra wall, right? So it's good, but it heals people around you. And also there's room for Loki to get in there. And I don't know, like Regeneration Domain is very powerful on its own. I don't think players really play to the damage boost that it has with regularity, but you know, it's definitely still a team up that's worth getting at least like 2 out of 3 of those heroes in.
Well, we are about to head into our second match in our first series of the night. Remember, it is a best of 5. First 3 will move on to play against Envy, the number 2 team in the world. Even though I guess maybe Team 1 would be the number 2 team after losing. I don't know how that works out, because I don't need to know how that works out. All I need to know is this is going to be another exciting match brought to you by, once again, Uber and Avast.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, looking forward to jumping into this one. And does it look like Dreamland at least hovering the Groot possibility right now, but we should consider FlyQuest's game plan. So we've got the thing in the front line alongside the Emma Frost. Really hard to shift this. Obviously pretty static, but being able to shut down mobility abilities is pretty fantastic. And a Peach, that Nancy Street Charge is something you're going to try and play for. And we get a Magneto in here as well. So there is that team up, you know, where a Magneto can clone himself and sort of sneak away should it be required. Pretty robust composition. FlyQuest just trying to entrench themselves as well as they can.
See a lot of poke coming out of here with Stinkers now on the Punisher. And you have a lot of sideline to work with. Just making sure to poke, try to get them off this angle, because it's a very strong first roll possibility, especially with these corners. And when you have a very, very tanky team like this, when you have the ability also with Spark Chief to just fly on in, give the damage reduction now off the leap instead of having to leap back to his allies, gives you a bit more options to engage and take that space, as Chuckle's already holding onto the Strangling Prison here.
I don't hate this Stinker's choice here. The shotgun obviously really potent against those tanks that want to take that space away from you. Regeneration Domain already used here for FlyQuest, and Chime eventually brought down. Again, it's a war of attrition when you have the Human Torch involved, but FlyQuest in positions where they can just pepper Chime down. They might need to make a switch away. Yes, the Storm comes out.
Where's my Strangling Prison? Chuckles had one. Where's my Strangling Prison? Where'd it go? It's gone. I've apparently got you. I mean, maybe died, been cast. I didn't. I could have gotten interrupted. It's very possible. But either way,
maybe there is a channel window.
It's possible. You could freeze him. Like there is a chance. Is okay. Execution got to be used. Stinkers gets caught. Koopatastic getting the God of Mischief off means they're just gonna chase here into spawn. So much heals as FlyQuest keeping them in the doors.
Yeah, and to really, like, pretty efficiently one fight, you just commit the Meteor M and a copied Fate of both worlds. It's something FlyQuest cared about so much that they went to the extent of protecting that Lunar Snow. So we do have Clobber in time ready for Spark Chief. Some more disruption. Capacity's going to let it go pretty much straight away. Knocked Skyward his Chuckles. Now to the back line, we're looking to get Stinkers down. The lack of mobility and Punisher, definitely an issue when he is knocked Skyward. Even a Psionic Seduction employed here by Vez. And it's just more disruption thrown at a Dreamland who already feel like are on the back foot, but Spark Chief may have overextended a little bit there. Here comes the Omega Hurricane now. Not a bad time to make use of that, especially on top of the Karmic Revival. Devastating Vision popped instantly. There was a risk, so at least Spark Chief is back in the fight, but Vez falls on the periphery as Stinkers is able to get that shotgun within his effective range. But Vision is back, able to make use of his own passive to respawn into the fight. And Mace does get popped by this Adam Warlock. So FlyQuest, really with this defensive comp, able to reinforce over and over again. And Cooper has that Fate of both worlds.
And this is still great for FlyQuest, right? Because we haven't left the spawn. We're in the spawn here. This is all fight for the spawn. Like, we haven't even rounded the corner here. And so this is a Idrisil Path that's extremely torturous and FlyQuest just keeping the pressure on here this entire time. Seekers likely gonna have to commit the final judgment, trying to get out. There's the Meteor M. Use Can Energy, find one.
Okay, well that is kited there. I think it was Chime the target. That would be an interesting one, but no connection there. Energy though being topped, obviously tries to back away. Koopatastic though, not nearly so lucky. The Bulwark attempted here for Energy to stay in the fight, but I think FlyQuest realized it's done. So dying on the cart is the best thing they can do. But I tell you what, they have bled some serious clock of Avast. 1 minute and 10 seconds, 3 minutes and 10 seconds, excuse me, fought by the defenders.
Now, I mean, there is going to be you know, you're gonna have the Eternal Bond, you're gonna have the Final Judgment, you're gonna have an Omega Hurricane, so you have a very nice array of ults here for Dreamland trying to break this fight really quickly. That's exactly what I'm gonna do with the walls. Final Judgment used, they're gonna find Vez very early, so this should, with the space, hopefully put the position just clean up very quickly for Dreamland.
Yes, we are seeing like some of the woes for FlyQuest when it comes to dealing with some of these flyers, especially all of that extra utility that Chime's able to provide to their team, alongside the Punisher of Stinkers, who's looking pretty darn good here. And I believe they protected the Psylocke, so that is still going to be an option on this map should it be required. Dreamland have made up for a little bit of that lost time. There were time extension 2.5 minutes up to 2:31 now.
FlyQuest now going to be looking at, this is a very strong flyer area in particular. I mean, so is first, to be fair, but now they can hold this choke very aggressively, try to use the angles, use that just high ceiling to their advantage, because really just a ton of pressure going to be going on Chime and Stinkers just to duel that. FlyQuest here just approaching the corner yet again, ult coming on up, and there's the engage.
Okay, Energy, gotta be a little bit careful. Can't quite get into the backline in this position. Omega Hurricane's in play, but Fate of Both Worlds essentially nullifies that Storm ultimate, and now Chime looks like they're being targeted here by Energy. And in they go, Blaster Barrage. It's a problem here for Dreamland. And if that damage boost version, of course, of the Fate of Both Worlds being applied, there is FlyQuest run away with the engagement. And a Galactic Legend will be ready for Energy in this next fight. They've got a copied Fate of Both Worlds. Everything they could really ask for. And it's impressive to play in this position against the Venom, who will just sit up on the wall and drop down at his leisure, being able to grapple off to safety as soon as the damage reaches that critical threshold.
And Rage of Ultron used here along with the Sonic Seduction, so just the engage goes in again. Already Vision, I mean, with the Ultron, we've talked about it in the past, how Ultron still works as a very decent amount of damage dealer, even despite being a strategist. So they're going to stay committed here and stay in despite his energy, just waiting to just pop this Galactic Legend.
Yeah, look, and trying to get away from the Psionic Seduction, which I think is pretty important, as he would be suppressed from using that Galactic Legend at all. Blaster Barrage, though, pretty good for this kind of application, especially with the damage boost of the Lunar Snow in the mix. Energy is not needed to use that ultimate. And now Dreamland, once again, getting familiar now, back below a minute.
And Stinkers now has moved over to the Psylocke, which I think is a good call because you can try to get through the choke, go for a flank, and also pressure out some of those flyers, even some of the backline. Especially because with Vision on the Ultron, you have another pocket option for Energy, right? Because you're going to have the drone, you're going to have the Snowflake from Zelos, so you have multiple options to keep Energy in the fight and also keep Vision in the fight here. And so Dreamland needs something to just get around this choke, to make a little bit of space here. I think the Phoenix swap for Chime as well, pretty good. Because the pressure is Stinkers getting caught here.
Yeah, able to make use of that team up with Emma Frost, but still pretty dangerous there for Stinkers. Here's that Galactic Legend that when play. This is very much countered out by the invisible boundary, given that, of course, our friend Star-Lord requires line of sight to those targets to lock onto them. Psionic Seduction, Neil Peasant says Vest drops down onto the cart. Looks like there's a good catch afoot here, and oh yeah, Mace was ahead of their shield, so not able to save that ultimate up. But here's a Dance of the Butterfly now. This is getting a little bit uncomfortable. Vest eventually brought down. And Stinkers does want to disengage. We saw how low they went. They had to use their team up to stay alive, but they stick around and have impact where it matters.
But a very expensive fight. They have broken the corner. They've managed to finally make it through. But FlyQuest get to come back into this fight here with soon to be 2 strategist ults, right? You're going to have Zelos with World Cooper Test at the God of Mischief. So options, Chuckles. Despite what his name might suggest, it's no laughing matter for Dreamland because they needed the medium try to burn someone through the ult.
Definitely not something that should evoke any sense of mirth, folks.
No,
you need to stay very serious.
Laughing.
Vision stunned up. How does Chime the right click on him? Okay, you know what? Not even going to ask. That is pretty dirty stuff. And of course, the Phoenix has a bit of snowball potential given how good her durability gets when she is hitting those marks. And just when it looked like FlyQuest might have time of us to actually build up to those strategist ultimates, they get washed by Dreamland.
Yeah, and it's just a really part of the reason why Phoenix is so strong is you have the ability to just, when you're hitting shots repeatedly, especially crits, you're getting sparks, right? And it's just causing an AoE, a little bit of explosion, doing damage. You're building up your own health. You're healing yourself. So it's just a really good overall self-reliant duelist, but also just, especially when dealing with clumps of people and you're hitting your shots, you're doing a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Meteor M now at the ready. Yeah, people forget that detonation of her spark marker is AoE. And it's pretty nice. She gets 2 marks as well for headshots. So sometimes you can every 2 shots make that happen. Okay, wall in the way. Groot still powerful. Spark Chief, though, trying to stay alive. And Zelos is helping with that Fate of Both Worlds. But Meteor M, the burst damage, might have something to say about it. Spark Chief falls one way or another. It's Stinkers, though, credited with that elimination. Vision is spotted up in the sky. Stinkers trying to float around if they can, but is forced to back away. given at least the shield from their backliner, of course. Valentina keeps the Psylocke in the game, and Vision eventually has to succumb. And watch out, because we do have another Dance of the Butterfly at the ready. An Invisible Boundary, this is kind of why Star-Lord can struggle a little bit against these Invisible Woman compositions, but fate of both worlds. You're going to hear that a lot from me tonight, folks. So strap yourselves in. Has helped to keep Dreamland with a bit of tempo and plenty of overshield now to work with. Stinkers might be overwhelmed here. The healing was almost too much for FlyQuest, but not quite enough to keep Vision in the fight. That Ultron is being punished. A little bit floaty, a little bit immobile. Struggles to get out of harm's way quickly. From the top rope, a psionic seduction attempt here for Vez. It allows at least for the catcher onto Mace. That's a frontliner down, but Dreamland still have a fair bit to work with. Strangling Prison on Chuckles got the stun briefly, but FlyQuest are running a little bit low on numbers, and Ensong Inferno is at the ready. Vision, 2 marks now, has to get back into spawn, but Stinker's still able to catch on, and here's the Inferno dropping on down. Big hit on Spark Chick. Zelos will keep them alive, but they'll have to give up their life as a result. And the numbers absolutely favor Dreamland now, but spawn advantage rests with FlyQuest. Energy needs to stay alive a little longer, and he can't manage it. Cooper close to a copied ultimate here. Got a mischief, could be crucial in a pinch. And Vision has come back here on the Adam Warlock, but Stinkers has got a front row seat to all the action here, as FlyQuest will be stuffed back inside spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is, despite what the name implies with Dreamland, I mean, there's no dreams, there's no nice, happy moments for FlyQuest. This is a nightmare currently for them, because they just don't have any space. I think also when Stinkers makes that swap over to Psylocke, you can immediately tell the amount of pressure that's relieved from the front line for Dreamland and how much space Stinkers makes in return. Because you can see in that last fight, like, yes, FlyQuest, their supports, their strategists, they keep themselves alive with the patty cake, but you have to commit the ult, you all the turn around, and then you have the bubbles, you have the heals, just to get them right back out of there with the dash. And I do think this is an issue with FlyQuest repeatedly, is running to Stinkers into Psylocke, is how much pressure they are bringing to that. And you can even, I mean, look at the stats comparatively, where Chime also, we talked a lot about the Phoenix, how good they are at dueling, and Chime is definitely pumping up the damage.
Absolutely. Stinkers, you know, it's an impressive amount of damage given that they were on Psylocke for quite some time. It's not a hero that's always credited with huge damage numbers, more final hits associated. 14 of those. Rest was Stinkers. The duelists for Dreamland absolutely going to work, and perhaps that could be attributed to Valentina with almost 30k healing over the course of that round. And we've yet to see the purpose of this Mantis Protect, at least not at length, but that maybe lack of mobility on that particular strategist, something that is putting them off of it right now. Dreamland, that is.
The battle starts in 5. 4,
They did have Jibri playing some Mantis, so there was a bit of Mantis being played. I do feel like it makes sense if you're trying to play some of the more mobile comps, you're really trying to empower, you know, a Groot while also powering up your duelists there. So a little bit of the play, but obviously, I mean, maybe not quite a central strategy for them so far.
I see FlyQuest really want a full engagement here from Dreamland. That's where Storm is going to get her best value, but she's already hit the mark. Chuckles is down, so excuse me, all of the front line basically being handled on the Dreamland side. BRB has at least got to return Mace to the fray, but Dreamland cannot keep a full 6 for the life of them here. FlyQuest overwhelming them, and it is that little pocket Moon Knight out of spawn, another factor that really punishes Dreamland for playing clumped up.
Yeah, and I do think that that's a really good call. We've seen it brought out a lot in Path to Idrisil, and even other escort maps where you just have the Moon Knight to break that big block of health that's sitting in front of you, and just especially when you're playing so tight together. You can see, I mean, look at the damage here from Energy.
Yo, Khonshu got hands though, doesn't he? Holy, everybody inside that Moon Knight ultimate. Invisible Boundary comes up. It's Chime already being picked off. FlyQuest still need to have the wits about it, but they've got themselves a tidy little advantage in this fight. And Jibri gets a little bit too close to the Ankh here. I guess that's the Icarus tale if he was in Egypt or in a Yu-Gi-Oh episode. But Valentina Eve is out of the mix, and here come FlyQuest. So consecutive fight wins, definitely not being stalled up nearly as long as Dreamland were.
That's it. We're putting you in the Pharaohs game. We're putting you in the Pharaohs game. It's happening. And I do think it's even another overlooked portion, since we haven't been live for a while, is that there's a team up with the Moon Knight and Cloak and Dagger now, where your Moon Knight's able, who's already is relatively mobile, not that mobile compared to your duelist, but you can go invisible and heal while being invisible, thanks to the Cloak and Dagger team up. So I mean, the Moon Knight's just a really strong pick.
I want to suggest that was actually in the game on release, and now it's just been extended to Blade as well. Yeah, it's just something we never see.
Never saw.
But yes, kind of insane though, especially for someone who doesn't really want to be within harm's reach. You can be corrected in the chat, but I think that's been our feature for quite some time. Here we go though. That is a little bit of a lackluster psionic seduction. There's a Dreamland forced to part with key ultimates and still don't really put a scratch on FlyQuest. They look so good on this attack side.
And it's just paying a lot of dividends currently. Is Energy going to make the swap over to Psylocke, which I think makes a lot of sense as we get off the first point. Like, yeah, it's still going to be a little clumped up. It's still be a little tight. But now you have some more options to get behind and make this pressure, especially considering that Dreamland, the Ultra coming up here, right? And that's where the Moon Knight struggles a bit, is in those larger team fights when you have the momentum. The Moon Knight's just going to walk over as, okay, Mega Hurricane used for Vision, trying to keep them in the spawn, get a little bit of space.
All right, Vision trying to play it safe here inside the Dagger Storm, but Stinkers has found Energy. Clearly they didn't quite get the memo about falling back to a safer spot. Vision, though, is going to pop the active on that aura, hoping that there would have been a fight taken to them. Chime has to be very careful as they'll just get zapped randomly trying to advance any further. And that's good damage on Chuckles. They are in trouble. They're the Meteor Ember, but an opportunity to use it might go begging. He's going to pop it anyway. And it's enough healing. Of course, this is Marvel Rivals after all. Sonic Vortex there towards the right zones them away a little bit, but now Strangling Prison could be a bit of an issue. Spark Chief was able to find Valentina, which is arguably the intended target of that Groot ultimate, and here's a dance of the butterfly for Stinkers. However, it's covered over once more by this immense healing. And speaking of which, there's an invisible boundary at the ready now. Eternal Bond ready for Zelos.
Yeah, the invisible boundary unfortunately remaining invisible for FlyQuest, but the Eternal Bond still there. And Stinkers there with that Dance of the Butterfly. I mean, just like real butterflies, their path of migration getting smaller and smaller, their population shrinking, the healing. Just too much there from the Monsanto backline.
Yeah, now Dreamland. Some more milkweed,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, perhaps so. Maybe we'll use a little bit less Roundup. As Stinkers has made the swap over to the Wolverine now for last, which I think is a pretty good position, especially because you get the team up with the Phoenix. Get a little bit extra damage.
I think the regenerative healing factor might have gotten triggered there. We'll have to go and see them in just a moment. Here is the counter-sonic seduction. Hastily, a shield is thrown in the way by Mace, but well, Dreamland is still going to be tempted forward to their demises by the Siren's Song. And there's a Dagger Storm for Vest to chill in as they shove right in the direction of Spawn. Chime is down. Qadsiah was able to find that one, but Vest just got a little bit too far forward. This has still bought a lot of space and some room for the cart to progress, but Dreamland and that Spawn advantage will get them back into the fight.
And then you see, I mean, just here's the hero chest taking place. Spark Chief now making some rotate. I mean, I was about to say, they stay on the thing. I mean, it's pretty decent with the damage reduction, but no, gonna put Vest. Keep on the Magneto. Spark Chief going back over to the Frost. So
bit of a switch up, okay.
Yeah, a bit of a switcheroo here. And the Mega Hurricane's gonna be up. They're gonna have the God of Mischief, but Dreamland looking just engage really quickly here. Maybe get this bubble of Stinkers, try to find one, and there it is, the Kidnap.
Yeah, it's a catch on Vest, but they do have a shield that they can apply to themselves. That's going to get them out of trouble for the time being. Omega Hurricane is being channeled and is ready to go now. Stinkers dives on in. Regenerative healing factor still available, apparently. And Vision went down within Hurricane. So Cooper's got no choice now but to go for the fate of both worlds. Spark Chief's building pretty close now up to that ultimate, but unfortunately for FlyQuest, they've used a lot of the reserves coming into this fight, and Stinkers is still that large. Good kiting as well. Breaking LOS around the card. Still has the healing factor, still ready to commit when the time comes. The Energy's Dance of the Butterfly might be a decider. It's going to get popped pretty much straight away. Now you can see the damage going down on Chuckles and Mason. Jibbery has to make use of that Eternal Bond. So that's ult for ult trader, duelist for strategist, and Vest ends up going down. There is a last stand, and that's the burst damage that Dreamland were looking for.
And Stinkers, I mean, just again, you saw the Kidnap takes place. They find Vest. They pop the last stand like you talked about. Being so dastardly here on last point where the Wolverine, I mean, just there's not a lot of space that you have to control, so the Wolverine can be a constant threat here. As Vision now moving over here to the Winter Soldier. Energy also going for the counter Wolverine. So having some options here to potentially chase them out, maybe get a hook instead of the engage.
All right, straight from around the corner. How effective is this Silent Seduction? Actually draws Zelos forward for just a moment. They're able to get away, of course. Double jump and get them out of trouble. Good catch, though, by Mace as the Wolverine comes past. That's probably the target you're looking for there more often than not. Now, FlyQuest, a little bit scattered, trying to regroup as they're forced off their car position entirely, and Spark Chief's looking for a way in. Vest, though, Meteor M, he's thinking about it, but under a lot of pressure right now from the Wolverine. So needs to wait until Stinkers finds another place to be. Oh, no, they've gone to the backline. They are raged up and ready to rumble here. Invisible boundary now in play for Dreamland. They have the edge, but this Meteor M could find a burst kill out of nowhere. Channeled for quite an extensive period of time, but nothing off the back of it. Vest now caught inside the blender. Once again, Stinkers causing problems, and finally they should succumb here. Vision with a Kraken impact. It'll learn an instant reset, and Chuckles is going to be marked up surely on that connection. One after another. Finally, FlyQuest find a way to try and snowball the fight. Vision gets Chuckles after the Meteor M came down. Was only able to find one with the help of Mace.
Chuckles really did not want to go down there to the Kraken impact. He's like, actually, take a meteor. I'm gonna die shortly after, but take a meteor. There you go. But now Dreamland Looking for the recon. That's good pull. Very good pull. Making sure Spark Chief chance to get like a free engage has to back up a little bit here. Couldn't get too much off it, but now gives Dreamland the chance to get out of spawn a little bit more effectively. Trying to fight for this high ground. Energy going to be holding on to the last stand here, Mitch. So, I mean, we got to watch this interplay. If this can Energy just find someone, maybe isolate them, can they force out a strategy from Dreamland?
Yeah, looking for bionic arm picks at the moment is Vision, right? There's actually a fair bit of displacement now between the Wolverine and the Winter Soldier, but Spark gets caught inside the Silent Vortex somehow. And he's just able to get in, extract the target, but not able to finish them off. And now Eternal Bond ready for Gibberish. So there is at least a strategist ultimate in play. And there'll be an opportunity to make use of that soon. Last stand comes in. That's going to draw out the invisible boundary from FlyQuest, though. And Energy's going to come forward with a last stand of their own. Meteor M also active here. We'll see how it plays out. It has to be an Eternal Bond. Hastily a play for Gibberish here as the damage is getting immense. Okay, and Ensong Inferno thrown in. It looks like it was mostly kited away from. FlyQuest at least have that overshield coming in from the Freedom Charge to keep them durable and give Cooper time to build up his own Lunar Star ultimate, but Vess is still down. It's Magneto and Magneto warfare here. Gibber is getting looked at, but always has to escape should the cap come to call, and Spark Chief gets caught out by the Feral Rush. Vision a little bit too close for comfort there to Chuckles apparently, and from within that invisible boundary, the shots come out from the Magneto. Now Dreamland have the advantage. Overtime is in effect, and there are no big ultimates for FlyQuest to hang their hats on. This is about to get ugly. Meteor M being held in reserve here by Chuckles. Good patience from Dreamland, not taking any undue risks, but taking space slowly. You can see Chuckles assume that real estate is looking straight at Zelos, who has to double jump away from the threat of that Meteor M. Vess is down, Vision struggling. This is curtains for FlyQuest on Idrisil Path.
It took them a little bit of time, but this is Marvel Rivals. You get into the OT fights. If you don't have the overwhelming advantage, even if you do, it can take a little bit of time to just clean up all those limbs. And Dreamland, I mean, playing so well. I mean, maybe this is just the day of upsets, Mitch, because I mean, considering what happened to EU, and now we move here to Dreamland versus FlyQuest. Though obviously, I mean, many of these Dreamland players, I don't think the gap comparatively for what we saw in EU is nearly as large. I mean, these Dreamland players have been around; they've had some success already previously in the circuit, but just really well played. I love the flexibility. I love the fact that they just when things are looking tough, they're just going to swap stinkers across a variety of roles. I mean, that's just 18 final hits for stinkers is like. That's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot of final hits.
Yeah. Over a multitude of different heroes as well. We saw the Wolverine, of course, there towards the end, but Stinkers did give us a bit of Psylocke play. And we can see, like, you know, how long and how atrocious these fights can become, excuse me, with Loki and the, you know, the sort of Lunar Snow matchup. But credit to Dreamland because they don't have that raw healing throughput to the same level as Lunar Snow can provide, but they make use of Cloak and Dagger there, you know, pretty extensively. I think Dagger Storm's great to fall back into, especially if you're getting pressure. It really can turn the fight on the head of someone on the other team, like a Wolverine, Jason, who's trying to get in there and burst you down.
I mean, I think you guys kind of hit things perfectly as well. At Dreamland, they were trying to mix and match to find that perfect key they needed to shut down this push that was constantly coming their way against FlyQuest. They really struggled early on as well. It was a very easy push, I should say, for FlyQuest in the beginning, getting that first point and second point with relative ease. But I think so far for me, the real standout player across both these maps so far has to have been Stinkers. Just the flexibility he's had. He played Punisher at the beginning on the attack, and finishing a Psylocke on point 2 on the attack, and then eventually finishing things off with Wolverine as well. Really showing the flexibility they need as a player in any of these given situations. And even when he was up against the Magneto on the other side of Vess, he was still able to be effective with that Wolverine to provide those kills, even when the shield was going to be there to block him.
There was the Strangling Prison. It was with like 10% HP, pops it in the spawn and goes down. I was wondering where that thing went.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, I agree with the point. I think Stinker, especially because Wolverine is still, it's been a kind of an omnipresent factor in Marvel Rivals that Wolverine has always just been such a singular hero in what he does, and just so game impacting comparatively, just for the survivability, the ability to burn through vanguards. You have a lot of mobility. And I think when you put it in the hands of someone like Stinkers, you can just see just that power come through. And then now that you've added Phoenix and you have a team up there where you're giving the heals over time with that team up ability and the ability to burn through some extra health, it is just really nice to have a really good Wolverine player.
Yeah, I mean, and you can also be pretty self-sufficient as the Phoenix player, right? Your kit lends itself to those solo endeavors, especially if you heal when you hit that mark and detonate it. So there's a ton of value in being able to take a little bit of stress off the bandwidth of your backline to some degree, be able to play a little bit more solo. But I like the Storm getting mixed in here, right? It's another ultimate. So a lot of these like overtime channeled damaging ultimates, and there are a ton of them in Marvel Rivals, are really good for heal pressure, because ultimately we start playing a numbers game. It's damage output versus healing to try and answer it, and then a Mega Hurricane can really tip the scales in your favor in some of those engagements, right? It's very different to Meteor M and how you're looking just to blow up a strategist instantly if possible. In that War of Attrition, like having a quickly built up Storm ultimate before those strategists can get theirs online is a big difference maker. And also it makes trying to walk in to take a fight in close quarters, especially when she has her the empowerment of her aura up, is really dangerous.
Okay, another note I did want to bring up actually for FlyQuest was energy. I felt like his Star-Lord play when it came to defense around point 2 was pretty damn spot on, but then we quickly saw the swap up come in with the Invisible Woman being used to counteract that ultimate, and then obviously to dislodge him with the Psylocke play that eventually came through. But energy didn't seem to have that same level of impact when it came to them on the attack, at least towards the third point.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just playing a game, essentially, right? Which sounds crazy. We're playing a game, guys. We're playing Marvel Rivals, but it's the game of...
This better be good, Connor.
No, wait.
400 IQ.
It's just wait. It's because it's just when you deal with Star-Lord in particular, I think, especially with some of the triple res comps that have fallen out of style a bit. Yes, Star-Lord's still a very good flyer, but when you're running into really strong Psylocke players, when you have a very, very strong strategist player, especially with the ability to pocket that Psylocke and keep the pressure on them, it's pretty tough to get the same level of impact, especially once you get the last point in particular, Jason, where the Wolverines start coming out, and it's like, oh, great, I have Star-Lord, but my Vanguard has been shredded to pieces, and it's over, and I have no chance to burn through the rest of the healing at this point, because you're really reliant on those engages, in particular when you're playing like when you have with the Captain America or the Venom, which obviously wasn't as apparent when we got to the last point. So I do feel like energy did struggle a bit, especially towards the end of the map, which I think is just an issue with the fact that they just weren't winning any of the duels. Honestly, they weren't winning any of the duels, and the flyer pressure just wasn't there.
I don't like, energy. Look, it's tough for Wolverine sometimes against Magneto, Emma Frost front lines, because they both have disruption. Mag Cannon staggers you back, and obviously Emma Frost can choke you and slam you, so it's a little bit tricky. Vision's getting picked off in a lot of these fights, though. Obviously, Winter Soldier needs to be within a reasonable range, and sometimes overextends to get those bionic arm picks or attempt to get them. That was an issue, I think, is a lot of the times that Vision ends up dying 13 times, which is not an egregious number, but for one of your duelists, it means you take a huge DPS penalty midway through the fight, and the potential to snowball with Kraken impact.
I mean, just to put on that note, if you're talking about him having 13 deaths, I mean, he is ahead of the rest of his team, not by much, by 1 compared to like Vest and Sparksheet. But on the other side, if we're going to talk about like the carries, you have Stinkers who's 40 and 11. And I think you're allowed to have 11 deaths and be the highest on your team with the 40 kills on top of the 40 last hits. But even
Stinker's playing Wolverine and Psylocke as well. So like,
there you go.
You're in there big time. And like, I'm not hanging anything on Vision, but as a result, they actually end up having like 10k less damage output than energy, just because they're not in the fights for nearly as long. It's just harder to stay alive, which is, pretty crazy considering that in theory, the throughput from the FlyQuest, backline in terms of healing should be much higher, right? Because they were playing a lot of Loki, they were playing a lot of Lunar Snow, but you can still set up these really nice picks, with Wolverine out of nowhere. Phoenix can pop you, so it is still pretty dangerous to be anywhere close to your front line.
Well, we are moving over to Spider Islands here, and I'm curious if there's going to be any potential switch up when it comes to the bans here in Protects. I mean, Psylocke, again, has been consistently a frustrating factor. Phoenix as well. We saw a lot of bans come out target towards that over in EU, but it seems like we're starting things off pretty similar to what we had before Vest.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Phoenix point is a great point, Jason, where Dreamland feels like they've definitely gotten a lot more value out of just playing Phoenix in general, comparatively so in the series, just having that extra sustainability and the team up. And also because she can be such a bane into some of those like more meta strategies, like removing the Loki clones and all those bonus health that you get in particular. So I would like to see potentially FlyQuest utilizing that, because it feels like it'd be up their alley. They've typically liked to play very mobile comps, like had their duelists play a lot of just extremely self-reliant at times in FlyQuest in the past for them. So maybe what Mitch's comments about, they felt very classic, it feels very vanilla coded currently for them, that maybe that's part of that. They're just kind of experimenting right now.
Yeah.
Even a Loki Protect coming in here, Uber. I mean, we did see Loki be a pretty pivotal point when it came to earlier matches. But I believe in the last game alone, in the last map alone, it was banned away.
Yeah, I think you can get to the point here where if you suspect your opponent is trying to target your strategists and sort of put you on some awkward ones, Loki plus, I mean, God, even like Man of Soul Resurgence is decent to copy, right? And there's also some really corner cases where like you copy a Meteor M. It's very rare though that you would sort of do that, but you have like the options. So to protect the Loki sort of makes sense. That's to say nothing of whether, you know, FlyQuest are going to play it. Cooper, I assume that between Cooper and Zelos there's like a quite easily like a Lunar Snow and Loki combo there. Obviously, we saw more of the Invisible One from Zelos. I'm familiar with seeing them play a lot more of her, and she's obviously great because there are a ton of heroes that do require line of sight to some degree and can really sort of shut those effects down. I think just force physics in a pinch, being able to, you know, just to, you know, relocate people is crucial. The Protect of the Ultron here, though, I think is super interesting. FlyQuest this time has said, we need to set ourselves up for success by getting the backline that we want, and everything else doesn't really matter. We have flexibility elsewhere, but we need this Lunar Snow Ultron look.
Yeah, and I think, though, I mean, considering that they've been playing some Psylocke, but it hasn't been their bread and butter so far compared to the Dreamland. And then with the ban of Human Torch for Dreamland in return, when they see the Ultron protects, it definitely is going to put them into a little bit more of a one-dimensional flyer composition here, because there's no Phoenix, there's no Human Torch, so you're going to have like Storm. I guess you have Storm, you have Psylocke, you have some options, unless you want to pull out the Wolverine again. But really not necessarily the ideal flyer composition. I guess you still do have Star-Lord, so you do have some opportunities there, but it feels like that's kind of Dreamland just saying like, okay, they want to try to play potentially a flyer-heavy composition there. Let's ban the Human Torch.
This is the map for it, right? Spider Islands has a lot of these tall buildings, Jason, where your flyers can LOS really easily with the spires, and it's pretty frustrating to play against them here. So I'm not surprised to see them targeted by Dreamland.
Well, happy to see as well on the other side, FlyQuest banning away the Phoenix, which has been kind of the bane of their existence paired with that Psylocke. So going with the fire denial, but also how impactful and how damn strong Chime has been so far in this series. Because right now they're one map away from getting through into our finals to play against Envy for that $1,000. Let's see if they can close it out here, or FlyQuest will extend us into 4. Let's head over to our casters of Uber and Avast.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we get the Ultron from Chime, but that would be quite an interesting look here. FlyQuest definitely in a position where they can go for a triple strat. It does look like this is not an uncommon flex from Vision going over to the Adam Warlock. Definitely powerful, and I think like people can underestimate the power of Soulbond sometimes, and we are looking at the team up between Adam Warlock and Lunar Snow, which is it's really good when you're like fighting around like your front line. It gives you that extra sort of healing over time as you fight, linking to enemies. It's kind of sweet. Anyway, Vest is going for a wild ride. It is crazy sometimes how those Feral Leaps get sort of queued up, and desperately they're going to try and keep Vest standing and will stay alive. So the first Wolverine foray is unsuccessful for Mace.
Oh, really good. Just finding Valentina there. Off the right click, gonna make sure to peel. So FlyQuest already getting some great pressure here. The peel's very solid. Now, in return though, engage happens. They find 3. Vision gonna respawn there, but I mean, the backline just getting taken down.
Yeah, and that's something that I think Dreamland did very well in our first map. That priority going over towards the strategist works in their favor. Even after Vest gets a pretty insane mag cannon pick rather on Valentina, of course, that lack of mobility that Manta sometimes suffers from definitely reared its head in that situation. Oh, not having the Spark Chief, but we'll see you on the other side, I suppose, brother. Vest still able to operate as a decent front line here. FlyQuest with the triple Vanguard look here. Not one duelist to be seen.
So really relying here, considering that Dreamland are playing, those double duelist composition of just like, let's clog up the card, let's use our health pool, just stay in there, and really rely on Vision to do a lot of the damage, right? Like have Vision just try to hit those shots, keep the sustain going, because you get those cooldown resets with the critical hits. As the fight just going to stay here on the point.
And I think the healing capacity in longer fights is questionable for Dreamland, all right? Between this Loki and this Mantis, it's something that you're going to have to keep in mind. They need self-sufficiency from their duelists to be able to operate outside of the need for that healing. What a Meteor M for Mace, though. Talk about a slam dunk. Vest, Energy, and Zelos all just lingering a little too far in the front line. Now, Karmic Revival's going to get them back into the fight. The position of it is decent. And it's straight away, it looked like a rejuvenation domain popped by Cooper to make sure that they'd have the chance to shake themselves with their stupor and get back into the fight. Nice clobbering time. That's pressure on Valentina, but the healing is in place. Soul Resurgence popped by Dreamland now. And a Meteor for Vest that goes nowhere in particular, as it seems. Now they're in deep trouble. Able to get a little bit of a lifeline with the barrier, but there's just not enough healing for them in a pinch.
Yeah, when the fight breaks down here. Yeah, there's a lot of healing, but the problem is there's not a lot of, I would say, damage, right? Like you're in this situation, especially when you're down ult potentially, where you're respawning here post Adam Warlock ult. And yeah, they've changed it a bit to where you get more health percentage when you come out of that, but you are a little bit of a sitting duck as you're coming out. But they're really just playing like, let's clog up the lane here. Let's clog up the lane. Let's keep our big man in the post. You know, we'll do some NBA talk. Maybe get Stephen A. Smith to come talk about rivals here a little bit. But just right now for FlyQuest, they're just playing this. Let's take time off the clock now with energy going to the Wolverine, hoping to burn some more players.
Thinkers with the dance of the butterfly, but looks like Soul Bond was active there. Heads up from Vision, making sure that no one was going to get caught solo inside that and picked off. Okay, Chime on the Ultron. It's harder than you might expect in many cases, and there's a meteor that's coming over the top. Yeah, hastily. Cooper's going to have to go for a fate of both worlds, but it's not enough to save the Adam Warlock. Vision gets burst down despite all the healing that's in play, but can come back, of course, with that innate ability. So back into the fray. Now, Mace gone. Was that okay, Feast of the Abyss there from Chuckles. Probably needs that extra durability. Can't getting very close here, but the fact that Dreamland are disengaging with a fate of both worlds in play furrows the brow a little bit. Okay, Rage of Ultron in play. And Chime's able to chase Coopertastic straight off the map, finding Vest for their troubles as well. And now, not too bothered about energy. Very, very hard to catch Ultron when they're sitting up in the skybox now. And energy, he's going to have to use that regenerative healing factor just for sustain on the cart. Maybe try and displace, and here it is in the nick of time. Zelos to the rescue with the fate of both worlds. But is there enough here for FlyQuest? Damage has been an issue for their composition, but now the Wolverine is in play, and energy is going for it. Tearing strips off Mace, but they get healed up, and they're still ready to fight. What can energy do from this position? Slept out in the open. Stinkers does get picked off by Vez, and now been able to isolate Mace off towards the side. Soul Resurgence has to be used here by Dreamland. They're down to 5, but still fighting fit, apparently. Energy seemingly everywhere at once with the healing factor intact can go a long time. Pops, no, taken down by Chime there. And Vision's going to be able to at least get a Karmic Revival on 2 players. Energy and Coopertastic back into the fight, but another Rage of Ultron definitely skews the numbers in the favor of Dreamland.
I mean, and just unfortunately Stalingrad point of view here for FlyQuest. It's just like, can we stay alive long enough? Can we burn enough time on the clock here? It was almost enough with energy gets that last stand. But when you're playing this triple Vanguard, you're just keeping the fight going and going and going, hoping to out-sustain. And it's really tough to out-sustain if you're not getting enough picks, if you're not just removing some of those crucial players there for Dreamland. I think Chime just so uncontested for so long there on the Ultron. And look at that. Also the ult bank, right? Because sure, the fight lasted forever, but Dreamland still didn't have to commit everything. They had to commit all their ults. They're going to be walking this next fight with 2 ults on the board, 50% towards the Hulk ult as well, so kind of have some options available. But FlyQuest can be relatively happy with that first defense because they burned a ton of time off the clock.
The Hulk matchup is interesting. Spark Chief wants to really disrupt some of these healers, make it harder for Jibbery and Valentina to do their best work, and the immobility of those strategists might be a way to get in there. Fate of both worlds active for Coopertastic, copying that ultimate of Zelos. And Dreamland forced to split away from that for the time being. Chuckles, though, will return to the fight with that Hulk Smash ready to go, and only eyes for Coopertastic. Good freeze, though. That's going to make things tough. Hulk Smash popped there. Spark Chief, though, knocked into Puny Banner 4 while Chuckles lives his best bloody life. Dreamland once again slam FlyQuest.
And there it is, the slam. We get to see it just there a little bit towards the end. Always love watching that because it feels fun to watch Hulk hit the slam, but then they like come out of it and they're like, oh yeah, I took like 150 damage. You know, like you feel like it should break every bone in your body and they should be shattered to a million pieces considering they're like a godlike creature, but it's not quite how it works, you know, the video game logic, and I guess even the superhero logic. As FlyQuest looking to recontest, they're gonna have 3 ults available, not too close to the Horn of Proteus, but if they can maybe force out Valentina's ult a bit early, maybe they can pop just a very good Dance of the Butterfly energy, so they have some options. FlyQuest gonna come on in.
Yeah, I think the switch is pretty heads up, frankly. Chime, of course, benefiting from a team up in this particular configuration. So that extra Monstro spawn also lends itself to greater output. And because FlyQuest were pushing through a choke, that was a scary spot to be against the Namor. Is the wrap around the backside. Chime has to cocoon here. Able to be healed up and get back into the fight. Yeah, Horn of Proteus is thrown there. Coopertastic caught on the other side of the pillar. It's unclear what happened there. Stickers out trying to get forward, trying to some degree peel with their Dance of the Butterfly, and they did dig Zelos out, who was on the wrong side of the map, arguably. Now I'm in a position to return to the fray, and I don't know, it's not looking good for FlyQuest, folks. They are in trouble. Another checkpoint handed over.
And the Dreamland duelists did a really good job there of just splitting the pressure and trying to just find a pick. Both of them getting a big flank there, whether it be Coopertastic going down and then also Stinkers late in that fight. Just even if you only get one with the ult, it's a very good find. So FlyQuest, I mean, not even really get the chance to pop too much. They obviously did not have the Horn of Proteus just yet for them. And actually Vision swapping over to Punisher here for last. And there was a lot of high ground you can utilize. You have some big sight lines. But I mean, obviously you're not going to have the ability to, you know, poke as effectively.
Now, Stickers can obviously cross that to some degree. It's pretty powerful alongside the Namor, who's making use of that Gamma Monstro spawn, right? The lasers off the walls are pretty annoying to deal with. And all right, frontline buckles here for Dreamland. In fairness, they don't have a lot of important ultimates to use in this fight, and Vest was more than happy to pull out that Meteor Ram and try and get something started up. Spark Chief has a Hulk smash heading into the next fight, and Dreamland might want to just trade here and develop some of their key abilities.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Chuckles in the puny banner needs to come back in, get back into his persona. Persona mentioned, Persona fans. But FlyQuest currently, as am I actually. I started playing recently. Well, FlyQuest here still on the defense, doing a good job. We're in the last fight territory here, Uber. This is right now that you see this. There's engaged. Spark Chief actually getting caught by the lockdown, so kind of mitigated there. Not getting much with the Hulk smash.
Yeah, I mean, Spark Chief, in theory, probably just wanting it for the staying power and mobility, but he's not able to really achieve his aim there at all. Now realizes he's bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Yes, now the puny banner, and he'll be dragged down awfully quick. Chime's going to finish the job now. It's like mystery heroes right now for Dreamland. They got the Winter Soldier in play here, but Vision has that Punisher ultimate, and in a pinch, it's not too shabby. Definitely able to force Chuckles away. And now Tara's set up in the middle of a firefight. Curious to see how this works out. Stinkers just has to skirt around the edge of that invisible boundary, and that's probably why Vision can afford to turret up there. Safe as houses are FlyQuest for now, and it looks like Dreamland's reign of terror finally should be coming to a close. Mace operating in the front line. Jibbery and Mace both stunned up there briefly, and here comes that Kraken impact. Drops down, marks 2. Chuckles gives the reset now over to Vision, who can continue to run through them. That's Dreamland stopped halfway through the last phase.
Safe is houses. I've never heard that one.
Ever heard of
What is
Safe as a house?
No, what is it? Is it? Are you referring to like a safe house, like in?
I mean, not
GTA,
a house
like,
in Louisiana during flood season, but yeah, it's safe as houses.
Safe as houses. Wow. I mean, that would not work if you lived in Florida either. That would
an
not work.
Australianism?
Yeah, perhaps.
I don't think so.
I mean, I've never heard of that.
The phrase safe as houses, it means very safe or secure.
Okay, production come into the ear saying that they've heard it, so I guess
Yeah,
they win.
okay. Maybe it's a Commonwealth thing. You know?
I'm in Canada right now. I will be asked the Canadians if they heard of this one.
Do you want a
we'll do
citizenship?
poll.
Then you better shut your mouth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I'll run some polls here. We'll go and we'll see what's happening. We'll do a man on the street segment.
Of all the things I've said tonight, that's the one that draws the objection to me.
That's
correct.
the one. I mean, it's just interesting because I wouldn't have expected this. Like, clearly they live in a place not prone to natural disasters.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. I'm from Texas.
I mean, it's very natural. I mean, very natural disaster pilled in Texas. Oh wait, production, bring it up. There it is. As safe as it's British. British.
Okay, so do you guys say Bob's your uncle as well?
Yeah.
You don't,
We
right?
say we say Robert's our uncle.
Okay, you do.
That's what we
Robert.
say.
Okay.
Okay,
Robert's our
right.
uncle. Yeah.
I don't believe you. Meanwhile, Mace is pounding. That is a huge amount of damage in that front line. Talking about just general heal pressure, because obviously you're not writing home about Magneto's burst damage per se, but definitely very active in many of these fights. Groot here for Dreamland this time around, though, and the front line features the thing. So definitely trying to dig in and yeah, be safe as houses, as we earlier discussed. But triple strategist here for Dreamland. Okay, they got a lot of work with in that regard. Vest is down, so frontline buckles for FlyQuest quickly. Dreamland are off to the races.
He brought it back, folks. He brought it back. The bit returned. But yes, Dreamland currently here also playing a very strong triple Vanguard strat here on the corner. And slightly different here, right? Because, I mean, this GOATs. It's GOATs. We have triple Vanguard, triple strategists, and really relying on Chime and Jibbery to be the majority of the damage to a degree in this comp, especially with the damage boost that comes out there from the Mantises. Re-engage happens here for FlyQuest. I like energy swapping to the Moon Knight, trying to just build up the hand of Khonshu here. Trying to just burst them down very quickly, because it is really tough to react at times to that ult.
Oh yeah, if the damage comes far quicker than most of the time you're ready for it, especially when you combine it with, I don't know, like Grasping Prison, for example, you're going to be in trouble. Okay, a lot going on here, safe to say. Meteor Ram from above, though, crashes into energy, and that, again, is FlyQuest losing a defender. Now, though, on a fighting retreat, they're going to throw this Omega Hurricane in, and I mean, there's a lot of good damage to be done there. Nicely done, and that is the combo, of course, with the Grasping Prison to make sure that all of Dreamland are subject to the full duration of that damage.
Yeah, and there are always different strategies to breaking this kind of triple Vanguard, triple strategist, or even just triple Vanguard in general. So sometimes you go for the flyers, and you get they get that storm buffs that come on out. You could also obviously pop the Moon Knight. Sometimes you can see Squirrel Girl, but this time they try to go for more classic Moon Knight, Storm. Now they get to move on forward here. Stinker's going now to the Wolverine, and Chuckle's going to the Captain America. So they're going for an option here to just contest some of these flyers and contest the cart very quickly, knowing that FlyQuest doesn't have a ton of options when it comes to the duel when you're on the Moon Knight.
Yeah, he's not really where you want to find yourself, that's for sure. Trying to keep yourself in arm's length for your opponents, always the way to go. Mate struggling, yeah, eventually just getting toppled in that front line. Eye of Agamotto committed to the fight here as well. Jibbery desperately trying to heal Dreamland, but only 4 players up, and Stinkers eventually gets caught out, trying to go in Koopatastic's direction. They will just get some old M1 action involved. Chuckles here is already just an ornament in this fight. It's not a lot that you should be expecting from the Captain America, but the portal is open. And Dreamland are ready to
he
fight
made
again.
it through the portal. He made it through the portal. He survived long enough to make it back through the portal for Mace. So Dreamland, they need to keep the fight going here.
The Rage of Ultron also active. Dreamland here getting a ton of this localized healing. Such the Koopatastic has to go for a fate of both worlds of his own, but Grasping Prison is at the ready. Look for Spark Chief to make a play with Vision once more. That combo worked for them once, and they're going to try for it yet again. No, with the head of Khonshu this time. Even better, some might say, but it only accounts for Stinkers, and FlyQuest are still down to 4. Chime is much harder to catch from those sort of ground-born abilities, and Mace now has their Eye of Agamotto to bring into the fight. Koopatastic frozen up there, and struggling to stay alive. Brought down. Dagger Storm not even enough to keep them in the fight. Dreamland again stave off these attackers, and FlyQuest, I can't believe I'm saying this, but they're looking down the barrel of a 3-0.
I mean, Chuckles the Jibbery just put on a masterclass there. I mean, they contested for so long there. Jibbery, even while in the clone form in that God of Mischief, hits the freeze to make sure that the fight goes a little bit longer, gets out of harm's way, stays up, and then Chuckles is going to build the ult after making it through the portal for Mace. So they keep the contest going. Now, Chime is going to go down. So he did chime in there, and unfortunately say that despite all that, we're going to go down 1. We're not going to have an early contest, but there's some time for them to get back.
Chuckles looking for unfettered access to these strategists, has them lined up. Vision, though, is already struck at the heart of Dreamland's healing core. There's going to be a little bit of help required for the Cap to really stick to the mark. There's that healing factor now. Pop Stinkers has to go for it, but Spark Chief just hits it with the old 1-2 buckle my shoe. It is a haymaker to the face. And Chuckles can't stay alive there either. No chance to make use of the Freedom Charge, or no inclination to do so. It's FlyQuest buying a lifeline here on Spider Islands.
And really, after all that, they're just going to lose picks early and then lose the point. I'm just like, oh man, unreasonably good defense. And then, unfortunately, it just falls over. Lose multiple picks, and sometimes it just ends unceremoniously. As now, FlyQuest looking to chase, maybe find a couple picks here. Not going to be able to get secure just yet as Dreamland, though. I mean, the ult's coming up, so we're going to have a pretty big fight here.
Yeah, they want to fight straight away as well. That Rage of Ultron is coming in, and FlyQuest were pretty localized to one another, but Koopatastic is going to make use of that instead with the fate of both worlds. This is going to force Dreamland to think twice now. Trying to back away, and again, the Overshield is pretty good from Soul Resurgence, but in terms of raw healing numbers, it's not enough to keep Stinkers fighting fit. Mace now down. Dreamland with only 4 players to work with, and Chuckles doesn't quite know where to be, but it is now the committal of the Freedom Charge. We'll see FlyQuest fall back here behind this Dagger Storm, and Chuckles has to make sure they can't just make use of that very powerful healing ability. Bro is absolutely throwing shapes in the backline. Vibranium Energy Saw deployed rather, and Koopatastic is down. That's a big pick to find as Captain America in that backline. And Chuckles is looking for more, maybe peeling just to try and get Spark Chief off his squishy underbelly.
And he's going to do just that, going to force the Hulk smash as well from Spark Chief. So fight going to keep on going. The Stinker's getting pressured here. 15 HP, has to back out. Dreamland, though, still maintaining.
Honestly, I'm fine. Snickers is ready to go again once more. Mace forced back by Mag Cannon hit, presumably from Vest, and here's a Meteor M. Double dance to the Butterfly in play. Energy able to find 2 there, and not direct hit by the Meteor that came in, so they'll be able to shrug that damage off in time. Best goes for one up towards the higher ground there. It looks like it was in Chime's direction. They're able to avoid being picked off by it as well. But FlyQuest now have energy, and he is absolutely rolling. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, he says. Finds himself 3 quick kills in that fight. And FlyQuest will continue their attack.
Yeah, the powerhouse of the cell, and unfortunately it looked like Dreamland were in mitochondrial distress. So just a little bit of tough one there. So now, FlyQuest, no ults on board. I mean, close to the Hornet Proteus. As Dreamland here, going to look for the God of Mischief. Going to have that, going to pop that a little early. Obviously, you don't have to pop it just yet. Don't have to use the actual ult from the copy. Just going to be in the form. And the Chime here on the Hela. So they're going to have a little bit more poke, a little bit of opportunity to just play around some of the high ground right now for Dreamland. Valentino also holding on to the Soul Resurgence. And now they're going to walk on forward there, which would be popping that ult.
That definitely feels like a bit of Phoenix at home right now, the Hela, but still with the ability to 2-shot from that medium range is good, unless Vision pulls up on you and does that. That's a nice Hornet Proteus that caught the Hela out. Or at least found her where she did not want to be discovered. Chuckles is in the fray once more. We have reached that overtime, but FlyQuest in the last 3 or 4 fights have been pretty hard to stop. And now a map win here very much is on the table. Dreamland are on the back foot. They are really just fighting for just to buy time for some of these reinforcements. But there is a portal in play. They might be able to make some use of this now. So Meteor M comes out. Mace looking for a catch on Cooper, and that is beautiful from downtown. The Lunar Snow is no more, and all of a sudden, FlyQuest have found the map pulled out from under them.
And this, I mean, it's almost hard to call it an upset because of how well they've been playing. But I mean, realistically, it still is an upset to a degree. And Dreamland, they played this so excellently. I mean, the flexibility, Stinkers there with the playmaking. You see the swaps in general. You have to give a ton of credit also, because even though they're getting MVP here, and Captain America is sometimes a tough hero to quantify, Uber, because a lot of times you're just kind of like in each other's face saying, I can do this all day. I'm smacking you. I'm not necessarily getting tons of limbs, but really the impact of the Captain America, especially when you have the ult to just give some extra sustain to your team and keep that pressure on, is it's definitely felt in server, but hard to see on the scoreboard. Yes. And in this case, I think Chuckles did a really good job of just keeping the point contested. I mean, even when you look at their stats, it's still relatively equivalent. I mean, 33, not necessarily final hits, but 33 limbs, and not too many deaths.
You see the front line though, between Mace and Chuckles, there's 25 final hits. Like that is, that's really quite significant. And again, like we are playing comps where, you know, you are going to be localized around that front line just that little bit more. Beautifully done though. Nice work from Dreamland. We speculated, we said, oh, maybe there's a bit of an off season, maybe there's a little bit of a break. But the truth is Dreamland are just good. And I can't wait to see what they have to show, not only in their upcoming game, of course, they'll be taking on Envy, but what they've got for us in Ignite. They've qualified. They're looking very, very solid. I think they're in great stead to shake up the hierarchy here. Maybe unseat the hegemony in NA.
Man, you're starting to use some big words that I don't really know what they mean, but that doesn't matter. All I need to know is that Dreamland, in the wise words of Avast, they were playing the game and they came out with the win.
Wow, so you don't want hegemony, but you want playing the game. That's crazy, bro. There's no accounting for taste these days.
Puckett spirit is with us still in Jason Kaplan. It's his spirit is here.
The thing is, we poked at you with this like safe as a house, because when you say normal mannerisms, we get confused and we're not really sure if they're a real thing. It's the wild ones we come to expect out of you, Mitch. Not one wasn't too wild. But what was wild either way, though. I mean, I think a 3-0 maybe was in the cards for any of us out there. I think we expected more of a closer matchup. But the fact is, Dreamland, the momentum they were able to stop with FlyQuest there, like it seemed like it was going to go FlyQuest's way, especially in that last map, constantly winning these fights after fights after fights. But then Dreamland put their foot down, and I have to say, like, Stinkers was definitely one of the big players when it came to that, showing his flexibility across multiple different heroes that really made him so effective. And I know you already pointed out a couple of players in particular with like Chuckles and Mace, but Stinkers only 26 last hits in this one. But I still feel like that Psylocke player he was able to pull off was still annoying to deal with for FlyQuest.
Annoying for sure. And also, I think Psylocke in general has been kind of, I mean, there's a couple of heroes you can say is hard carry throughout the metas of Rivals, but Psylocke has consistently remained a very hard carry hero throughout metas. And I think you saw it in EU earlier too, and definitely here for Stinkers in terms of the impact they brought there. And they were also very flexible across the role too, not just on the Psylocke, which I think is a very fair match MVP for them.
I mean, also fantastic use of skins when it comes to Psylocke, I have to say. I'm becoming a very big skin connoisseur, and I can give 2 thumbs up.
Jason says, I love fashion. I just love fashion so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sword on the back that really does.
I'm not sure, like, how Jason is using the word skin in this particular context, but look, I think this is kind of insane. The Psylocke play's obviously been pretty important, and I think that, like, whether because of preference or just because of the way, like, our pick ban phase panned out, Dreamland were able to show us, I would say like a bit of a more modern take on the game. Human Torch, when left, uncontested, is still extremely problematic, very powerful. But again, it plays into that sort of war of attrition game plan where Psylocke can just burst some players down, right? Even getting up in the face of some of those Vanguards and sort of deal with them. So great flexibility. Like the Punisher is obviously very, very good up close here. But between the two of them, like really impressed with the duelist output of Dreamland. They were basically performing at a high level for every map.
Man, Avast, my boy here was calling me basically Buffalo Bill for a second. It felt like And then for FlyQuest side, I mean, where was like kind of the focus of the stand-up players when it came to them? Because obviously we focus a lot on vision, we focus a lot on energy, but if we compare like the two duelist players, at least with how they played out, I feel like Dreamland definitely had the upper hand, obviously, since they won the game, as you said.
Yeah, that's so true. I do think that it was a tough game for the backline for FlyQuest, which is, you know, I mean, Cooper-tastic, cover your ears overall, but I do think it was a little bit tougher, and it's not totally their fault, because I do think this is a situation where Dreamland was playing like a lot of focus on them in particular and trying to put a lot of pressure onto those players, and they struggled a bit to deal with that aggression. And sometimes as a strategist, you just don't have a lot of opportunities. You can patty cake as much as you want, but you can't really change the fact that if you're getting run over by the duelists, like what are you gonna do there, right? And I do think that was a situation for FlyQuest where typically their backline's been a very good portion of this team in the past. They struggled a bit here in the matchup versus Dreamland and getting that consistent value.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we head to a break, because we still have one more phenomenal match to come your way to end off our very first night shift in Rivals, presented by MSI and Intel. It will be Envy up against Dreamland here to kick off a best of 5 to see who takes home the $1,000, but of course being called the best in NA. We've already seen a massive upset when it came to EU with Chop. Could we see another one here in North America? Only time will tell. We'll see you after a short break. We are back here into the nitty gritty of the Rivals Night Shift #1, presented by MSI and Intel. We're finally into the money match here. What's up?
Go. We got two
Two
sponsors,
sponsors.
bro.
That's 100% sponsoring. That's crazy, bro.
I heard we could get a third sponsor, but we have to sell the billboard that is your forehead. And I was like, you know what? I can't let you guys do that to Uber, but if I get some money on the side, let's
Not
do
without prior approval. It depends on the cute logo.
Okay. What kind of cute logo? I'm gonna hit you on this. What kind of cute logo would you accept on that forehead?
I don't know, some sort of diminutive, like cutified animal. I'll put a picture of your dog on my forehead. Your dog's kind of cute.
You know what? You got me sold. How much do I have to pay for this to happen? We'll work on it when the show's over. But for now, I got to remind you guys, not only do we do Marvel Rivals here on this channel, we also do CS. And we do have an event coming up this weekend in association with Asus and Intel with $10,000 on the line for EU teams going head-to-head. And not to mention a very special, very cool show match as well with TF2 and CS combined. If you want to know more about that, make sure you tune in on the weekend. And beyond that, you guys can win free stuff. And honestly, who doesn't like free stuff? I love free stuff. I know Mitch loves free stuff. And Avast,
I don't. I want to work for my stuff. I want to work for my stuff. I just don't want to get the free stuff at all. I'll hold off. I won't take any. I'll leave the rest for everybody else.
You know what? That's very kind of you, because if you're not entering, other people have a better chance of winning, where you can get yourself a brand new MSI Claw, where you go create clips of your own Rivals gameplay or vote on clips that others have entered themselves for your chance to win one for free. You can type !MSI in the chat and go enter on over there. And of course, don't give it to Avast, because you're just going to piss him off. Or maybe you want to piss him off, and you can send it his way. You can hit me up and I'll give you his address, because I have those kind of information.
Give me the free gift. I will report it to the IRS for tax purposes, because I want to pay my fair share. I want to pay my fair share, and so just whatever you send me, I'm paying my fair share on it. So I am, and I don't take anything for free. Okay, so just remember that. Just remember that, guys.
You're such a good, you know what? You're such a good guy, Avast. It's our first time working together, but I can see why everyone loves you.
Yeah, really virtuous.
They call me Honest Avast. That's what they call me. Many people have been saying this. Many people have been saying this.
Yeah, Honest Con, they call him.
Yeah, that's what they have been saying that. They have been saying that.
Did you make that up? I've never heard that phrase before.
No, I mean, Con is his first name, so.
Yeah. It's just. Some people also call me Aircon because I'm so cool. Some people say that too.
I'm not gonna lie, that was really good. I really hope you made that off the top of your head. That was phenomenal. I'll give you that one. Let's move on though and talk about something else that's phenomenal. It's Envy, our #2 team in Ignite series. We just had it kick off and finish off actually last month. So it's been about a month's time in just a few days, losing out only to one team, Rad, Team 1 now they're known as, which they lost over in the EU. But we have some big changes coming in here, gentlemen, with the roster. And ZP is feeding us the information right now is that Tap is coming in for Cal when it comes to the Envy roster.
Yeah, I mean, a very big change. Uber, you know what? As a guy that's so honest, I'm gonna let you go first.
Thank you.
You're so kind.
We talked Tap in a sec. Do we have to call them Speedery?
No.
Yeah, it's killing me.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So, yeah. I'm going to use
we got word from on high. You are approved to call it Speedily in this moment.
I'm approved to call them Speedily.
Is Speedily.
Well, I mean, Speedily, I know. We literally talked to a DreamHack, man. Like, what are we doing here? We're all white. How can we say this? What am I supposed to do here?
That information came directly down from our CEO here at the Night Shift, just by the way.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, Tap is Danish, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure I've seen them in other games actually in the past. Very mechanically sort of proficient. But we've obviously got some people who've been around in esports for quite some time on this particular roster, right? Speedily, Kaluge, Nero, just to name a few. These guys have competed at the top level before. And this is your Team Envy roster, who at the Ignite mid-season finals fell ultimately to Rad, or that they're now renamed what, Team 1 are they now? Team 1, yeah. But look, obviously really impressed with what they were able to do, especially because they had to compete in the play-in stage and were able to 3-0 100 Thieves in that upper bracket final. So Envy, they're back, or they never left, whichever one. They're looking great. And obviously, we've had them on previous iterations of the show in the past, and they defended their title on multiple occasions. So great to have them back with us. And I'm curious to see what they're cooking up, because FlyQuest clearly did not have what it took to slow Dreamland down on any of those maps.
You know what, my question to you is, what makes them such a good team? Like, what made them so good in the past when it came to Ignite, or even in previous iterations of this event?
I mean, hype moments and aura. Mostly, but I think mostly it's actually just the fact that I do think that Envy are, for them, they have players that have been really good across other hero shooter titles in the past. They brought over a lot of talent. They also have, I mean, realistically, almost every player across the board here was a player that's been a professional at the top level in other games, and have been really, really good at what they've done there. And I mean, even with the exchange for like Cal Tap, even though I think Cal had a little bit more I think notorious career in terms of like, not in a bad way, but in a good way in terms of like the amount of success they had in previous titles. Tap's also had a lot of success and has been very good at the games they played previously. So it's just a team that has a lot of veterans. It's a ton of veterans across titles, translates pretty well, and they have a really good culture, I think, there of just like promoting the best and being the best. And that's a really big thing about Envy in general and their cultures. They want to be the best at what they do across their rosters, and they're definitely living it. I think they just have a great squad across the board.
And I hope I didn't call Tap Danish because they're Dutch. So just to make a correction, because I have a problem with that one. Yeah, it's a little bit different. But yeah, these guys are, like, they're the best team in NA. I think if you want to use the mid-season, tournament as an example of this. So we're obviously super stoked to have them here. I think they're going to set a high bar, but it's clear that in the period since, the mid-season finals and now, there's been some, shifting around in terms of like the overall hierarchy out in NA. So I'm curious to see if Envy still have that claim to the #1 spot.
And I think that's what's kind of cool about having, events like this, is that you get to see these teams outside of that, kind of in their break, their lull before the next Ignite series kicks off. And we already had some massive upsets in EU. We've got to see some great things over in North America, and it just gets us all hyped for what's to come here in Rivals in the next couple of weeks. But it looks like we will be going over to Celestial Husk once again between these two teams. And obviously Dreamland, we got to see some great things out of them when it came to like their Phoenix play, their Psylocke play. I'm wondering, in your opinion, Avast, is it worth banning out these specific heroes, knowing how Dreamland used it to be so effective, or do you still need to focus on those strategists first as Envy here?
I mean, realistically, I think for Envy, they're pretty going to be very confident across a variety of compositions as well. They've shown, flexibility throughout their entire roster history. And sure, they've traded out Cal and brought in Tap, but Tap's also been a player that's shown a lot of flexibility too in the duelist role. So I don't think for them there's any compositions they should be worried about, because if they're coming into this worried about compositions, it's already like potentially a problem, right? And I do think that for the Envy, I wouldn't necessarily be worried about any particular. It's more so, what do you feel most comfortable on versus let's try to counter strat Dreamland.
See, that's very similar to what happened earlier with Team 1. I mean, we saw them play some very interesting heroes. Like we had Namor picked, we had Hulk picked when it wasn't used at all throughout the day. They were only team to actually use those specific heroes in the European side of the show. But then they actually made a substitute after map 2 being down 0-2, and they came back to take it to 2-2, and eventually into the 5th map where they went with those more normal compositions. But I like that mindset. I like a team who will play to what they want to do and their strengths, instead of playing down to or playing around what the other team's going to play. I think there needs to be a level of dominance here, Uber, when you go into a match like this for Envy.
Yeah, I think so. I also do think that, like, if you let a team like Dreamland, what we saw from them, if you let them start to build up ahead of steam and momentum, that matters so much in this game. There's like a real snowball effect that you've got to sort of take care of, or just, not be overcome by. We've also had confirmation as well. Obviously, like Cal, I think they tweeted that they were exploring some offers, but they're in the lineup still. So Tap is additionally on the lineup, the Dutch play, not the Danish one. So yeah, we'll just stick them in there. All right.
Yeah, look at that.
All right, Cal, all good.
We've memory holed Cal back into this roster now, even though they were always there to begin with. But that's fine. We spread a little disinformation.
I think when we showed the first graphic, Cal was maybe in that mitochondrial distress as well, and had to get that change fixed up here.
Very, very true. But I do think overall, when you look at this matchup, and we talked about it previously, Jason, is that this is just going to be Envy kind of trying. They didn't win, obviously, at Ignite. They got second after many people thought they were, potentially the best team in the world. And they were the second best team in the world post that event, which is still a very high bar. And this is just to see, are they still feeling that confident heading on, especially with some potential roster changes on the horizon, though obviously Cal is still here.
Are they feeling as safe as a house here, Uber, as we head into this? Some normality in the world would be nice right now, considering all the events going on. Can Envy maintain their dominance here in North America, as they do have these first bans already coming through?
Yeah, look, I think it's going to start from the pick and ban. I think we're going to learn a lot from like how they're currently approaching the game. And I think that the Loki ban is honestly, it's very dignified. It's a sign of nobility, in fact. It's like a massive schnoz. You know that someone comes from a long line of Ashkenazi royalty when they ban out that Loki straight away. Jason,
I've heard that
thoughts?
before. I've heard that.
Thoughts?
You have asked, have you heard that before?
I mean, I think so. Yeah, I mean, as fellow schnoz havers, I think that I definitely agree with it. Yeah, I agree with that take in general, but I mean, Loki being banned is very common for teams that have a really strong Loki player, so I do think it makes a lot of sense. Luna's still in the lineup, and Frost in the lineup, so the surprise so far is just, okay, Phoenix gone, so we're not going to deal with the Phoenix. It's really when we did in this transitioning period from season 3.5 to 4, how are teams prepping to go into that new meta, and also like what are they preferring heading into it, like Uber was talking about earlier, just like what their comfort level is going to be at. I think that's really what we're going to be watching between Envy and Dreamland here.
Ooh,
okay,
I'm digging this, man. I'm digging like more of the focus towards these duelists coming through, because I mean, obviously with my extensive knowledge when it comes to rivals, they definitely seem to be a massive problem in these last series.
Okay, so yeah, Loki Protect still brought out for Envy. That's going to set up a pretty interesting dynamic, and clearly like a lot of teams are still favoring the Protect ban, rather the Protect of the Emma Frost in many of these situations. Torch is not symmetrically banned, which is interesting. Dreamland are the only ones that have sort of targeted that, so that's something worth bearing in mind.
Ooh.
They've gone to protect it themselves.
So they really want to play the torch there. And I think Envy also, they've had a lot of success with Loki in the past. Loki, a very high impact strategist, and I think their backline's really comfortable when they've been building around Loki compositions. So it makes a lot of sense for them to go for the protect and try to like force that ban. Dreamland here, I think they're going to be putting a lot of emphasis in comparison. I mean, to be fair, I think this is where they're similar to a degree, in that both these teams are really, they put a lot of trust into their duelist players, especially when they're playing some of these like flyers. But I do think when we look at like where these differences are going to really be made apparent is, can Dreamland's frontline and their backline keep up with Envy's, which just has a team with so much success and so much playmaking ability in the past.
All right. Well, we know you don't normally do predictions when it comes to the show, but I would actually love to actually kick that off here between you two. Uber, going into this series, where would you put your prediction at with a map score?
Oh, 3-1 Envy. But I honestly, I'll go 3-1. That's what I'm going to say. I think there's potential for 3-0, but I think Dreamland look objectively quite good in that previous series, like really like solid fundamentals, and they had a really good understanding. And that is even paired with the fact that they're cycling through a number of different heroes and still finding ways to make them work. So I do want to give them an in this series. My expectation is that Envy are going to be tough to handle.
All right. Well, as we head into our first match here of our final series of the day, Avast, why don't you kick us off your prediction as well?
I'm joining the war against map 5 predictions on the side of 3-1 predictions, and I'm going 3-1 Envy as well. I'm joining the 3-1 Andy squad with Uber, because I just think that, I favor Envy. I know that you probably do too, Uber, but I do think Dreamland has what it takes to at least take a map.
Let's see how it plays out. Of course, we are going to have the Human Torch here, protected by Dreamland. So adamant about getting that into the game. And there's not a whole lot to really threaten it. The Ultron will be harassing at some points, but can get pretty busy giving those drones and that extra overshield out at times. So might be a little bit hard for him to duel at length with the torch. Blaster barrage in over the top from a combination of numbers. A big fan of that one. Regeneration domain is going to be
by the way,
Cal.
that is Cal.
Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Pretty dominant first fight here though for Envy, I think, all things considered. They are just going to steamroll Dreamland.
Yeah, very good fight for them. And I do really love that. Okay, Stinker's taking window off the map. You little stinker, you. I wagging my finger, shaking my head. I do think overall that this is a pretty nice combo for MV into this torch, because there's only one flyer, right? And you really just have the idol, or you have the snowflake to give that pocket. And when you have really the Star-Lord but combined with the Ultron, so you have two people that can effectively dual Chime on the torch and also keep a pocket up. It's a pretty good matchup. And it's going to be a tough one for Chime.
Galactic Legend just pretty powerful against any of those airborne heroes. Chime would have to dump altitude and try and break line of sight really quickly. That's going to be tough. So even with, of course, that Fantastic Four team up and that extra health that can be given, it is tough out there. Window's actually going to take 2 kills in the middle of this fight, and Ice Arts is going to account for Chuckles. So Dreamland once again sent reeling back to spawn.
Right now, Envy, I mean, showing why they have been such an incredibly dominant team in North America and globally. They're just keeping the pressure on for Dreamland. There hasn't been a lot of movement just yet. The ults are coming online for both these squads, though obviously Speedily had just committed that Rage of Ultron, so down 1, but we're definitely looking at like a 5 ult v 6 ult fight, barring any sort of picks coming out early here in the neutral coming up.
Dreamland had to filter out through this choke. Definitely easier said than done. Okay, Bionic good catch, and that's exactly where you want to send most of that disruption over towards the window. Could not get out alive. Captain America off the table already, and so Galactic Legend will find Chime. He was, in fairness, boots on the ground, but was not able to get away from that ability. Meteor M a pretty good counter to this, though, soaking up many of those bullets here, but Cal seems like they're far from done. Psionic Seduction here almost looks more like a zoning ability now, as all of Dreamland are forced to fold away, and we're at 87% and counting. Fate of both worlds will be at the ready for Nero should it be needed. That's a nice little catch grab on towards Mace, already down to half health. Emma Frost is going to struggle to hang around, but Chime is back off spawn with a vengeance. Cal downed. That Fate of both worlds aforementioned is in play here, and Collusion's very charged up. Going to be hitting like a truck in the front line.
Yeah, but I mean, with the Invisible Boundary used from Valentina, they shouldn't be able to find any more picks. It's just Envy looking to just burn more time off the clock there, especially with the Liberty Rush used. There's going to be the Kraken impact from Seeker, so this should be it. We're going to get to 99. Envy, they're going to be really happy with this. They kept the fight going for a really long time. Picks are still coming out there. I mean, forcing Dreamland to commit more ults here.
Rage of Ultron actually, came out of Speedily, and it was able to net a kill pretty much instantly. However, Envy definitely down on numbers and staggered out. So they realize committed an Ultron ultimate and haven't really been able to turn it into any more elongated stagger. Back to the drawing board for them now. See if there's any key switches. They're in a bit of a trough in ultimates. Collusion, the only person really close to theirs. Of course, Galactic Legend around the corner for Cal. But Dreamland now have to make sure not to put a foot wrong. Again, playing into Human Torch now that you've got to filter out from the choke is painful.
And the poke with the Pierce there from the Ice Heart, so they just make sure to find one early. Chuckle's still gonna get traded, so Envy, they can stay in this fight. They want to commit. Yeah, the Sonic Suction gonna come out, just make some more space, make sure they can get on out. It's actually gonna catch Chime, but he's not gonna go down.
He's feeling that. There it is, though. There's that Legend. Chime does want to get out of the way. Look how low they are at the moment. Mace wasn't able to escape, though. Now knocked straight down to the ground is your Star-Lord, but Cal's still fine. Plenty of backup here from the rest of Envy. And when it comes to a no-holds-barred brawl, Envy definitely looked favored. Good coordination amid Star. A lot of these pretty frenetic engagements, pardon. Valentina can't hang around either. Does get a shield from the Magneto, but it's not enough to keep them in the fight, and that could have been used next round. Dreamland toss away a Meteor M.
Unfortunate. The Meteor M, it does make you float upwards, like Charlie the Chocolate Factory. You go up towards the big fan, so you're not going to be on the point to contest it. So a little unfortunate there, and they would have potentially liked that one, but it's still a pretty good round. Pretty good round there. I think Dreamland, I mean, they made some good adjustments. The aggression's there. I do like the pressure that Envy are putting out there. I mean, Cal continuously here on the Star-Lord, which is something that they've been really good at in the past. They've been fantastic on the Star-Lord pick in the past. And Hela and many of the sort of like hit scan-ish type of heroes. And you see the evidence there. 6 final hits, very solid damage across the board. So Cal still putting in the work. And just a reminder, Cal is that what appears to be, I mean, maybe a European phone number. I'm not sure. I mean, it's probably too short.
It looks like a date. Not really sure what it is supposed to be. Quietly, Speedly's managed to get about 6k damage amidst that fight, which is more than anybody else on Dreamland was able to get. Now, Envy had control of the point and had far more favorable positioning as a result, but it's kind of what we alluded to in that we'd see Ultron take up a bit more of a hybrid damage dealer role, and that Rage of Ultron, when it's turned on your opponents, definitely does a little bit more than just tickle. So what do we have from Dreamland here? Psionic Seduction, I'll be walking out of the gates with that, as well as an Invisible Boundary. The Invisible one definitely needed now, as Cal is really going to need to be answered. Oh, nice Bionic Arm, though, as a Blaster Barrage is attempted, and still Cal able to stay alive. Looks like there was a regeneration domain where Cal landed, pardon. So That is huge to survive that catch out. But here is that seduction now. Nero with the fate of both worlds. It's helping, but he can't quite get to his backline, and Kaluj gets sniped out by the Ice Arts.
Delay still going on here for Nero. Committing that fate of the world as Chime getting pressured here, getting chased down a bit, having to pop those monster spawn and staying alive. The pocket's good, but still, you see all this pressure onto Chime, making sure they can't get in position. They're going to be looking for the Horn of Proteus during that fate of the world, trying to find someone in the backline. They're going to knock him down, and I think with the follow-up, this should potentially be the cleanup, but the window not letting it in.
Kraken Impact just whiffs. Okay, somehow, no connection there for Stinkers. Now, of course, needs to deal with the freedom charge of Window, and Envy going to really benefit from that extra sustainability, survivability in this fight. And no one's really answered the position of this Namor. Someone needs to go in his direction, and now Chime realizes they've got to back up. It is the seduction from Kaluj. His Window is briefly stunned up. Chuckle's a little bit low here, and Valentina just blown up. That is Cal going to work. And now finally, eyes on the Namor. Window trying to go in that direction. Chime has to cocoon and head skyward, but there's too much pressure from too many angles, and Galactic Legend will gobble up the Namor.
I mean, this is an exceptionally long first fight, though. I mean, no cap has taken place. There have been multiple ult fights. It's been very, very Marvel Rivals fight, I would say, if you could believe it or not. And now, Envy, though, finally getting the first cap. They're going to be holding on the Ranger Ultron again. Another strategy ult coming up there for Nero, so... And not too far behind for Month, honestly. So they have a lot of sustain for this upcoming fight. With Window here being on the Captain America, too, they have the option to just keep the pressure on, try to give that space to Cal and Speedily. As Dreamland looking to re-engage now. They do have the Horn of Proteus as an option yet again, and that is... I mean, actually, I guess it was an ult that could burn through some of the strategy ults, but tough if you're not going to be able to world.
Yeah, it is going to be covered up by that Lunar Snow healing throughput that, for now at least, remains extremely potent, but not for much longer, as that's an ability that's going to be getting a look in upcoming patches. The upcoming patch. Window here repositioning. Mace getting battled a little bit towards that front line, but Debris has the fate of both worlds now in play. Plenty of healing can't be cut through. Cal is down. Psionic Seduction now being combined with this. Nero has to use their own fate, but Envy are down to only 5 players, and well, Nero got flattened by the burst damage of that Horn of Proteus. There's a lot of ultimates drawn out of Dreamland here, but they knew it was a fight they had to win, as the tick has already gotten past 50%. Kraken Impact also committed to secure the engagement.
Yeah, definitely with how long fights can run, especially in like a domination scenario where you're not getting these extra long OTs to like push a cart, to push a payload. It's nice to just close it out at times. Give you a little bit of extra breathing room at times, even if you're going to potentially be a bit behind the ult economy. Now Dreamland, they can hold the high ground. Freeze onto Valentina, but it's going to be fine. Have a shield. And Envy looking to break this open. They are going to have a lot of ults on board here.
Kaluj has done well to zone so many of these Dreamland players away from the fight itself. And looks like Hulk Smash got used on Speedily, but no follow-up. Maybe because of the space that Kaluj had created, making it hard for Dreamland to also pile in after that Hulk ability. So Envy here still not in control of the point, mind you, but a Freedom Charge definitely signals their intent to come forward. Ooh, that's rough for Kaluj. Blown up there, and maybe just not expecting the sheer amount of burst damage that would come his way. Galactic Legend, though, is in play, and there's a couple lower health targets on the Dreamland side, but we have to see where Cal is looking to go with that ultimate. Speedily also under pressure, and, you know, Rage of Ultron doesn't do a whole lot for Ultron themselves, more just the people that are benefiting from the splash damage or healing that comes out. Windows everywhere, though, at once. His guy really gets around the map, but that Ultron ultimate is now down for Envy, and for a while, they're not going to have another.
And unfortunately, like much like the recent Windows update, it is causing a bit of a crash there, because Window just not able to get much, and Kaluj going down again there. So they just played the geometry. Cal's Galactic Legend got almost nothing. Dreamland's still in a very good spot. They have the man advantage. They're gonna get a pick on the Speedily too, post Fate of the Worlds, and now 80% in counting here. Uber Envy coming into a last fight territory, into the Sonic Seduction, into an Impact, a Horn of Proteus. I mean, the burst damage here from Dreamland is really scary, especially considering they don't have necessarily a ton of mitigation. A lot of pressure here onto Kaluj to make sure that some of that burst just doesn't come through onto the strategies.
I'm looking for the Invisible Woman and Galactic Legend interaction here. That's something that Dreamland want to try and lean on, but a Sonic Seduction apparently allows Dreamland to pull Month, of all people, out of position. Envy, of course, have, you know, a surplus of strategists, but losing the Loki there is pretty brutal. But it's traded out. I think you take this one with Winter Soldier falling by the wayside to that blaster barrage. Chime's got to be careful. He has to cocoon up for a moment, but eyes are still on the Namor, and he is run down. Cal really starting to kick off on them here. And this is where Envy would need to come back, have themselves a flip, and make a run to the finish line.
And an actual worst case scenario there for that fight for Dreamland. Not only they lost, but Valentina and Eva, they popped the internal bond there, and it's not an instant just burst healing, right? Like you set the carpet of healing down, you're not going to immediately get healed up or get a bunch of bonus health. So they got burned through the ult right when they popped it, so they lost it entirely. They got no value, so now they don't have that strategy ult. They're coming in here, sure, 2 ults to go, but one of them's a Hulk smash, and you can get a lot of space, but it's not necessarily going to give you a lot of limbs here, especially considering you look at Envy's bank, and it's looking really strong here.
Yeah, we saw the invisible boundary no longer available to Dreamland. Cloak and Dagger's what they're working with. Instead, Freedom Charge comes out, and in the midst of the Maelstrom, maybe not where he wants to be, is Chuckles. Hulk Smash, though, at the ready, and able to give him a little bit longer here to demand some attention. The Monstro spawn being set up for Chime, and a lot of that architecture now getting in place, and of course, that is the game of Monstro, so pretty annoying for those flyers. Will just latch onto you. And we have the Psionic Seduction now, but it looked as if Kalush was disengaging away from the point here. Hornet Proteus thrown in. If it connected, it didn't make a huge impact as Fate of Both Worlds for months is just keeping them alive. Kraken impact debuffs on a number of Envy players here, but not enough damage to actually get any of those resets. And Cal got to go for that ultimate finally, but having a silence while he's out in the open because of the Psionic Seduction of Mace. They've got Eternal Bond in play as well. Envy lost window, but still have some durability to work with in the form of Kaluj. Gonna have to be enough for them right now. Cheeky there from Jibri, I think, to try and accost and get at least a stun out on Cal. They got Blaster Barrage, they've got Mobility, they've got plenty of damage to serve up, and Envy have got themselves to overtime now as well. 99% with the Fate of Both Worlds still active, and Window is trying to get back to the fight quickly.
And I mean, the portal's going to be up, but right now, Envy still in a pretty decent spot, but Dreamland picks her up. Everything's looking good. The health not too good for Widow here. It comes in on the portal. So Dreamland with the Hornet Proteus, they're going to have an option to burst through. They're going to have a Hulk Smash too. So if they can take down Kaluj early, they're not going to work the Sonic Seduction. Yeah, there it is. Gone. So Dreamland's still in a pretty decent spot here.
It is at the cost of their Cloak and Dagger, though. What did Dreamland do in the absence of one of their 2 strategists? Okay, well, I'm hearing a Hulk Smash in the background. That's Chuckles in the back line of Envy. We'll see if they can keep themselves alive. Okay, we have a Rage of Ultron in play. That's going to help a whole lot. Cal comes back on the Wolverine, and it's a pretty short-lived stint. That is for sure. Window down. Chime able to pick them up, but it looks like Dreamland really came here to play. This is the cream of the crop in NA, and Dreamland are happy to take them to a decider round here in our first map.
Yeah, not just in A. I mean, in the world, Envy finishing 2nd place recently at Ignite. So just a very well-played round there from Dreamland, who are taking us into the round 3 now on the Celestial Husk. What a name. What a map name. I love it. And for Envy, I mean, you look at that last fight there, and you see, like, okay, we had picks, we had stuff going our way, but they just couldn't finish fast enough. They couldn't finish those limbs. And on top of that, Chime was relatively uncontested. So the damage from the Namor, the longer the fight ran, just more and more just builds up exponentially when you're dealing with the monster spawn, you're dealing with another Hornet Proteus. And just a situation where maybe they just could not find those limbs just quick enough.
Jeez, Speedily continuing to have maintained this pretty insane level of damage output. But Chime going uncontested to some degree is definitely a problem. We had this whole conversation, I think, a few months ago about whether you could actually dive these Namor comps, and we'd seen teams try and play, you know, Venom and Spider-Man to that effect here. But it's really only, you know, the Star-Lord that can walk up on them, and it hasn't really been enough to keep them quiet. What is this? A Penny Parker?
Well, it's not season 4 yet, so we don't have the new Penny buffs available just as
Whoa,
buddy, the portal tech with the mines getting, I mean, that's just disgusting.
I've seen it on Hall of Jalia where you don't use the portal, you just, like, there's a lineup for them. But that was filthy. Trying with a switch back here, but this is going to give Dreamland, yeah, point control to start the fight. Stinker's also on the Wolverine now, and pretty close to a last stand.
I mean, you're just getting portal. Just thinking with portals there. Just getting a little nasty with. There's another fight happening here. Envy trying to stay alive, trying to stay in it.
And at what point is it? Stinker's going to, or rather, what point is the Namor going to get too much attention? Stinker's here, caught in the eye of Agamotto. A lot of damage, but they're able to stay in the fight. They have used their healing factor, though, so a little bit squishy than they otherwise would be. Chime finally getting spotted out here. The monster spawn's being put in place. Adam Warlock, that's a tough fight for Cal to win. And they go down. Dreamland here running in numbers. Cal being returned to the fray, of course, by their revive innate ability. This is tough. Hornet Proteus dumped there on top of the entirety of Envy, but they have appeared to be able to shrug at least that off. It's been a pretty disastrous start to the round for all intents and purposes.
I mean, Cal coming back up with the Cocoon, going to be available, going to find a pick, and now the Galactic Legend out for Speedily there, which means that here's all this space given to Envy. Dreamland in a tough position, having to back on up. They need to contest. Chuckle's going to be the one to try to do it, but immediately burned down to Puny Banner. I think Envy, with the spot they have here on point now, this should just be a fight win, and it is going to be.
I mean, all Dreamland able to disengage, most of them, against that Galactic Legend, but it looks like, you know, the Namor of Time wasn't really in a safe spot. Probably playing like an off angle, you know, really annoying high ground position. So they're caught out in the open. They try and get back, and they end up getting staggered a little bit in the end. So now Envy, of course, can assume this high ground themselves, and also maybe just close the front line a little bit more in the direction of Chime, make it harder for Namor to get set up and just to vomit damage over a longer fight.
Yeah, and also when you're running the Namor and you're running the Hulk, like, you're really reliant here on trying to find a pickoff and also make sure that your Namor is like winning fights on the flanks here. But if Envy's just not losing people on the flank, and also if Cal's taking those duels and just coming back up the Cocoon, I mean, you're just not finding much of anything.
That was a pretty nice freeze on Chuckles there as he went to harass the back line, but he's still healthy enough to get away and build up towards that Hulk smash. Well, Mace had their soul torn out for them and speedily had the follow-up damage when it was needed. That's not ideal. Big stun there comes out. Window hits a pretty large Eye of Agamotto, but out from Dreamland, that might have been a Horde of Proteus that found a multi-stun opportunity. And Kalush now is really lacking backup. I like the switch there to Diamond Form and kick back, but it's not enough burst damage to account for the Wolverine, as the Dreamland will be back in the hot seat.
Okay, and the Cloak of Vulnerability. I mean, getting that extra damage amp there. Valentina Eve, making sure they get 3 in that fight. So well played with the Horde of Proteus, and that's one of the real value there of the No More, is that we talked about some of the downsides if you're not winning the flanks. But if you have a Horde of Proteus, put some people on their butts, just clean up there when you go for the aggressive engages. Kaluj getting caught. The Bulwark gonna be available though, so gonna stay up.
Stinkers on the run back here. Eventually brought down as Window with enough damage, and Stinkers just couldn't be where they had to, even with the last stand at the ready. Fate of both worlds in play for Dreamland, trying to make best use of it for only 5 players left, and it's going to have to be a Cocoon revival now for Cal, who gets caught between a rock and a hard place by all appearances. Back into the fray now. Fate of both worlds to make this a little bit easier, but Adam Warlock can be a little bit of a squishy part of this. Very much a glass cannon, but you can see what Cal can offer when they've got a little bit of room to work.
And Dreamland gonna get it to 99, so it gets the delay that they need. Good picks coming up from Envy. I mean, this front line giving Stinkers a little bit of trouble, right? Because you're playing Emma Frost, you're playing Magneto, so you have some options to bubble the leap. You have the Diamond Form, so you can just immediately grab him by the throat, which, you know, obviously some people would pay for, but in that moment, Stinker's not too happy.
Yeah. You're more like paying for it on his own on his own terms, right?
For sure. And now Dreamland, they're in a situation where they're, I mean, it's the last fight, right? We're at 99. Envy getting about to pull up to 99 themselves. The ult bank pretty good here, and they just need to make sure that Speedily does not have a very easy engage here with the Galactic Legend.
All right, well, let's see what Valentina can do here. Calls Cloak of Dagger in play. Last stand for Stinkers held over from the previous fight, and Hulk Smash are ready. And Chuckles makes pretty extensive use of it there. Looks like Speedily is stunned up now. Psionic Seduction, though, means that Stinkers needs to stay here behind this pillar until there's a chance to get around the seduction itself. Whatever pressure was headed in Chime's direction eventually gets relieved, and they're able to set up once more and try and fight, but most of the battle is already done. Jibber is down as Valentina and Stinkers, the last 2 standing here for Dreamland. It ends up being a bit of a drawn-out brawl, but Envy outlasts Dreamland to take our first map.
Beautiful fight there for Envy. Back up, give a little bit of space, but then re-engage. I mean, really just no value found for the Dreamland duelist. And when we saw their previous matchup here and their success so far in this, I mean, so much has been driven by this duelist there for Dreamland. And when Envy are just shutting them down, denying their value, it's so hard to find what they need. And I think, you know, just as MVP screen by itself, Kaluj has always been a very pivotal portion of this Envy squad, and even when they were on Sentinels before that, because he just does so much damage. He just provides so much value here to the team, and that's what I talked about before we went to this match, is for Dreamland to really come out on top versus a squad like Envy, it's gonna be the front lines. It's gonna be those back lines. You know, those players that we see typically less of the final limbs, though to be fair to Valentina Eve, they did get a decent amount of final hits in this. But, I mean, Kalush just really, look at the damage, look at the space, providing so much here.
Yeah. And also, like we saw Speedily and Cal both pick up that extra strategist role on different occasions. In fact, on different rounds, right? First, it was the Ultron, which looked really good. Speedily was making it look like a duelist. And then, of course, the move of it was the Adam Warlock, which having that, I think, Cocoon Revival is pretty sweet. If you do get punished, if you end up mispositioning by, you know, some random chance, you can always get back into the fight and really add a lot of damage into the mix. So, yeah, both duelist players showing great flexibility here, meaning that Envy have a plethora of options.
I wanted to hit on something that we kind of touched on when it came to the draft in particular, and an interaction that I saw develop throughout this first map was that we had Dreamland. They had to protect the Human Torch. They played Human Torch on the first point, but with the Star-Lord coming out of Cal, it seemed impossible to make any use of. So he switched over to Namor, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on like if that was a smart switch up, which I think obviously we saw when it came to point 2, but he stuck with that pick even into the third point where they eventually did lose on that map. Vast, what do you got?
I mean, I think it's kind of this gamble of, well, Human Torch obviously still a very, very pivotal duelist. You have some options to play around on a map like Celestial Husk where there's so much high ground, there's a huge skybox. But the thing is that, just like you said, Jason, there's plenty of dueler options here for Envy, for duelist options, especially when Speedily is fine to flex onto the Ultron, where you get another pocket potential onto the Star-Lord. You have the ability to pump out tons and tons of damage like we saw throughout the map. And so then they had to kind of pivot back away to try to play this Namor composition with the Hulk, hoping they could play this counter flyer comp, this counter Ultron plus Star-Lord composition. And that's where I think some of the struggles came into play for them, is that they really banked on that Human Torch comp. And Envy is fine to just swap and flex.
Yeah. I think also like a dynamic that's maybe not being explored too much yet is that Envy, they ban Loki away from Dreamland, then protect it for themselves. So I really do think it makes their like triple strategist compositions quite powerful. Regeneration Domain often gets overlooked, but it's amazing at counter. It's one of the only things in this game that can really counter that big burst damage that comes in outside of like individual shields for, Hulk and Magneto, for example. And Dreamland, as a result, had to play Cloak and Dagger alongside Lunar Snow, right? So they cannot just get, double fates, on a number of these fights. And you saw them having to play Invisible Woman to some degree as well. They clearly didn't feel like the invisible boundary was even enough to counter the Star-Lord, or it wasn't something that really warranted it. They maybe felt like they needed more AoE healing potential, just more throughput. Because in these like really poke-heavy games, Invisible Woman's shield constantly gets broken wherever it is, and so it's really actually hard. Like outside of that, you're just M1ing for healing, and you're less efficient at that than Cloak and Dagger is, for example. You don't have Dagger Storm, so they were going for just extra output from their backline in terms of healing, and even that wasn't enough.
Looking at this matchup of teams as well, I think everyone out there is favoring Envy. You both had prediction of 3-1 for Envy when it comes to this series, but I want to give special credit to Dreamland, because when we got to map 2, as Avast pointed out, one of the longest fights we've seen to kick off a match. Not to mention even the 99% fight we had happen after. It lasted an insanely long time. I just want to hear your thoughts on, do you think Dreamland has what it takes with what we've seen now in that first map to be able to combat against Envy in these extended fights?
I mean, yes, which is why I think both Uber and I gave them a map. Okay. But also, I think at the end of the day, like, they're kind of playing against a lot of history here and success with Envy, where as of right now, especially when I watch that first series, I'm like, oh, there's some good stuff here. But I just see the flexibility of Envy. And I see also what's so crucial in Marvel Rivals, which I think Uber did a really good job putting out, is, they're really targeted their bans, like, let's remove Loki, right? And with no Loki means that, like, these comps that we're going to have in our back pocket are going to be even more effective. And we're comfortable, and now we're going to have that on the table because we know we have such a huge array of tools. And also when you have a front line that's so powerful between Window and Kaluge that are pumping out damage at a rate that most other Vanguard lines aren't comparatively. So I do think that it's such a multifaceted threat for Envy that it's going to be a humongous upset to a degree if Dreamland were to win here still.
And Mitch, I'm assuming you pretty much mimic all of his thoughts.
Yeah, I think very much so. He touched on flexibility, and again, I think it's the ability to roll into an extra strategist and have Speedily do more damage than like almost every other duelist on the map. That's not easy to do. We saw that flex a lot with Adam Warlock, right? Who obviously has great damage output and is less like throughput oriented for healing, but we didn't normally see him beat out other duelists that are also having good games. So I think the strategy for Envy, if it's going to be to ban Loki then protect Loki, it's very expensive to do this, right? Like you use up half of your pick bans, or like a third of your pick bans in general, but it's something that they really abused in that last game. Curious to see if that comes up again for them.
Phoenix.
Well, I'm assuming we're seeing that Phoenix because, as you mentioned before, that high ground control is going to be very important as we get over to Spider Islands.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's just interesting that that's going to be Envy's protect here. Because you see that the opening Loki ban are like, oh, maybe they're just going to go for the Loki gambit yet again. But maybe in this case, they're like, actually, no, we'll hold off and rather prioritize that Phoenix to make sure that we have that option available, which could point towards we want to do the Wolverine combo there. We want to have that team up available. It just, because also Wolverine is very, very strong on this map. Wolverine strong on mini maps, to be fair. Very singular hero in that regard, but very interesting start for Envy.
That team up is low-key really good because it lets Wolverine, I think, have like area of effect damage, which is whatever, but he has like lifesteal with his abilities. Normally Wolverine like relies on the regenerative healing factor to give him that extra sustain, but having lifesteal, and when you see how much damage he does at full rage, it's like kind of busted. So if they go in that direction, I'm curious to see how it plays out, because I don't think we've seen it in NA yet tonight, but it is a by some maybe underrated. I'm not really sure what the opinion is on Primal Flame as a team up, but it's on paper it's quite potent.
It used to be even stronger, to be fair, because also that damage would count towards his ult charge for the AoE, and now that doesn't. Or I think it was the damage or the heal, one of the two. But I think they changed that in one of the more recent patches, at least. But looking on the side of Dreamland, so they really want to keep Mace on the Strange, right? Mace has been playing a lot of Strange here. They've done another Protect on the Strange, which maybe just cover pick, which we have seen Mace play a lot of in the past. And for Envy comparatively, I think it's all coming together for Wolverine here, because the Phoenix Protect, they banned the Magneto because there was no Magneto Protect, so they're not going to have the bubbles. So I feel like it's definitely heading towards a Wolverine composition here for Envy.
Yeah, or even an Emma Protect maybe. Okay.
Unless they ban Wolf here. They could ban Wolverine here. It's possible.
Yeah, I wondered if they were Envy that is looking to protect one of their tanks, but it wasn't Doctor Strange that I was necessarily expecting. But again, Envy were the kind of team that really liked to fold that Strange in as often as they could. Obviously, shield tanks are Kaluja's wheelhouse. I think that is safe to say. So we'll see those bans applied now. Dreamland and Envy both protect the Strangers in the end.
Kind of crazy to see. I think this is the first draft we've had in the entirety of tonight where strategists weren't the main focus of protects and bans. Actually, we see a lot of vanguards being taken away, obviously, between these two teams. Is that something unique to Spider Islands, or is this something unique to just this matchup alone?
There might have been more of a focus here, I think, but because Envy had to use their protect on a Phoenix, they couldn't like early protect the Loki, and they ended up getting banned away from them in the end. They weren't able to actually get in there. So that might be like, it might look different, but Envy looked less interested outside of like controlling who can play Loki and making sure they secured it for themselves. They don't really seem too bothered about the rest of the cast. So it's definitely a preference thing. Teams are trying to play to their strengths. And this is why I like this format of bans, because you could actually be a little bit more focused in like making sure you set a playing field that always stands you at advantage.
Okay, well, gentlemen, and all the viewers over in chat, thank you much for tuning in throughout the entire night. But it is heading into our second map of our final series of the night here at the Rivals Night Shift between Dreamland and Envy. Currently a 1-0 lead for Envy as they go on the attack.
All right, let's get strapped in here. A very strong start for Envy on Celestial Husk. That first round really one-sided, but we saw Dreamland be able to step to them, so we might be vindicated in our belief that they can take a map off of these giants of NA. On the Dreamland side of things, they're going to go with the Groot Thing-based frontline with a Doctor Strange even mixed in. So very durable, very hard to ship, but Envy more than happy, I'm sure, to go over towards multi-Vanguard setup should they need to. It's going to be collusion window, and they do have of course, that Moon Knight thrown in. So they do want to punish this more compact style of play.
Yeah, Moon Knight Storm is just the bunker buster here. It's the bunker buster a bit, as already. I mean, Mace goes down. Now, they are going to have the BRB available, so Chime going to bring Mace on back. So Dreamland going to have the invisible boundary too. So very visible boundary. Currently now just playing here as the hand of Khonshu comes on in, burns them down. And the bunker buster comp, I mean, officially the bunker has been busted. It's done. They broke it open.
It's pretty scary when it takes like 30 to 40 seconds max to build that hand of Khonshu, which in this Envy composition shell is pretty busted. Both Eye of Agamotto and the Grasping Prison offer opportunities to root people in place. And it's not just the hand of Khonshu, but also the Omega Hurricane that can combo with those abilities. So Envy actually have some modality, but the rough idea with winning those team fights is subject your opponents to immobility, hit them with fat burst damage that they can't avoid. So far, not too shabby here. Dreamland definitely fighting from behind, but they finally have their Lunar Snow ultimate ready. So expect that to be used right about now. Yeah, and the timing is pretty good because they are throwing everything about them. Envy, including the kitchen sink, hurtling towards Dreamland, and they could not keep their invisible woman alive as a result of it. Now as the fight breaks down, Envy still in a strong position with their Storm still fighting fit. And yeah, Dreamland, unfortunately, are suffering the wrong side of the snowball that can occur on these convergence maps.
Yeah, just, I mean, the ult advantage there, pretty big, especially when you can catch them on the doors, force Jibri's ult out very, very early there for Dreamland. So now Envy Moving on forward here, ult's a bit more equalized, but for Dreamland, it's still a little scary because oftentimes the Moon Knight, you don't stay on it for that much longer, especially when the counter comps start coming on out, but there's still Cal still holding on to the Hand of Khonshu, which is just such an instant burst to have an ult to where could you just outright win you a fight here very early, even if the comp it doesn't really lend itself towards like this is what you want to be playing.
Yeah, they still got Grasping Prison to combine with that. So it's definitely going to be a 1-2 punch that Dreamland will struggle to bounce back from, is the nice way of putting it. However, Dreamland not without their own answers, not without their own toolkit at their disposal. Freedom Charge here for Chuckles, and Stinkers also has a last stand. And now pressure on that Moon Knight position. So it's what we need to do. Look towards Cal, and big Eye of Agamotto comes in. Stinkers with a stunning follow-up there. And one Wombo deserves another, apparently.
I thought you were going to say one Wombo deserves a combo. That you were going to go like that direction, but I think that also works because the problem here is that it's still just, as you called out, Uber, the threat of the prison plus Hand of Khonshu. And for Dreamland with this swap here with the Captain America, and they have the Phoenix and the Wolverine, it's all about keeping the pressure here onto Envy to deny the chance for them to set up this ult.
Okay, Chuckles getting the heck out of there. He heard that Omega Hurricane get channeled, and it's actually going to turn up in his backline. So instead, he goes in towards the fight properly here. So Speedley's ultimate isn't backed up with any immobility, and Window doesn't have a chance to use Grasping Prison right now because he was frozen solid. Nice connection there by Jibbery, making it very hard for that Groot to have any control of the space.
And Envy now, I mean, 4 ults on the board, still no chance to pop this combo here. And Dreamland swaps here have been really good, just keep making sure that there's no easy options to set up for Window. And also just continuing to fight this high ground too is okay. Luge. Almost about to go down, gonna get saved, and fine, there's gonna be the pickup there on the Chuckles, so that's a big find. But Dreamland, even with that pick going there, not going their way, they're still putting a decent amount of time on the clock.
You see how careful Cal has to be of trying to fight Chime in anything that approaches a duel. It is scary trying to deal with the Phoenix, but there is that combo. We get the Hand of Khonshu, used with the Grasping Prison, and it is as effective as it says on the label. Chime, the only player in Dreamland who's able to draw blood, but Envy will continue to advance towards that next checkpoint, now with both strategist ultimates in the back pocket.
And Dreamland can be pretty happy with that too, because they got the combo out. They're going to force Cal to swap. And sure, the ult's going to be pretty equivalent, but depending on how the tempo comes out of here, Stinkers can just pop that late last stand, potentially take them out, especially with the invisible boundary there for Month, which has been kind of a classic play here when you're in the Wolverine into that invisible woman. Dreamland now looking for the contest. There's that Agamotto.
Kalu's going to be stunned up as a result. In fact, the whole front line of Envy held in place, and it's Speedly that gets dumped on it in the end. Force Physics gets the job done. Valentina adds their kit to the mix. It is an interesting committal of the Eye of Agamotto here, but Kalu saw an opportunity to take Stinkers out of the game before they could get topped back up. Will that one pick on the Wolverine, though, account for them to take this fight? It looks like that's not the case, so maybe a little bit testy there. And a slight over-expenditure of ultimates. Envy may have been better off with the discreet route.
Yeah, and the value here still for Captain America. Chuckles doing it again. Just putting so much pressure here on the backline, forcing them to turn and commit their cooldowns for each other from the pressure of just one person. So now Dreamland's still holding pretty strong. A minute on the clock left for Envy here. So we're approaching the last fight situation potentially. As Window does have the Strangling Prison. Dreamland, no Treasures ult available. So it is a little bit scary depending if they can find just 1 or 2 with that.
Speedily got caught by the opposite number in the Wolverine. Yeah, that is pretty scary. Now, is it follow-up on that? No. All of Dreamland drawn together. But Envy were lacking the other piece of the puzzle, it seems. Cal is now switched over to the Phoenix. Again, the Moon Knight, when that space is taken away from them, is just a little bit difficult. Great dive from Stinkers. I mean, some great Wolverine play in these last couple of sequences here have set Dreamland up. For now, what starts to be coalescing into a stronger hold. Chuckles can just be a nuisance. Just the mere presence of the Captain America makes you a little bit nervous if you're the backline. And Dreamland can push up right to the door.
And a really good engage there too, because they have Stinkers go for the pin, go for the leap. It sets up the engage, so then Mace can come on in when they're turning the peel for that. And just set up the Agamotto. It's like, hey, Stinkers up on the high ground. And force that just ult. I mean, Cal has to leave with the ult.
Okay, well, unfortunately, there's not really anything else to combo it with there. Great mid to long range damage coming out of Cal, but it's too late in the day for that, isn't it? There is a lot of key ultimates out of Dreamland here, and they come up at just the right time. All things considered, a really impressive defensive hold now. With Envy are running low on options. Fate of both worlds has to be desperately committed just to allow them to have purchase on the card. but they're not at full strength. And no one's really looking in Stinker's direction, so they are staying at full charge. They've got the healing factor ready should it be needed, and speedily was getting taken for a ride off the map if he didn't expire before he got towards the edge. Nicely done for Dreamland. It felt like a snowball was brewing, and they've recovered perfectly.
The In's not going to come out. I mean, it gives them more health there. It gives them a bit more sustain, but I mean, it should just be a long, slow loss, barring a disaster here for Dreamland. And yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. And Envy getting held here on not even getting second point, which is pretty big for Spider Islands. I mean, Dreamland just playing this really well, and that the Wolverine swap worked out so excellently for them. As soon as Envy got taken off that Moon Knight comp, they just struggled there to find any sort of purchase.
Yeah, I think it's what makes them get off the Moon Knight comp that's more of the issue, right? Because that happens pretty late in the round at the end. But there's not as much natural high ground for attackers on that second phase of Spider Islands as opposed to first, when there's a lot of balconies there that are at your disposal. The map really opens up, flattens out a little bit as we head towards that middle phase. And more often than not, we saw Stinkers turning up, putting pressure on the Moon Knight, making it so, you know, there wasn't really any room to sit back and allegedly throw down all of that area of effect damage there. So good switch, ultimately going off that, but maybe a little bit too late in the day. And Dreamland, to their credit, they exploit the terrain very well. The Wolverine play was very effective.
So now Dreamland, I mean, they have a very clear win condition. A lot of pressure here on Envy to likely just take a very aggressive first hold, which is really common here for Spider Island, especially playing like a triple Vanguard, which it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And no doubt, I mean, Dreamland are going to just know that there's going to be Envy holding really, really close here. And I'm interested to see what the plan, because I'm looking at this comp. I mean, Mace is on Wolverine. So they're playing solo Vanguard Venom, and they're going for like a multi-flanker comp here.
Okay, I mean, in this part of the map, I guess it makes sense. You can play around that mid pillar and try and wrap it. It's clear Envy, yeah, trying to bunker up just a little bit more. Again, with that triple Vanguard. And no one's really looking at Stinker's direction. I feel like I've said that far too many times this game. Chime gets in there, and I'm a huge fan of the Black Panther, especially when everybody, obviously, is grouped up and you're getting resets on the dashes with those Vibranium marks applied. The Envy got utterly unraveled here.
Yeah, I mean, just the solo Vanguard comp with having the multiple options to burn through the health and just dash through them with the Black Panther, the Wolverine, and the Psylocke guy. It's just with the setup with the Venom, it was kind of beautiful. It worked out excellently. I mean, Envy now immediately have to commit the portal to go for the contestants. Kaluj, frozen, leaped, gonna survive. The crystal has to be used there for a month already, and as Envy now stabilizing here on the point.
I think we're going to be watching this Wolverine speedily pretty closely here. They were definitely playing second fiddle a lot of the time to the Stinkers in that previous round. And here they just get pushed and pulled all around the place. Force Physics sets up an easy pick off for Stinkers there, and switch over towards the Psylocke has been very, very good. Dreamland showing us a little bit more than we'd expected after that first map. This is very, very good. And they're going to clear Envy very fast at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, the ult bank too is just disgustingly good currently right now with this. I mean, this solo Vanguard setup here with the Wolverine. And Wolverine is like a very, very tanky duelist, so it kind of functions at times like a double Vanguard. They just lack the utility as Mace committing the ults all here in the choke.
I mean, that was 6 people stunned up on that last stand. I'm pretty sure that was pretty filthy. I would have warned you to avert your eyes if I knew it was coming. Envy get owned, and there's a couple of ultimates getting applied, right? There's the Dance of the Butterfly in there as well. But Dreamland have a bit to work with. A Feast of the Abyss, I mean, that Chuckles can stick to that back line that little bit longer. We know that Loki's mobility leaves a little bit to be desired. So when that Venom comes calling, a month had better be very quick to get out of there.
Yeah, Dreamland really banking here. I mean, literally on the timing. As Month gets caught there, that engage just can't happen. You can't lose him there as the Feast of the Abyss gets used. Chuckles gets taken out, but they have to commit even more ults here. For Dreamland, this is still a really good scenario over because they have so much time. They burn out these ults. They get some picks. It has to be a pretty decisive win here for Envy. They don't want to be losing anyone too late. And now they just play for a single win condition.
Now, Snowball, though, is a thing for defenders on this map as well. So, yeah, Dreamland have Strategist ultimates. That's what they're going to be leaning on pretty heavily in this fight. But Envy here have got some pretty hard hitting things in their arsenal as well. And
yeah, I think for them, they just want to burn out ults here for Envy, right? They have 3.5 minutes remaining, so there's like, if you remove a strategist ult, like another one, and then just save all your dual ults, there's a very good chance you can just have one good fight as Kalush gonna pop the Agamotto.
He wants to fight into this as well. That's where the Fate of Both Worlds active, but because Month makes use of theirs a little bit later on. It's going to be Envy advantage once those healing fields start to clear a little bit. Here's the Inferno. Oh, nicely done into the invisible boundary. And Chime really had nowhere to go. Likely didn't know what was about to hit him. And that's the second consecutive fight win for Envy. That one's pretty expensive still. And so far, they've been able to ration out these ultimates across 2 fights and win them both out. So they can't be complaining too much. And Dreamland have used theirs.
And this is the scary fight, though, because Stinkers, Last Stand, Mace, Clobbering Time, and they have the End Song. So they have 2 big duelist ults, and there's going to be the Clobbering Time for Mace immediately finding Speedily.
Getting caught in between the play at times is the Wolverine, but it's pretty tough when you get knocked up. Nothing you can really do to argue with Clobbering Time. Mace here. The anti-street charge forward, looking to peel for that backline, kind of gets everywhere. It's easy to underestimate the mobility of Thing at times until you see him jump back onto one of his strategists and bail them out of trouble. Stinkers, though, was going for it. Now he's being shut down a little bit more frequently. Envy's starting to get a bit of a feel for how this Wolverine play is supposed to go down. Chuckles with a freedom charge probably doesn't see a great opportunity to throw it in here or wait for the Wolverine at least to return, because that's one of the individuals needing that extra durability. Like Kalush caught out. This fight's starting to break down a little bit more. Freeze on Chuckles briefly, but it's going to take a bit more than that to put Captain America to a stop. And he's still holding on to that ultimate. Oh, off the map for Window. Brutal. Stinkers send him over the edge.
Gigantic find. Huge find there, but Cal finds outside the Eve, so that means that support down strategist off the field. They can just try to survive, try to live long enough, but no, the Clobbering Time again from Mace finds them, and now maybe Kalush can clean this up, but they still have the strategist ult up.
This will be a pretty big fight and a pretty big save for Kalush if that eye was able to give them a way out. But Freedom Charge is active now. Regeneration Domain has to be used. Even though Cap hits like a wet noodle sometimes, during this ultimate, you do not want to hang around to see what he's capable of. Speedily, though, straight off the rib with a Galactic Legend, and that one takes Dreamland by surprise. Not sure what to do about that, and somehow the high-flying Stinkers is able to clip the wings of the Galactic Legend, and it's not going to be enough. Despite those heroics, now Dreamland starting to get concerned, lost consecutive fights, and we're getting close to the last minute.
I mean, what a save there, Speedily there with the Galactic Legend. Brings them in, and what looked at, it was just brilliant play from Dreamland, but Envy had the ult to stay alive. Really good support play through the strategy play for month, keeping everyone alive in that chase, so no one down to Chuckles. So we're in a last fight situation. They can't really afford to give up too much card time either here, Uber. So they have to play around this, play really tight.
The Mace looks dangerous. Good force physics, and that's going to have to be the flight used by Cal to get out of trouble there, as well as the shift backwards. So all of that mobility drained away from the Phoenix for a short time. And look at this. From this kind of range, great AoE as those marks are detonated. As an Ensong Inferno ready to rumble here. Dreamland have lost Speedily, though, of course, after that earlier engagement. Cal's trying to work on the edges there of that invisible boundary, and Naya Agamotto is going to be committed. Dreamland can still benefit from that Invisible Woman ultimate, though, and so they will. Month is able to get back, though, but back behind the checkpoint is not where Envy need to be. They've got to come forward, and now they're going to deal with the Lunar Snow ultimate. That's going to muddle the mixture a lot, but Month at least has one as well. God of Mischief is active for Envy. They've got the sustain, and they're going to need it. Window going to be knocked up. There's a devastating knock-up, and a Clobbering Time just around the corner means Dreamland has even more of this disruption to throw into the fight. Kalush, I mean, they are struggling under this sort of pressure from Stinkers, who is looking now to get some clean kills. Month finally goes down. That's a great start, but a Galactic Legend for Speedily could even that up pretty quickly. He's going to have to pop it straight away, but it's no one to shoot at. What little cover is left on the map is being used very effectively for Dreamland to stay out of line of sight, and they've done it, folks. Claiming Spider Islands in an almost 4-minute continuous fight there in that second phase of the map.
And that was just a beautiful push from Dreamland. I mean, the swaps there so excellently off the really, really great comp, an interesting comp there to break that bunker hold, to break that triple Vanguard hold on first. They continue that momentum, and then Mace making that swap over to the Thing, just giving them a little bit of that extra damage reduction for their duelists and making sure to constantly set up those fights over and over and over again. And notice there, Envy still played it so well, trying to wait out some of the cooldowns so they could pop that Galactic Legend late. But because of that cart presence, because of how little distance they had left, all they do is LOS and play the point, and they win. That's exactly what happened there for Dreamland. So really good swaps coming out for them.
And the fight is so chaotic for so much of the round there that those like charged up haymakers from the Thing, you can sometimes just find yourself walking into them. Like, you don't just sort of see that he's charging it up, and you end up just getting caught by it. And on a number of occasions where like the Thing just cycles Clobbering Time into the haymaker and secures a pretty clean kill. So great to see this depth of hero pool from Mason. It was effectively used to even up the series, Jason.
I'm not gonna lie, for Avast and myself, we can smell those clobbering times coming from a mile away, so we don't have to actually get engaged on that one. But yeah, as you guys are pointing out,
Is he the Rock? Can you smell what the Rock? Because he's Rock.
I think it was going more for a nose joke, but I do see what you're saying there. Also, considering The Rock was also in a very, well-played movie called the Smashing Machine, so it all loops back together. It's all looping back together now.
That was my original intention. It was to hit it on both fronts. So I'm glad you both picked it up individually from this one in different directions. But you guys did call it, right? You said this is gonna be a 3-1 in your eyes for Envy, and there is the win for Dreamland, getting a very deserved win as well, switching things up massively. I kind of want you guys to reiterate how important that start was for them on the attack, because it's very unique to what we've had throughout the entire night. Avast, like it worked wonders, and I feel like the way they staggered their ultimates later on just allowed them to keep snowballing and getting such a big push off the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Dreamland showing the value here of having a lot of comps in your back pocket here with Mace. I mean, making all these flex picks in particular. And I think I had called it out previously. Like, we need the front line for Dreamland to make a lot of plays here, because I feel like the duelists, they're great. Dreamland, they have a lot of duelist power, but we need to see the rest of the team. And Mace with these swaps from moving from the Strange to the Thing to also even the Wolverine really gave them a lot of options here to contest Envy, and I felt like that was very crucial in securing this map for them, and that's what they need to remain competitive versus Envy.
Yeah, I don't like putting the result of a game down to this too often, but the duelist diff was definitely real there. Stinkers, it comes out of that game with 19 final blows, and I mean, even the eye test kind of shows you just how much more success they're able to find on that Wolverine. And it is also like Envy on their attack side, they goof off a little bit. Well, not goof off. They get a lot of value from Moon Knight early on, but eventually it becomes less relevant as they get into the second phase of the map. And I do feel like it took them a real hot minute to make that switch. As good as Kanekonshu is, right, and it almost gets them to that checkpoint, it's still amazing in their Wombo sense. It feels like, Stinkers and Chime really turned up in that game. They showed out, bro. Like 19 final blows for Stinkers, 17 for Chime. That is a huge performance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of the play we saw on that last map came down to these wombo combos. You talked about Moon Knight initially attack for Envy, able to just lock things down. I think to the second point, was it a 6-man stun that came through out of Stinkers as well on the Wolverine when we saw Dreamland on the attack? I feel like there was a lot of banking on hitting those multi-ultimate combos together to allow you to gain that ground with the movement of the payload.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game of ults. Realistically, I think that's the thing about Marvel Rivals is that compared to some other games and hero shooters, the neutral fights are oftentimes a lot less important to like how well you manage your ult economy. And I do think that was pretty big for overall for that point. And I imagine will remain the case when we go to Central Park here for our next map. And I think this makes a lot of sense too, because it's also one of the few maps where you have these super long sightlines. So where Envy is a team that does have the fragging power to where neutral picks actually can happen, right? Especially if you can pull out like a Hela, if Cal is still going to be playing, because that's a very signature pick for Cal, is playing some Hela and getting a ton of just like picks before the ult fights even begin.
Okay, we're kicking off the draft here.
It's a map that features a lot of that verticality, Jason, so I'm not surprised to see Torch looked at pretty much straight away. That second phase is super open, but unlike Spider Islands, it does have like a lot of verticality that can be made use of on both sides, in fairness, but the attackers tend to have to sort of walk under a bridge to start with in that phase. And yeah, okay, so there's a protect here of the Lunar Snow for Dreamland. Going to at least make sure they can have her, even if Loki is not on the table.
And Emma Frost protect again, which is, it's very kind of multifaceted because you could have a really strong frontline into Wolverine, because Stinker's been playing a lot of Wolverine, and Emma Frost is a pretty good pick into that, especially if you still have a Magneto option. Could just be also just setting up some other sort of more aggressive comps, or even a Psylocke. But considering that Psylocke just went banned for Dreamland, I should say, then I don't think that's going to be happening anymore. So now that's removed kind of that, so I don't think it's more so just the anti-Wolverine, just having a strong frontline in general
also,
here for
Kaluj probably feels like he has a bit more agency on a hero like this, as opposed to the Doctor Strange, which is really about throwing that shield up, making that sort of safe space, but can't do anything against those like in your face or very mobile duelists here. At least there's some more, you feel like there's a bit more stopping power outside of your ultimate in terms of the Emma Frost here. So I'm glad to see that. Phoenix banned away though by Dreamland, and notice that Psylocke also made her way into the bans here. So already looking ahead are Dreamland. I think the Mantis Protect is pretty bloody interesting. I might be again trying to make sure they can use it alongside Groot.
I think it serves a dual purpose, right? Because you could, Window is a very good Groot player. So you could have someone that comp that built around the Groot a bit. You also have some options to play some of these more flanky, like pokey duelists, to where you're giving those inspirations and giving the damage boost to those duelist picks that are playing for like those long sight lines. So it is kind of a multifaceted threat to a degree there for Envy in terms of like what the Mantis can bring.
The right heroes could make all
Is this
the
Envy also
difference.
setting up for a potential Wolverine again? Because they banned away the Emma, they banned away the Magneto yet again. We saw that happen in EU to open things up. And we've already seen, to be honest, Wolverine be such a pivotal pick when it comes to this series so far.
I mean, I do think that looking at, Vanguards with stopping power and taking them out of the game can usually signal that you want to play a flanker or someone that tends to dangle themselves within the purview of your opponents. I'm not sure, like, Wolverine, I think, has some application here, but I don't know if it's always where you want to find. I don't know how easy it is supposed to be to set up those dives on a map like this. It's like flanking for attackers is not so easy, especially on the first phase where you do have to basically run into a choke unless you have verticality. So see if it is the Wolverine option, but Dreamland definitely seem to think so.
Well, speaking of chokes, we do have Emma Frost being played by Kaluj yet again here, so you can get excited about that if you're a big fan of the Frost. But I'm a big fan of potentially going a 5-mapper here in this series, as Dreamland do take things back in their own map for themselves, take it to the map 3 right now in a 1-1 tied score. Let's see who's going to break out with a lead here after this.
Yeah, I do think Envy of us probably want to think more about protecting the Emma Frost when possible in this series. Just allows, I think, the skill expression of Kaluj to have a greater impact on the game. So Month is also on the Mantis, so we talked about there being a protect to that effect. I'm curious on your thoughts on like why you'd want to see that alongside Adam Warlock here on defense.
I mean, the res comp is dead, but you do have the options, obviously, to still get just a ton of extra damage from those 2 strategist picks, right? Because Warlock and Mantis, 2 of the highest dealing strategist in overall damage outside of like Ultron, and you're able to pocket and just empower the Star-Lord. So I think that for even with that res comp being dead, that's what they're going for is, okay, Month goes off. And I mean, Stinkers here on the Wolverine has been such an issue.
They're getting shredded over here, Envy. This is not the start they've been looking for at all. Losing Month off the map to another Stinkers play is going to be a tough pill to swallow, but they've got no time to think about taking their medicine here because Dreamland are already all up and on the point. Beetle has to make use of these heal packs, but you can see it's not an easy matchup at all for the Star-Lord to win out there, and a quick shift backwards from Chime keeps him out of harm's way of that blaster barrage to complete the kill.
Yeah, Phoenix just so good at the duel there, especially when you have those stuns and you're able to heal yourself, keep yourself up. So now Dreamland into the point, the invisible boundary already available. Is Nero gonna commit there and just get immediately hit with the Insong? So goodbye, Jeff. Jeff is gone. They fried him up. They turned him into the barbecue. And now, I mean, that's .1 for Dreamland.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, pretty short-lived in the end. Nero looks like they're going to stay on the Jeff for the time being, but there's going to be some required stagger here as the attackers can drop down pretty quickly on the stragglers after that first point fight. So now, we talked about this, right? There's a decent amount of verticality available to both sides here, but crucially, if the attackers can get clear out from the point, they can go straight for this bridge. And Phoenix has some mobility, but I wouldn't exactly call her the most vertical. She can, it's kind of like the, like Hela's mobility, where you can move around the map in a pinch. It's more of a resource than a straight cooldown, though, as you see here. A lot of shields in play, but I think we're going to be respecting this Ionic Seduction. Trying to follow around the corner. Shields will also block this, as you can see. So Dreamland unsuccessful and tantalizing anybody else forward. And now Fate of Both Worlds says they are ready to fight. Catch though on Window. Wolverine looking scary. Stinkers continues to be priority number 1, I imagine, if you want a safe start to these spikes. And Nero's been found yet again.
And the Meteor M just getting nothing real here. But I mean, Window still zoning the backline. They are going to have the Karmic Revival to bring those players back up as Shuckles. Gonna pop that Freedom Charge. Gives him the sustain. So Dreamland a little low now. Envy stabilizing here. The Galactic Legend is available as Speedily is not pressured out.
Freedom Charge that they can work with. This is tough though. Speedily can go inside the invisible boundary, but the healing will outdo the damage from that Galactic Legend. So good counter, and that's what Dreamland were holding on to. They're answering this Star-Lord picker much better than they were able to do in the first map of the series. I'm curious to see if Speedily opts to stay here or make a switch a little bit later. Ensong Inferno comes down to that side room there. It looks like it definitely left more than a mark on Envy, but there is a Jeff available for Nero. That ultimate is at the ready. May not be needed here as he just hoses Mace down.
And the Jeff is such an interesting pick because his ult is okay at points, especially with some of the changes they made to it where you do more healing to your allies, but really just trying not to pop ults. It's a game of like not pop ult. Get more value as long as I don't pop the ult here right now. As you're just holding on to it here and just trying to use the verticality of the map a bit. Just to duel a bit out here on a strategist as Chime. See them trying to set up, go for a flank. And they're ready to be above them.
This is such a nice spot here for Chime to take up. Bang the wall open briefly. Still very much within your effective range. You're also inoculated from that seduction there that's on the low ground. And Envy getting battered. There's Cal out of the picture instantly. Chuckles just slams into him with shield out in front. And once again, I see at the bottom of the screen, yeah, we see Stinkers causing problems. Another Eye of Agamotto here, but Mace is quickly overwhelmed. Cocoon Revival meant Cal was able to return to the fray pretty quickly. And now Nero got a big eat. Not too shabby at all.
Mukbang stream. A little bit of mukbang stream, gets 3, goes off the map. That's fine there for Nero. And that is one of the moments where you at least have some of those hazards there and finds the right time to pop the ult because you just don't want to pop it too early. And that's the perfect time to do it when the ult's been exchanged. Takes the pressure off the team. Now Envy looking to be in a pretty good spot. Speedy to control the high ground, just pop the Galactic Legend.
Oh, Valentina does a good job getting back towards her their shield and then being able to get that invisible boundary in place. So that is a second unsuccessful Galactic Legend in as many fights. Speedily, of course, return to the fray. No chance to switch. Maybe that was their idea. Kaluj also going to be able to get back here. Envy not punished as well for their Karmic Revival, so relatively well positioned here, but they are getting battered in their front line as per usual. This time it's Window going down. Stinkers has come out on the Psylocke and is a real issue for them.
And when they lose these, all the space so early, just Chime and Stinkers taking so much ground. You saw just in that point of view, Cal having to run around, get pocketed as well, get some of the help. And they're really just the duelists for Dreamland are just controlling all of the space. And you've talked about some of these failures in terms of the Galactic Legend for Speedily. It just doesn't feel like they're owning any of these flanks here, though. A bit of a very aggressive portal from Dreamland.
Yeah, that's an odd one. It looks like Envy here are able to make use of it to quickly regain that cart control. Dreamland is not expecting them to pop out in front of him, I suppose. So they'll have to go for a reset here. Now, you have Eye of Agamotto, and crucially, it's that Dance of the Butterfly at the ready for Stinkers. Off the Wolverine to the Psylocke, but still just as dangerous, I'd suspect. Envy. Well, Nero has yet another Ritz Jeff at the ready. So, chance to devour. Maybe a little bit harder to find an edge of the map here, unless he doubles back towards their spawn. We respect the seduction in this house. Kalush sends it out. Dreamland now know have their fate of both worlds. Here's that Psylocke ultimate. Stinkers opting to be a little bit more discreet about it, though. Playing out towards the fringes. There's the E. There's Nero's plan here. Okay, inching just towards the edge, making it impossible for Mace to recover.
Now, this is where Jeff, can continue to get even more value because there's this really brutal hazard here going across this bridge, going to last right. So the ult can be extreme, especially because it's a very narrow area. You can get just about everyone. So the Jeff could be extremely powerful here as we head into this last defense for Envy. With a minute and a half here on the clock, Shuffle's going to swap over to the Groot, have some walls to try to split off some of these players, get them little opportunities to cross, and just try to isolate some of these players here from Envy.
And the comp is so high damage. With the Jeff, of course, the Adam Warlock in here, they are going to be hitting very hard. Well, Speedily, like a credit, there's some serious persistence about the way that they've been playing here on this Star-Lord, but once again, completely stifled by that invisible boundary. Karmic Revival's going to have to bring him back into the fight, and Chime tries to answer it as quickly as they can, but it's not quite enough damage. Envy, beaten but not broken at this point. There's a Grasping Prison ready for Chuckles now. And Speedily goes down. Psionic Seduction in play. That was built very quickly by Kaluj, just quietly. He has had 2 and 2 ultimates. He's been pounding in this front line. It's exactly why that Emma Frost Protect come out.
And I love just the off-angle play here, too, where Kaluj just making sure to get these off-angles to get around some of the Groot mitigation and then pop the Sonic Seduction. Nero holding on to the ult here, too, so they have to be worried about this coming to this fight where there's really not too much in the bank for Dreamland, but they are going to be getting close to double strategy ult. And they also just have to think about the fact that Window could just burn them through with the Meteorium, too. And with 50 seconds on the clock, Dreamland, they have to worry about the touch.
That's what I'm thinking about. Connor, TikTok is the name of the game. Valentina's already gone down. Not great. At least the Lunar Snow ultimate to make use of. Mace tries to go for an Eye of Agamotto. It catches onto 3. Pretty good, but it doesn't stop the Soul Resurgence from Month. It's a very topped up, very lethal Envy squad looking to come forward. But there's Chuckles and Chime, partners in crime, finding themselves a quick double. Still with overtime ticking, Dreamland are fighting for every inch of space they need to keep this game going. Maybe a little caught up on the corner there is the Phoenix, when Chime's going to come in now with another Inferno. Damage done, but nothing lethal yet. The follow-up, though, is good onto Window. That is the Magneto out of the game. And finally, Envy are forced to succumb.
And Mace, again, I mean, with this swap here to the Wolverine, the counter Wolverine swap, but taking one of your Vanguards and putting them on this here. So it is a triple duelist setup yet again for Dreamland. And it's broken through that hole. Now they have to make it across the bridge. And this is where the Jeff ult gets a little scary, because there's environmental hazards on either side of you. There's lava. I mean, there's a lot of popularity of a game called Peak recently. I'm sure everyone's worried about having to fall off.
Nero also has to get very close to the kill box of this hole, depending on who he picks up, right? Because if he gets a Doctor Strange like we saw earlier, he had to make sure they wouldn't be able to just extricate themselves from that. Oh, yeah, Chuckles is gone over the edge. Kaluge makes sure of it. Don't want to run into Anima Frost right at the edge of the platform, that's for sure. Window low, able to pop that self-shield now, and a Feral Leap used by Mace to get them back in the fight, but they're going to be knocked off yet again. Knocked back, knocked down, whichever way you slice it. Envy finally bring Dreamland to a halt.
Still a pretty solid offense there for Dreamland. I mean, Central Park, not an easy map to push, in particular the last. It's just like the natural choke points here are just simply disgusting. If I was a castle engineer and I was looking at this, I'm like, I'd be rubbing my hands together like a fly. Like, oh, this is geography right here. This is some beautiful geography.
You had me rubbing my hands together like a fly.
Yeah, you ever seen that? It's like I want to describe the TikToks where it's like me it's like, oh, your bartender if he was a fly, and it's just a guy rubbing his hands together. there's no point to it really in any capacity, but
it's evocative though. That's fine.
It is evocative.
The imagery's working on me. Can we get a scoreboard check here? Two things I want to look at. Is Kalush pounding and speedily doing God's work out there, continuing to commit these galactic legends to the fights that are ultimately getting cancelled out. You can
look at the final hits for Speedily. 3 final hits for your duelist is not. It's not necessarily ideal, especially when at points you've really been playing solo duelists, right? Like you're the only duelist player on the field at times for Envy. But it's been
absolutely ranching them though.
Ranching them.
Ranching them.
He's ranching. He's taking them to his cattle herds, and he's driving them to the market to be turned to beef.
He's domesticated them. That is crazy. Okay. Solid showing from the Emma Frost is what I'm trying to get at, folks. 8 final hits there and over 20,000 damage for Collusion. Now we know why there were so many psionic seductions out there. It's like a bloody burlesque show. All right, let's see how this plays out now. Straight on to the point we go with a Venom, and Window is turned up exactly where he needs to. Frozen up, and that cellular corrosion is still going to do a healthy chunk of damage. But the Dagger Storm for now protects Dreamland, but at some point they're going to turn around and pay the piper. Window is just going to work on them.
And you see Window just continuing to just chase down these limbs. Venom always been a hero that can do so much. Sometimes a little bit of feast or famine at times, but also just with the increasing buffs that have happened too, you can just set up those engages so disgustingly there with Kalush to follow up. Portal going to be used from Mace, trying to get a little bit of extra contest here for Dreamland, which might be a little ill-advised potentially, because they could just feed a lot of ult charge here to Envy, but I mean, it's just burn time off the clock, right? And that's all what it's the name of the game here.
Yeah, and this with the Animal Lock comps look kind of sick, because I'm pretty sure Cal is chilling in a pretty safe spot, as evidenced by the kill feed showing up. The Adam Warlock has absolutely got the bite to match his bark. First point take here for Envy, pretty quick, but we saw the same from Dreamland. It's the next phase of the map that's going to have us sitting up in our seats.
I'm already sitting up in my seat, to be fair. I'm
slouching a little. My posture leaves a little bit to be desired. Yeah, but I need a reason.
I have like a pillow for my lumbar though in this chair, so it does kind of force me. Otherwise, I would be slouching, honestly. But who's not slouching is Window going up to the high ground. And I mean, we literally play jazz as our soundtrack here.
Okay, that is true. That is true. Yeah. You know what? I kind of like the vibe. Here it is. Oh, Feast of the Abyss is nice with the cellular corrosion active. Just ends up being a number of instances of high burst damage. Speedily in the fight. Can he make something happen here? Tough with the Eye of Agamotto locking down most of Envy, and that will silence them. I suspect that Nero gobbled a couple down. All right, maybe just
take that, Mace.
Yeah, take that, Mace.
He says take that one. They're gonna take him down.
Stick that in your galactic pipe and smoke it.
But now it's still just a fight here on the point Uber, and It's tough because Envy obviously they just don't have the sustain for right now. They pop kind of like a lot of it. It's okay. It looks like they're going to commit the Karmic Revival. So I actually said we do have what it takes. Is the Hornet Proteus going to be used from Chime, but I don't know if they're going to go follow up.
I think Envy don't want to give up the position. I think they still want to be able to, get out onto the map and not get stuck in choke. So will this work? Cocoon Revival for Cal. They're back and in business. Nice quick sleep there, call on the Chuckles, but it's not going to stop them getting into the back line and knocking some heads together. And if you're out of Morlock, you don't really have the toolkit to stop that from happening. Great damage, though. That's one thing you do. Sometimes if you just shoot them, they die before they can, invert your skull. So up on the high ground we go. Psionic Seduction there. I mean, that silence effect, someone's getting real clean. Kalu's trying to chase Mace down. They're being kept healthy for now, but it is Dreamland on the back foot. Galactic Legend, is there an answer? Gibbery, no, she doesn't actually have that ultimate ready. But there's another strategist ability here that could relatively effectively counter this Galactic Legend. Billy's done some good damage, and he's been very loud about it, which I think is great, considering that the impact on the scoreboard wasn't really felt.
And Nero, unfortunately, I mean, popping the Jeff ult. It's Jeff, and Jeff is dead. Immediately bursted down there. And that is one of the problems potentially with Jeff, right? It's like, yeah, you are getting the cleave now with the primary fire in terms of both heals and damage, but the ult is still just a little vulnerable at times, though. Speedily gonna punish Chuckles there on the chase. Chimes though with the Hornet Proteus.
I mean, they're not being Hulk in play for now. Is the dream for Envy's backline. They can, well, Hornet Proteus maybe not fun to deal with, but in general, a bit less disruption at the disposal of Dreamland for the time being. And Chime doesn't have a Cocoon ready, so they just have to get off the line for now and throw a defensive Monstro spawn down. They're going to be hunted eventually, but no one's really looking at the Namor, and that is not usually a great way to go about things. Fortunately, the reason is that Envy's trying to clamber up on Dreamland's couch. They managed to run straight into them now as here a Feast of the Beast going off on the right side. Mace, healthy enough for the time being. The Psionic Seduction in these close quarters can be a death sentence. I think the Envy have done enough here. That's a checkpoint earned and 3:30 to play.
And I think the split there just a little too brutal there for Dreamland, where as soon as Chime got isolated, and yeah, he took a really good off angle, was forcing some pressure there, got a pick. But then the rest of Envy just saw, like, we can just run forward. We can just run into them. Let's take out the rest of the players, knowing Chime is not there, and we already have that pick. That's exactly what they did now with 3 minutes on the clock here. So a good amount of bank for Envy, but it is obviously a really tough point to push. They are going to have a Jeff ult, though, and this is where, if there's anywhere where a Jeff ult can get a lot of value, it's a small enclosed space, a lot of environmental hazards. Nero could have another Mukbang moment.
Yeah, I mean, it should force the Dreamland to actually spread and not play as close as they'd like to. And because they've got a Strange, they do want to make some use of that shield, and then Namor wants to poke down from a safer location. So they're just giving ground for the time being. This is ugly here, Chuckles. We have a Hulk Smash utilized, though. Still trying to go for that backline, and Cal is in a spot of bother. Unclear if Cocoon Revival is going to be ready. We're going to find out in a moment. And swallowed up by Nero. Mr. President, we've apprehended a crew. That's not ideal. Nero got eliminated before he could get to the edge. So Chuckle is still very much alive, very much within the fight. Another Karmic Reviver comes out. This time, though, there is a punish. Only half of Envy are up, while the rest of them are still, getting their bearings coming out of the afterlife, and they're not really in a position to fight in full numbers.
The problem here, too, is that, okay, yeah, Envy, they've got their numbers back here a bit, but they're still down, and they don't have any ults. This is just going to be a potential slow loss. It's a good follow-up here from Dreamland to just chase post-Karmic Revival. And now they're going to farm some more ults available, where Envy, maybe if they had backed off and just come back in, there was a chance, but they were kind of stuck in this weird, awkward position. And now here with sub 2 minutes remaining, Dreamland, the ults are going to be pretty decent. And Window here, I looked at Window and I say, okay, I really want to see a fat meteor in potentially.
Oh my god, Month is... Yeah, I mean, again, the map is obviously rebuilding somewhat, so that choke gets re-established for a time until it's able to be broken apart. Chuckle's now spending a fair bit of time out of the fight, but was able to threaten the backline in his absence, though. Kaluj found stinkers. Chuckles now, of course, there's the Psionic Seduction at work. Meteor M as well doesn't appear to have found any value. And Eternal Bond is very good on these stairs. It's a narrow area, easy to canvas the entire thing with healing and damage in equal measure. Strong spot to be in. Galactic Legend does speedily have it. Is this the time for this ultimate to go wild? Not if you're a Lunar Snow player.
The answer's no, but maybe a Jeff ult. There's a possibility, as the Soul Church is going to get used. So there's a lot of sustain here for Envy right now. They've already gotten rid of the strategy for Dreamland. Is Stinkers down. The rest of Envy trying to walk forward. Mate's going to pop the Avagamoto, but it's looking good.
And Kaluj here as well with these big openers. So crucial. Shield broken for Mace. Eventually, so is their face. Still the Hulk dealing some damage out here on the point and buying a bit of time, and eventually even the Grand Warlord of Orgrimmar has to succumb. And I think with even the Exile and play on window, he's not feeling too threatened right now. You can see the checkpoint is right there. Envy are on the doorstep now. Just a little further, a little push, and they'll get there. Mace comes out on the Wolverine trying to make that difference, and Nero's managed to catch the Lunar Snow at least. And yep, there's always a place to drop the kids off at the pool, isn't there? Valentina Eve out of the game. Teleport used now as the portals open up, and Dreamland trying to throw everything they have left at this, but there's a feeling that they're about to run out of steam. Meteor M will deal with Stinkers as Month found the damage, and Envy snatch up our third map.
3, 2.
Close, real close though. I mean, Dreamland taking that to pretty much just burn it down to the wire, and a very good fight. And you know, we felt really confident about Envy being the better team here. And yes, they may be up, but it does not feel like a huge gap currently.
This Envy team are legit. No, this Dreamland team, excuse me, we know MVR. I'm really impressed with what we've seen so far. Dreamland have some fantastic individuals. Max's flexibility looks really good. They're controlling space. I think they're, you know, their backline, Gibbery especially, they look really, really good over the course of this game. And eventually, Speedly's able to have pretty big impact. I mean, we were kind of talking about there's a lack of damage here. Maybe things aren't quite going well. But as that solo duelist, Speedly's able to come out here with 10 final hits in the end. Chime, though, has been a menace through every single map in this series. They've had a great showing in this game. But this is Envy really sticking to that triple strategist look for an extended period of time. You can see that, you know, it's pretty hard to fight through this level of sustain. Also, you know, with the Jeff ultimate, you have to account for that. And a lot of karmic revivals, Jason, that weren't punished. There were a number of them, especially when Speedily just getting killed and brought back by that res that no one in Dreamland's trying to set up. No one's waiting for that to come through and punish, or maybe they can't find the position of the Adam Warlock. And that's been allowing Envy to actually be fighting 9v6 in some of these fights virtually.
Yeah, and I even chat like caught on to that as well about these reses just not being punished too often. And you have credit to Envy to kind of play around it, but maybe I don't know if you give credit to Envy to play around it, or Dreamland you have to kind of talk down on of not being able to punish it. I'm not sure which direction it necessarily goes, but one thing I did want to talk about that you looked at after the first half of this second or third map is that Kaluj was just popping off. He had the highest damage done in this map at like 39,000, and I wanted to ask you, maybe I've asked, what makes Kaluj so damn good? I mean, chat's been popping off about him all day today, especially when it comes to Emma Frost, and he has been putting on a clinic here.
I mean, he's just been, and I talked previously about it, he's always been an extremely high damage, high impact Vanguard. And, you know, you saw it in, like, EU previously back when, like, Virtus Pro were at the top of their game, and just really any team that looks really, really good, whether it be, like, Trust Me, right, for Team 1 when they won Ignite, is that Vanguards, especially Vanguards that are just hitting their shots, do so much damage and can apply so much pressure. And that's what Kaluj has always been kind of a beast at here, whether it was on Sentinels or now on Envy, in terms of just putting so much pressure. And that's where Emma Frost also can shine, in terms of just the amount of damage you can do when you get charged up there with the tether, and then you're hitting this really just crucial chokes as well, and just finding those grabs. So I do think that for Kaluj, it's a very good hero for him in terms of the impact he can bring and the final limbs, the damage overall. And I do have to say that even though it was unrelated to that, people were like, oh, we're not punishing our karmic revivals. It is a little bit harder with Adam Warlock now, because they did change the threshold of how much bonus health you get back post res now currently, so you have a little bit of buff there. But definitely not an ideal situation. But overall, I was also going to point out Kaluj, so I'm glad that you were able to start to glaze, Jason, so we could talk about him a bit.
Yeah. I mean, Kaluj was a player in like Overwatch, for example, who played a lot of Sigma, for example, the kind of hero who would like redeploy a shield and sort of move it around a lot. And there's like a lot of obviously similarities to how Emma Frost plays. But what you notice if you watch Kaluj is that he doesn't really like miss out on any free damage. He's making sure that his telepathic pulse uptime is really high. So he's like always at 100 charge, and he's always hitting these psychic spears. And that obviously forces opponents to move back or take huge burst damage. So he's really good at just like getting a lot of free space. He's just mechanically really talented, and it's kind of hard to squeeze all of the value out of Emma Frost, because she has a kit that does like a lot of different things in different contexts. I also think that the timing of these psionic seductions has been good, not just to get damage or to draw people in, but also to suppress ultimate usage at really important moments, right? You don't lose the ult, but you can't use it for that duration. If you get caught in the seduction, you're probably going to die anyway. So that's really important. It's a play that's really hard to spot, right? And it also can be hard to use well, because you've got to track your opponent's ultimates to some degree in doing that, which is, it's complicated, but it's also a skill that Kaluj has developed in other games.
Okay, well, that is the third map done and dusted. We do have a break coming up here in just a few seconds before we get into the fourth and fifth, well, potentially fifth map of the series. We'll actually dive back into the third map right after the short break. And and break it down and get you ready to go with what potentially could be the final map of the series. We'll see you all on the other side. like a nice A5 Wagyu steak at a fine dining restaurant, this series is turning out to be superb. Dreamland able to get one map in the series so far under their belts, but after losing to Envy here in the last map, it's down to them to keep their hopes alive in the series and potentially dethrone the #2 team in the world. Just happens still joined, luckily, by Avast and Uber. And I did want to break down one more thing about that last map before we fully transition into map 4, is that Valentina Eve, I feel like, had a phenomenal game throughout that last series, really disabling Speedy quite a bit, turned that Celestial Legend into more of a Celestial Myth. And yes, I did think about that for quite a while.
I'm
and
glad.
I hope you guys appreciated it.
That. They've always been fantastic.
I do only wish you'd called it Galactic Legend and not Celestial Legend, but it was very good. I think that's like a high B+ for me.
No, I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I messed it up.
I mean, it's been a long day. It's been a long day for you. Sometimes you're gonna overcook a little bit, you know, once it gets a longer day.
It's good. So there's a reason why like the Invisible Wound play is really important. Valentina, she was great there. Obviously, Invisible Boundary cuts off line of sight abilities, so that's really powerful. But also, sometimes the Star-Lord tries to come forward with like a bubble on them and use the Blaster Barrage. And if you force physics them back into your team, their dash doesn't take them back to safety and keeps them in harm's way. So whenever you see like those flankers getting a little bit too close, you can punish them. I think that like, you know, Invisible Woman is like got great room for skill expression, and Valentina with 32 assists over the course of the game was really, really good.
It was just nice for me to. It was just nice to see like a strategist get more of a focus when we talk about this. I feel like for the majority of today, we've seen it's, at least in my opinion, it's been a lot of talk about duelists and about vanguards and like the impact. Obviously, talk about strategists and their ultimates being so impactful, and you can't really force fights without them. But seeing some like individual play to completely counteract someone who was a standout player on the opposing team is kind of what I wanted to focus on her in particular. But we do have Krackoa coming up next, domination yet again, and we can kind of cast our minds back to the first map of the series over on Celestial Husk, where we had some insanely long fights, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen again, but the pressure really is on Dreamland here. You cannot afford to make another mistake.
Yeah, it's do or die, and I mean, historically, it looks like death would be in the future here, based off Envy's previous performances. So we're hoping here for the best for Dreamland, as I mean, a very classic, I think, protect here, because you look at Dreamland, they're always wanting to keep Luna Snow like on the board for them. That's been a constant protect, which I think also is kind of formulaic for Envy, who I feel like has a little bit more open options. And when you're always just like instant protecting the Luna Snow, I feel like Envy has a little bit of room to work with going to Celestial Husk.
I want to see if there's still an Ultron ban here from Dreamland, because I think like Envy have shown a preference for Ultron in their triple strategist setups, and speedily looked really good there. I think if like the airborne heroes, like the constant Human Torch bans is putting speedily off that hero at the moment. I think like taking the Phoenix away from Chime is also heads up stuff. I think that's probably their best look, but that does leave the Namor still available to them. And Krackoa has like plenty of opportunities for that to be good. A couple of points where you can really play off them quite far and play very safely. So this protect is really important. I don't think they're going to spend it on Ultron. Okay, they do in the end. So
wow, they
really trying to set collusion speedily up here. I mean, that's fine. I thought Ultron will be looked at from either team as a ban or protect option. So Envy, I think, have the two things that look best for them, which is colluge, you know, on the Emma Frost, and the Ultron possibility for speedily.
I do like the Dreamland bans here, though, honestly, because they went for the Mantis, they went for the Psylocke. So they're looking for things like, okay, removing that Emma Frost, team up with the Psylocke, right? We're also making sure that like empowering the Groot via the Mantis team up gone, along with powering like flankers in general, and then you remove a Magneto, and it's like, okay, so if Stinker still wants to pull out the option of playing Wolverine, like it's a pretty decent array of bans. Obviously, I think for overall for Envy, they're pretty happy because you have Emma Frost and the Ultron available to empower both your flankers and also to keep Kaluge just in that really forward position for them. But not a terrible ban. I think the toughest part is that Phoenix is off the table now for Dreamland. So that was a very, very solid heads-up ban for Envy.
We also have Human Torches being taken away from both sides too. Not going to see that coming through another time out of Chime, which was definitely a factor to pay attention to in our series today, in both of the series today. I did want to just quickly ask, by the way, I know you touched on a little bit talking about the synergies with an Emma Frost, but I feel like it's like a win-win for Envy because Kaluge plays her so well, but it also, you know, pairs with so many other heroes that are going to be on meta for you at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, 100%. You have stopping power. She pairs really well with Magneto because of that team up, and also if Psylocke ever goes unbanned, which I think it was still banned here by Dreamland, then You can also use, she has like an extra escape there. It's just really quite nice for quality of life. The Ultron Protect for Dreamland as well. So both teams are going to commit, and both teams looks like they're going to flex in that triple strategist position.
Okay, well, we are into do or die time here for Dreamland. As Avast said before, in the past, it's been die. Let's see if they can keep their hopes alive here and take it to a 5th and final map in the series.
2, 1.
Okay, so I think we get the best of Envy here. I'm going to see what Stinkers can do on this Ultron. They've been pretty phenomenal when it has come to the Wolverine play. I think that's probably been the standout for us. And it does obviously put both teams in a position where they have to decide how many Vanguards they want to add to the mix. It's just single duelists for them. And Cal is actually going to be on the Star-Lord this time instead. And no Invisible Woman for Dreamland.
Yeah, so playing just a little bit of just this pokey composition for Dreamland a bit when they have an Ultron and also the Mantis plus the Namor, which already paying dividends. Window goes down a little early. Somewhat similar compositions, except for the fact that considering that Month is on the Loki versus having just the Mantis, they're going to be lacking a bit of damage, and it's really working out here.
It does. Yeah, that Encephaloblaster from Stinkers do be hitting a little diff. That's dirty. Okay. Great damage in from the Ultron Flex for Dreamland. And the Hulk, I think, was something that bothered Envy a lot. They even hazarded to try and ban it in one of the previous maps. It seems like Chuckles was all up in their grill non-stop. And it's a great starting fight for Dreamland. Wanting to take us, of course, to a map 5 to make our money match here in NA, a proper decider. Windows on point, though, and plenty of information to be gained here. We'll try and pull some of these Dreamland players down from the high ground.
What are we going to do? Going to force the rotation. So Dreamland having to back up here just a bit as Window keeping the pressure onto Stinkers. Actually, just immediately goes down. Nero there to follow up with the damage. That's a big pick for Envy.
Yeah, getting rid of the Ultron is massive. It's damage and healing in equal measure, and Stinkers could have had a Rage of Ultron in this fight, which can absolutely turn them as speedily as hoping to demonstrate for us right about now. There's a Soul Resurgence for Dreamland, so plenty of that overshield to make use of it. Look at that. Month is just caught out. Chime in. The Horn of Proteus sets up a great kill, and that's just heads up to notice an opportunity to get a multi-stun.
I mean, Dreamland still just a very aggressive, but getting cleaned up here a bit. Envy staying in the fight. Valentina finishing up that Fate of Both Worlds as Envy, or rather Dreamland trying to chase down, but they're going to find Gibbery there as Cal going to get that pick, and Envy looking at a pretty good spot here on point.
I think the timing of that Fate of Both Worlds for Dreamland was a bit awkward. They already had point control. They're already quite far ahead, and I think it ends up being used for only 3 surviving Dreamland players. And I think that Valentina's probably going to wish that she had that one back in a few moments. Envy there, Spilly's almost built another ultimate up. That's just how much damage they're able to do when they're essentially uncontested. Namor can deal with airborne targets, and obviously Ultron v Ultron gives Dreamland opportunities to punish Speedily, but no one's looking at him right now, and he's running away with it.
And with Month holding onto the God and Bishop as well, that means there's a lot of sustain here for Envy between both those strategy ults. You see Chuckles just rotating around, looking to find some, but getting poked down really heavily, going to be forced to pop. Yep, there it is. Going to be the Hulk smash coming on out. But getting grabbed, I mean, Chuckles just burned.
Yeah, I mean, again, punching up was Kaluge there. Chuckles did nothing in that fight. Absolutely dominated. That's brutal stuff. And that's Dreamland's only real way to start to, spread the attention span of Envy's backline thin. Now they can ease into this even more, and Loki ultimate has been maintained. Yeah, this is good. This is a great time by Valentina. Yep, choked out, slammed down, and they're still not finishing the elimination.
Oh, look at this. And because of the ice arts too, I mean, Valentina's getting health regen.
Self-heal,
gonna grab a pack. Gonna get out. I can't believe got out, but maybe
unless
because Envy gonna chase.
God, there is so much pressure. Envy need to be careful not to overchase here.
Oh, disaster.
I think it's the escape of a century. Not only does Valentina get out alive, she opens an opportunity for Dreamland to get a key kill. Now, though, Galactic Legend is active. Jesus, a sport for choice, I think Cal is, and they'll just take them all. They're quite happy here just to spray into the choke.
What was almost very disastrous there with Valentina getting out and losing the pick to Chime turned out to be pretty okay for Envy. Get some late wins. Dreamland gonna get a walk back in here with the Horn of Proteus and the Rage of Ultron, so they do have some options. And Envy not a ton of sustain. Gonna be relying really on the Freedom Charge and some of the poke.
And Cal just hoping they go undetected for as long as humanly possible down there. Rage of Ultron is already active here for Stinkers. Window going upstairs. This is a great place to be disruptive. How is Valentina supposed to focus on her job when Window is up in the face like that? Namor also spotted a pretty viable target for Window if he's not hit by the Lord of the Seven Seas. But here is that Fate of Both Worlds now in play. Envy is starting to work through their bank of ultimates, though. Psionic Seduction has been activated, but not quickly enough to stop the healing ult from the Lunar Snow. So Dreamland here are going to have their time in the sun once more.
And Envy just not having the sustain. I mean, they were able to just wait, burn the time, but now we're in a last fight situation here for Envy, trying to come back to the point. Good news is getting close to multiple strategy ults, available options. Base also really with the hold here on the Sonic Seduction going to be very crucial, right? To play the off angle, kind of what we've seen Kaluge do, especially when you're playing these multiple strategy ults. But the problem here is just Envy's just going to have a lot of sustain, a ton of sustain coming to this fight.
And another Galactic Legend, as we mentioned, it has a different texture in this matchup when there's no Invisible Woman on the other side. So Cal might be looking to play more audaciously with that ultimate than Sweetly was able to in the previous maps. And it might make Cal look a little bit better on that result, but that's important context if you want to compare the two Star-Lord players. There's Kaluge comparing Mace's face to the Concrete, and turns out Concrete wins there. So nice pick off, of course. Start things off for Envy. What can Chuckles do here? A lot of pressure on Nero, generating a lot of threat. Big, brolic, and kind of terrifying. And not able to do anything that approaches lethality here. Still, there's time in the fight. Stinkers, though, has gone down. Did I say time in the fight? I lied. I mean, the round's about to end because Envy are going to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, just the sustain there was so good for Envy, and you see that counter pressure come out where Dreamland had to bow back, and base going down, meaning they didn't even have the counter pressure from that Sonic Seduction, just buy you a little bit of extra time, which is very common when you have the Emma Frost ult up. And that's going to be first round for Envy, who are looking pretty good here, and Speedily definitely having a bit better, or rather Cal having a bit better of a time now on the Star-Lord compared to the previous map, but obviously a lot more space to work with. And overall, I have to say, Uber, before we get into the analysis, every time we say, let's see what Chuckles is doing here, it feels like we're in The Sopranos and we're talking about a gang member. What they're gonna do.
Yeah, Chuckles should change his name to Mirror, because it seems like every time we ask him what he's up to, he says, I'm looking into it. And
I love that.
That's about
I love that from you.
Yeah, just 0 final hits there. Tough round, obviously, was on the Hulk there, and we were able to play around it. I think this is about as close as you get to like the best comp for Envy here. I think maybe if you have Magneto instead, and maybe Speedly's able to play Human Torch. But I think they've got a lot of power picks, and they have been abusing them extensively. They've got the Loki, and they've got the Luna here. I think that's huge. Gibbery seems like she doesn't prefer to go in that direction, which is fine, but I do think you lose out a little bit having the Eternal Bot instead of that God of Mischief.
Here's some classic Emma Frost dueling, both of them looking through each other. The Aegis, though. Okay, Cal, Chuckles down already. Chuckles, what you doing over there?
Hey, gabagool, huh?
Chuckles, wow, why you gotta do it like that? Well, now, Envy gonna keep chasing here. A lot of ults gonna be building up for them, and Dreamland just gonna have to get this first cap.
Yeah, this map's tough to fight out of this choke, especially against Emma Frost, right? She, can make use of the Mind's Aegis to make it annoying to try and get through these chokes in general. Cal going to double back. They got the drone right now, so that's Speedly's plan, is to make sure that Star-Lord can play with that much more impunity. Speaking of which, I wonder how they're doing. I've seen them on one of our shows in a while. Speedily low. Monstro Spawn definitely tickling, doing a little bit more than that. Here's a Sonic Seduction in play. Window hoping to double back here, and look, it's a regeneration domain that answers the Horn of Proteus. So Chime, as good as they've been in this series, cannot turn their ultimate into an advantage for the team. Nice seduction used there by Kaluge. Surely he'll have another one for the next fight. It seems to be the case. And good housekeeping, making sure those Monstro Spawns do not hang around for any longer than they otherwise should. And the Wolverine is noted. Stinkers has made the switch over towards that pick, but Valentina gets caught by Kaluge. And it's a 1-2 combo there to take them off the map. Still, things get a little bit dicey for Envy. Long since run out of players. And Nero...
Ult came late. Ult came very late.
Is that a Fate Jax?
I mean, it's not really a Jax because they popped it. I mean, it went off. So I was just really late. I'm just surprised they decided to commit there. I mean, they are burning more time off the point here, right? So the bank continuing to tick down, but I mean, just not extremely effective considering they were down so many players.
They contested for a long time. So the Ultron plan hasn't worked out for Dreamland. Stinkers has decided to move away from that and play Wolverine, someone who doesn't easily interact with flyers at all, or Star-Lord for that matter. So Stinkers, they've got to do their own thing. They've got to blaze a trail. Last stand's there. No committal of that quite yet, as the Feral League wasn't what they were looking for. Here comes that Rage of Ultron now, but it's being answered by, in theory, the suppression of Mace's ultimate. But looks like Speedly's playing out of range of that and already found that pick. Jivary is down. That is the Cloak and Dagger off the map. Window doesn't want to tangle at length with the Wolverine, but definitely putting this flip pressure on is a good option.
They can just navigate around the Wolverine, really. Just jump on top of them. And the split here was so good from the Envy there, where they just split put a lot of point presence there. Made Dreamland have to turn around while the Rage of Ultron was going. And they just broken open this fight because Dreamland just didn't know where to focus. Now they're going to get chased here into the spawn. Unlikely Nero's going to go down, but there's a chance here with Window, wanting to commit.
Okay, we are absolutely going for it here. Did I hear a Horde of Proteus go off? It looks like it was reactive, and I caught on a Window or someone like that, but that is obviously not the context in which you want to use that Namor ultimate. Onto the point, though, Dreamland get at least, and for Envy, it's the cost of Nero. They've lost their Lunar Snow for the time being. The Psionic Seduction, though, is tough to treat with if you're Dreamland. Valentina's going to come back, though. Fader Boats Worlds is there. Dreamland can at least extend this fight a little bit longer and try and finally get the altitude required to bring down Speedily. That at least is one of the duelists that can get up there for a window at least. Galactic Legend time now. So I hear it's Cal. Oh, it's only for Mason. No healing. No architecture to protect them. Chime just gets riddled in mid-air. And this is Envy now. It's all done but the crying, folks. They are going to take away the series and we'll say retain the crown here at Night Shifts.
Very good performance out of Envy. Still looking extremely dominant. Dreamland, we got to give them credit, though. We worried at points like what's the matchup going to be. I think they put up some really good fight, but just the stamina difference, just the flexibility here for Envy. It's showing again why they have been so good, both regionally and internationally.
Yeah, great showing from them. I think that there were some great targeted bans over the course of this series by Dreamland that forced Envy a little bit further away from the way they want to play. We know Triple Strategist is absolutely in their wheelhouse, but when it had to be, like Adam Warlock and Jeff there, it looked a little less comfortable, a little less straightforward. You can see just how good Speedily is when he gets to play that Ultron, and he doesn't have to, deal with the Invisible Woman to counter out a lot of this Star-Lord play. I think just the chips fall much more in Envy's favor for that last map. They kind of get to do what they want. It's as close to ideal as I think it's going to get for them.
Well, number 2 in Ignite, but number 1 in the Night Shift, and we know which one's going to matter more to them. Get that $1,000 for themselves and still retain the title, being the best team in North America. And as you guys were saying, the 4th map looked like pretty much, I would say, what we kind of expected in the series. And Dreamland, obviously having to play the 3 initial matches against FlyQuest, just ran out of steam here in map 4.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunately just didn't have quite what it had needed in the bank. And I do think we talked about it previously. It's just Envy are such a they just have so many threats, right? It's like, okay, you're keeping their duels in check. Like, okay, Cal's not getting, and Speedy aren't getting maybe the value they should. Okay, that's fine. Collusion Window going to take up a lot of that slack, right? And then you're worried about Month and Nero, who are also fragging and doing so much, and they have such an incredible amount of flexibility too. And that's really what it means to be an extremely competitive top-level team at Marvel Rivals, that it's just having so much flexibility across the board. And any person that might not be, it's not necessarily pulling their weight, but just getting countered, it's like, it's okay, someone else can step up and use that pressure difference to pop off.
I mean, I think for me, what really emerged in the last map was a difference in Vanguard play from Envy. Chuckles was on the Hulk, and the start of the series looking really good, but here, like, they just couldn't make the space, and they often found themselves in really compromising situations where they were CC'd or just kept out of the fight for a long period of time. Whereas, like, Window and Colluge, unkillable. Colluge doing a filthy amount of damage, and just in general being that consistent, sustained damage threat through these fights was really taking its toll after a while.
Do you think Envy have the best Vanguards in NA? Do you think that's safe to say?
Safe to say historically might be historically safe to say, but I don't know. I mean, there's a lot changing as we head to season 4, but I think it's historically a very safe answer.
I think it might be like Vinny and TTK Erasure a little bit, but they're probably the closest. Those are your 100 Thieves Vanguard players. I also think, like, Sentinels do have Crimzo and Techie. I think Techie was like a young player that came in a few months ago to this team. Basically, they just picked him off of ranked and got him in there. So yes, but I wouldn't say it's by a long margin at the moment. There's a lot of like vets. There's a lot of real OGs of previous like FPS games that have taken up Vanguard roles on this team, and I actually think that's probably a strength for NA. Definitely one of the things that they can hang their hat on.
Well, maybe maybe it's a close running between the best Vanguards in NA, but I think maybe the best Emma Frost in NA is definitely the man that's going to be our player of the match. It's going to be Kalush taking it just for the consistency across the entire series. But what else, Avast? What other reasons did you have for Kalush to be our player of the match?
I mean, really, it's just you look at the impact of Collusion, the amount of damage, the final hits. Like, he just applies so much pressure, especially when you give him a high impact role. And it used to be that way with Doctor Strange before some of the nerfs had come through, where Doctor Strange was doing so much damage, and you had that team up with Hulk, where he was just kind of like just absolutely murking people. And I think this is where currently Emma Frost kind of sits as a Vanguard, and how much damage you can do and the impact you can have. And I do think this is very, very nice from Collusion in general, just maintaining the streak of being a really high impact Vanguard player that pumps out damage, pumps out limbs. And also with Emma Frost, you can just interrupt entire plays because of the grabs.
Yeah, if you don't have like a read on like what her cooldowns are, like you can't get close to her. And sometimes you don't have a choice. I think, you know, her grab ability, like it's great disruption for tanks, but it also could be like a mad kill threat on like a lower health hero. Like Valentina gets absolutely rolled here. Notice there's the kick back first, then the grab because she moves in a more predictable manner, and then obviously a finish there. So really nicely done. I'm impressed. Kalush is capital G gamer, man. What can I say? One of many great Vanguards out of this region, but tonight definitely the best.
I have one quick question for you though, Uber. A beach skin Emma Frost, how much you dropping on that?
I would raise the Holy Roman Empire to the ground, Jason Gavlin.
That's the answer I expected. I'm happy to hear it. You guys at home who are watching, though, that's going to wrap up our Rivals night shift. But keep in mind, on the weekend, we do have some CS action coming your way. We don't just do Rivals on this channel. We have Counter-Strike with some teams from EU going head-to-head for a $10,000 prize pool, followed up by a show match on Sunday of a nice crossover between CS and TF2. So make sure you guys check that out. Because also next week we have APAC teams going to be participating. But also beyond this, if you guys in chat type !MSI, you have a chance to win a brand new MSI claw. If you guys remember before, Avast does not like free things, and if you win it and send it to him, he will make sure to pay the tax deductible on it. But you can create clips from your own rival gameplay or go vote on clips created for the entry to get yourself a chance to win one of these bad boys. But for us, you know, Mitch, any final words from you before we end off the show?
No, great to be back. Obviously, you know, for us, it's a new channel and that takes some time to grow, but it's good to be back here with the same crew that, of course, was on the fight nights mostly, and, you know, just continuing to enjoy the very best that Rivals has to offer in NA and EU. From a craft perspective, like, I'm reminded that, you know, Marvel Rivals is a challenging game. There's a lot going on, so I'm really glad to have the chance to, you know, continue to get those reps in, and, yeah, I'm glad to be back overall.
And well, Vast, this is the first time we actually work together on a show, but it's been a pleasure. Any final words from you?
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that you didn't want to call me a lot towards the end of the show, Jason, and I'm gonna take that to heart. I'm gonna take that to heart. I'll remember that for the future.
It's fine. We got more weeks because this wasn't the only week of Marvel Rivals here on the channel. You can make sure to tune in next week at the exact same time for some more Rivals action. But also on Wednesdays over on our Deadlock Night Shift channel, we do a weekly Deadlock show as well with some of the best teams from EU and NA going head to head. Of course, that $1,000. But for myself, for our lovely talent on the show and our amazing production crew sticking with us from week in and week out, we thank you all for tuning in, and make sure you hit the follow button or the sub button. And we'll see you next time for some more Rivals action.